Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 30:10 to Chapter 30:93. There's a huge difference. Jian Luoying said, the Demon Master Residence is a true gathering of heroes. It can even be said that it's the true core of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. The disciples of the Demon Master Residence are called core disciples. They are the core disciples of the entire Demon Dragon Sword Court. Their statuses were above the 13 direct disciples of the Devil General Matter. In fact, the 3 people who came to the Wine Demon Residence to cause trouble that day weren't ordinary disciples. They weren't even disciples, but attendants of the Demon Master Residence. They were more or less like a scholar's errand boy, responsible for taking care of the daily needs of the core disciples. The cultivation of the core disciples varied, but the weakest was at the middle stage of the first revolution in Yang Realm's 16th level of hell. The strongest was Empress Lan Meichen. About a year ago, her cultivation was already at the early stage of the first revolution in Yang Realm's 17th level of hell. No one knew how strong her cultivation was now, because she hadn't fought since then. Other than the core disciples, the Demon Master Residence had about 100 protectors, all of whom were martial artists at the first revolution in Yang Realm's 17th level of hell. Above the protectors were the 9 Demon Kings. These 9 Demon Kings were stronger than the 13 Demon Generals. I heard from my father that they reached the late stage of the first revolution in Yang Realm's 17th level of hell 3 years ago. They might have reached the 18th level of hell by now. That can't be. I heard that the Demon Master is only at the peak of the first revolution in Yang Realm's 17th level of hell. Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. That's old news. Don't think that you're the only one who's improving. Others are improving as well. It's just that the higher the cultivation, the slower the improvement. My father said that the Demon Master's current cultivation is probably only below the strongest of the 9 Supremes. Jian Luoying said very seriously. It seems that I can't judge people with old eyes. Many things are constantly evolving. Ling Xiao trusted Jian Luoying and 18th Sword's judgment. Oftentimes, legendary experts were actually even more powerful. Alright, senior sister. I've rested enough. Let's continue. Ling Xiao stood up and impatiently asked for a fight. The battle began again. Ling Xiao fought Jian Luoying with all his strength. As for Sword Sakura, she was also doing her best to train him. Although Ling Xiao was covered in wounds after every battle, the energy in his cultivation sea, which was constantly increasing, made Ling Xiao smile brightly. After a day, Ling Xiao's cultivation finally broke through and reached the peak of the first revolution in Yang Realm's 15th level of hell. However, the battle did not stop. The battle between the two continued. Jian Luoying could clearly sense that Ling Xiao was no longer in such a sorry state after his breakthrough. When the everlasting heavenly rat transformed, it could even pose a threat to her. And this advantage was getting bigger and bigger. It can't be, right? Where did this fellow come from? His talent is actually so monstrous. I'm afraid even my father didn't expect this. Those 13 devil generals must be blind to actually abandon him. The more time Sword Sakura spent with Ling Xiao, the more she fought him, the more she discovered just how mysterious and powerful Ling Xiao was. There was a fatal attraction to this man, which made her muddle-headed love for the first time. Boom, just as Jian Luoying was distracted, Ling Xiao's attack suddenly came. Jian Luoying wanted to block it, but it was too late. Even though Ling Xiao realized something was wrong and forcefully pulled back, the attack still landed on Jian Luoying's body, severely injuring her. Senior sister, are you alright? Ling Xiao panicked. If anything happened to Jian Luoying, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. As he spoke, he had already stuffed a healing pill into Jian Luoying's mouth. I won't die yet. But your attack is really strong. It's not your fault. It's my fault for being distracted. Jian Luoying smiled bitterly. Stop talking, senior sister. Just stay here and treat your injuries. I'll stand guard for you. Ling Xiao checked on Jian Luoying's condition and heaved a sigh of relief when he found that her life was not in danger. I'm really fine. I'm really happy to see your strength continue to rise. Do you know why my father has been holding back for so many years, refusing to let the Wine Demon Matter's disciples display their true strength in the Black Tortoise Seal contest? Jian Luoying leaned against the stone wall and asked with a smile. Her voice was soft, but her words were clear. Why? Ling Xiao was curious. Because of the Devil Lord, he set a new rule. Whichever Devil General's mansion gets the worst score in this Black Tortoise Seal contest will be disbanded. Moreover, if the Wine Demon Manor is still the last place, my father will have to marry me off to the cultivator who obtains the Black Tortoise Seal. Jian Luoying smiled bitterly. Why do I work so hard to cultivate? It's to prevent my fate from being controlled by this misfortune. Actually, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but because the Wine Demon Manor's cultivation resources have been controlled for a long time, other than me, they don't have any worthy disciples. Previously, it was really hard for me to bear this burden alone. But your appearance has really given me hope. There's actually such a thing? I didn't even know about it. Ling Xiao frowned, but soon after, he laughed in a carefree manner. Senior Sister Luoying, you've been so good to me. No matter what, this time, I won't let the Wine Demon residence disband, nor will I let you marry someone you don't like for no reason. Are you really confident? Jian Luoying smiled bitterly. Actually, I don't have much confidence. Hehe, Senior Sister Luoying, it's impossible for you to obtain the Black Tortoise Seal. Because within a month, I'll definitely defeat you. Ling Xiao chuckled, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. That sunny smile actually caused Jian Luoying to be instantly infatuated. What an adulterous pair, coming here to flirt. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out, causing both Ling Xiao and Jian Luoying to frown. The newcomer was Qin Yuan. I've waited for an entire day, and it wasn't easy for Jian Luoying to be heavily injured. Ha 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 ha, this is really a heaven-sent opportunity. Both of you, don't even think about leaving this place alive. As he spoke, Qin Yuan's body began to transform. This guy actually possessed a beast martial soul. Moreover, it was a huge wild boar. After transforming, Qin Yuan looked like a ferocious beast, with terrifying fangs protruding from his mouth. His eyes were also scarlet red. A heaven-sent opportunity? I don't think so. Ling Xiao stood in front of Jian Luoying and looked coldly at Qin Yuan. If you want to live, you'd better get out of here as soon as possible. You and I don't have any deep grudges, so don't court death. Ha 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 ha, you're still so stubborn when you're about to die. In Qin Yuan's opinion, Ling Xiao's words were a show of strength. He didn't care at all. Don't worry, kid. After I kill you, I'll taste the Wine Demon General's daughter for you. You killed my woman, Lin Xian, so I'll make your woman suffer. I didn't kill Lin Xian. Ling Xiao said with a frown. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. The Ling Xiao on the bounty list must be you. Qin Yuan stubbornly believed that there was no such coincidence in this world. They were both called Ling Xiao. They were both 16 years old, but they were extremely powerful. They were both frivolous and arrogant, they were both on good terms with Lin Geng and at odds with Lin Xian. Although they looked different and he couldn't find any flaws, he still believed that the two Ling Xiao were the same person. Fine, I admit that I killed her. Why? Do you want to avenge that bitch? Ling Xiao felt that there was no need to hide it from Qin Yuan. After all, he wasn't afraid of Qin Yuan now. Although he couldn't defeat Jian Luoying, who had unleashed her cultivation to the early stage of the 16th level of hell, he didn't fear Jian Luoying. However, he wasn't afraid of Qin Yuan, who was at the same cultivation level as Jian Luoying. After all, Qin Yuan was a far cry from Jian Luoying. It's good that you admit it. Today, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. As Qin Yuan spoke, he released a terrifying aura, causing the surrounding beasts to flee. Hehe, you need to have the strength to avenge others. That bitch Lin Xian wanted to kill me and was killed by me. She deserved it. Do you want to become the second Lin Xian? Ling Xiao said coldly. Humph, perhaps your combat strength is not bad, but do you have the ability to protect that woman when you fight with me? Qin Yuan chose to attack Jian Luoying when she was heavily injured because he was afraid of her strength. Another reason was that she would be a burden that would greatly reduce Ling Xiao's combat strength. His chances of winning would also be higher. He wasn't a brainless person. Ling Xiao smiled. He could have placed Jian Luoying in the beast ring, but he gave up after hearing Qin Yuan's words. There was no need to deal with this kind of trash. He had plenty of ways to protect Jian Luoying. I'll stand here and let you hit me. If I take a step back, I lose. Ling Xiao said to Qin Yuan. Arrogant. Qin Yuan roared angrily and pounced towards Ling Xiao. After transforming, his body was much bigger. When he rushed over, his feet created a loud rumbling sound, as if there was an earthquake. From this, one could see how powerful this person was. Ling Xiao also instantly transformed into the everlasting heavenly mouse. Facing a martial artist at the early stage of the 16th level of hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm, although he spoke disdainfully, he did not dare to be careless in battle. Rumble, the two of them had a probing collision. Qin Yuan was sent flying and crashed heavily into the wall. The wall, which was 3 to 4 meters thick, immediately collapsed. Qin Yuan only managed to stabilize himself with the help of the resistance. What? Qin Yuan could not believe that he had lost to Ling Xiao in terms of strength when he was in his beast soul form. Why are you so surprised? If you had come to me for revenge earlier, you might have had an advantage. But now, with just this transformation, it's impossible for you to win against me. Ling Xiao said with a chuckle. After his cultivation had reached the peak of the 15th level of hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm, Ling Xiao's combat strength had skyrocketed. With the everlasting heavenly mouse beast soul transformation and the awakening power of the sun god, he was not afraid of Qin Yuan at all. Good. Good. Very good. Seems like the 13 demon generals back then had truly misjudged you. To think that your talent would be so frightening. Since that's the case, I don't have to hide anymore. I will use my strongest combat strength to kill you. As he spoke, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His body began to release a surge of dragon aura. This aura was similar to that of an ancient divine dragon. However, it should be weaker than the ancient divine dragon martial soul. If it was not a martial soul, what was it? Ling Xiao, be careful. Qin Yuan seems to have cultivated an advanced general-level body-tempering martial art, Imperial Celestial Dragon Body. Jian Luoying reminded him. That's not right. Isn't the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body an advanced soldier-level martial art? When I got the Demon Dragon Sword, I gave up on this martial art. Ling Xiao was a little confused. The one you mentioned is just a modified imitation. The real Imperial Celestial Dragon Body is definitely an advanced general-level martial art. Even in the Demon Dragon Sword Court, this body-tempering martial art is the best. I don't know where Qin Yuan got it from. Logically speaking, even that demon general Chen Luo shouldn't have it. Jian Luoying frowned and said, anyway, you must be careful. This guy is obviously going to go all out. I don't know the specific combat strength of the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body, but you must not be careless. Ling Xiao nodded. He was suddenly very interested. His current physical body was very strong. Without the beast soul transformation, martial artists below the peak of the 15th level of hell would not be able to hurt him. However, people always had to look up. The stronger the physical body, the higher the chances of survival. The Imperial Celestial Dragon Body would definitely bring him great benefits. Moreover, this was an advanced general-level martial art, which was one level higher than the Golden Phoenix transformation. It must not be bad. Moreover, he could also feel that after Qin Yuan used the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body, not only did his physical body become extremely strong, but his combat strength also soared at the same time. It would be a pity if he did not get his hands on such a good thing. Ling Xiao's four-leaf demonic eyes had the ability to absorb souls. Even if Qin Yuan did not have the martial art manual with him, he would definitely be able to get it. While he was thinking, the dragon aura on Qin Yuan's body became more and more intense. His body began to change. Under the beast soul transformation, layers of dragon scales began to appear. Behind him, a thick and powerful tail covered in dragon scales appeared. Of course, this was just a change in appearance. What was more shocking was the change in Qin Yuan's aura. In Ling Xiao's eyes, Qin Yuan was like a divine dragon hovering there, staring at him. It gave him a lot of pressure. Just a single breath was enough to make people feel fear, causing the entire ground to tremble. Now, do you still think you're a match for me? In front of the terrifying power of the imperial celestial dragon body, you're just a pitiful little bug. Chen Yuan's confidence was restored again. His powerful combat strength made him fearless. Is that so? Then I'd like to see if your physical body is stronger or if my potential is greater. Ling Xiao was shocked, but his expression did not change. In a battle, the last thing one should do was to let others judge anything from one's expression. Still stubborn? Kill. Chen Yuan did not waste any more words. With the beast soul transformation and the power of the imperial celestial dragon body, he rushed toward Ling Xiao. A terrifying gust of wind suddenly appeared around him, and the scene was very shocking. The broken wall was also torn into pieces by the gust of wind brought about by the force of the wind. He did not attack. He was just moving, but it was as terrifying as a huge wave in the sea. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Chen Yuan coldly. His inner force was constantly being activated. His fists contained the same terrifying energy. Jian Luoying was behind him, and she was not affected by the energy at all. He had blocked all the attacks. He stood in front of Yi Futian. You're courting death. Seeing that Ling Xiao was not going to dodge and was going to fight him head-on, Chen Yuan revealed a cruel smile. Then, their fists fiercely collided with each other. A terrifying explosion sounded on the 4th floor of the 9-story demon tower. Pfft! Ling Xiao did not retreat. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was slightly pale. Under normal circumstances, the best choice for such an attack was to reduce the opponent's power while retreating. However, Ling Xiao wanted to stimulate the potential in his body to a greater extent, and at the same time, to protect Jian Luoying. He did not retreat. Naturally, the harvest was also huge. Just this punch alone increased the energy in his cultivation C by 10%. One had to know that to advance from the pinnacle to the next major realm, every 10% required 10 times more energy than before. If this energy was to advance from the late stage to the pinnacle, it would be 100% of the energy in his cultivation C. Ling Xiao's gains could not be said to be small. However, Chen Yuan obviously did not know this. He was very excited to see Ling Xiao spit out blood from his attack. Ha ha ha, you overconfident kid. You're willing to get hurt to protect that little girl. It seems that the two of you have a special relationship. I suddenly thought of a good idea. I won't kill you later. I'll play with that little girl in front of you. It must be very enjoyable. Chen Yuan laughed maniacally. He knew that he had the upper hand. Ling Xiao could no longer compete with him. Therefore, his confidence gradually turned into arrogance. Die. 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 Chen Yuan, who had gained the upper hand, began to attack like a storm. Under the enhancement of the Imperial Celestial Dragon Constitution, his fists became more powerful than any divine weapon. Ling Xiao kept blocking. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. He felt that his consciousness was a little blurry. What a powerful body-refining martial art. The more powerful Chen Yuan's body-refining martial art was, the more excited Ling Xiao was. Because once he obtained it, it would become his. Ling Xiao, don't worry about me. He won't dare to do anything to me. Seeing Ling Xiao get beaten up so miserably, Sword Sakura shouted, her heart aching unbearably. Little did she know that the reason Ling Xiao took the initiative to take Chen Yuan's attack was not purely to protect her, but also to use this battle to improve his cultivation. It was precisely because he didn't know that he was worried. She was worried that Ling Xiao would be killed because of her. Hee, you actually managed to get the concern of a beauty before you die. You should be happy now that you're dead. Chen Yuan sneered. However, his attacks did not stop. Instead, they seemed to be accelerating. Don't worry, Senior Luoying, I won't die. As Ling Xiao spoke, he swallowed a 1,000-year Lingji pill. The medicinal efficacy instantly erupted. He was invigorated once more. A large amount of energy was released from the 1,000-year Lingji pill. 90% of it turned into his body's potential. The remaining 10% became the key to healing his injuries and improving his cultivation base. Soon, the energy in his cultivation base had increased to 30%. Although the increase was slower as time went on, 30% was already very fast. If not for the threat of death, this 30% energy would probably take at least a month to materialize. Damn it. Qin Yuan had not expected Ling Xiao to have such a miraculous pill. He was infuriated for a moment. After I kill you, all the good stuff on you will be mine. The 1000-year Lingji pill could actually heal the damage he had caused instantly. This infuriated him beyond measure. However, he believed that Ling Xiao would not have such a miraculous pill on him anymore. Even the top experts of the 9 Supremes would not have more than a handful of such items. Ling Xiao was only a 16-year-old youth. It was already shocking that he had such a pill. How could he have more? However, even if he did not have this miraculous pill, Ling Xiao must have other good stuff on him. He must get these things. Kill. Thinking of this, Qin Yuan's attacks became more hurried. The power of each punch became stronger as well. Previously, he had only used 70% of his strength, thinking that it would be enough to defeat Ling Xiao. Now, however, he had used 80% of his strength. He did not believe that he could not kill Ling Xiao. However, after a full 5 to 6 minutes of attacks, Ling Xiao, who looked half dead, had swallowed another 3000-year Lingji pills. His body had recovered again. Not only had he recovered, even his aura had become stronger than before. 50% of my cultivation base. Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. Although the effect of the 1000-year Lingji pill was getting worse, he still had a lot of it. Besides, even if he had used it all up, he could still get other better herbs to refine better pills. There was no need to be frugal with pills. If he could use them to increase his strength, he would use them to increase his strength. This can't go on. If this continues, I will be exhausted to death by this brat. Qin Yuan suddenly looked at Jian Luoying when he realized that his attacks were ineffective. That's right. Why was I so stupid? As long as I capture Jian Luoying, this brat will definitely hold back. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He pretended to attack Ling Xiao, but suddenly turned around and attacked Jian Luoying, who was behind Ling Xiao. Do you think you can fool me with this little trick of yours? The sword of marrow sucking appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. At the same time, the sword martial soul bloomed behind him. Ling Xiao immediately released his most powerful offensive martial technique, the true demon supreme sword. Even Qin Yuan would not dare to ignore the sword of marrow sucking, an elite emperor weapon. In order to ensure that Qin Yuan would give up attacking Jian Luoying, he activated the true demon supreme sword. Ling Xiao even released the bloodthirsty plague. The effect of the bloodthirsty plague released by the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul was simply outstanding. In just an instant, Qin Yuan felt a terrifying threat. Qin Yuan screamed and hurriedly fled to the side. He looked at Ling Xiao in horror. How can this be? How can your combat strength be so terrifying? Even with the Imperial Celestial Dragon Constitution and the Beast Soul transformation, he still felt the threat of death. The attack that Ling Xiao released in that instant was truly incomparably powerful. He found it hard to understand. After all, just a day ago, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the Yin-Yang stage's 15th level of hell. But now, he felt that he had reached the pinnacle. Not only that, but he was also stronger than ordinary pinnacle martial artists. The instant explosive power released by the sword was comparable to a general-level martial technique. If he did not dodge, it would be terrible. How terrifying is this brat's talent? If we let him continue to grow, what will happen? Qin Yuan was extremely shocked. Ling Xiao's explosive power was enough to threaten his life. He did not dare to continue attacking Jian Luoying. However, the trouble did not stop there. The moment the true demon supreme sword was released, the bloodthirsty plague also erupted. At that moment, Qin Yuan felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing on his body. His blood and qi churned and wailed. It was as if his body was being ravaged by microbes. What the hell? Qin Yuan was truly scared. He circulated his inner strength and finally blocked the terrifying germs that could destroy his limbs and bones. However, he still had to face the attack of Ling Xiao's true demon supreme sword before he could recover from the shock. Damned thing, it seems that if I don't kill you with all my strength, I won't be able to touch that little girl. Qin Yuan accepted reality and unleashed 90% of his power. He roared like a wild boar. He punched out with both fists, which turned into the shadow of a ferocious wild boar and charged toward Ling Xiao. Although the wild boar looked extremely ugly, it was extremely powerful. It was more powerful than any of Qin Yuan's previous attacks. The roar of the Boar King. Jian Luoying was leaning against the wall. She was extremely nervous, but now she closed her eyes. She did not want to be a burden to Ling Xiao. She wanted to heal her injuries as soon as possible. The healing pill that Ling Xiao gave her was very effective. As long as she focused, she could heal most of her injuries within half an hour. Idiot, you already have a woman you love. Why are you still so nice to me? I'll misunderstand. Jian Luoying's eyes were closed, but she could not stop her tears from falling. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know what Jian Luoying was thinking. Did he need to think about saving someone he was indebted to? Of course not. That was how Ling Xiao got to where he was today. Boom, finally, the true Demon Supreme Sword collided with the roar of the Boar King. The terrifying radiation that was produced instantly caused several sections of the surrounding walls to collapse. Even so, Jian Luoying, who was behind Ling Xiao, did not feel any harm from the energy. There wasn't even the slightest breeze. Ling Xiao was like a mountain, blocking the way. No matter how Qin Yuan attacked, it was useless. Puff, ah. The sword of marrow in Ling Xiao's hand emitted a terrifying power, directly hitting his chest. Once again, he spat out blood. The amount of blood loss was even greater than before. Ya ba, this guy is serious. Even if he has to split a portion of his power to suppress the bloodthirsty plague, his attack power is still so strong. Sure enough, the difference between a major realm and a minor realm is really different. Ling Xiao felt that several of his ribs were broken. The situation was really quite tragic. His most powerful attack was completely destroyed by a single punch from the other party. He grabbed a handful of 1,000-year Ganoderma pills, about 10 of them, and swallowed them. His body began to recover rapidly. At the same time, he sensed that the energy in his cultivation C had soared to 70%. Humph. Let's see how many elixirs you have. Qin Yuan was displeased when he saw Ling Xiao taking the pills, but at this stage, he could only continue to attack. Even if Ling Xiao was the disciple of the immortal bird by Feng, could he have an endless supply of such precious elixirs? Moreover, he planned to use 100% of his power the next time. He swore that he would not give up until he destroyed Ling Xiao. Haha, I won't use it again. It's a waste to eat too many of these elixirs in a day. Ling Xiao smiled and said, next, prepare to suffer my thunderous fury. You're just bluffing. If you really had more power, you wouldn't have waited until now to use it, Qin Yuan said disdainfully. Moreover, with your power, even if your combat power soars tenfold, you still won't be a match for me. Is that so? Some words shouldn't be said too confidently. Next, I'll show you something very interesting. Ling Xiao could sense that he would definitely not be able to withstand Qin Yuan's attack with 100% of his power. Therefore, he had to increase his combat power and kill Qin Yuan in one fell swoop. Although he wanted to use Qin Yuan to increase his strength, it seemed that he couldn't. Although he still had life backtrack, his trump card, he didn't want to waste it. There were so many enemies now. If he didn't have to, he would never use it easily. Otherwise, once he used it and died, it would be a tragedy. Moreover, he did have a stronger magic that could kill his opponent. That was the bloody rat. Ever since he obtained the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul, the power of the sun god had awakened, and the magic of the bloody rat had evolved. Originally, after using it once, his cultivation would regress a lot. Therefore, after using it once, he didn't plan to use it again. But now, it was different. After the evolution, the bloody rat had different choices. The first choice was to increase all attributes by 2 times. After using it, there were no side effects, and the consumption of internal force was relatively small. The second choice was to increase all attributes by 10 times. After using it, his cultivation would regress a small realm, and his internal force would be consumed more. The third choice was to increase all attributes by 100 times. After using it, his cultivation would regress a large realm, and his internal force would be consumed greatly. This meant that the duration would be shortened. More importantly, the burden on his body would also become huge. After using it, he would basically become a pile of mud. If he was unlucky, he might even lose his life. It could be seen that the third choice was very heaven-defying. With all attributes increased by 100 times, Ling Xiao would definitely be able to challenge opponents 100 times stronger than him. But at the same time, the price would be huge. The second choice was more neutral. It would increase his attributes by 10 times and regress a small realm. The price was acceptable. Although the consumption of internal force was relatively large, it was not to an unacceptable extent. The first choice was to increase his combat strength by 2 times. There were no side effects, and the consumption of internal force was very small. This time, Ling Xiao chose the first choice. Increase his combat strength by 2 times. According to his estimation, after the increase, his actual combat strength was infinitely close to the early stage of the 16th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang transformation stage. There should be no problem in defeating Qin Yuan. The last 2 choices were not necessary for the time being. As the bloody rat was used, Ling Xiao's body was wrapped in a layer of dazzling red light. It was as gorgeous as fresh blood. At the same time, all his attributes were constantly soaring. They had increased to 2 times their current level. This effect was absolutely outstanding. It should be noted that for ordinary auxiliary martial arts, it was already very impressive to increase one's combat strength by a few %. But the first level of the bloody rat could directly increase all his attributes by 2 times. There were no side effects. For him, the bloody rat on the first level could be used as a standby in the future. Looking at Ling Xiao surrounded by blood, Qin Yuan was dumbfounded. What's going on? How did your strength increase again? Sensing the rise of Ling Xiao's aura, Qin Yuan could no longer remain calm. He was just bragging when he said that Ling Xiao wouldn't be his opponent even if his combat strength increased tenfold. He thought that Ling Xiao couldn't increase his combat strength anymore. But when the reality was right in front of him, he was shocked. Although the increase was 2-fold and not 10-fold, it still brought him a lot of pressure. You said that I wouldn't be your opponent even if my combat strength increased tenfold. Now that I've only increased it by 2-fold, why are you afraid? After completing the first transformation of the bloodthirsty rat, Ling Xiao revealed a mocking smile. Bullshit. Qin Yuan didn't believe it. He couldn't even believe what he saw with his own eyes. He roared crazily and unleashed all of his power, trying to end the battle with his strongest attack. However, with the increase of all of Ling Xiao's attributes, the threat of the bloodthirsty rat doubled at the same time. Qin Yuan originally only needed 10% of his power to suppress the bloodthirsty rat. But now, he needed at least 30% of his power to suppress it. In other words, he could only use 70% of his power to attack Ling Xiao. This was something that Qin Yuan didn't expect at all. The bloodthirsty rat's rampage was tormenting him. He couldn't get rid of it and could only suppress it with all his might. It's over. Ling Xiao sneered. The true demon supreme sword, which was twice as powerful as before, was finally released. The terrifying sword aura roared toward Qin Yuan. No. Qin Yuan wanted to escape, but there was no chance. In order to kill Ling Xiao, he was too close to Ling Xiao. If he escaped from here, he could only leave his back to Ling Xiao. In this moment of hesitation, a pitch-black ray of light pierced through his throat. Qin Yuan's eyes widened. He wanted to say something, but unfortunately, he couldn't say anything. Soul assimilation. In the moment before Qin Yuan died, Ling Xiao used soul assimilation to read the cultivation method of the Imperial Celestial Dragon body from Qin Yuan's soul. So this guy's Imperial Celestial Dragon body is only at the initial level. Initial level is already so powerful. How powerful will it be when it reaches the transcendent level? Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. This time, he had really picked up a treasure. Qin Yuan, he shouldn't be my enemy. He turned around and glanced at Jian Luoying. She closed her eyes. Ling Xiao dispelled the bloody weasel and beast soul transformation. He also sat down cross-legged. After the battle with Qin Yuan, the energy in his cultivation had increased to more than 70%. If he continued to work hard, he should be able to increase it to 80%. A lot of the potential in his body had been released and was now returning to his cells. After a long while, Xianxia finally opened his eyes again. The energy in his cultivation sea had been consolidated to about 80%. This harvest was not small at all. He turned around and looked at Jian Luoying. She was looking at him in surprise. Jian Luoying had finished healing. She wanted to help Xianxia get rid of Chen Yuan. She didn't expect that when she opened her eyes, Chen Yuan's body was already there. Xianxia was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, cultivating. She was extremely shocked and touched by the scene. Xianxia had been beaten up badly by Chen Yuan in order to protect her. Although he won in the end, Jian Luoying couldn't forget what he did for her. She didn't ask Xianxia how he won. Instead, she planted a kiss on Xiao's forehead. "Thank you, little crazy." Xiao was stunned. F***ck, what's going on? I'm a man with a woman. How could I be kissed by someone? Ahem, senior sister Luoying, I know I'm charming enough. But you didn't have to do such a sudden attack. I wasn't prepared for it at all. Show off. Jian Luoying blushed and knocked Xiao on the head. You'd better think about how to deal with this body. Chen Yuan is a demon envoy after all. His death will definitely cause a commotion. That's easy. Xiao raised his hand and burned Chen Yuan's body to ashes. He only took his storage ring. Damn, he died without a corpse. But we still have to be careful. I'll tell my father about this later so that he's mentally prepared. If anything happens, he'll have a better plan. Jian Luoying reminded. Yeah, that's true. Xiao thought about it. After all, this was the 9th-floor demon tower. Who knew if anyone else saw this battle? It was always right to be careful. He believed that with the 18th sword's ability, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with such a small matter. However, he probably couldn't stay in the 9th-floor demon tower any longer. Xiao planned to return to the Wine Demon residence and cultivate the Imperial Celestial Dragon form first. Then, with the Golden Phoenix form and the Imperial Celestial Dragon form, he didn't believe that there would be anyone in the same generation who could defeat him. Let's go back to the Wine Demon residence. Xiao stood up and said. Okay. Jian Luoying nodded obediently. The two left the 9th-floor demon tower. Not long after they left, someone appeared on the 4th floor where they had just fought. Chen Yuan's aura disappeared here. The person who spoke was a man in a black robe and a mask. Needless to say, he was the protector of the Demon Master residence. I believe it was either Jian Luoying or that kid called Xiao who killed him. Go back and report to the Demon Master immediately. The other person was dressed in the same way. It should be Jian Luoying. We've been observing her for a long time. Her strength is probably close to breaking through the 17th level of hell, but she's been keeping a low profile. However, paper can't wrap fire. As for that Xiao, he's not even worth mentioning. The person in front said. Yeah, I think so too. Go and report to the Demon Master immediately. The two people came and left in a hurry. If Xiao and Jian Luoying hadn't left, they would have definitely bumped into them. It was hard to say what would have happened then. After all, the people from the Demon Master residence didn't have a good impression of the people from the Wine Demon residence. Of course, Xiao didn't know about this. He and Jian Luoying went their separate ways after returning to the Wine Demon residence. Jian Luoying went to report the situation. Xiao, on the other hand, returned to his residence and began cultivating. Time was of the essence. The Imperial Celestial Dragon form was of a higher level than the Golden Phoenix form. It would probably take a long time to comprehend it and cultivate it to minor completion. However, he felt that it was worth it. As long as he succeeded in cultivating the Imperial Celestial Dragon form, he would be able to withstand more powerful attacks. This way, the speed of his cultivation would also increase. As for opponents, there were plenty. After all, Xiao had made many enemies. The cultivation of the Imperial Celestial Dragon body was easier than expected. This was because Xiao possessed the best element for the cultivation of the Imperial Celestial Dragon body, the Divine Dragon bloodline. He possessed the bloodline of the immemorial Golden Dragon King. Therefore, it took him less than a day to reach the initial stage of the Imperial Celestial Dragon body, which was extremely difficult for others. As for the improvement of the fire, it could only be solved through actual combat. Although the results of his sparring with Jian Luoying were good, Jian Luoying would not kill him. If he could not face the threat of death, he would not be able to improve his martial skills or cultivation to the greatest extent. He could not wait. Therefore, he quietly left the Demon Dragon Sword Court and came to Ming City. Of course, he had already reverted to his original appearance when he arrived at Ming City. He believed that many people would be hunting him down. He deliberately came to find these people. Ling Xiao first went to a restaurant and spread the word that anyone who wanted to kill him could come to the restaurant to find him. As soon as he said that, dozens of people in the restaurant stood up. Some people hurriedly left to spread the news. Are you all here to kill me? Ling Xiao raised his eyes and looked at those people. He had to admit that there were some people among these cultivators that made him excited. Suddenly, it began to rain. The rain fell on the eaves, making pitter-patter sounds. There were no pedestrians on the street. Only in the restaurant, a murderous aura had already surrounded Ling Xiao. Kid, you are really brave. We were afraid that we would not be able to find you. I did not expect you to show yourself. The person who spoke held a treasured sword in his arms. His cultivation was actually at the middle stage of the 16th level of hell. Are you all bounty hunters? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. We are all bounty hunters. Today, we are all here for your life. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones is also a great temptation to us. The person holding the sword said coldly, you better not resist. That way, we won't have to kill you and you can live for a few more days. Otherwise, you will die. Anyway, on the bounty list, life or death doesn't matter. If you want to kill me, you will have to pay the price. If you don't want to die, you can get lost. Ling Xiao said coldly. At the same time, a cold aura was released from his body. It was like a peerless sword that had been unsheathed, exuding an extremely cold murderous aura. Right at this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. An elite team of martial artists appeared outside the restaurant. They were all dressed in the same way. They were all warriors of the Heavenly Sword Hall. The leader of the group held a long spear. His cultivation was also at the middle stage of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin Yang realm. The law enforcement team of the Heavenly Sword Hall is here. Who dares to act rashly? Ling Xiao's life is ours. The person holding the spear said in a clear voice. Corporal Chen, aren't you being a little too overbearing? Anyway, your people from the Heavenly Sword Hall won't be able to get the bounty even if they capture him. Why don't you let us profit from him? The man holding the sword said coldly. Bullshit. Wang Qing, listen up. Ling Xiao is the enemy of the Heavenly Sword Hall. You bounty hunters can just take advantage of the situation, but you actually dare to snatch people from the Heavenly Sword Hall. You are simply courting death. Corporal Chen said angrily. They actually didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. It was as if Ling Xiao was already a fish on the chopping board. They only needed to discuss who would eat the fish. Don't use the Heavenly Sword Hall to pressure me. You are just a small corporal. You can't represent the Heavenly Sword Hall at all. Since we have come to Ming City, how can we leave without getting some benefits? Wang Qing said coldly. The rest of the bounty hunters also echoed his words. Although these people were afraid of the Heavenly Sword Hall, they still didn't care about a small corporal. Ling Xiao, it's mine. None of you can snatch him away. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the corner of the street. Then, everyone saw a person wearing a bamboo hat appear. He raised his head. His eyes were closed as if he couldn't see anything. However, the cold aura released from his body sent chills down people's spines. What a strong aura. This aura is comparable to Lin Chuang's. Could it be another martial artist at the peak of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin Yang realm, and he is actually blind? Ling Xiao was shocked. He originally thought that the person who came to kill him would at most be a martial artist at the middle stage of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin Yang realm. However, who would have thought that such a strong person would come? Wu Qing. Corporal Chen and Wang Qing's faces turned pale. Both of them were very proud, but they didn't dare to resist Wu Qing. Although Wu Qing was blind, he was ranked first on the young dragon bounty list. They were no match for him. The rain continued to fall. However, it couldn't hide the terrifying murderous aura in the restaurant. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Wu Qing coldly. He knew that when this person attacked, the others would definitely not dare to act recklessly. Therefore, his goal today was to defeat Wu Qing. However, the difficulty of this task was truly quite high. While he was thinking, Wu Qing's voice suddenly sounded again. I was only invited to fight with Shui. However, that guy seemed to have something urgent and left first. He postponed the fight to 7 days later. Anyway, it's boring. Who asked me to meet you? Don't worry, as long as you can take one of my attacks, I won't trouble you anymore. Corporal Chen and Wang Qing were helpless when they heard that. With Ling Xiao's strength, how could he take one of Wu Qing's attacks? In fact, Wu Qing had never used a second attack when he wanted to kill someone. Killing with one attack was what he was most praised for. Hee, Corporal Chen, it seems like there's nothing for us to do. We can only watch the show. Wang Qing smiled and sat down, continuing to drink and eat. Corporal Chen was also a little depressed. If Wu Qing really attacked, he couldn't stop him. He didn't dare to stop him either. He could only watch for now. You're very confident in yourself. That's right, I'm not your match. However, it shouldn't be difficult for me to take one of your attacks. Ling Xiao looked at Wu Qing and said, Come, attack. He was a little worried and excited. He knew very well that as long as Wu Qing attacked and he didn't die, his cultivation base could basically break through. If things went well, his Imperial Celestial Dragon Constitution might also be improved to lesser mastery because of this fight. This was a challenge. It was also an opportunity. Many bounty hunters looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but be surprised. Ling Xiao actually dared to let Wu Qing attack instead of running away. It seemed like he really didn't know how terrifying Wu Qing's sword was. A smile appeared on Wu Qing's face. It was a strange smile. He didn't know what it meant. However, Ling Xiao knew very well that Wu Qing's smile was mocking him for his ignorance. At that moment, a terrifying aura spread and exploded in the void. It was cold, sharp, and terrifying. The cold white air continued to swirl. The metal piece in Wu Qing's hand was no longer an ordinary metal piece. It was a peerless divine weapon. It was a terrifying weapon that was no weaker than a fine emperor weapon. So powerful. Ling Xiao, who was standing tens of meters away, could feel the biting cold killing intent. The cold blade, there seemed to be blood on his face. Of course, he knew it was an illusion. His opponent's sword intent was too strong, and the sword chi was too sharp. Wu Qing did not use his martial soul. He seemed to think it was a waste to use his martial soul on Ling Xiao. When Shen Wuzhang and Wang Qing felt the terrifying sword chi, they couldn't help but straighten their bodies and take a few steps back. Although this terrifying aura was not targeted at them, it still made them feel extremely threatened. No wonder he was number 1 on the young dragon bounty list. This sword was too powerful. You'll regret not using your martial soul. Facing Wu Qing, Ling Xiao transformed into the undying bird beast soul. He also activated the first level of Bloody Rat's power. The first level of Bloody Rat could increase all his attributes by 2 times without any side effects. It would only consume some internal strength. It would be a waste not to use it. Although he only needed to borrow his opponent's sword, Ling Xiao knew that his opponent deserved his full strength. The slightest hesitation could lead to his death. Everything that could be used, everything that could be exposed, he had exposed. He even used the power of the Sky Dragon, the Godly Phoenix, and the White Tiger. Then, 2 immortal swords appeared in his hands at the same time. His internal strength began to surge wildly, turning into terrifying energy that was injected into the 2 swords. The piercing killing intent began to resist Wu Qing's sword intent. The rain continued to fall. Ling Xiao's body gradually rose into the air. The raindrops fell on his body, but they were easily evaporated by the black flames. His sword intent was full of destructive and murderous aura. Although it was not as powerful as Wu Qing's, it was more domineering and insufferably arrogant. Facing the powerful Wu Qing, Ling Xiao did not show the slightest fear. Instead, he maintained his usual confidence and dominance. Many people could not help but praise him. Wu Qing also rose into the air. The two of them were tens of meters apart, facing each other in the sky. A strange circle formed in the space where the two of them were. The falling rain was actually blocked by the sphere, unable to fall. Only the sharp sword qi was released in this space. Dazzling sword radiance blossomed in this space. The emotionless sword was slowly raised and pointed at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body assumed a bow stance. The sword in his left hand was raised toward the sky. The sword in his right hand pointed at Wu Qing like a sharp arrow. Both swords were burning with black flames. The fire of the phoenix. Are you ready? Wu Qing asked calmly. I can take this attack of yours anytime. Ling Xiao replied. The people I've killed have always been killed with a single strike. No one has ever seen my second strike. Aren't you afraid? Merciless asked proudly. Sorry, I'm a person who likes to break the rules. Ling Xiao replied. Very well, then I won't show any mercy, kill. Wu Qing spat out a cold voice. At that moment, the sword radiance skyrocketed. The sword qi was rampant. The sword radiance that was tens of meters long directly stabbed at Ling Xiao. It was like a giant's sword, tearing the space apart. It crossed the distance of tens of meters to completely destroy Ling Xiao. At that moment, the elements between heaven and earth were wailing crazily. They were shocked by the terrifying sword qi. Ling Xiao also made his move at this moment. He didn't wait passively. Instead, he brewed a powerful sword move. The two swords attacked Wu Qing at the same time. The black flame sword was like a huge pair of scissors, blocking the cold sword radiance. There was an ear-piercing sound. Boom! After a moment of stalemate, Ling Xiao was directly blasted out by the sword. His body smashed into the houses on the roadside and flew hundreds of meters away before stopping. The rain was pouring down. Ling Xiao seemed to be motionless. Sure enough, Wu Qing is powerful. With one strike, the kid died. What a pity. 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. We can't get it. The bounty hunters were very emotional. Wu Qing put away his sword and chuckled. I'm just playing. His head, whoever has the ability to get it. I'll go first. Wu Qing was very disappointed. He thought that the new person on the bounty list was very powerful. He didn't expect that he couldn't block the power of his sword. Invincible, it's so lonely. It seems that I can only wait for Shui to come back. Wu Qing sighed and stepped into the air. The battle here no longer piqued his interest. Snatch the kill. Suddenly, the bounty hunters reacted and rushed to the place where Ling Xiao was shot down. They believed that Ling Xiao was dying at this time. As long as they went over, they could get 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Captain Chen didn't move. He was really not interested in a wanted criminal who was killed by others. Just as he was about to ask people to leave, suddenly, a terrifying sword qi soared into the sky. What followed was a shrill scream. Chen Wuzhong turned his head in surprise. He was horrified to find that the few bounty hunters at the front had been burned to ashes by the black sword aura. Only pieces of clothes fluttered in the air. Kill. The one who rose from the ruins wasn't the dying Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao, who had made a breakthrough in his cultivation and advanced his imperial celestial dragon constitution. He was at the early stage of the 16th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm, the breakthrough that Ling Xiao yearned for day and night. He had finally achieved it. Coupled with the lesser mastery of the imperial celestial dragon constitution, Ling Xiao even wanted to catch up with Wu Qing and fight him again. However, dozens of bounty hunters were blocking his way and wanted to kill him. They wanted to kill him while he was weak. How could he not be angry? How could he not make a move? As he shouted the word kill, Ling Xiao's figure flashed among the crowd like a phantom. Every time he paused, 2 bounty hunters would be killed. 2 swords attacked 2 enemies at the same time, but they were all killed in one blow. Those people could only let out a scream before they were cut off from the world. In fact, there was really nothing to hesitate about. Ling Xiao knew very well that these bounty hunters were here for his head. They wanted to kill others for money. Then, others could naturally kill them to protect themselves. There was no such thing as justice or evil, only their own interests. It was just that the bounty hunters were here for money, and Ling Xiao was here for survival. That was all. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you. After venting his anger, he also tested his strength after the breakthrough. Ling Xiao was very satisfied. He was no longer interested in these weak guys. His roar made many bounty hunters turn around and flee. If they could survive, they naturally wouldn't choose to fight recklessly. However, there were still more than a dozen bounty hunters left. Stop killing with killing, and fight violence with violence, that was Ling Xiao's simple life philosophy. In this martial Dao world that was full of danger, if others wanted to kill you, you could only fight back and kill them. Because no matter what you did, others wanted to kill you. You may be kind and let others go, but when you turn around, they may use even worse methods to deal with you. If you were domineering and ruthless and killed those who wanted to kill you, they would not come to find trouble with you. Some people said that one shouldn't make too many enemies, otherwise, life would be difficult. Then kill until all the enemies were dead. In the martial Dao world, life didn't need to be too complicated. It was easier to live simply. Therefore, Ling Xiao directly attacked. Of course, it didn't matter if he let those who were scared out of their wits and didn't dare to attack him again. After all, they would never dare to attack him again. Today's massacre had left a shadow of fear in their hearts. As for those who were stubborn and tried to kill him to collect the bounty, he had no intention of showing mercy. You're courting death. Wang Qing was furious. Many of these bounty hunters were brought here by him, although they weren't close to each other. However, Ling Xiao dared to kill them in front of him. He couldn't tolerate it. A vast aura erupted from his body, and a slender sword appeared in his hand. The sword was like a steel drill. It didn't have a blade, but it had the terrifying effect of penetrating everything. Sword chi spewed out from the tip of the sword and poured toward Ling Xiao in a frenzy, trying to kill Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was no longer the same as before. He waved the 8 immortal swords in his hand and instantly destroyed the incoming sword chi. Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the early stage of the 16th level of hell in the Yin-Yang First Revolution. Moreover, his imperial heavenly dragon constitution had reached the small success stage. How could a cultivator at the middle stage of the 16th level of hell withstand it? Kill. He didn't take Wang Qing seriously at all. He waved the 2 8 immortal swords in his hands again. After the sword light flashed, a few more remaining bounty hunters were killed. The remaining bounty hunters were all related to Wang Qing. Moreover, they all stubbornly wanted to kill Ling Xiao and obtain the bounty. How could Ling Xiao show mercy to them? Blood dripped onto the ground. The torrential rain continued to wash away the blood, but in the end, it was unable to completely wash away the blood. Blood and water mixed together, making the battlefield even more bloody. The sword in Ling Xiao's hand continued to dance. In an instant, only Wang Qing was left on the battlefield. There was also Chen Wuzhong who was watching from afar. Brother Chen, are you going to continue watching the show? If I die, the next one to die will be you. Wang Qing could feel how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Therefore, he looked at Captain Chen, trying to ask for help. Chen Wuzhong didn't say anything. He continued to watch, and no one knew what he was thinking. Wang Qing was infuriated, but Ling Xiao had already attacked. He had no choice but to accept the challenge. Explosive hail. Wang Qing roared, and the thin sword in his hand stabbed out continuously. Then, hundreds of ice crystal-like sword chi appeared in the void and stabbed toward Ling Xiao. The entire space was completely enveloped. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that each of the sword chi contained a terrifying aura. The martial arts technique that Wang Qing used should also be a general-level martial arts technique, but it was only a beginner general-level martial arts technique. Even so, if an ordinary person was pierced by these ice crystals, even if his cultivation was similar to Wang Qing's, he would probably be pierced into a hedgehog. However, Ling Xiao had the Imperial Celestial Dragon Constitution. The level of the Imperial Celestial Dragon Constitution was higher than this beginner general-level martial arts technique. As long as he channeled his inner strength and focused all his attention on defense, Ling Xiao was sure that he would definitely not be injured. However, he was not the kind of person who would be passive. Instead of desperately defending, he might as well attack directly. Boom! The ice rain directly collapsed the restaurant and arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao shouted coldly and raised the 8 immortal swords in his hands at the same time. Black flames burned on the 2 swords. The hundreds of ice rain fell to the ground in an instant. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao was not excited at all. Not only was he facing Wang Qing, but he was also paying attention to Chen Wuzhang in the distance. He realized that when he tore apart Wang Qing's attack, Chen Wuzhang's figure disappeared. That guy definitely did not leave. Ling Xiao could feel that he was being stared at by a venomous snake. His hair stood on end all over his body. Good guy, you really know how to seize the opportunity. If I had underestimated you, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to escape this time. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Chen Wuzhang had not made a move all this time because he was looking for his weakness. This was the best time to do so. How could Chen Wuzhang miss it? Ling Xiao could feel that an attack that could seriously injure him was coming toward him. And it was right behind him. It was already too late for him to activate the Imperial Celestial Dragon Constitution. Ling Xiao frowned and immediately used the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique. At that moment, his body turned into a golden light and disappeared from the spot. He shot toward Wang Qing's location. Although the 2 of them were not very powerful, they should have known each other before. Therefore, they were very good at joint attacks. He had to get rid of one of them first. Only then would he be able to avoid being in danger again. Although the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique was powerful, it was a straight-line movement technique. As long as someone saw through its secret, it would be easy to stop him. Therefore, he could not use it too much. Under normal circumstances, Ling Xiao would only use it once in a battle, and that was when it was the most crucial moment. Do you think you can escape? Go back. Wang Qing did not know that Ling Xiao was not trying to escape. Instead, he was trying to kill him. He dashed over and used the ice rain again in an attempt to force Ling Xiao to retreat. He wanted to create an opportunity for Chen Wuzhang to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could feel that Chen Wuzhang's speed was not inferior to his Earth Elemental Golden Light technique at all. This guy must have a very powerful movement technique to be able to catch up with him. He could not get rid of the threat of death. Kill! Ling Xiao roared. The biggest reason he could not get rid of it was that Wang Qing was blocking him. Therefore, killing Wang Qing was the only way out. Black flames continued to rise from his body. The sword in Ling Xiao's hand had been replaced by the demon dragon sword. The instantaneous change did not seem to have much effect. However, only Ling Xiao knew. The true demon supreme sword displayed by the demon dragon sword was even more powerful. The black sword aura instantly expanded. The terrifying sword aura turned into a black phoenix and charged toward Wang Qing. Wang Qing stared at the scene in horror and tried to stop himself from falling. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ling Xiao's entire body and the demon dragon sword in his hand pierced through Wang Qing's body. Wang Qing's body actually exploded at that moment. Not only did he die miserably, but he also stopped Chen Wuzhang, who was trying to sneak attack Ling Xiao. Wang Qing's scream scared Chen Wuzhang so much that he couldn't help but tremble. He instantly stopped his attack. It was too crazy, this Ling Xiao was actually so terrifying. Being attacked by 2 martial artists at the middle stage of the 16th level of hell in the first transformation of the Yin-Yang realm, he actually chose such a domineering way to escape. Wu Qing, you really underestimated this person. Not killing him is definitely your biggest mistake. Chen Wuzhang recalled Wu Qing's disdainful expression towards Ling Xiao and immediately felt helpless. This Ling Xiao was able to get on the bounty list and was ranked 50th. This was definitely not without reason. He was really very strong, and very crazy. Chen Wuzhang felt that his heart was trembling crazily. The 2 of them couldn't kill Ling Xiao. How could he do it alone? Protect Wuzhang. The martial artists of the Heavenly Sword Hall rushed over, trying to create a chance for Chen Wuzhang to escape. However, their actions only added a few more souls to Ling Xiao's sword. Ling Xiao didn't even look and directly flung his hand. A ball of black flames enveloped the group of martial artists and burned them. In an instant, they turned into ashes. Not even a drop of blood was left. Chen Wuzhong didn't escape. He didn't even have the courage to escape. Looking into Ling Xiao's cold eyes, he felt as if he was a rabbit that had been targeted by a wolf. There was no chance for him to escape. His heart was beating fiercely. It was many times faster and louder than usual. His cultivation was clearly higher than his opponent's, but he was so frightened by his opponent that he couldn't even make a move. "Let me go. I can help you cover up for today's matter." Chen Wuzhong probably never dreamed that he would actually beg for mercy in order to survive. This was equivalent to betraying his subordinates who had died in battle. Cover up? There's no need for that. Ling Xiao slowly flew towards Chen Wuzhong. This person really wanted to kill him just now. If he didn't have the earth manipulation golden light technique, he would probably be dead. How could he not kill such a person? "You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will become an enemy of the Heavenly Sword Hall. At that time, your bounty will obviously not match your strength, and there will be even more terrifying bounty hunters coming to find trouble with you. If you don't kill me, I can hide what happened today, and your bounty won't increase. I believe you don't want to be hunted down by an expert like Wu Qing, right?" Chen Wuzhong said as he retreated. In order to make Ling Xiao let him go, he had put in a lot of effort. The ranking on the bounty board did not simply represent one's strength. In fact, more importantly, it was a threat to the Heavenly Sword Hall. Especially those who dared to directly challenge the authority of the Heavenly Sword Hall, their bounties would be even higher. When the bounty couldn't match his strength, he would definitely die quickly. After all, if one's cultivation was at the 16th level of hell, and the bounty had attracted cultivators from the 17th level of hell, how could one not die? If it were someone else, they might really accept Chen Wuzhong's condition. However, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a smile. Let the enemy come even more fiercely. Without those enemies, without those powerful enemies, how could he continue to break through? He couldn't even be bothered to kill trash. What? Chen Wuzhong thought that he could persuade Ling Xiao, but the moment he finished speaking, he felt a cold killing intent. He tried to circulate his internal energy to resist. Unfortunately, everything was too late. Ling Xiao's sword was too fast. In an instant, it had already pierced through his throat. Chen Wuzhong might not understand until his death why Ling Xiao refused to accept such a good condition. Ling Xiao took Chen Wuzhong and Wang Qing's storage rings. In addition to tens of thousands of mid-level spirit stones, there was a set of martial arts techniques that Ling Xiao urgently needed in their storage rings. This was a set of beginner general-level martial arts technique, Ice Sword technique. There were only 3 moves in the Ice Sword technique. The power of each move was naturally stronger than the previous one. To be honest, this Ice Sword technique was actually not very suitable for Ling Xiao, so after Ling Xiao returned to the Devil Dragon Sword Court, he modified the Ice Sword technique. It became the mystical Flame Sword technique that was more suitable for him to use. There were still 3 moves. The first move was Fire Rain Burst. It was the move that Wang Qing used. That guy had only learned this move. The duel between Wu Qing and the other person is in 7 days. I'll cultivate for 7 days first, then go to Ming City. He definitely had to watch such a show. He could gain a lot of benefits from the duel between experts. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that. What happened in Ming City quickly spread to the Heavenly Sword Hall. The Heavenly Sword Hall was furious about Ling Xiao's crimes. They directly gave Ling Xiao a bounty of 2 million mid-level spirit stones. In this way, his ranking directly rose to 30th. As for the top 30 warriors on the bounty list, their cultivation was basically above the 17th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. With Ling Xiao in this position, he was in high demand. There would probably be countless people who would want to exchange his head for the bounty. 7 days later, Ling Xiao came to Ming City again. The restaurant that had been destroyed had already undergone some simple repairs at this time. In the central square, there were still many people there waiting to watch the show. On the original execution platform in the square, there was a young man in blood-red clothes standing. This person was the second on the young dragon bounty list, Shui. Shui looked around arrogantly with a cold smile on his lips. Today was the day he and Wu Qing agreed to duel. Although it was a few days later than the original time, it was nothing. He didn't believe that Wu Qing could break through again in these 7 days. Shui is really powerful. If Ling Xiao had come to Ming City to cause trouble, that guy would have died. It said that Wu Qing was also there. He beat Ling Xiao half to death with one move, but he left later. Why is Shui so confident? His cultivation is lower than Wu Qing's, but he thinks he can defeat Wu Qing. While waiting, the people naturally couldn't control their emotions. They were discussing the two young experts on the Young Dragon bounty list. Shui's eyes were full of arrogance. His whole body was filled with an aura of pride. He wanted to defeat Wu Qing today and let these ignorant people know that he was much more powerful than Wu Qing. Wu Qing, you're here. Our duel is inevitable. Shui looked into the distance. His voice was loud and clear like thunder. It spread out in all directions of Ming City. It enveloped the entire Ming City. Only a moment later. All of a sudden, a soaring sword intent pierced through the sky. Wu Qing was here. That terrifying sword chi caused everyone to feel a terrifying piercing pain. Although he was blind, no one dared to underestimate him. They were all extremely afraid of him. He tore through the air like a sharp sword descending from the sky. You didn't disappoint me. I have to admit that you have guts to come. Shui sneered when he saw Wu Qing. Unfortunately, you will lose today. Not necessarily. Wu Qing's sword essence became thicker, and his sword aura continued to rise as if it was going to pierce a hole in the sky. Everyone standing around could feel the horrifying sword essence and sword aura. It was overbearing and arrogant. Everyone says that Ling Zhao's sword essence is overbearing. I think he hasn't met Wu Qing yet. That's right. Today's battle will be a fierce one. It will definitely be fun. Everyone was excited. How could they not look forward to the battle between the first and second place on the Young Dragon bounty list, the arrogant and cold Shui, the overbearing Wu Qing? The battle between the two would definitely make people excited. Whether Wu Qing would be kicked out of the first place or Shui's ambition would not be fulfilled, there would be a result today. Not necessarily. After today, the first place on the Young Dragon bounty list will be mine, and you will be defeated. Shui seemed very confident. Even when he saw the soaring sword essence released by Wu Qing, he was not afraid at all. Did that mean that he had expected all of this? It doesn't matter how good your words are, let's see who's better with our fists. If I lose, the first place will naturally be yours. However, that's just your daydream. Wu Qing was just as arrogant. He did not become the first place on the Young Dragon bounty list for no reason. It would not be easy for Shui to defeat him. I heard that you met Ling Xiao and fought with him? Shui suddenly changed the topic. That's right. He's just a piece of trash. He can't even take one strike from me. Why should I mention him? Even if he's lucky enough to survive, he's still a piece of trash. Wu Qing said coldly. Ha ha ha, well said. Since that guy is a piece of trash, I'll take the 2 million medium spiritual stones. Shui obviously did not take Ling Xiao seriously. As you wish. Wu Qing said lightly. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Let's fight. Shui was actually a very cautious person. The reason why he asked Wu Qing about Ling Xiao was to prevent himself from being defeated. However, he did not have to worry now. As long as he defeated Wu Qing, Ling Xiao was nothing. Let's fight. Wu Qing replied. Sword light filled the air, and the entire central square was enveloped by dense sword chi. Behind him, a sharp sword martial spirit appeared. He didn't even bother to use his martial soul to deal with Ling Xiao. But against Shui, the huge martial spirit sword danced behind him. What a powerful sword intent. Just by looking at it, I feel like I'm powerless to resist. So what if your sword is strong? So what if your cultivation is higher than mine? Have you forgotten what my martial soul is? Shui sneered. A blood-red shadow appeared behind him. It looked like a giant bat, but it also looked like a human. It was full of blood and eerie. Blood veil. Shui chuckled. The blood-red shadow behind him released rays of blood-red light. It then covered Shui's body. At that moment, Wu Qing's sword pierced toward him. However, when the sword chi touched the blood veil, it disintegrated and was absorbed by the blood veil. What kind of martial spirit is that? It feels so terrifying. Such a powerful attack was easily neutralized by him. Blood Clan martial soul. Within the crowd, someone said, legend has it that this is a martial spirit that originated from the demon realm. There are very few people who possess it. No wonder Shui is not afraid of Wuqing even though his cultivation is lower than Wuqing's. What bullshit, Blood Clan martial soul. Watch how I break it. Wuqing naturally would not admit defeat just because of this special martial soul. His sword will become even more terrifying. The iron sword in his hand was infused with close to 100% of his power. The iron sword seemed to be flying out of his hand. The surrounding space began to crack. One by one, they made people tremble with fear. Suddenly, the iron sword turned into a giant sword that was dozens of meters long. It was a giant sword that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Ha! With a roar, Wuqing held the giant sword and pierced toward Shui again. The terrifying sword chi continued to surge. Everyone felt extremely terrified. However, Shui only smiled coldly. Blood sea. As his voice sounded, the original defense was released. The overwhelming blood-red liquid turned into a sea and rushed toward Wuqing. Wuqing's giant sword pierced the blood sea. He felt that the sword chi was being corroded by the terrifying and strange energy. It quickly weakened. His sword was actually unable to pierce down any further. It's over, Wuqing, be devoured by my blood sea. Shui looked at Wuqing coldly. The surging blood sea slapped a huge wave. It also enveloped Wuqing's body. Wuqing tried to slash the blood sea apart, but he found that his power was rapidly ebbing away. He could not release any power from his arm. He began to feel extremely terrified. It's useless. Once you're trapped in my blood sea, it's meaningless to struggle. But don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll be very happy to have you as my opponent. Ha 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 ha. His laughter seemed to be a merciless mockery. Wuqing released all of his power. His body was even wrapped in sword chi. He kept struggling in the blood sea. However, it was useless. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. Wuqing, who was at the peak of the 16th level of hell, was being toyed with by Shui, who was only at the late stage. A moment later, Wuqing was thrown out of the blood sea. He was injured all over. The most terrifying thing was that his body seemed to have lost a lot of weight. It was as if a lot of his blood had been sucked away. His body swayed. He could not even stand properly. He's too strong. Yeah, Shui is too strong. I thought it would be an evenly matched battle. I didn't expect Shui to have the upper hand. Wuqing is not his opponent at all. As expected of the direct disciple of the Demon Dragon Sword Court's Earth Demon Palace. Shui obviously received the true teachings of the Earth Demon General. He's a disciple of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. But why would a disciple of the Demon Dragon Sword Court be a bounty hunter? Why not? Shui wants to increase his strength by killing those on the bounty list. Who is Wuqing? The Devil Dragon Sword Court is really scary. The top 2 on the Young Dragon bounty list are actually their disciples. Exactly. However, the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace is not weak either. It's just that their disciples are more low-key, unlike the Devil Dragon Sword Court's disciples who are more flamboyant. Ling Xiao stood in the crowd and listened to their discussion. He was a little surprised. He did not expect Wuqing and Shui to be his fellow disciples. This was really interesting. These two fellows would most likely become his enemies in the Black Tortoise Seal contest. I lost. At this moment, Wuqing struggled to stand up. He supported his body with his sword and looked at Shui. He had lost, and he had lost so miserably that he could not fight back at all. Shui's Blood Clan martial soul was too scary. Whether it was the blood curtain or the blood sea, they gave him a feeling that he could not resist. The first place on the Young Dragon bounty list is yours. I'm afraid that the Black Turtle Seal contest will be yours. Wuqing's voice sounded sad and helpless. He had not returned to the sect for a long time. He had been cultivating outside, so many people in the sect did not know his true strength. He thought that this time, he could defeat Lin Chuang from the Sky Demon residence and get the Black Turtle Seal. Who would have thought that Shui, who was weaker than him, would surpass him? In the end, it was just a pipe dream. He thought that Shui was just complacent, so he wanted to teach his fellow disciple a lesson. However, the cruel reality taught him a lesson. Shui was definitely not bluffing, nor was he complacent. He truly possessed a terrifying strength that was difficult for him to resist. He accepted his defeat wholeheartedly, and there was no chance for him to turn the tables. No matter how he thought about the whole battle, the result was the same. Many people in the crowd knew that the Black Turtle Seal contest of the Devil Dragon Sword Court was about to begin. Today, the battle between Shui and Wu Qing had clearly shown who would get the Black Turtle Seal contest. Other than the core disciples of the Demon Master residence, only Lin Chuang from the Sky Demon residence could fight with Shui. After defeating Wu Qing, Shui flung his blood-red cloak and flew into the sky, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. He still had to hunt down Ling Xiao. Furthermore, there were still more than 20 days until the Black Turtle Seal contest. He would not slack off. While hunting down Ling Xiao, he would also continue to raise his own strength. In his opinion, the Sky Devil Mansion's Lin Chuang was much more powerful than Wu Qing. Wu Qing gritted his teeth as he watched Blood Robes leave. Although he accepted his loss wholeheartedly, he was still unwilling to accept it. His cultivation was higher than Shui's, but he had failed because his martial soul was inferior to Shui's. This feeling was too depressing. In reality, he could not even unleash half of his strength under Shui's martial soul. I didn't expect you to have such a day. 7 days ago, you really beat me up so badly. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. At that moment, everyone's gaze was focused on this person. It was a handsome and carefree figure. He was dressed in a green robe and his black hair danced in the wind. There was a hint of mockery in his deep eyes. Ling Xiao. He's Ling Xiao, who is ranked 30th on the bounty list with a bounty of 2 million medium spiritual stones. This face was all too familiar to everyone present. Almost everyone had seen Ling Xiao's bounty list. Although there were some differences between the portrait and the real person, this face was 70 to 80% similar. Moreover, there should not be a second person who had such a frivolous aura and looked so similar. However, Ling Xiao had always been here. Why did he not dare to show himself earlier? Was it because he was afraid of Shui? There's nothing embarrassing about being afraid of Shui. After all, Shui is stronger than Wu Qing. How could Ling Xiao be his match? Whether or not this was true, no one knew. But judging from the current situation, it seemed to be true. What right do you have to mock me? Wu Qing looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You can't even block one of my attacks." That's right. 7 days ago, I couldn't block one of your attacks. But do you think you're still my match now? Ling Xiao mocked, although your cultivation is high, you can't even defeat Shui. Your use of your martial soul is also a mess. If I had your cultivation, Shui would not be worth mentioning at all. Bull*T. It's obvious that my martial soul is not as good as Shui's. That's why I can't display my strength. Wu Qing shouted. Ling Xiao sneered, a person's strength is indeed related to their martial soul. However, Shui's martial soul is not the immemorial divine dragon martial soul, nor is it the 12th human deity martial soul. It's just a half-baked blood clan martial soul. It's not much stronger than your sword martial soul. However, you've been led by the nose since the beginning. You're so stupid. You mean, even if we have the same martial soul, I will still lose to Shui? Wu Qing asked. That's right. Your understanding of martial souls and battle is too naive. To be honest, the reason why you can stay at the top of the Young Dragon bounty list for such a long time is because your cultivation is high enough. When someone's cultivation is close to yours, you won't be able to do it. Ling Xiao's reply was merciless. Humph, you're so arrogant. Do you think that I'll lose to you just because I lost to Shui? You can't even take a single strike from me, so stop spouting nonsense. Wu Qing, of course, would not accept Ling Xiao's words. Arrogant? That's right. I'm really arrogant. To be honest, I came to Ming City today to find trouble with you. However, looking at your current state, even if I win against you, it'll be an unfair victory. Your injuries will take at least 10 days to half a month to recover. Let's do it this way. In half a month's time, let's fight here. Let's see if I'm arrogant or you're ignorant. Ling Xiao did not find trouble with Shui because Shui had not found trouble with him yet. However, Wu Qing was different. He still remembered the grudge of that strike. However, if he were to kill Wu Qing now, it would be too boring. No need for half a month. 10 days. Just 10 days. Wu Qing said, when the time comes, I'll let you understand that I, Wu Qing, am not someone that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can bully. Alright then. See you in 10 days. Ling Xiao waved his hand, turned around, and left. The show was over. Next, it was time to calm down and cultivate. 10 days later, he would come here to fight with Wu Qing. The crowd looked at Ling Xiao's back as he left and became excited again. 10 days later, they would be able to watch the fight here again. Shui might even come by then. Shui had been looking for Ling Xiao and wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao appeared and disappeared mysteriously. If he did not appear, no one would be able to find him. After returning to the sect, Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a good place to cultivate. It was the Demon Sovereign Catalog. There were many experts in the Demon Lord Catalog whose cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. That was why he did not dare to release all of them. However, these people could become his sparring partners and help him improve his cultivation. He had actually forgotten about this earlier. However, it was not too late to remember it now. The battle with Wu Qing was set for 10 days later. He hoped that his cultivation could at least improve by a small realm during this period of time. After notifying Sword 18 and Jian Luoying, Ling Xiao began to cultivate in seclusion. 10 days later, at the central square of Ming City. Wu Qing had arrived early and was waiting for Ling Xiao. Many people had not forgotten about the battle that day. They had also arrived at Ming City to see if Ling Xiao, who was ranked 30th on the bounty list, would die in Wu Qing's hands. It was already evening, and Wu Qing had waited for a full 4 hours. The onlookers were getting impatient. Wu Qing stood up and looked coldly into the distance. He said disdainfully, "What a cowardly guy. He only talks big. To think that I actually thought that he would come. What a joke." People looked at each other and shook their heads. Ling Xiao did not dare to face Shui 10 days ago. 10 days later, he did not dare to appear in front of Wu Qing, who had recovered from his injuries. Was he really just a coward? Was he not the frivolous young man in the rumors? I've been here for a long time. I've been waiting for you to discover my existence. Unfortunately, you've disappointed me. Suddenly, a voice came from the void. People could not help but look up. In the sky, a black spot quickly grew larger and Ling Xiao's figure appeared. It seems that you really can't do it. It's inevitable that you'll be defeated by Shui. If today was not a duel but an assassination, you'd be dead. Are you saying that I'm frivolous and ignorant, that I'm a coward? You'd better take a piss and see what kind of person you are. In the void, Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest. His green robes fluttered in the wind. His long black hair fluttered in the wind. His powerful aura made it seem as if the sword god had descended. Wu Qing's expression was ugly. He really didn't notice Ling Xiao's existence. Humph, I'm late. You don't have to use this kind of psychological attack on me. It's useless. Wu Qing believed that the reason Ling Xiao said that was purely to strike a blow to his self-confidence. What a joke. Do I need to resort to mind tricks to deal with you? The 8 immortal swords appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. But there was only one. Things were different now. The current Ling Xiao did not need to use his dual abilities to deal with Heartless. Humph, what's the use of words? We'll only know after we fight. Wu Qing snorted coldly. Then, his body gradually floated into the air, facing off against Ling Xiao in the sky. Make your move, or you won't have another chance. Ling Xiao hooked his finger at Wu Qing. That condescending look really made Wu Qing furious. A mere first revolution Yin-Yang realm cultivator at the early stage of the 16th level of Hell dares to boast shamelessly in front of me. Even Shui wouldn't dare to do that. As he spoke, Wu Qing's sword essence continued to rise. He still did not use his sword martial soul. He only used his iron sword to generate cold and murderous sword chi. He was going to send Ling Xiao flying with his sword, just like he did 10 days ago. Only then could he prove that he was much more powerful than Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there with the 8 immortal swords in his hand, but he did not transform into his beast soul. Wu Qing did not use his martial soul, so he did not need to transform into his beast soul. Otherwise, it would be bullying. Transform quickly, or you won't be able to block my attack. Wu Qing said angrily. He felt that Ling Xiao was looking down on him. Can't block it? You can try. Ling Xiao said casually. Damn it. Don't think that just because I lost to Shui, any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to look down on me. Kill. Wu Qing could not stand Ling Xiao's contempt. He did not wait any longer. With a roar, the sword in his hand stabbed out. The explosive sword chi tore the space apart, and the elements in the space became restless. He looked at his opponent's sword calmly. Ling Xiao slowly raised the 8 immortal swords in his hand and stabbed out casually. The two swords collided in the air. Ling Xiao's body did not move at all. However, the terrifying sword chi radiated to the surroundings. Dodge it! Someone exclaimed. It was really a fight between gods, and the ordinary people suffered. Rumble! The sword chi that was sent flying destroyed several houses and pierced the ground into smithereens. Fortunately, there was no one in the houses because they knew that there would be a duel here today. Otherwise, many people would be unlucky in this collision. Many people were trembling when they saw this terrifying scene. How could this be? Wu Qing was shocked. More than 10 days ago, he had sent Ling Xiao flying with a single strike of his sword. Although he had not killed Ling Xiao's miserable appearance was still fresh in his mind. However, today, his sword was easily blocked by Ling Xiao. He knew very well that his attack had not weakened. It was even stronger than 10 days ago. What did this mean? It meant that Ling Xiao had become stronger. Don't be so surprised. I've only become stronger in 10 days. Ling Xiao said indifferently, use your martial soul. Otherwise, even if you die of exhaustion today, you won't be able to hurt me. Well, you asked for it. I only wanted to defeat you and spare your life. However, once I release my martial soul, my attack will increase several times. You won't have a chance. While speaking, Wu Qing released his sword martial soul. As the sword martial soul was released, his iron sword became more ferocious. His aura also became more powerful. That's more like it. However, it's still a pity. With your current strength, it's impossible for you to defeat me. You can't even defeat Shui, who is at the late stage of the 16 levels of hell. Don't you understand? Your fighting ability is too weak. You've wasted your high cultivation. Ling Xiao quickly transformed into the undying bird-beast soul and said with a smile. Shut up. With a roar, Wu Qing condensed an even more powerful attack and attacked Ling Xiao. The ferocious sword chi made the space cry out miserably. This attack was as fast as lightning. In terms of power, it was several times stronger than before. However, the result of this attack was still the same. Ling Xiao, who was in his beast soul transformation, easily blocked Wu Qing's attack. How dare you hide your skills in front of me? With your identity and status, plus your cultivation, you should know the martial arts of general level, right? Don't try to fool me with these peak soldier level martial techniques. It's useless. Ling Xiao yawned, and a sarcastic look appeared on his face. This made Wu Qing's expression extremely ugly. The crowd was extremely shocked. In fact, more than 10 days ago, when Ling Xiao was sent flying by Wu Qing's sword, many people saw it. They knew that Wu Qing was not lying. However, today, Ling Xiao was able to deal with the furious Wu Qing so calmly. I admit that your defense is strong, but you can only be a coward like this. You can defend against others, but can you kill others? Wu Qing mocked. Hehe, I wanted to give you a chance to show off. Since you want to see my attack, I'll fulfill your wish. Don't worry, I'll only use one strike, and I won't kill you. Today, I'll treat you the same way you treated me. We're even. Ling Xiao laughed coldly and slowly raised the 8 immortal sword in his hand. Black flames gathered on the blade of the sword. Terrifying fire elements danced around his body. Crazy massacre sword intent, destruction sword intent kept rising. At this time, the 8 immortal swords shone with a dark light, completely turning into a sword of black flames. What a terrifying sword intent. I don't even have the courage to raise my head in front of him. That's right. When did Ling Xiao become so strong? He wasn't this strong just a few days ago. He's probably a genius. His cultivation speed is so fast that it's shocking. People discussed, shocked, and surprised. The 8 immortal sword shone with a black light as terrifying as a solar eclipse. They didn't even dare to look directly at it, or they would go blind. Furthermore, the sword intent released by the longsword made them feel even more uneasy and fearful. Ling Xiao took a step forward and stood in the air. Like a tide, sword intent poured out and pounced on Wu Qing. Do you know, Wu Qing? 17 days ago, you sent me flying with one strike. At that time, my cultivation was only at the peak of the 15th level of hell. What do you have to be proud of? With your strength, you should be able to kill me with one strike. But all you did was send me flying. You couldn't even seriously injure me. Now, my cultivation has advanced to the middle stage of the 16th level of hell. I don't know if you're stupid or stupid. What gives you the confidence to fight me? Ling Xiao took another step forward. The fiery sword qi was condensed to the extreme. The terrifying sword intent pressured Wu Qing to the point that he couldn't breathe. At that moment, Wu Qing felt as if he was under the gaze of 10,000 swords. No matter what he did, he felt extremely dangerous. Strange flame sword art, fire rain burst. Finally, Ling Xiao's sword stabbed out. The black flames turned into a sharp and scorching rain of fire. Hundreds of black sword qi wrapped in flames shot towards Wu Qing. Wu Qing's eyes widened in horror. At the same time, he also thrust out his sword. It was also a beginner general level sword technique. However, after the two sword techniques collided, the merciless sword qi instantly fell apart. You are really too weak, too weak. The primary general realm swordsmanship had actually been practiced to the basic realm. How can you block my attack? Break! Qi, the terrifying sword qi finally shattered the metal sword in Heartless' hand and pierced through his body. Wu Qing let out a blood-curdling scream that shook the heavens and earth, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, their mouths wide open in disbelief. They thought that Ling Xiao was no match for Wu Qing and that Wu Qing could easily defeat Ling Xiao. The only thing Ling Xiao could do was to try his best to avoid being killed in one move. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Ling Xiao was unscathed. However, Wu Qing's body was pierced through by the sword, and he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He fell into a house. There were still black flames burning on his body. No! Wu Qing stood up, ignoring the pain in his body, and roared at the sky. Although he was defeated by Shui, he did not give up. He thought that he could still stand up. He was stronger than most martial artists. And Ling Xiao was the person he used to regain his confidence. However, he was defeated again. And this time, he was defeated even more miserably. The confidence he had just regained was completely destroyed. Why are you roaring? I didn't kill you. You sent me flying before. Today, I'll return the favor. We don't owe each other anything. You wanted to use me to regain your confidence, so you ended up in this situation. You only have yourself to blame. Everyone nodded. Ling Xiao was right. Wu Qing thought that Ling Xiao was a pushover, and thought that defeating Ling Xiao could boost his confidence. He did not expect to kick an iron plate. The price he paid was not only a serious injury, but also a psychological trauma. Would Ling Xiao be afraid of Shui? Originally, people thought that Ling Xiao avoided Shui because he was afraid. However, Ling Xiao defeated Wu Qing with ease today. This completely subverted everyone's thoughts. Shui might not be as strong as Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had not been defeated since he was listed on the bounty list. No one knew how strong he was, at least until now. Whether Shui or Ling Xiao was stronger, unless the two of them fought, it would become a mystery. It's a pity that Shui is preparing for the Black Tortoise Seal contest. He has been in seclusion all this time and did not come to Ming City. Otherwise, we would definitely be able to see the battle between the two. Yes, it's a pity. However, we should be able to see it in the future. After the black tortoise seal contest, I believe Shui will definitely look for Ling Xiao to fight. After all, Ling Xiao defeated the opponent that he spent years of hard work to finally defeat. Ling Xiao did not listen to the crowd's discussion. He just looked at Wu Qing coldly and said, "Get lost." Wu Qing was not angry when he heard this. He was numb and his heart was filled with despair. He thought that among the martial artists under the age of 20, he was only weaker than Lin Chuang and Shui. However, Ling Xiao's appearance made him feel that he was a laughable frog at the bottom of a well. Wu Qing did not want to die. Therefore, he had to get lost. Moreover, in front of Ling Xiao, he always had a feeling that he was incomparably small, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He staggered away, and his wretched figure made everyone sigh endlessly. However, this was the mystic world. When one wanted to use others as a stepping stone, it was best to be prepared to be defeated. Today's Wu Qing was Ling Xiao's stepping stone. After Wu Qing left, Ling Xiao also turned around and left. Although Ming City did not have a city lord for the time being, there was no guarantee that the martial artists from Heavenly Sword Hall would come looking for him. Ling Xiao did not dare to be too careless. However, even though he had left, the shock that he brought to the crowd was still enormous. However, most people still felt that Ling Xiao was still inferior to Shui. Shui's martial soul was too special and too powerful. It was simply the nemesis of swordsmen. If Ling Xiao encountered Shui, he would probably be helpless against the blood-descendant martial soul. However, Ling Xiao was younger than Shui and defeated Wu Qing with a lower cultivation. This was enough to show that Ling Xiao's talent far surpassed Shui's. Ling Xiao might not be a match for Shui now, but in the future, Ling Xiao would definitely surpass Shui. However, it was only a guess whether Ling Xiao or Shui was stronger. They would only know who was stronger after the battle. Therefore, almost everyone was looking forward to the battle between Ling Xiao and Shui. The news quickly spread to the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Shui, who was cultivating in seclusion, could not help but come out. He went to find Wu Qing and asked him about what had happened. "How interesting. A puny ant actually managed to injure you." Shui mocked Wu Qing as he looked at the injured Wu Qing. "If I had known this would happen, I would have killed you that day so that you wouldn't embarrass the Devil Dragon Sword Court." Wu Qing did not say anything. He looked at Shui's back as he left and muttered to himself, "You don't understand. Even you would lose if you met him." He had fought both Shui and Ling Xiao before. The two of them gave him a completely different feeling. Shui gave him the feeling that his martial soul was strong, which prevented him from unleashing his true strength. However, Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao did not use his martial soul to suppress him. Even if he unleashed his strongest strength, Ling Xiao could still easily resolve it. Therefore, he had already made a judgment in his heart. Ling Xiao was stronger than Shui. However, he did not say it. With Shui's bad temper, he would be in trouble if he said it. In the blink of an eye, the last 10 days had passed. The black tortoise seal contest was tomorrow. Ling Xiao walked out of his room. He looked a little haggard. His clothes were ragged and his body was covered in scabs from the wounds that had just healed. Jian Luoying, who had been guarding outside the door, was shocked when she saw this. "Did someone rob you? Why do you look so haggard?" "Hehe, senior sister Luoying, today is the day we agreed on. As long as I defeat you, I can participate in the black tortoise seal contest, right?" Ling Xiao said with a grin. "That's right. However, before that, you should change your clothes and wash up. I'll go look for father and arrange for us to spar," Jian Luoying said. "Okay." Ling Xiao turned around and returned to his room. Jian Luoying went to look for Jian 18. As a result, a large number of martial artists quickly gathered around the Wine Demon Mansion's arena. These were the direct disciples and ordinary disciples of the Wine Demon Mansion. In addition, there were also the commanders, deputy commanders, and personal guards who had been following Sword 18th. When Ling Xiao arrived, he had already changed into clean clothes. He no longer looked as disheveled as before. He cupped his hands at everyone and then jumped into the ring. "Senior sister." Across from him stood Jian Luoying. She was dressed in martial attire and looked extremely dashing. She gave off the feeling of a heroine. Can I do my best? Jian Luoying asked. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded and entered the beast soul transformation mode of the everlasting heavenly rat. At the same time, he used the effect of the first level of the sanguinary rat. Aside from the fact that his Sky Tyrant martial spirit was temporarily useless, he had to give it his all this time. Although Jian Luoying's cultivation base was the same as Heartless, her combat power was much higher. This was especially true during her sparring sessions with Ling Xiao. Her combat prowess had skyrocketed. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was the most skilled martial artist in the Demon General Mansion other than Ling Xiao. Let's settle this in one move. Tomorrow is the Black Tortoise Seal contest. I don't want the two of you to exhaust yourself too much. Also, don't go too far. Jian 18 said. Yes. Ling Xiao and Jian Luoying nodded at the same time. Then, they released their powerful auras at the same time. Advanced stage of the 16th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang First Revolution. Did this guy break through again? Jian 18 was extremely shocked. When Ling Xiao released his cultivation base aura, he could not believe it. After all, the improvement of one's cultivation base was getting slower and slower. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to be affected at all. Clang, Ling Xiao drew a sword. The Demon Dragon Sword. However, the Demon Dragon Sword was no longer the same as before. Premium Emperor Weapon. How is this possible? Jian 18 was shocked again. There were also exclamations from the crowd. Ling Xiao's Demon Dragon Sword should only be a common grade Emperor weapon. How did it become a premium Emperor weapon? Of course, they did not know that Ling Xiao had not only been cultivating for more than 10 days. At the same time, he had also modified the Demon Dragon Sword. He had integrated the Marrow-Sucking Sword into it and upgraded the Demon Dragon Primordial Sword to a higher level. In addition, the 3 general-level martial techniques had also improved a lot. In particular, the elementary general-level sword technique he had obtained from Wang Qing was modified into the exotic flame sword technique. Now, he had mastered all 3 techniques. Moreover, all 3 techniques had been upgraded to the martial realm. Its power was comparable to a medium general-level martial technique. As for the Golden Phoenix incarnation, it had also been cultivated to the greater mastery level. The Imperial Celestial Dragon Body had been cultivated to the proficient level, which was higher than Qin Yuan's level. These were all his trump cards in the Black Tortoise Seal contest. While everyone was still in shock, the Demon Dragon Sword in Ling Xiao's hand began to prepare a powerful move. On the other side, Jian Luoying was doing the same thing. Although she was surprised and delighted by Ling Xiao's strength, this battle had to be carried out since they had agreed on it. Senior sister, I'm going to make my move. Come on. The two of them finished preparing their moves almost at the same time. Exotic Flame Sword Technique, Fiery Rain Burst, Complete Mastery. Ling Xiao thrust the sword in his hand. The black fiery sword released a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. Gravitational Sword, Thousand-fold Gravity. Jian Luoying naturally released her gravitational martial soul. At the same time, she used the gravitational sword to release thousand-fold gravity to attack Ling Xiao. When she used the gravitational sword, the fiery rain burst out as if it was about to fall. However, a moment later, it broke free from the restraints of the gravitational force and pierced through Jian Luoying's defense. It stopped about a foot in front of Jian Luoying. I've lost. Jian Luoying was extremely shocked. Ling Xiao was too strong. Not only did he resist her gravitational sword that was thousand-fold gravity, but he could also use it freely. She believed that she would never be able to do that. If that sword had pierced her, she would have been severely injured and defeated. This failure did not discourage her. On the contrary, she was very happy. At the same time, she was filled with motivation to improve herself. With such a junior brother, she could not continue to slack off. Good. Very good. Jian 18 stood up and looked at Ling Xiao. You should still have some strength left, right? Hearing this, everyone looked at Ling Xiao. After such an attack, Ling Xiao still had strength left. Didn't that mean that Ling Xiao was even stronger than what they had seen? In the past, they had only heard that Ling Xiao was very talented and that Jiao Mo had been desperately grooming him. However, it was only hearsay. they were still not convinced. However, after today's battle, they were completely convinced. The battle prowess that Ling Xiao displayed was absolutely beyond their reach. Even those commanders were so shocked that they were dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of respect. Yes, Luoying is my world after all. I can't attack with all my strength. Ling Xiao scratched his head and said embarrassedly. What's there to be modest about? Alright, let's rest for a day and participate in the Black Tortoise Seal contest tomorrow. This time, we must let our wine demon residents amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. We must let those who look down on us see. However, Ling Xiao, you must obtain the Black Tortoise Seal. Otherwise, the wine demon residents will be disbanded. The lives of tens of thousands of people are on your shoulders. Jian 18 patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and said earnestly. Master, don't worry. Since I'm participating, I must obtain the Black Tortoise Seal. Ling Xiao came to the Devil Dragon Sword Court mainly for the Black Tortoise Seal. If he obtained the Black Tortoise Seal, he would obtain the power of the Black Tortoise. Perhaps after obtaining this, he would leave the Devil Dragon Sword Court. After all, the Moon Maiden was still waiting for him in the distant Eternal Palace. He had never forgotten this, nor did he dare to forget it. The next day, the Black Tortoise Seal contest officially began. It was held in the arena on the 5th floor of the 9th-floor Demon Tower. To be qualified to enter, one's cultivation had to be at least at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm, the 16th floor of Hell. The disciples participating in the Black Tortoise Seal contest were also required to be at least at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm, the early stage of the 16th floor of Hell. As a result, even the demon envoys were not qualified to enter. Only the personal guards, vice commanders, commanders, and demon generals were qualified. In total, there were no less than 50,000 people. This was the core strength of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. It was truly powerful. There were a total of 10 people from the Wine Demon residence participating in the Black Tortoise Seal contest. All of them were at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm, the early stage of the 16th floor of Hell. However, the one with the highest cultivation was still Jian Luoying. Ling Xiao and the other 8 were all at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm, the late stage of the 16th floor of Hell. This was truly too powerful. The overall strength of the Wine Demon residence's personal disciples definitely exceeded that of the other 13 demon general residences. However, the Wine Demon residence had kept a low profile in the past, which was why they were always ranked last. If they truly displayed their full strength, they could at least enter the top 3. When Sword 18 led the Wine Demon Mansions group to the 5th floor of the 9-level Demon Pagoda, many people had already entered. Coincidentally, he encountered the Heavenly Demon General on the way. There were a total of 9 participating disciples from the Heavenly Devil Mansion. If there was no Ling Xiao, they could have 2 more. Unfortunately, Fang Feiyun was killed by Ling Xiao, and Jing Feng Qiqi was nowhere to be found. Now, there were only 9 left. The Heavenly Demon General looked coldly at Ling Xiao, unable to hide the hatred in his eyes. Brat, I advise you to scram as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll definitely let you know how powerful I am during the competition. The one who spoke was Lin Chuang. As the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Devil Mansion, his cultivation and connections were much better than Ling Zhao's. Although he was very domineering and liked to bully the weak, this was something that Ling Xiao absolutely could not compare to. However, the weaker one still supported him. Because he had been bullied to the point where he had no backbone at all. Ling Xiao looked straight ahead, not even glancing at Lin Chuang. Lin Chuang was so angry that he was about to attack. Enough, Lin Chuang, whatever grudge you have, we'll talk about it later in the competition. Don't mess around now. The Devil Lord has come out of seclusion, don't you know? The Heavenly Demon General suddenly said. This disciple knows. Lin Chuang glared at Ling Xiao fiercely, then followed the Heavenly Demon General and the others into the 9-level Demon Pagoda. He just said the Devil Lord has come out of seclusion? Is the Devil Lord personally presiding over the Black Tortoise Seal competition? Ling Xiao looked at Sword 18 and asked. Actually, I just heard that the Devil Lord came out of seclusion because his beloved daughter was seriously injured and her body was destroyed. Now she can only live in a nutrition tank. He came out of seclusion to investigate the truth of his daughter's injury. His daughter is called Lan Rua. Although her strength is not very strong, she is deeply loved by the Devil Lord. It is said that she was seriously injured by someone with the same name as you. Sword 18 looked at Ling Xiao with a faint smile in his eyes. He knew Ling Xiao's true identity, but the others didn't, so he didn't mention any names. He said this to warn Ling Xiao to try not to expose himself. Otherwise, if the Devil Lord found out, he would be dead. Then I'm unlucky. If the Devil Lord hates me for my actions, I'll be in trouble. Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. The Devil Lord has always been biased, so this is definitely a possibility. But he definitely won't do it himself. After all, the Devil Lord still cares about his face. He will only make things difficult for you, such as arranging a stronger opponent for you. But if you really have the ability, why would you be afraid? Sword 18 said with a smile. That's true. Ling Xiao nodded, then followed Sword 18 to the 5th level of the 9-level Demon Pagoda. The guards of the 9-level Demon Pagoda were respectful to the other demon generals, but they didn't show any respect to the Wine Demon General Sword 18. Not to mention saluting, they acted as if they didn't see him. Humph, this time, we must let these trash know that our Wine Demon residence is not to be trifled with. A personal disciple of the Wine Demon residence gritted his teeth. It's not the first time, no need to be so angry. These are all vile people. Why lower yourself to their level? You'll only hurt your body. Sword 18 was carefree and didn't care at all. They hadn't even stepped into the 9-level Demon Pagoda, but the guards had already begun to talk. I didn't expect that there would be 10 more participants from the Wine Demon residence. Did they really meet the requirements? One of the guards said sarcastically. Hee, this is no different from the previous years. They always have a lot of participants, but they always come in last. Another person said. I really don't know how these trash cultivate. Their cultivation isn't bad, but their combat strength is so weak. What a joke. Hearing such discussions, Ling Xiao finally understood what the Wine Demon residents had been through all these years. This 18th sword was really patient. If it were him, he would have long since exploded. This time, he couldn't endure it either. He hated enduring. Suddenly, a terrifying sword intent was released from his body. The dozen or so guards all knelt on the ground in an instant. They were forcefully suppressed by the sword intent and couldn't even stand up. They looked at Ling Xiao in horror. They finally understood that there were some people who couldn't be offended. Apologize. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Yes, we were blind. Our brains were flooded with water. Lord Wine Demon General, please be magnanimous and spare us. They looked at the Liquor Demon General Sword 18 in horror. Many of them had already wet their pants. Ling Xiao's sword intent was too terrifying. It was not something they could bear. Alright, Ling Xiao, it's just a bunch of flatterers. Let's get down to business. In fact, Sword 18 was also feeling a little satisfied. He had been holding back for hundreds of years, and he was very sullen. Jian 18 didn't want to keep pretending to be a coward and let others walk all over him. However, he hadn't been able to find a disciple capable of taking the Black Tortoise seal, so he didn't dare to rashly display the Wine Demon residence's strength. Now, Ling Xiao's appearance changed everything. As long as Ling Xiao took the Black Tortoise seal, not only would Jian Luoying not be forced into marriage, but the Wine Demon residence would no longer be restricted and could live openly in the Demon Dragon Sword Court. The Demon Lord wanted to announce this in front of everyone. Even if that guy was shameless, he still wanted to save face. As they spoke, they had already reached the 9-level Demon Tower. Suddenly, a sneer came from behind. So the people of the Wine Demon residence can only bully those weak guards. When they meet a true expert, they're so scared that they don't even know how to fight. The words were full of sarcasm. And Ling Xiao heard this voice very clearly. The 13th Demon General Chen Luo. Behind Chen Luo were the personal disciples of the original 13 Demon Generals, led by Feng Jianshan. Feng Jianshan's cultivation hadn't changed. He was still at the late stage of the 16th level of Hell. There were 4 other people, all of them at the early and middle stage of the 16th level of Hell. The 13 Demon Generals were the weakest of the Demon Generals, and it didn't seem to be a lie. However, Chen Luo's cultivation had already broken through. Reaching the early stage of the 17th level of hell, he could be considered a righteous demon general. Otherwise, his previous cultivation was too weak. Xian didn't want to waste words with such a scoundrel. However, Ling Xiao didn't have such a good temper. He looked back at Chen Luo disdainfully and said, "If I hadn't killed the original 13 demon generals, you wouldn't have been able to sit in this position. If the original 13 demon generals are weak, then what are you? Trash, and those trash behind you, why don't you take them back early so that you don't embarrass yourself later?" Since Chen Luo spoke rudely, there was no need for him to beat around the bush. His words caused Chen Luo's face to flicker between green and red. He was so angry that his 7 apertures emitted smoke, and he was on the verge of exploding. "Well said." Jian Luoying clapped and laughed. The Wine Demon Residence's personal disciples were also laughing happily. Ever since Ling Xiao had become a disciple of the Wine Demon Mansion, the Devil Master Mansion's odd job workers no longer dared to come looking for trouble. They actually admired Ling Xiao's way of doing things. Today's situation was the same. If it were them, they would not dare to speak to a demon general like this, but Ling Xiao did not care at all. Even Sword 18 couldn't help but laugh. This Ling Xiao really hit the nail on the head when it came to cursing. Chen Luo and the others couldn't even find a reason to retort. "Brat, you're courting death." How could Chen Luo endure such humiliation? Immediately, his killing intent soared, and he blasted a palm towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. Although Chen Luo had broken through to the first revolution in Yang Realm's 17th level of hell and was much stronger than him, he could still withstand this palm. However, he hadn't expected Sword 18 to make a move. With just a point of his finger, Chen Luo was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall of the 9-level demon tower. He had lost all face. "I, Sword 18, haven't made a move all these years. Do people really think I'm easy to bully?" Sword 18 had had enough of 100 years of humiliation. This black tortoise seal contest was the time for him to show his strength again. Chen Luo was only at the first revolution in Yang Realm's 17th level of hell. He could kill him with a single finger. How dare he attack his disciples in front of him? Scram! Sword 18 might have been influenced by Ling Xiao, but his attitude also became overbearing. Chen Luo slowly climbed up from the wall, furious, but Sword 18's strength made him extremely wary. If they really fought, he wouldn't be far from death. "Let's go." Chen Luo suppressed his anger and left with his disciple. "Remember, if you meet anyone from the Wine Demon Manor in the contest, kill them. Anyway, if they die, the Demon Lord will not blame you, but will be very happy." After walking for a while, Chen Luo clenched his teeth and said fiercely to his disciples, "Don't worry, Demon General. I'll kill that Ling Xiao." Feng Jianshan had a bellyful of anger toward Ling Xiao. Not only did this guy kill his master, the original 13 demon generals, but he also didn't give him any face. If he didn't kill Ling Xiao, Feng Jianshan wouldn't be able to calm down. It would also be a hindrance to his path of martial arts. "Let's go. This black tortoise seal contest is very difficult. You know the result of failure, right?" Sword 18 asked in a very serious tone after he had enjoyed himself. "Of course." The 10 contestants nodded and said, "Good." They continued forward, and soon a huge arena appeared in front of them. This arena was different from an ordinary arena. It was more like a coliseum. The place where the battle was taking place was a deep pit surrounded by seats for the audience. Ling Xiao could sense that there were layers of protective array formations at the edge of the crater. They should have been specially used to block the energy and prevent the arena from collapsing. There were already many people seated in the audience. Apart from the Wine Demon residents, the rest of the 13 demon generals' subordinates had already arrived. They sat on the seats that had been arranged beforehand. Every Devil General Manor had a few thousand people coming here. This also represented the strength of the Demon General residents. The Sky Demon residents had the most people, close to 5,000. Of course, the Wine Demon residents wasn't bad either, around 4,000. Apart from the 14 demon generals, no one from the Demon Master residence had appeared. So after Ling Xiao and the others sat down, they began to wait. About 10 minutes later, more than 10,000 people arrived. They were all martial artists from the Demon Master residence. The moment these people arrived, they brought about a kind of terrifying oppressive might. As expected of the Demon Master residence, it was truly terrifying. The seats of the Demon Master residence occupied one side. At the highest point, there was a very luxurious seat that overlooked the entire battlefield. That seat undoubtedly belonged to the Demon Dragon Sword Court's Demon Master. But no one was sitting there yet. That's Empress Lan Meichen. Jian Luoying pointed at a young man who stood out among the Demon Master residence's seats. Although he was young, his terrifying aura caused everyone to feel fear. This person was very handsome, comparable to Ling Xiao. There was always an arrogant smile on his chiseled face, as if he was mocking everyone in the world. This Empress Lan Meichen is somewhat similar to Lan Ruo. Ling Xiao felt a little helpless. He didn't expect that the woman he killed in Ming City was actually the Demon Master's daughter. Her strength was trash, but she was actually the daughter of the Demon Dragon Sword Court's Demon Master. This was simply incomprehensible. How can they not look alike? After all, they are all born from the same mother. Jian Luoying said. Other than them, the discussions around them had stopped. It seemed to be because of Empress Lan's appearance. This young man, who was not even 20 years old, had raised his cultivation to a terrifying level. His talent made many people admire him endlessly. Moreover, he was the next successor appointed by the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord had close to 100 daughters and sons, but only Empress Lan and Mei Chen could reach this level. Therefore, he was really admirable. That was why he became the target of worship and pursuit by all the young disciples of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Many of the genius disciples who joined the Devil Dragon Sword Court came because of Empress Lan Mei Chen. This young man, who was young, had created countless miracles. He was simply a legend. He was the chief judge of this year's Black Tortoise Seal contest and the person with the highest authority in charge of presiding over the contest. When young Master D. Meichen was in the 1 Revolution 15th level of Hell, he had activated 72 demon general statues. That was a legend. Unfortunately, that record was broken by Ling Xiao. At this point, many people gritted their teeth, as if Ling Xiao had committed an unforgivable mistake. That Ling Xiao is nothing. Do you know that when young Master D. Meichen was still at the peak of the first transition of the 16th level of Hell, she once faced 13 opponents of the same level and used only one move to kill them all? Of course I know. Those 13 people were the 13 bandits ranked in the top 20 on the bounty list. Each of them had a bounty of 3 million mid-tier spiritual stones and above. One move, just one move, those who saw this battle were shocked by young Master D. Meichen's strength. Since then, he became famous overnight. How can Ling Xiao compare to him? That's true. Comparing him to young Master D. Meichen is simply tarnishing young Master D. Meichen's reputation. Yes, what a perfect person. It is said that since he was born, he has never tasted defeat. Even martial artists who are much stronger than him do not dare to compete with him. I also heard that young Master D. Meichen once went to the Sun Ocean to train. In the end, he was intercepted and killed by a demonic beast with the strength of a peak 17 levels of hell. At that time, his cultivation had only just broken through the 17th level of hell. But even so, he didn't lose. Instead, he killed that demonic beast. Almost everyone in Sword Dynasty knows about this. Young Lord D. Meichen is such a great figure. Compared to him, the other geniuses would pale in comparison. As for that Ling Xiao, he can only be a joke. When these people spoke, they would always bring Ling Xiao into the conversation and criticize Ling Xiao harshly. It was as if Ling Xiao had become an unforgivable sinner for breaking Empress Lan's record. However, Ling Xiao felt that their boasting was not exaggerated at all. If what they say is true, then compared to Empress Lan, Wu Qing, Shui Yi, and Lin Chuang were not worthy of carrying his shoes. As for himself, Ling Xiao, although he did not lose to the other party in terms of talent, the difference in cultivation was too great. A genius like this would not lose to the likes of Tian Hai Tyranny and Feng Fei of White Tiger Continent. This was a true genius. Perhaps Ling Xiao's enmity with his former enemies Tian Hai Tyranny and Feng Fei would have to be settled in the 9 Supremes. To be able to compare Empress Lan with Tian Hai Tyranny and Feng Fei was already the highest praise Ling Xiao could give to his opponents. Seeing that most of the people had arrived, it seemed that the demon lord would not be coming. Empress Lan stood up and said in a clear voice, "Gentlemen, the demon lord has important matters to attend to. Although he has broken through, he will not be able to attend today's battle. Therefore, according to the previous rules, I will preside over this battle." "No problem, right? We naturally have no objections. We will listen to young lord's arrangements." The celestial demon general stood up. He was the representative of the 13 demon generals. If he said there was no problem, the others would not object. In reality, no one would object. Empress Lan Meichen's strength was already stronger than the 13 demon generals. Moreover, she was the next demon lord's successor. There was no problem for her to preside over this battle. "Uncle Jian, what do you think?" Empress Lan Meichen cupped her hands towards Sword 18 and asked respectfully. The stronger one was, the more they understood the terrors of Sword 18. Empress Lan Meichen used to look down on Sword 18 as well, but now she knew full well how terrifying it was. Even the demon lord might not be able to beat Sword 18. He was even less capable. "I agree as well." The 18th sword answered casually without even standing up. He thought this was normal. After all, he was an elder. But the others didn't think so. "Why is that coward so rude?" "Exactly. How strong can he be when he's leading a bunch of trash? Really, young Lord D. Machen is so respectful towards him." Frogs in a well, these idiots were the epitome of ignorant fools. If Sword 18 had a bad temper, they would be dead by now. "Big brother, you'll be in charge of the actual work. I'll watch from the side," Empress Lan Meichen said to another young man beside her. This person was much older than Empress Lan Meichen, but his cultivation base was much weaker. But he was definitely a demon general level expert. Although his brilliance was almost completely overshadowed by Empress Lan Meichen, when Empress Lan Meichen sat down and he stood up, he still exuded a powerful aura. "All right." Lan Hai leaped into the air and hovered above the arena. He didn't beat around the bush and immediately explained the rules. The final prize of the Black Tortoise Seal battle is the Black Tortoise Seal. I won't waste time on this. Also, through this battle, we will re-rank the 13 demon general residences. I'm sure all of you are aware of this, so I won't say more. The chief judge for this battle is young Lord Empress Lan Meichen. The judges will be the 9 demon lords from the demon lord residence. I believe that all of you will have some understanding of their fairness. So you don't have to worry about the fairness of the battle. You just have to put your heart and soul into the battle. The battle is divided into 2 stages. The rules of the first stage are very simple. At this point, suddenly, 20 illusory demon dragons emerged from the ground of the arena. These demonic dragons contained powerful energy, and everyone could clearly feel it. I believe everyone has seen these demon dragons. These are energy bodies formed by the power of the Black Tortoise. Each demon dragon can allow a martial artist at the first transformation 16 levels of hell to advance a small realm. Your mission is very simple. Seize the demon dragon. Everyone can only seize one at most. After seizing the demon dragon, you won't be able to cultivate for the time being. So before the first stage of the battle ends, you must protect it well. Otherwise, it will be taken away by others. The time limit is half an hour. After half an hour, the martial artist who obtains the demon dragon can enter the second stage of the assessment. In fact, the rules of the first stage didn't sound complicated. To put it simply, 100 people would have to fight for 20 demonic dragon energy bodies. Each person could only have one. Only by snatching it and holding it within half an hour would they be considered to have advanced. They couldn't use it to cultivate, nor could they consume it. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. Therefore, no one asked about it. "Ling Xiao, you know what to do, don't you?" Sword 18 asked. "Master, don't worry. The 10 of us will participate, and the 10 demonic dragons will be ours." Ling Xiao grinned. "You're really greedy. Actually, I was thinking that you and Sakura would advance." Sword 18 smiled. "How can that be? I've observed the cultivation of all the disciples of the 14 demon general residences. Our wine demon residence is the strongest, with no one lower than the late stage of the first transformation 16 levels of hell. Why can't we all advance? Since we're going to show our strength, we might as well amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Ling Xiao clenched his fists. Good. Since you're so confident, Master won't say more. All of you must listen to Ling Xiao's arrangements. Understand? Sword 18 said to the other 9 Wine Demon Residence contestants. Yes, Master. These 9 people, including Jian Luoying, all worshipped and admired Ling Xiao. How could they not listen to him? All contestants, stand at the edge of the arena. Lan Hai began to make arrangements for the competition. The edge of the arena was circular, about the same distance from the center of the 20 demonic dragons. Therefore, in theory, it was very fair to start there. The 10 Wine Demon Residence contestants stood together. Ling Xiao held a refining array stone in his hand. If he wanted to maximize the power of the 10 people, a battle array was essential. It didn't matter how many people were left after entering the next stage. As long as they could obtain the demonic dragon energy, it would greatly improve the strength of the Wine Demon Residence disciples. Moreover, Ling Xiao wanted to show those who looked down on the Wine Demon Residence their true strength. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, there were only a few people who attracted the most attention. Lin Chuang, Shui Yi, Wu Qing, and Feng Jianshan, these 4 could be considered the most dazzling 4. Ling Xiao had also become a celebrity because he had broken Lan Dimachen's record. Many people were paying attention to him. Miranda looked at Ling Xiao with a confused expression. Is that guy the one who broke my record? Reporting to the young lord, it is indeed that brat. His cultivation is not very high, but his combat power is not weak. Moreover, he clearly received the Demon Lord's invitation, but he still joined the Wine Demon Residence. He simply does not put the Demon Lord residence in his eyes. The guardian sitting beside Empress Lan Meichen replied. A person who doesn't know what's good for him won't be able to achieve anything in the end. The Demon Master had said that after the Black Tortoise Seal contest ended, Lin Chuang, Blood Robes, Wu Qing, and Feng Jianshan would officially join the Demon Master residence and become core disciples. Please help me deal with it. Empress Lan Meichen sneered and stopped looking at Ling Xiao. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was a fellow who didn't know what was good for him, a frog at the bottom of a well, and there was no need to care about him at all. Your subordinate obeys. The 4 of them are indeed the 4 most outstanding participants. I believe that after the Black Tortoise Seal contest, their rankings will definitely be at the top. The guardian nodded. Empress Lan Meichen did not say anything else and only looked at the arena. Although he was not interested in such a battle, he was still the head judge. After all, he was the head judge, and he could not be too perfunctory. Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan both stared at Ling Xiao. Half an hour later, they were not in a hurry to fight for the demonic dragon. After all, they would get it sooner or later. Their target was Ling Xiao. As soon as Lan Hai gave the order, they would immediately pounce on Ling Xiao and defeat Ling Xiao. After all, it was not a big deal for 1 or 2 people to die in this contest. The rules did not state that they could not kill. Moreover, the people who died were from the Wine Demon Residence, so no one would care. Senior. Brother Lin, leave that brat to me. Feng Jianshan said excitedly. Lin Chuang glanced at Feng Jianshan and chuckled. Forget it. If I were to fight and beat that brat, it would be an unfair victory. You do it. He agreed to Feng Jianshan's request. Because in his opinion, Ling Xiao could not be compared to Feng Jianshan at all, and was not worth his time. In the tense atmosphere, Lan Hai raised his right hand. All the participating disciples waited nervously for him to put down his right hand. The audience was also looking forward to that scene. Countdown, 3, 2, 1, begin. As Lan Hai's last syllable fell, more than 100 figures rushed toward their target. They were as fast as lightning. There were only 20 demonic dragons, but there were more than 100 people. Fighting was inevitable. Wind array. As soon as Lan Hai's last syllable fell, Ling Xiao's voice rang out. He knew that Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan wanted to deal with him. But he did not care. The wind array could increase the speed of the warriors in the same battle array by 2 times, it would consume a lot of mid-tier spirit stones. But in order to let all 10 people from the Wine Demon residence obtain the demonic dragon's energy, Sword 18 would definitely pay for it. So there was no need to worry. The demonic dragon, which was closest to the center of the arena, was less than 300 meters away. However, one could still tell how fast it was moving. Among the 100 or so people, Shui was the fastest. His movement technique was much stronger than the rest of them. Next were Lin Chuang, Wu Qing, and Feng Jianshan. When Ling Xiao used the wind formation, the few of them rushed out. So they attracted everyone's attention at the same time, so no one noticed what Ling Xiao was doing. Shui is the fastest, but Lin Chuang is stronger. It seems that these two will be the final winners of this year's Black Tortoise Seal contest. Empress Lan Meichen nodded, feeling satisfied. Compared to her, these two were nothing, but compared to the others, these two were too outstanding. Wu Qing and Feng Jianshan are not bad. That Yunling from the Sky Demon residence is not bad either. The others are a little bit worse. The people from the Wine Demon residence have not moved yet. What a bunch of trash. A protector mocked with a smile. Don't say that. Maybe they are preparing to fight for the demonic dragon's energy with their strength. Anyway, there is still a long time. Empress Lan Meichen said lightly. Although it was a rebuttal, it sounded more like a polite statement. At this time, the people from the Wine Demon residence were also nervous. Compared to others, they were more concerned about their own people. Lord Demon General, does Ling Xiao really want to rely on his strength? That won't be easy, right? Yes, Lord Demon General. Once the 20 demonic dragons are snatched, it is very likely that the other demon residences will join forces. At that time, we won't be able to compete at all. The strength of one demon general residence to fight against the other 13 demon general residences is too unbelievable. In fact, Sword 18 was very nervous. He didn't know what Ling Xiao was planning. He also knew that once the demonic dragons were divided, the Wine Demon residents would lose their chance. Those 13 demon general manners could really join hands to eliminate the Wine Demon matter. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, what are you doing? Sword 18 muttered to himself. At this moment, a strange situation suddenly appeared on the scene. The 10 demonic dragons suddenly disappeared, many people didn't even see what happened. Even Blood Robe, the fastest guy, couldn't touch the demonic dragons. Then, the 10 demonic dragons disappeared altogether. What happened? What happened? Everyone was asking. However, Lan Hai, who was in charge of hosting, saw everything. After all, his cultivation was at the demon general level. His eyesight was better than most warriors. What he saw was a gust of wind. A gust of wind that was faster than everyone else. The distance of 300 meters was crossed in an instant. Within this distance, this speed was comparable to teleportation. The 10 contestants from the Wine Demon residence obtained the 10 demonic dragons. Lan Hai announced this important news. Everyone was shocked. Emperor Lan Meichen's brows furrowed tightly. Battle formation, and it's the wind array of the elemental array. Legend has it that this array can only be controlled by a top array master. And their soul power must be very strong. Who exactly activated this battle formation? Because the 10 people from the Wine Demon residence obtained the demonic dragon's energy at the same time, even Empress Lan Meichen didn't notice who activated the array. At this time, Blood Robe and Lin Chuang also obtained 2 demonic dragons. Then, Wu Qing and Feng Jianshan also obtained them. Feng Jianshan originally planned to deal with Ling Xiao first and then fight for the demonic dragons. However, because Ling Xiao and the others didn't move at first, he didn't dare to fight 10 people alone. So, he changed his strategy. And so, the 14 demonic dragons were gone. Demon General, what just happened? At this time, even the audience from the Wine Demon residence was dumbfounded. They were worried that the Wine Demon residence wouldn't get 1 demonic dragon, but in the blink of an eye, they obtained 10 demonic dragons. It was simply unbelievable. Wind formation. No wonder that kid Ling Xiao is so calm. It seems like he has more secrets than we do. With Sword 18's eyesight, he could naturally see how Ling Xiao had allowed Wine Demon Manor to win. However, obtaining the demonic dragon was only the first step. The problem was whether or not he could keep it. His excitement was different from that of Sword 18. The Sky Demon General and Demon General Chen Luo's expressions were extremely ugly. They even stood up in shock. He stared at the scene in disbelief. So what if you have it? You'll lose it very soon. Chen Luo snorted and winked at Feng Jianshan and the other contestants from the 13 Devil Generals' residences. At the same time, the Heavenly Demon General did the same thing. He also gave Lin Chuang and Yunling a look. His meaning was very clear. When someone wanted to fight over the Wine Demon Manor's Devil Dragon, he would go with the flow and help, eliminating all the people from the Wine Demon Manor. The other demon generals, as well as those who had personally witnessed Ling Xiao winning 3 consecutive championships in the entrance examination and breaking many records, found it even harder to calm down. 1 month's time, it had only been 1 month, they still remembered clearly that Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 14th level of hell at the first transformation of the Yin-Yang realm. But now, he had become so powerful. Not only had he obtained the demonic dragon, but he had also led Wine Demon Manor to obtain 10 demonic dragons. Although they did not know exactly who had used the battle formation, it was very clear that the other disciples of the Wine Demon Mansion were extremely respectful to Ling Xiao, following his lead blindly. If they still couldn't tell who the backbone was, then they were really blind. Once again, Ling Xiao had used practical actions to slap the Sky Demon General and Demon General Chen Luo's faces. In the past, it was the 13 Devil Generals who had refused to accept Ling Xiao as a personal disciple. The Sky Demon General didn't appreciate Ling Xiao. If it weren't for Demon Envoy Ling Xiao might have been forced to be a servant. But now, Ling Xiao's performance didn't lose to any personal disciple. Damn it, the Wine Demon General took advantage of him. Chen Luo really shouldn't have rejected him back then. He chose Lin Feiyang, and he actually died for no reason. The Sky Demon General is too much. He chose Ling Xiao as his personal disciple and ran away. He might as well have chosen Ling Xiao as his personal disciple. These discussions made the Sky Demon General and Chen Luo's faces turn ugly. Their hatred for Ling Xiao had risen to an unresolvable level. He hated that he couldn't hack Ling Xiao into 1,000 pieces to appease the hatred in his heart. Of course, they could only think about it. They couldn't do it. With the Demon Master Manor's people around, once they made a move, the result would be obvious. It seems that the person who used the battle formation is that guy called Ling Xiao. No wonder he could break my record. He's quite capable. In 1 month, his cultivation has risen so much. His talent is stronger than mine. Emperor Lan Meichen looked at Ling Xiao and frowned. For the first time, he felt nervous and oppressed. Ling Xiao didn't care about those people's exclamations or envy. Actually, the show had just begun. Getting the demonic dragon was only the first step. Protecting the demonic dragon was the key to the final victory. Change formation, metal formation. Another formation refining stone was taken out. The wind formation was transformed into a metal formation, increasing attack and defense. After the surprise, it was anger. After the 20 demonic dragons were divided, there were still many people who didn't get the demonic dragon. They set their sights on the Wine Demon Manor. Those people from the Wine Demon Manor are all good for nothings. I don't know what tricks they used this time to increase their speed so quickly. But no matter how fast they are, their combat power is weak. Snatch it, there are 10 demonic dragons. A roar came from the crowd. So, more than 100 people all pounced on the Wine Demon Manor's martial artists. In this aspect, they were very united. Shui sat at the side and didn't make a move because it had nothing to do with him. After Wu Qing got the demonic dragon, he also sat at the side to rest. No one dared to snatch it from him. Because those who were stronger than him had already gotten the demonic dragon. However, Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan led all the contestants from the Sky Demon Manor and the 13 Demon Generals' manors to become the vanguard to attack the Wine Demon Manor. Oh no, Lord Demon General. We've become the target of public criticism. Can Ling Xiao and the others hold on? Once again, the Wine Demon Manor's audience became nervous. And the audience from the 13 Demon Generals' manors and Sky Demon Manor laughed gloatingly. Serves you right. Who asked you to be so greedy and snatch 10 demonic dragons at once? In fact, even if Ling Xiao wasn't greedy, so what? Senior Sister Luoying, all of you just need to maintain the battle formation and protect the demonic dragons in your hands. I'll deal with them. Ling Xiao walked out of the battle formation and let Jian Luoying and the others control it. As for him, he hooked his finger at all the enemies. Come on, if you're not afraid of death, come and snatch it. Frivolous, unrestrained, and insufferably arrogant, Ling Xiao was still Ling Xiao. Although his face and even his body had changed, it was easier to change mountains and rivers than to change one's nature. Go. Lin Chuang waved his hand and a group of people rushed forward. However, he and Feng Jianshan did not make a move for the time being. The strength of the wind formation surprised both of them. Therefore, they wanted to see what Ling Xiao was capable of. Get lost. Facing the attack, Ling Xiao did not even use his beast soul transformation because he wanted to test how powerful the newly learned martial arts were. Imperial Celestial Dragon Body. His entire body was wrapped in golden yellow light like a divine dragon. Then, he rushed forward. Without using any technique, he directly threw out a punch. Under the support of the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body, the domineering fist erupted with a terrifying power close to a beginner general-level martial arts technique. Boom! The few martial artists who rushed at the front were directly sent flying. They flew all the way to the edge of the arena and were bounced back by the protective enchantment. His move immediately frightened many martial artists and made them stop in their tracks. It was too powerful and too domineering. Although the martial artists who were attacked by him did not die, they could no longer get up and were lying on the ground moaning. No one wanted that. If they could not get the demonic dragons and were seriously injured, they had completely lost all hope. In the stands, a demon king suddenly stood up with a surprised expression. Dragon Demon King, what's wrong? Empress Lan Meichen asked curiously. That kid is using the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body. That's my specialty. Dragon Demon King replied, and looking at the strength of his Imperial Celestial Dragon Body, I'm afraid he has already cultivated it to the proficient level. This kid has only joined the sect for a month. How did he cultivate it? I once passed down this Imperial Heavenly Dragon Body to a demon envoy called Qin Yuan. He cultivated it for 10 years before he managed to cultivate it to the small success level. Are you sure it's the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body? When Empress Lan Meichen heard the Dragon Demon King's words, she was also extremely surprised. I can't be wrong, young master. How could I be wrong about the martial arts I practice? Dragon Demon King said with certainty. Could it be that this kid is really a peerless genius? Even my mother misjudged him? Emperor Lan Meichen's eyes twinkled. No one knew what she was thinking. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield changed again. The few people who had been severely injured by Ling Xiao earlier were all martial artists at the early stage of the 16th level of Hell in Yin Yang Realm. Therefore, under the instigation of Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan, some mid-stage 16th level Hell cultivators were quickly blinded by greed. After all, there were 10 demonic dragons. Even if he could snatch one of them, it would be fine. Therefore, several dozen people attacked Ling Xiao and the Wine Demon Manor's people at the same time. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and transformed into a purple electric tearing bull. Then, his hooves suddenly knocked on the ground. The earth quakes. Those several dozen people were instantly stunned. Then, Ling Xiao used the demonic dragon phantom movement technique and turned into a bolt of lightning, shuttling through the crowd. His terrifying speed was shocking to the extreme. That should only be an advanced soldier-level movement technique. He used it so skillfully. It's faster than most people's peak soldier-level movement techniques. This kid is really a genius. Although many people did not think highly of Ling Xiao and hated Ling Xiao, they had to admit that Ling Xiao had displayed everything a genius should have. In an instant, more than 60 martial artists all fell. Everyone fainted from the electric shock. At this moment, Ling Xiao had also changed from the purple electric tearing bull form back to his half-demon form. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan with contempt. You two only know how to instigate others to die while you watch from the sidelines. You're really smart. Bull*T. We just don't want to fight with you. Lin Chuang scolded. Don't want to fight? I think you're afraid. Ling Xiao mocked. You're courting death. All of you, get out of the way. I'll do it. Feng Jianshan could not hold it in anymore. He was at the 16th level of the Yin-Yang realm in the first rotation, but Ling Xiao said he was afraid. He really could not stand it. In any case, his initial decision was to eliminate Ling Xiao in the first round of the competition. Now was the perfect opportunity. The rest of the people stood to the side. Feng Jianshan faced Ling Xiao and took out his sword. It was a huge broadsword that was taller than his body. One look and one could tell that he was a strength-type opponent. Young master, aren't you going to stop them? If we let the experts encounter each other so quickly, no matter which one of them is defeated, it will weaken the excitement of the second round. A demon king said to Empress Lan Meichen. What you said makes sense. All right. Empress Lan Meichen stood up and suddenly called for a pause. Announce a new rule. Warriors who have obtained the demonic dragon are not allowed to attack other warriors. They can only defend passively. Although many people did not understand this rule, they did not dare to go against it. Feng Jianshan gritted his teeth and put away his broadsword. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "You're lucky that young master added this rule. Otherwise, I'll definitely make you bleed." Hee, we don't know who's the lucky one. The second round will probably be a battle between warriors. I hope we can meet. Then, you'll know who's the lucky one. Ling Xiao also stopped transforming. To him, there were not many opponents who could make him transform. Shui, Lin Chuang, Wu Qing, and Sword Sakura were four of them. Feng Jianshan did not count. The change in the rules made the following battles a little boring. On Ling Xiao's side, there were almost no more challengers. One had to know that he had defeated more than 60 people by himself. They had completely lost their ability to fight. Who would dare to find trouble with him unless there was something wrong with their heads? In the end, after half an hour, the 10 people from the Wine Demon residence still had a demonic dragon. Half an hour is up. Everyone stop fighting. Lan Hai, who was floating in midair, gave the order. Following the order, no one dared to continue. Although Lan Hai was not as strong as Empress Lan Meichen, compared to these participants, he was still very scary. Seeing that everyone had stopped, Lan Hai nodded in satisfaction and said, "Those who did not obtain the demonic dragon can leave now." A group of people left dejectedly. There was even a group of people who were directly carried out. They challenged Ling Xiao but were heavily injured or fainted by Ling Xiao. They did not even have the ability to leave the arena. Those who were eliminated all left. There were only 20 people left in the arena. The people from the Wine Demon residence crowded around Ling Xiao excitedly. "Junior brother, you're really strong. It's no big deal, but I can't help you in the second round. It'll probably be a one-on-one battle. We might even have to fight against each other. Good luck." Ling Xiao smiled. "That's nothing. We've earned a lot of points in the first round. As long as you can win the second round, our Wine Demon residence will be considered a success in this year's Black Tortoise Seal contest." "That's right. Moreover, we've obtained the demonic dragon's energy, which can directly raise our cultivation by a small realm in the first revolution 16 levels of hell. We're already at the late stage. After raising our cultivation, we'll be at the peak. Who can stop us?" "That's true. Let's use the demonic dragon's energy during the break later. It'll definitely be helpful in the next round." Ling Xiao nodded. He felt extremely carefree. As long as he used the demonic dragon's energy, his cultivation should be able to reach the peak of the first revolution 16 levels of hell. This way, even if he encountered Demon General Chen Luo, who was at the early stage of the first revolution 17th level of hell, he wouldn't have to be afraid. At this moment, other than the 10 spots occupied by the Wine Demon residence, the other 10 spots were very clear. The Sky Demon residence had 2 spots, Lin Chuang and Yun Ling. The Earth Demon residence had 1 spot, Shui. The Human Demon residence had 1 spot, Wu Qing. The 13 Demon Generals had 1 spot, Sword Sealing Mountain. They had already taken up 5 spots. The remaining 5 spots were obtained by the strongest disciples from the 4th Demon General to the 8th Demon General. Many people probably didn't expect this result. None of the disciples from the 9th demon general to the 12th demon general advanced. The reason for this result was that the wine demon residents had taken up too many spots. Out of the 20 spots, the wine demon residents had taken up 10. To the 13 demon generals, this was actually a huge mockery. Because the most fundamental reason for this result was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's wind array allowed the wine demon residents to obtain 10 demonic dragons. Ling Xiao's powerful combat strength allowed the wine demon residents to guard these 10 demonic dragons. And this Ling Xiao, they had the opportunity to take him as a personal disciple. But in the end, they didn't choose him and threw Ling Xiao away like trash. Today, all of them had been slapped in the face by Ling Xiao. It was just that some were light and some were heavy. Of course, the ones with the worst expressions were still the Heavenly Demon General and the 13th Demon General, Chen Luo. The two of them had the deepest enmity with Ling Xiao. The better Ling Xiao performed, the angrier they became. Humph, you managed to avoid the fate of being killed in the first trial. However, you won't be able to avoid the second trial. Chen Luo gritted his teeth. He was actually very unhappy with Empress Lan Meichen's decision, but he was extremely wary of Empress Lan Meichen's identity and strength. He did not dare to talk nonsense and could only do as Empress Lan Meichen said. Fortunately, he still had a chance in the second stage. First of all, congratulations to the 20 of you for advancing. The second stage was a one-on-one battle. They would draw lots to determine their opponents. 10 people would be chosen first. Then, they would draw lots again to decide on 5 people. In the end, these 5 people would engage in a free-for-all battle in the arena and be ranked according to the order of defeat. The last one standing will be the champion. Speaking up to here, Lan Hai smiled and said, the rewards for this second round are very generous. Those who could make it to the top 10 would each receive 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Those who made it to the top 5 would each receive 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Other than that, the third place would receive an additional 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones. The final reward would be 1 million. The second place would receive an additional 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. The final reward would be 1,500,000. Other than the Black Tortoise Seal, the first place would also receive 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones. I'm sure all of you know that 30,000 upper-grade spirit stones would be 1 to 3 million middle-grade spirit stones. Even so, no one would choose to exchange for it. Because to a martial artist, the value of 30,000 upper-grade spirit stones far surpasses 3 million middle-grade spirit stones. Oh my god, the first place is actually rewarded with upper-grade spirit stones. This has never happened before. That's really generous. This upper-grade spirit stone, although the normal exchange rate is 1 piece for 100 middle-grade spirit stones. In fact, the exchange rate in the black market is 1 piece can be exchanged for up to 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Its value is simply unparalleled. Damn, I'm so envious. But who can get this thing? It must be either Lin Chuang or Shui. Lin Chuang has always been the strongest among the 13 devil residences. Shui recently defeated Wu Qing and his strength increased greatly. Can't it be Ling Xiao? I think he's very strong. Impossible, impossible. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation is still insufficient. He can't compare to Lin Chuang or Shui. It would be a miracle if he could defeat Wu Qing and Sealed Sword Mountain. I think so too. But even if he's only in the top 5, the reward is still very generous. No matter what, the Wine Demon residence has gained face this time. All this time, many people have treated them as trash. The audience below the stage discussed excitedly. The ones who had the most hope were still Lin Chuang and Shui. Even if Ling Xiao's performance was outstanding, they still did not think that Ling Xiao could defy the heavens. In fact, Jian Luoying did not perform at all in the first round. Therefore, other than the people from the Wine Demon residence, no one knew how terrifying her strength was. To be honest, in Ling Xiao's opinion, other than Lin Chuang, there was probably no one present who could beat Jian Luoying. Even Lin Chuang only had a 60% chance of winning. While the audience was discussing, the 20 warriors who had advanced began to draw lots. No one was willing to meet powerhouses like Lin Chuang and Shui at the beginning. Of course, Ling Xiao did not care about this. No matter who he drew, he could defeat them. Of course, if he drew someone weaker, he would win more easily. Although the Wine Demon residents had achieved excellent results in the first round, other than Ling Xiao, the other 9 did not perform much. Therefore, they were all considered delicious cakes. Everyone wanted to draw them. Little did they know that none of the 9 were weak. If they drew Jian Luoying, it would be too late to cry. What's so great about having more people? The one who laughs last will laugh the best. The heavenly demon general snorted coldly. This was also the thought of the other demon generals. During the drawing of lots, there were too many people from the Wine Demon residence, so they were put at the end. After Feng Jianshan drew his lot, he walked in front of Ling Xiao and deliberately showed his number, 10. If you draw the same number, you're dead. I've said it before. You were lucky to escape in the first round. You'd better not meet me in the second round. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Feng Jianshan had a grudge against Ling Xiao for killing his master. Moreover, he had been annoyed by Ling Xiao many times. His hatred for Ling Xiao had seeped into his bones. Just don't lose before you meet me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Stubborn. At this time, Lin Chuang also drew his lot. He drew number 1. The enmity between Lin Chuang and Ling Xiao wasn't that great. Although Ling Xiao had killed Fang Feiyun was his junior brother. However, Lin Chuang and Fang Feiyun didn't have a good relationship. Lin Chuang hated Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao wasn't obedient and even stole his limelight in the first round. In his opinion, disobedient people needed to be taught a good lesson. Kid, there are many people who want to beat you up. Apart from Fengjian Mountain, there's also me. If you're lucky enough to avoid Fengjian Mountain, you'll be even more unlucky. I'll beat you up until you look like a pig and then slowly torture you to death. Lin Chuang sneered. Idiots, you two better pray that you don't meet me. Ling Xiao cursed in disdain and then ignored them. Junior brother, do you want us to exhaust those 2 guys as much as we can? A senior brother from the Wine Demon residence asked. There's no need. Those 2 guys probably won't show mercy to us. Be careful. If you feel that you can't win, immediately admit defeat. Saving your lives is more important. Ling Xiao said, I'll take care of those 2. Don't take everything on yourself. Although we might not be able to deal with Lin Chuang, I don't care about Fengjian Mountain. Jian Luoying smiled. That's true. Even Lin Chuang might not be able to win against you, senior sister Luoying. However, you should at least give me a chance. Ling Xiao said, they've already bullied me so much. If I don't take care of them, it won't make sense. Alright, we might not meet. Let's draw lots first. After drawing lots, Ling Xiao and Jian Luoying didn't meet Lin Chuang or Fengjian Mountain. Ling Zhao's opponent was Yun Ling from the Sky Demon residence. Jian Luoying's opponent was an unknown disciple. He should be a disciple from the 4th Demon General's residence. However, 2 of his senior brothers were unlucky to have drawn Fengjian Mountain and Lin Chuang. The other 2 were also unlucky to have drawn Shuai and Wu Qing. As for the other senior brothers, their opponents were either very weak or on par with them. It all depended on the opportunity. You don't have to worry too much. Even if you are eliminated, we will continue to win glory for the Wine Demon matter. Ling Xiao comforted the 4 senior brothers who had drawn powerful opponents. We know. After drawing lots, everyone went backstage to rest. Half an hour later, the second stage would begin. The audience also got a chance to rest. Some of them discussed martial arts in private, while others talked about the previous battles. As for the contestants, they began absorbing the demonic dragon's energy. Generally speaking, it was almost impossible for an ordinary warrior to completely absorb the demonic dragon's energy within half an hour. Therefore, the rest of the people in the Wine Demon residence were preparing to go back and slowly absorb it. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Ling Xiao was different. Since he had obtained the demon dragon's energy, he would naturally choose to absorb it. However, what surprised him was that for others, a situation where one demonic dragon's energy could allow them to break through a small realm did not occur to him. He had completely converted the energy of a devil dragon, but it had only increased his cultivation C's energy by 10%. Here, Jian Luoying saw Ling Zhao's situation at a glance. Ling Xiao could challenge those of a higher realm, which meant that he was much stronger than others in the same realm. One demonic dragon's energy was definitely not enough. Therefore, she had been prepared. Little junior brother, when you were cultivating just now, senior sister told us about the situation. If one demonic dragon's energy can't help you break through, then 10 demonic dragons should do the trick. After discussing it, we are all willing to give you the demonic dragon's energy. The other 8 senior brothers had the same idea. In that instant, Ling Xiao knew that he had chosen the right place. He had made the right choice in joining the Wine Demon residence. If he had chosen to become a personal disciple of the Sky Demon residence back then, he would not have been in this situation today. He did not refuse and took the 9 demonic dragons. Then, he took out 9,000-year Lingji pills and gave them to Jian Luoying and the other 8 senior brothers. These 1,000-year Lingji pills are better for you than the demonic dragon's energy. However, it cannot be improved overnight like the demonic dragon's energy. It will strengthen your physical body for a long time. It will increase your cultivation speed. I'm giving it to you. Ling Xiao was a person who would repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. If others were kind to him, he would treat them even better. 1,000-year Lingji pills. And you're giving away 9 of them at once. You're too generous. Even the young masters of the Demon Lord residence would have a hard time getting their hands on such pills. Jian 18 stared at the pills in Ling Xiao's hand in shock. He was increasingly convinced that Ling Xiao was a mysterious kid. Master, I'm an apothecary. Alchemy is my forte. This is nothing. Ling Xiao gave out the pills. He didn't care if his senior sisters and senior brothers wanted to decline. He had already started cultivating. The 9 demonic dragons poured into his cultivation sea at the same time. The demonic dragon's energy was the purest form of energy. It could be directly converted into internal energy, so there was no need to convert it into potential. For Ling Xiao, it was a very good thing. Half an hour passed quickly. Ling Xiao opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. You broke through? Jian 18 asked. Ling Xiao only smiled and did not answer. Let's go and watch the second round of the competition. This kid is still keeping us in suspense. Jian 18 was helpless, but he did not pursue the matter. After all, once the second round of the competition began, they would know whether Ling Xiao had broken through or not. Everyone returned to the spectator stands. By now, the other members of the Demon Lord residence had also arrived. Ling Xiao noticed that Sword-Seizing Mountain had broken through. Blood Robes had broken through as well. Although Wu Qing and Lin Chuang did not break through, their auras were clearly much stronger. They were all geniuses, so they must have used the demonic dragon's energy. Jian Luoying did not use the demonic dragon's energy, but she swallowed the 1,000-year Lingji pill. The 1,000-year Lingji pill's energy would remain dormant in the body and constantly release, so it could be consumed at any time. Ling Xiao would definitely not break through after eating the 1,000-year Lingji pill, but the 8 senior brothers of the Liquor Demon residence had all broken through. The effect was even more outstanding than the demonic dragon's energy. Not only did they break through, but their bodies also became extremely strong, and the energy continued to be released from their bodies. Even if they did not cultivate, they could continue to increase the energy in their cultivation sea. We've struck it rich. Jian Luoying could also feel the energy in her body rising, and she could not help but feel excited. Exchanging the demonic dragon's energy for the 1,000-year Lingji pill was simply the best deal. We can only say that we each took what we needed. Ling Xiao smiled. Clearly, the demonic dragon's energy was more suitable for him. Alright, since everyone is here, let's begin the first round of the competition. The 2 who drew number 1, please enter the stage. Lan Hai said loudly. Junior brother, junior sister Luoying, I'm going. The eldest senior brother of the Liquor Demon residence walked out. He had drawn number 1, and his opponent was Lin Chuang, the strongest opponent. It was impossible to change the number because the number had been registered on the number plate. The number plate would only be revealed before the start of each battle. Only then would people know who was fighting whom. If the person who went up was different, he would be eliminated. Therefore, even if Ling Xiao wanted to help the eldest senior brother, he couldn't. Trash, get out of here. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Chuang was very arrogant in front of the eldest senior brother of the Wine Demon residents. His strength had increased again, and he had reached the peak of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin Yang realm. He was only 1 step away from the 17th level of Hell. How could he not be arrogant? I'm sorry. Although I'm not as good as you, I won't get out of here. Don't talk nonsense. Let's fight. The eldest senior brother of the Wine Demon residents had been sullen for many years. This time, he finally had the chance to fight with all his strength. How could he give up so easily? You want to do this the hard way? Get out of here. Lin Chuang wanted to save his strength for the next battle, but his opponent didn't know what to do. Therefore, he was furious and didn't show any mercy. His strong body flashed and pounced on the eldest senior brother of the Wine Demon residents like a ferocious bear. It's over. How can the trash of the Wine Demon residents be a match for the first senior brother of the Sky Demon residents? This was the opinion of almost everyone except the Wine Demon residents. Boom, after a loud noise. The smoke dissipated. Lin Chuang looked at the eldest senior brother of the Wine Demon residents in shock. The eldest senior brother didn't retreat at all. Only a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, but it didn't look serious. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. When did the people of the Wine Demon residents become so powerful? This was simply impossible. How could this be? Lin Chuang was also stunned. As far as he was concerned, there was no one in the Wine Demon Manor who was a match for him. But now, a random person had actually managed to block his attack. However, he felt relieved after a while. I was wrong to be able to block my attack. But the next one won't be so easy. Roar. A roar came from behind Lin Chuang. An ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared behind Lin Chuang. This was his martial soul. Although it couldn't be compared to the immemorial martial souls, the potential of the ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex was just as great. Are you the only one with a martial spirit? The Wine Demon Palace's eldest senior brother didn't back down. A similar roar rang out. The phantom of an ancient saber-toothed tiger appeared behind him. It was also an ancient demonic beast martial soul. Tyrannosaurus Rex versus Sabertooth. Many people didn't expect this. They thought that the first battle would end in an instant. Kill. The two of them shouted at the same time and rushed forward. Then, an intense battle began. This battle made many people's eyeballs almost fall out of their sockets. Lin Chuang had thought that he would be able to easily defeat the Wine Demon Mansion's eldest senior brother, but in the end, both sides had fought for a full 15 minutes, and there was still no clear victor. Although the Wine Demon Palace's eldest senior brother was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. However, to have been able to stay with Lin Chuang for such a long time, even if he lost, he was still proud of himself. The first battle was actually so brilliant that everyone was a little surprised. In the beginning, the Heavenly Demon Mansion's people shouted loudly and mocked the Wine Demon Mansion. However, as time passed, they all closed their mouths. The Wine Demon Mansion's eldest senior brother, whom they looked down on, was actually able to hold on for such a long time under Lin Chuang's attack. You're courting death. Lin Chuang was furious. His aura rose crazily, and it shook the entire arena. He was prepared to use all his strength. This strength was originally prepared for Shui and Wu Qing. However, he was going to use it in the hands of a person he looked down on. I admit defeat. When the Wine Demon Mansion's eldest senior brother saw the situation, he straightforwardly admitted defeat. Then, he turned around and walked out of the arena. Do you think I'll let you leave so easily? Go to hell. Lin Chuang was so angry that his face was malevolent. He had used all his strength with great difficulty, and he was exhausted. However, his opponent actually admitted defeat. This was simply like punching cotton. That feeling was so depressing that he wanted to die. He pounced on the Wine Demon Mansion's eldest senior brother, trying to kill him before he left the arena. Because before he left the arena, even if he admitted defeat, the rules allowed him to continue. Therefore, Lan Hai did not stop him. However, the Wine Demon Mansion's eldest senior brother had already expected this. The place where he admitted defeat was already the edge of the arena. He only needed to take one step to reach the outside. If Lin Chuang continued to attack at this time, it would be against the rules and he would be eliminated. He had no choice but to stop and roar angrily. Young Master Di Machen, this rule is unfair. How can you admit defeat if you can't win? What's the point of fighting? The Heavenly Demon General was also unhappy for Lin Chuang. Heavenly Demon General, you can't say that. Do you want our Demon Dragon Sword Court's disciples to fight to the death? Whether it's Lin Chuang or that person, they're both outstanding disciples. In the end, Lin Chuang is still not strong enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the chance to escape or admit defeat. Lan Di Machen's words were quite profound. She seemed to be saying that if you have the ability to keep your opponent in the arena, then you can do whatever you want. However, if your opponent leaves the arena, then you can't continue to attack. Although the Heavenly Demon General and Lin Chuang were very sullen, there was nothing they could do. This battle could only end like this. Lin Chuang advances to the top 10, next, number 2 contestants. This time, one of them was Shui, and the other was still a disciple of the Wine Demon Palace. The drawing of lots was very subtle. The 10 people of the Wine Demon Palace would fight against the other 10 people. There was no internal strife at all. Although the eldest senior brother of the Wine Demon Palace lost, his performance was not bad. He forced Lin Chuang to use all his strength before admitting defeat. Have we underestimated the Wine Demon Palace? Let's wait and see. After all, that's the eldest senior brother. In the midst of the discussion, the second battle began. This time, the fourth senior brother of the Wine Demon Palace and Shui continued to fight for nearly 15 minutes. In the end, Shui was so angry that he directly used the terrifying power of the Blood Clan Martial Soul. He wanted to trap the fourth senior brother of the Wine Demon Palace, but in the end, his opponent escaped. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he could escape unscathed. This was the terrifying part of the Wine Demon Palace's disciples. After this battle, the Wine Demon Palace was completely famous and became the focus of everyone's attention. No one dared to look down on them anymore. Shui advances. Next match. Lan Hai's voice sounded. The two of them jumped into the arena. One was Feng Jianshan, and the other was the second senior brother of the Wine Demon Palace. I heard that you want to kill our youngest junior brother. After the second senior brother of the Wine Demon Palace went into the arena, he looked at Feng Jianshan with a smile and asked. So what? Do you want to die for him? Feng Jianshan sneered. Haha, our youngest junior brother is 10 times stronger than me. If you can't even defeat me, how can you kill him? T. Take this. Feng Jianshan thought that he could compete with Shui and Lin Chuang since he had reached the peak of level 16 of hell. But in reality, he had overestimated himself. The battle lasted for half an hour. In the end, Lan Hai had no choice but to stop the battle and let the judge decide the winner. After the 9 Demon Kings had a discussion, they declared Feng Jianshan the winner. The reason was that Feng Jianshan had hit second senior brother more times. But the people of the Wine Demon residence were not convinced by this reason. Ling Xiao was about to refute when second senior brother stopped him. Forget it. There's no need to make an enemy out of the Demon Kings. But second senior brother, you'll definitely win after 300 moves. That guy can't compare to you in terms of experience or skills. With Ling Xiao's eyesight, he naturally saw through all of this. It's okay. When you meet him later, teach him a lesson for me. Second senior brother smiled. Okay. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and calmed the displeasure in his heart. He could see that although the 9 Demon Kings said that it was fair, it was only fair among the 13 demon generals. It was not fair to the people of the Wine Demon residence. However, this kind of unfairness was only ambiguous. They didn't dare to be so obvious. Otherwise, the 18th sword was not to be trifled with. Thinking of this, he felt relieved. Hee, you dare to object to the Demon King's judgment? You're overestimating yourself. Feng Jianshan deliberately mocked Ling Xiao when he walked down from the arena. He helped you this time. The next time he meets me, it won't be so easy. Ling Xiao sneered and stepped into the arena. He was number 4. Yunling was also number 4. This battle was between him and Yunling. Look, it's that black horse. His cultivation is similar to Yunling's. I wonder if he can make it to the next round. However, as soon as they finished speaking, Yunling took the initiative to admit defeat. She did not even enter the arena. Yunling felt helpless about such a choice. Back in the Sky Devil residence, Ling Zhao's cultivation was far inferior to hers. She was already at the early stage of the 16th level of Hell, while Ling Xiao was only at the middle stage of the 15th level of Hell. But now, the battle prowess that Ling Xiao displayed had completely frightened her. She didn't even have the courage to challenge him. She still remembered Fang Feiyun's death very clearly. She didn't want to die in the hands of Ling Xiao. F***ck, what is that Yunling doing? We can't see Ling Xiao's true strength again. That's right. You're surrendering without fighting? This Ling Xiao is really lucky. There was definitely more than one person who thought that Ling Xiao was lucky. Yunling, you've really disappointed me. The Heavenly Demon General looked at Yunling, his face extremely gloomy. In his opinion, even if Yunling was going to lose, she should force Ling Xiao to show his true strength and give Lin Chuang a reference. However, Yunling didn't even have the courage to step into the arena. Heavenly Demon General, she made the right choice. Compared to Yunling, you're still as blind as ever. Ling Xiao looked at the Heavenly Demon General and mocked him. What did you say? The Heavenly Demon General stood up with a murderous look. Haha, why are you so angry? Is it wrong to say that you're blind? Who was the one who abandoned me like trash? Ling Xiao mocked him. What are you so happy about? You just entered the top 10. Do you think you're a match for Lin Chuang? Luck can only represent a moment, not a lifetime. The Heavenly Demon General said coldly. You're right. Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan are too lucky to have avoided me. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be in the top 10. Ling Xiao smiled and walked down the arena. He was very satisfied to be able to advance easily. After all, Yunling was not worth mentioning in his eyes. No matter what, people no longer dared to look down on the strength of the Wine Demon residents. 4 people entered the arena, and 2 of them fought with the strongest disciple. They fought for a long time and forced the opponent to use his full strength. The second senior brother of the Wine Demon residents fought Feng Jianshan to a draw. In the end, Feng Jianshan barely advanced because of the judge's decision. Ling Xiao was even more generous, scaring Yunling so much that she didn't dare to enter the arena. Number 5 was the 8th senior brother of the Wine Demon residents. His opponent was Wu Qing, and he didn't disappoint the crowd. Although he lost in the end, he lost bravely. He fought with Wu Qing for almost half an hour before the outcome was decided. Wu Qing only won with a small move. The Wine Demon residence has been at the bottom for so many years. How come they're so valiant this time? What valiant? To put it bluntly, only Ling Xiao advanced. No matter how good the others were, they were still eliminated. You're not being honest. They were eliminated because their opponents were too strong. Let's continue watching. Just as this person said, the following battles were basically the performance of the Wine Demon residents. Jian Luoying defeated her opponent in one move and easily advanced. Third senior brother was the same. Fourth senior brother defeated his opponent in 3 moves. Fifth senior brother defeated his opponent in 10 moves. Sixth senior brother defeated his opponent in 15 minutes. Of the 10 people from the Wine Demon residence, 6 had advanced. As for the remaining demon residences, only the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal demon residences were left, as well as Chen Luo from the 13 demon residences. This kind of situation was simply beyond everyone's expectations. The Wine Demon residence, which had always been at the bottom in the past, actually had 6 people advance. Moreover, the advantage of advancing was very great, and they hadn't revealed their full strength. It was impossible for Sword 18 to not be happy. According to his original thinking, it was already very good for the Wine Demon residents to have Ling Xiao and Jian Luoying enter the top 10. However, now it seemed that the situation was much more optimistic than he had expected. The Celestial Demon General and 13 Demon General Chen Luo's noses were already crooked from anger. They were still cutting and mocking the Wine Demon residents before, but in the end, their results were much better than theirs. This slap was ruthless enough. In this way, even if Ling Xiao and the others were all eliminated, the Wine Demon residents would at least be ranked 5th. And they wouldn't be at the bottom. But then again, as long as the Wine Demon residents couldn't get first place, even if they got second place, it was meaningless. Because if they couldn't get the Black Tortoise seal, the Wine Demon residents wouldn't be able to obtain true freedom. Sword Sealing Mountain, looks like we have to be ruthless. The Wine Demon residence's people are too arrogant. No matter which one of us meets the Wine Demon residence's people, we'll beat them to death. Lin Chuang saw the Wine Demon residence's audience cheering unceasingly and was immediately furious. Begin a new round of drawing lots. Lan Hai also glanced at the 6 people from the Wine Demon residence, intentionally or otherwise. They really hid their strength well. Among these 6 people, at least 2 of them would enter the top 5. He thought in his heart that the drawing of lots had already ended. This time, Ling Xiao drew number 5. In other words, he would be the last to go on stage. However, it was still unclear who his opponent would be. After a 10-minute break, Lan Hai announced the start of the second round. The 2 who drew number 1, please go on stage. Junior brother, I'll be going up first. Jian Luoying had drawn number 1. However, he didn't know who her opponent would be. Ling Xiao hoped that it wouldn't be Lin Chuang. As long as it wasn't Lin Chuang, anyone else would be fine. Ha ha ha, Miss Luoying, I'm sorry, but your opponent is me. Feng Jianshan laughed maniacally. Although he didn't meet Ling Xiao, it felt good to toy with Jian Luoying and defeat her. Jian Luoying was the daughter of Sword 18. If he could teach her a lesson, the people of Wine Demon residence would be devastated. Are you happy? Don't you think you're unlucky? Jian Luoying didn't say much, but Ling Xiao wouldn't let Feng Jianshan off. He felt that this guy was extremely stupid. Among everyone, Jian Luoying was probably the only one afraid of him and Lin Chuang. She wasn't even afraid of blood robes. He really didn't know what this idiot Feng Jianshan was so happy about. Was he happy that he was about to be eliminated? Unlucky? Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, you're all talk. I heard you have a good relationship with Jian Luoying, although I don't know if it's because Wine Demon General wants to marry her to you, but a gentleman is a gentleman. But a fair lady is a gentleman's mate. You must like this woman very much. What do you think will happen if I disfigure her? Feng Jianshan ignored Jian Luoying and looked at Ling Xiao. He didn't notice Jian Luoying's cold gaze. Feng Jianshan was finished if he dared to say such words in front of Jian Luoying. Ling Xiao shook his head and sighed. What do you mean by the evils you bring upon yourself? Brother, you're on your own now. Feng Jianshan didn't know what a stupid thing he had done. He looked at Jian Luoying and said with a smile, Miss Luoying, if you don't want to be disfigured, admit defeat and agree to one of my requests. Oh? What request? Jian Luoying asked with a half-smile. It's very simple. Marry me and be my concubine. Feng Jianshan smiled. This was an absolute humiliation. It was a direct humiliation. Feng Jianshan didn't have a wife, but he wanted Jian Luoying to be his concubine. Clearly, Jian Luoying wasn't worthy of being his wife. If it were anyone else, they would probably be livid with rage. However, Jian Luoying was not angry. In her eyes, Sword Sealing Mountain was already a dead man. There was no need to be angry with a dead person. Ha ha ha, I say, Wine Devil General, why don't you and Shen Luo settle the marriage between Sword Sealing Mountain and Jian Luoying? I think they're a perfect match. The Heavenly Demon General looked at 18th Sword and laughed. These words were naturally aimed at the 18th Sword. Hee hee, my daughter will not marry a dead man as her husband. Sword 18 said with a faint smile. He knew his daughter's temper the best. Feng Jianshan's words were pure suicide. It was impossible for Jian Luoying not to kill him. The Heavenly Demon General sneered, General Wine Demon, you're old and your eyes are blurry. Don't you know how strong your daughter is, not to mention killing Sword Sealing Mountain? I think even staying alive will be a problem. Hee hee, I'm old, but in terms of eyesight, I'm much better than a blind man like you. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't have joined my Wine Demon residence. Sword 18 mocked. I won't argue with you. You'll know when the results are out. The heavenly demon general couldn't argue with the wine demon general. He had indeed misjudged Ling Xiao. There was nothing he could do if the other party used this weakness to target him. Yes, you'll know when the results are out. Sword 18 couldn't be bothered to continue the nonsense and said coldly. On the stage, Jian Luoying had already drawn her sword and pointed it at Feng Jianshan. Admit defeat and kneel down to apologize. Perhaps I can spare your life. Bullshit. How could I lose to a woman like you? Feng Jianshan naturally wouldn't admit defeat. He didn't think he was weaker than Jian Luoying. Kill. Feng Jianshan took the initiative to attack. Bitch who refuses a toast only to drink a forfeit. I'll show you what fear is. A huge sword appeared in his hand. Behind him was a towering mountain. The mountain martial soul combined with the huge sword made the power of the sword terrifying. A terrifying power came crashing down like it could split the sky and cover the earth. The ground where Jian Luoying stood was shaking violently. Even with the support of the formation, cracks had already appeared in the ground. Feng Jianshan didn't show any mercy when he attacked. Since Jian Luoying wouldn't go along with his wishes, he could only destroy her. How dare you kill this and that with this little ability? Is there something wrong with your brain? Jian Luoying raised her sword contemptuously. Gravitational sword, negative gravity. Her sword came into contact with Feng Jianshan's sword. Feng Jianshan's sword was powerful. If Jian Luoying hadn't reacted properly, she wouldn't have been able to block it. But now, Feng Jianshan was like a mountain that had turned into a balloon. With just a light touch from Jian Luoying, he was sent flying dozens of meters away. Gravitational sword, 1,000 times gravity. Jian Luoying had no intention of letting Feng Jianshan go so easily. She took advantage of Feng Jianshan's falling body to use her best move. Oh no, I admit defeat. Feng Jianshan sensed that something was wrong. Jian Luoying was too strong. He couldn't fight back at all. He wanted to admit defeat. However, it was useless to just admit defeat. They had to escape from the arena. But under the 1,000 times gravity, he couldn't even control his own body. How could he escape? Demon General, save me. Feng Jianshan couldn't save himself, so he could only ask Chen Luo for help. When Chen Luo heard the cry for help, he immediately stood up and rushed into the arena. If this continued, Feng Jianshan would be eliminated anyway. He didn't care if he broke the rules. The punishment for breaking the rules was too small. At most, he would be kicked out of the competition. Demon General, where are you going? Ling Xiao blocked Chen Luo's path with a cold expression. Get lost. Chen Luo was extremely anxious at this time. He directly threw out a punch, blasting towards Ling Xiao. Because it was a hurried punch, it wasn't very powerful. His goal was to force Ling Xiao back and then save Feng Jianshan. Imperial Celestial Dragon Form, Ultimate Heavenly Rat Beast Soul Transformation. Facing the powerful Chen Luo, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't be careless. He instantly transformed and attached himself to the Imperial Celestial Dragon Form. Then, he punched out with both fists. Boom! After a loud explosion, Chen Luo looked at Ling Xiao in shock. He hadn't even moved an inch. At the same time, Sword Ceiling Mountain's hysterical screams could be heard from the arena. It's too late. Chen Luo knew that it was too late for Ling Xiao to stop him. He looked at the arena. Feng Jianshan's body was completely embedded in the arena's tiles. There was no part of his body that was intact. Although he wasn't dead, he was basically crippled. Jian Luoying eliminated Feng Jianshan, and she won in one move. Ling Xiao blocked the enraged demon general Chen Luo, and he didn't look injured at all. What was wrong with this world? Was it all a dream? The audience couldn't comprehend the situation. The strange turn of events left them dumbfounded. Feng Jianshan, who they were expecting to be in the top 5, was defeated so easily. And he looked like he was on the verge of death. I'm going to kill you. Chen Luo checked Feng Jianshan's condition and was instantly enraged. He pounced on Jian Luoying and Ling Xiao, wanting to kill them both. However, with Jian 18 around, he couldn't do anything. Jian 18 didn't stand up. He just sat there and slapped the air. Demon General Chen Luo was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He landed heavily on the arena. He was watched by tens of thousands of people. It was a disgrace. Life and death are normal in the arena. Feng Jianshan was seriously injured, but my daughter Luoying showed mercy. Don't you remember her kindness and go treat that trash? You're still here causing trouble. Do you think I'm easy to bully just because I've swallowed my anger all these years? Jian 18's voice echoed throughout the arena. Only then did people remember how terrifying this demon general was. The demon general of 100 years ago was a very special existence. He was clearly stronger than the 3 demon generals of heaven, earth, and human. But he refused to be promoted to demon general. Even the demon lord couldn't restrain him. Although most people didn't see the battle between Jian 18 and the demon lord, there were still people who knew the result. The demon lord lost, although he had only lost by 1.5 moves. A loss was a loss. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to such conditions. They thought that Jian 18 wasn't as strong as he used to be after 100 years. But now they realized that this demon general might be even more terrifying than he was 100 years ago. Uncle Jian is right. In the arena, life and death don't matter. I'm sure all of you know this very well. Chen Luo, take Feng Jianshan to heal. Empress Lan Meichen stood up and looked deeply at Jian 18. Then she said to Chen Luo. This subordinate obeys. Chen Luo was already stunned by the 18th blade. He did not dare to offend Empress Lan Meichen, so he could only send Feng Jianshan to the Demon Dragon Sword Quartz Apothecary Department to heal. Alright, let the competition continue. Seeing Chen Luo leave, Empress Lan waved her hand and gestured. Lan Hai nodded and said, 2 contestants, please come on. The ones who entered the stage were actually the Wine Demon Mansion's 4th senior brother and 7th senior brother. It couldn't be helped. 6 out of 10 people were from the Wine Demon Manor. It wasn't strange for them to run into each other. I abstain. 7th senior brother directly forfeited. This was because he knew that he was no match for his 4th senior brother. In order to prevent his 4th senior brother from exhausting himself, this was the wisest choice. In this way, 2 people from the Wine Demon residence have already advanced to the top 5. This is really unexpected. That's right. Although the civil war in the Wine Demon residence will cause one person to withdraw, it is also certain that one person will advance. Our luck is pretty good. The Wine Demon residence had become the focus of everyone's attention. After all, from the beginning of the first round until now, everyone's performance was outstanding. This was something that no one in the audience had expected. Do you think someone else from the Wine Demon residence will advance? That's hard to say. The key is still to see who they're up against. Whether it's Lin Chuang, Shui Yi, or Wu Qing, they're not to be trifled with. If the remaining 3 from the Wine Demon residence go up against them, they'll definitely be eliminated. But if they fight against each other, at least one person will advance. I think so too. In the midst of the discussion, the identities of the 2 contestants were revealed. One was Lin Chuang, the other was the Wine Demon residence's 6th senior brother. I abstain. The 6th senior brother didn't go on stage because this was something that had been discussed. Jian Luoying had almost killed Feng Jianshan, so Lin Chuang would definitely be ruthless. He wouldn't give the 6th senior brother a chance to escape. Thus, he chose to abstain. It was very wise. Coward. Lin Chuang couldn't achieve his goal. He could only curse fiercely and leave the stage helplessly. Then, the identities of the 2 contestants were revealed. One was Shui Yi, the other was the Wine Demon residence's 5th senior brother. The Wine Demon residence is unlucky. It seems that only 2 of the top 5 will advance. Yeah, it's over. Seeing this duel being revealed, the identity of the final duel had already been decided. It was Ling Xiao against Wu Qing. Wu Qing used to be the first on the Young Dragon bounty list. Although he was defeated by Shui Yi, he was still very strong. He was definitely not someone that Ling Xiao could compete with. As for Shui Yi, the Wine Demon residence's 5th senior brother was no match for him. However, the 5th senior brother didn't abstain. Instead, he went on stage. Are you implying that I, Shui Yi, have no enmity with the Wine Demon residence, so I won't kill you? Shui Yi sneered and suddenly released his blood clan martial soul. He didn't give the 5th senior brother a chance to escape. A sea of blood enveloped the fifth senior brother. When he was thrown out, he was only skin and bones. Although he wasn't dead, he was on his last breath. There was no saving him. After Lan Hai announced the result, Ling Xiao immediately rushed onto the stage. He used his life reversal on the fifth senior brother. Of course, in order to hide the truth of the life reversal, he gave the fifth senior brother a pill. At that moment, the fifth senior brother, who was originally hopeless, suddenly became as lively as a dragon and a tiger, as if nothing had happened. I'm not dead? The fifth senior brother looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. It was junior brother who saved you. I don't know what pill he fed you, but it has such a miraculous effect. Jian Luoying also walked over and said with a smile. There were still traces of tears at the corner of her eyes. To be honest, at that moment, she also thought that her fifth senior brother couldn't make it. Even a god wouldn't be able to save him. However, Ling Zhao's pill was so miraculous. I came across this pill by chance when I was roaming the underworld. I only have one. Fifth senior brother, you have to repay me well. His voice wasn't soft, so everyone in the spectator stands could hear him. Of course, he did it on purpose. Idiot, you actually used such a good pill on someone else. If you kept it for yourself, wouldn't it be equivalent to having an extra life? The heavenly demon general said disdainfully. That's right. This Ling Xiao is really naive. The earth demon general said. I don't think so. Ling Xiao used the only pill on his senior brother. It's enough to show that he's a righteous and affectionate person. He's a good man. It's a pity that I was blind back then. I didn't choose him as my personal disciple and let the 18th sword take advantage of him. The person who spoke was the fourth demon general. Although he was a little unhappy that his people were all eliminated, he was very impressed by Ling Zhao's actions. Of course, he also regretted it. Shui. Ling Xiao stood up and looked at the red-robed young man. What's the matter? Shui asked coldly. I have another grudge against you. You killed my fifth senior brother. Are you prepared to be killed? Ling Xiao said coldly. Do I have a grudge against you? I don't remember. Shui shook his head and laughed contemptuously. But it doesn't matter. If you want revenge, come at me as long as you can kill me. Of course, that's impossible. Because you can't even get past Wu Qing. He was defeated by someone with the same name as you. I'm afraid he hates you to the core. Ha 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 ha. He laughed and walked out of the arena. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. He let Jian Luoying and senior brother Wu leave the arena, then faced Wu Qing. Wu Qing entered the arena with an aggressive aura. You shouldn't be called that. He said coldly. Is that so? Ling Xiao didn't waste any time and suddenly released his sword essence. The terrifying slaughter sword essence rushed toward Wu Qing. In that instant, Wu Qing knelt down. He thought of the fear of Mingqing being defeated. You are. Wu Qing was very sure that Ling Zhao's terrifying sword essence was exactly the same as Ling Zhao's on the bounty list. Got it. Do you want to continue? Ling Xiao sneered. I spared your life last time. This time, I won't be merciful. I admit defeat. Wu Qing felt miserable, but he didn't feel unconvinced. He felt that there was nothing wrong with admitting defeat when he met that person. In fact, he wanted to see who was stronger between Ling Xiao and Shui. He turned around and left the arena. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. That's it? Hey, what's the deal between Wu Qing and Ling Xiao? Why did he admit defeat? Think about it. Ling Xiao is too lucky. Yunling gave up in the first round. Wu Qing admitted defeat in the second round. In fact, he didn't even make a move. Yeah, this guy couldn't have bribed all his opponents, right? That's impossible. The draw is random. How would he know who his opponent is? Besides, I don't think Wu Qing is someone who can be bribed. Then tell me what happened. Actually, I don't know either. It's quite troublesome. Don't waste your time thinking about it. Anyway, there's still one last battle. We'll know soon enough whether we're a mule or a horse. After the initial anger and confusion, the audience gradually calmed down and looked at the arena. Wu Qing, you coward, why did you admit defeat? Bloodrobes was very displeased. Since he had defeated Wu Qing, he naturally did not wish for Wu Qing to be too crippled. If that was the case, what was the point of defeating him? Coward? Wu Qing smiled and said, you're not his opponent either. Bullshit. Bloodrobes was thoroughly enraged by Wu Qing's words. You coward, just watch carefully from below the stage. Watch how I defeat this trash. Young master, should we investigate? Dragon Demon King asked Empress Lan Meichen. There's no need for that. Even if he really bribed others, he can't bribe Lin Chuang and Bloodrobes. In this last battle, although the three from Wine Demon residents have advanced, if Ling Xiao doesn't have true strength, it's impossible for him to be Lin Chuang and Bloodrobes' match. Empress Lan Meichen waved her hand and said, I'd like to see if he's just lucky, scheming, or true strength. As they spoke, the 10-minute break had passed. The last 5 martial artists stepped onto the arena once again. Lin Chuang, Bloodrobes, Jian Luoying, Wine Demon Residence's 4th senior brother, Ling Xiao. I won't talk about the rules. Whoever stays until the end will be the winner. Lan Hai raised his hand and then put it down. Begin the battle. Lin Chuang looked at Bloodrobes and said, Bloodrobes, I'll deal with Ling Xiao. You take care of those 2 guys. After that, we'll decide the winner. How about that? No, let me deal with Ling Xiao. Wu Qing said he's stronger than me. I'd like to see if this kid is really that strong. Bloodrobes shook his head and said. You two don't need to talk nonsense. Come at me together. I'll fight the 2 of you alone. Ling Xiao stood up and said in a clear voice. Arrogant. Lin Chuang and Bloodrobes roared at the same time. Ling Xiao was indeed arrogant. He actually dared to face Lin Chuang and Bloodrobes, 2 genius experts. Even the audience was shocked by his arrogant words. I'm sorry, senior sister Luoying, 4th senior brother. You guys don't have to fight. I'll deal with the 2 of them. I didn't fight in the first 2 rounds. It's too boring. Ling Xiao wanted to fight the 2 of them by himself. Firstly, he was confident that he could defeat the 2 of them. Secondly, he could only feel the pressure when facing the 2 of them. Only then would he be able to unleash the potential in his body. Thirdly, he wanted to defeat the 2 of them in front of tens of thousands of people. While proving himself, he also wanted to remind everyone that Ling Xiao was not to be trifled with. Be careful. We'll just watch from the side. Jian Luoying and the Wine Demon Residence's 4th senior brother nodded and retreated to the side. Bloodrobes, what do you think? Do you want to accept his suggestion? Lin Chuang looked at Bloodrobes and smiled. There's no need to work together to kill him. He thinks too highly of himself. You just watch from the side. I'll kill him. Bloodrobes did not want to team up with others to deal with Ling Xiao. It would be too embarrassing. Who was he? He was currently ranked 1st on the Young Dragon Bounty list. What about Ling Xiao? Although he had the same name as the person on the bounty list, he was not the same person. He was a completely unknown person. How could he be compared to him? Alright, I'll watch. Lin Chuang was eager to see such a thing happen. He would rest for a while and wait for Ling Xiao and Bloodrobes to exhaust themselves. Only then would he be able to win easily. As for Jian Luoying and the Wine Demon Residence's 4th senior brother, he did not care about them at all. Kill. Bloodrobes looked down on Ling Xiao. Therefore, he did not even use his martial soul at the beginning of the attack. He directly used his terrifying speed to charge at Ling Xiao. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao with a single strike. Fortunately, he could show off in front of his old rival, Wu Qing. The audience watched the scene nervously. This strange chaotic battle had turned into a one-on-one battle again. However, they were happy to see it happen. They had not seen Ling Xiao's strength before, so they wanted to see it with their own eyes. Scram. Ling Xiao did not use his beast soul transformation. He only used the Imperial Celestial Dragon body to protect himself and threw out a punch. Boom, there was an explosion in the void. Bloodrobes was forced back 3 to 4 steps. I've said it before. The two of you better work together. Otherwise, you won't be a match for me. Ling Xiao looked at Blood Robes with contempt and said indifferently. So strong. Is this the real Ling Xiao? It seems like we've underestimated him. Yeah, he actually forced Blood Robes back with one punch. Although Blood Robes did not use his martial soul, his strength is still very strong. This can only mean that Ling Xiao is stronger. This dark horse probably did not rely on luck to get into the top 5. How arrogant. Since you want to die, then I'll do my best. Shui was originally in a good mood after defeating Wu Qing, and he was also extremely proud. However, Ling Xiao poured a bucket of cold water on his proud mood, which made him very unhappy. Behind him, a blood-red shadow appeared, and terrifying energy was constantly accumulating. He glanced at Shui coldly. Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a mocking sneer. Immediately, black flames wrapped around his arm, and the flames became more and more vigorous. That arm of his was like a sharp blade, exuding an incomparably terrifying sword intent. It was hot and cold. It was contradictory and strange. It made people feel very uncomfortable. There was no need to use the demon dragon sword to deal with Shui. An arm condensed from inner strength was enough to take on the heavy responsibility. At this moment, his right arm was a sword, a peerless divine sword. Suddenly, he took a step forward, as if he was carrying the power of heaven and earth, and pressed toward Shui. This step crossed a distance of dozens of meters and instantly appeared in front of Shui. At this moment, Ling Xiao's entire body was bathed in black flames, as if a fire god had descended to the world. On his arm, the raging black flames had completely condensed into a sharp weapon. The fiery sword aura pierced through the void, and it forced the people in the audience to circulate their inner strength to resist. Wherever Ling Xiao passed, flames would linger around him. Unusual flame sword technique, black flame sword. This was the second move of the unusual flame sword technique, which was modified from the glacier rain sword technique. Its power was even more powerful than the fiery rain burst. It was also more suitable for close combat. From the moment Ling Xiao circulated his inner strength to the moment he launched the attack, it seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, it was only the blink of an eye. Shui did not expect Ling Xiao to take the initiative to attack, and this attack was actually so terrifying. In a hurry, he circulated his blood-kindred martial soul and set up a blood curtain in front of him, trying to block Ling Xiao's black flame sword. It was not that he did not want to dodge. It was that he could not dodge. He, Shui, had just declared that he was much stronger than Ling Xiao. He was so arrogant. If he dodged now, would it not tell others that he was afraid? Moreover, he had no way of hiding. He couldn't avoid it. Ling Xiao's speed was in no way inferior to his. The result of dodging was very likely to be hit directly without any defense. Therefore, he could only take it head-on. In the past, the blood veil had blocked merciless peak attack. This was something that everyone present knew, and some had even witnessed with their own eyes. Therefore, they were not optimistic about Ling Xiao's attack this time. Although Ling Xiao's attack is powerful, it will most likely fail. That's right. Shui's strength lies in his martial spirit. He can attack and defend, making it impossible for his enemies to guard against him. The heavenly demon general even gave Lin Chuang a look, indicating for him to prepare for a sneak attack. As long as Ling Xiao's attack failed, there would be a moment of emptiness in his internal energy, and his defense would return to zero. At that time, Lin Chuang's sneak attack was naturally twice the result with half the effort. Lin Chuang was a scoundrel and shameless person. Blood Robe still cared about his reputation, but Lin Chuang would not. He was capable of doing anything despicable and shameless. Therefore, when he saw the look in the heavenly demon general's eyes, he nodded. He then began to circulate his internal energy, preparing for a sneak attack. At that moment, Ling Xiao's black flame sword pierced the blood veil. Boom! A terrifying aura raged throughout the entire arena. Balls of black flame soared into the sky and burned in the arena. At that moment, the arrogant Blood Robes actually retreated as if he had encountered something terrifying. At the same time, the black flames wrapped around his body like maggots, burning continuously. Blood Sea. Extinguish. Blood Robes had no choice but to wrap his body with the Blood Sea as he retreated. Only then was he able to extinguish the black flames. Even so, Bloodrobe's entire body was charred black, and there was even a scorched smell in the air. Lin Chuang did not launch a sneak attack. He had no way of launching a sneak attack. Ling Xiao had actually succeeded in repelling Bloodrobe's and shattering the blood veil. If he had chosen to launch a sneak attack at that time, he would have been wrapped in the black flames and swept in by the scattered energy. That would not have been worth it. Hee, you're so full of yourself. I thought you were very powerful, but I didn't expect that's all you've got. You dare to be arrogant with me with just that? Ling Xiao sneered and looked at Bloodrobe's contemptuously, looking rather disdainful. Bloodrobe's expression instantly became extremely ugly. However, he was unable to refute Ling Xiao's words. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, who was standing in the arena, bathed in black flames and golden light, in surprise. Ling Xiao was Ling Xiao. Everyone had mixed feelings in their hearts. What luck! That guy is completely terrifyingly powerful. That's right. He was able to repel Bloodrobe's with one punch and then kill him with one move. If he's not powerful, then it's bullshit. At first, many people thought that Ling Xiao was crazy for wanting to fight against Bloodrobe's and Lin Chuang by himself. However, at that moment, they changed their minds. Ling Xiao was far more powerful than they had imagined. Some people were anxious, some were excited, and some were cheering. In the spectator seats, there were all kinds of people. I admit that I've really underestimated you. With your strength, you're really qualified for me to take you seriously. If you were defeated by me in one move, that would be too boring. Bloodrobe's expression gradually returned to normal. Otherwise, why would people say that shameless people are invincible? He was clearly being suppressed by Ling Xiao, but he could say that he was not taking him seriously. It was as if he took him seriously, Ling Xiao would be no match for him at all. You're still stubborn. Looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Ling Xiao sneered sarcastically. Bloodrobe's strength was not bad. After 2 exchanges, one should be able to feel his strength. He actually pretended to not care, as if that would not be embarrassing. His bluff was a success. The people who were originally worried about him actually became excited again. It was as if he really was not taking him seriously and was only playing with Ling Xiao. I'll warn you again. Join forces with Lin Chuang. You can't do it alone. Ling Xiao looked at Bloodrobe's and said coldly. I've only given you 2 moves. Do you really think that you're so powerful? Bloodrobe's laughed. Is that so? Then I'll show you something more fun. Ling Xiao finally took out the demon dragon sword. Behind him, a sword martial spirit wrapped in black flames appeared. His entire aura seemed to have changed at that moment. He was much more powerful and terrifying. Boom, the black flames on the demon dragon sword soared. The flames rose like a roaring demon dragon, devouring the heat between heaven and earth. Boundless blood sea. Bloodrobe's exclaimed in his heart when he saw the scene. He erupted with nearly 100% of his strength, and a terrifying blood sea flooded the arena. Even though the terrifying blood sea filled the entire arena, there was still an empty space beneath Ling Xiao's feet. The black flames continued to burn, and the blood sea could not advance at all. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. The 2 of them were finally going to have the ultimate battle. Kill. Demonic Dragon Sword, Rain of Fire. The Rain of Fire released by the demonic dragon sword, which was a fine emperor artifact, was extremely beautiful. The Rain of Fire turned into countless black flames that transformed into black demonic dragons. Countless demonic dragons pounced at Shui. Shui's expression was extremely ugly. He could only desperately urge the blood sea to resist. It was as if he wanted to completely block Ling Xiao's sword like how he dealt with Wu Qing. Boom, boom, the fire dragons hit the blood sea, and the blood sea was instantly burned and evaporated. Then, countless fire dragons crazily hit the blood sea like a storm. They passed through the blood sea and hit Shui's body. Bang 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 bang, after a series of terrifying attacks, the blood sea that Shui was so proud of was beaten into a mess. On his body, there were countless charred holes that were pierced by the flaming sword aura. Some were charred and no blood could be seen, while some were still bleeding. These attacks were caused by Ling Xiao's sword aura after it was blocked by the blood sea. If it was not blocked, Shui would have been torn into pieces. This is your so-called full strength, your so-called seriousness? Hehe, in my opinion, your true strength is even weaker than Wu Qing. You're just a piece of trash that relies on your martial soul. Once your martial soul is broken, you're nothing. Ling Xiao stood in the air and looked coldly at the battered Shui with a sneer. He was not in a hurry to pursue. If he wanted to kill Shui, he could do it in one move. He was just humiliating him now. In fact, Shui had always wanted to kill him for the bounty. However, he did not take it seriously. That was because Shui did not cause any substantial damage to him. However, if he did not have the life backtrack ability, his fifth senior brother would have died at Shui's hands. He had to take revenge for this. Moreover, Shui kept belittling and ridiculing him, which made him very unhappy. If he didn't teach this bastard a lesson, how could he vent the anger in his heart, looking at the two figures in the arena? The audience's feelings became even more complicated. Ling Xiao was almost untainted by a speck of dust. He arrogantly stood in the void with the demon dragon sword in his hand, as if everything was beneath his notice. On the other hand, Blood Robes, the person who was favored the most, was in a sorry state at that moment. He did not have the strength to fight back at all. This was the complete opposite of what they had imagined. Ling Xiao didn't make a move in the first and second rounds, and many people began to look down on him. But once he made his move, the result was shocking. Thinking about it carefully, this kid had won 3 consecutive championships since the entrance exam, breaking all records. Then, he joined the Heavenly Demon Mansion and killed the direct disciple, Feng Feiyun, as an ordinary disciple. And now, in the arena, he beat Blood Robes to the point that he could not fight back at all. Almost every time this guy did something, he would surprise people. It was just that many people knew this but were unwilling to admit it. They were afraid that if they admitted that Ling Xiao was too strong, it would slap them in the face and embarrass them. That's right, I rely on my martial soul. So what? My martial spirit is the most powerful, you dare to say that I'm trash? Then I'll let you see how trash kills you. Blood Robes was completely desperate. He used the move that he had planned to use to deal with Lin Chuang. Blood Demon Rebirth. With a roar, the blood-red shadow behind him merged with his body. Then, Blood Robes became taller and taller. After reaching a height of 3 to 4 meters, he stopped. He no longer looked like a human. It was as if he was a monster completely condensed from blood. He exuded an evil and crazy aura. This guy, fortunately, Ling Xiao forced him to use this move. Otherwise, I would have been defeated. Lin Chuang was shocked when he saw the Blood Demon Rebirth. However, he immediately rejoiced. It was a good time to observe the weakness of this move. He would have a way to deal with it later. Go to hell, Ling Xiao. A rough voice came from the Blood Demon's mouth. The Blood Demon waved his huge arm and slapped at Ling Xiao. The entire arena turned into a huge pool of blood. In the air, there were countless blood snakes flicking their tongues, waiting for Ling Xiao to show an opening. Then, they would swarm him and bite him to death. Let's see how you dodge. Blood Robes roared. Countless blood snakes attacked at the same time, pouncing at Ling Xiao. Dodge? Do I need to dodge? Your ridiculous attack is like a baby's fist. Can it hurt me? Ling Xiao's voice came from the countless blood snakes. The next moment, he was crazily surrounded by the blood snakes. He was trapped by the sea of blood. Ha 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 ha, you're dead. Blood Robes was excited when he saw the blood snakes trap Ling Xiao. After he entered the Blood Demon Rebirth state, the power of the sea of blood would increase greatly. Ling Xiao could pierce through the sea of blood before. But now, he definitely could not. At this moment, Wu Qing clenched his fists tightly. Damn it, what level of battle is this? Blood Robes didn't even use his full strength when he fought with me. When the Blood Demon Rebirth comes out, I can't resist at all. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Just as he was feeling depressed, a roar came from the arena. In the air, rays of golden light appeared one after another. Fire dragons broke through the sea of blood's encirclement. Ling Xiao stood in the air, unscathed. His body was still wrapped in the golden light of the imperial celestial dragon body. That golden light was like a divine dragon. This kid's imperial celestial dragon body is too terrifying. The same body-tempering martial technique is dozens of times stronger in his hands. The Dragon Demon King stood up in shock. He couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't know about other things, but the strength of Ling Zhao's imperial celestial dragon body was too terrifying. It was only proficient in fire control, but its power was comparable to his imperial celestial dragon body at perfection. What kind of physique did this kid have? No, impossible. This must be a coincidence. How can you be so strong? Bloodrobes was also shocked. The strengthened sea of blood still couldn't trap Ling Xiao. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Black flame sword, kill. The moment Ling Xiao broke free, he pointed the demon dragon sword in his hand. A black sword aura broke through the air. It directly pierced through the huge blood demon's throat. Ah! A hysterical scream came from the blood demon's mouth. The blood demon twitched crazily in the arena as if it was in great pain. Is it over? Lin Chuang started to worry. He hadn't thought of how to deal with the blood demon rebirth, but Ling Xiao had already finished it off. How strong was this Ling Xiao? At this moment, all the disdain he had for Xianxia vanished. Amid the hysterical screams, the blood demon's body that had been pierced through started to reform again. Ling Xiao, you probably don't know what the blood demon's rebirth is. In this state, I'm immortal. You can't kill me. Shui sneered and said loudly. Is that so? Then I'll let you try something fun. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. In fact, he was the most fearless against an existence like the blood demon. A second martial soul appeared behind him, the tyrannical blood demonic dragon martial soul. Tyrannical blood demonic dragon blood curse. With the activation of the demonic dragon blood curse, the blood demon's body started to bleed continuously. The blood demon's body seemed to be unable to stabilize. Impossible. What the hell is this? Shui was shocked. Nothing is impossible. Your so-called immortal body is nothing more than accumulating a large amount of blood to continuously repair the blood demon's body. But now, how are you going to repair it? Ling Xiao looked at Shui and sneered disdainfully. Your so-called strength, your so-called pride, in the end, it's just the blood clan's martial soul. That's right, it's very powerful, but once it's restrained, you, blood robes, are nothing. Even Merciless can easily kill you. Ling Xiao said loudly. His words were not meant to hurt Shui. They were the truth. In his opinion, no matter what martial soul it was just a support. A martial artist's strength was the most fundamental. Even the powerful and almost invincible tyrannical martial soul was just a support in Ling Xiao's opinion. The primary and secondary roles could not be reversed. Otherwise, if one blindly relied on the martial soul, when the martial soul was restrained, it would be useless. These words even made many experts nod their heads secretly. There had always been a debate. Should one focus on the martial soul or the body? This debate was rampant. There had never been a conclusion. However, after countless battles, more and more martial artists gradually understood that the martial soul was just one of the abilities of a martial artist. It was no different from martial skills and secret techniques. Its function was to strengthen a warrior's strength, speed of cultivation, or to bestow a warrior with special abilities. Especially now, many scientists had already developed a method to strip off the martial soul and replace it. This caused the martial souls to switch more frequently. The importance of the main body was becoming increasingly prominent. Shui was indeed very powerful. However, thinking about it carefully, this fellow had only been relying on his blood clan martial soul. He had never seen him use any other abilities in battle. Now that his martial soul was broken, he was crippled. He couldn't even display a decent martial skill. You killed my fifth senior brother, and now you want to kill me. Then I can only give you a taste of your own medicine, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao coldly spat out. Everyone had to pay the price for what they had done. Naturally, blood robes was no exception. The demonic dragon blood curse was frantically extracting Shui's blood. Blood robe's current body was that of a blood demon. He was completely formed from blood, so he was most afraid of abilities like the demon dragon blood curse. However, to kill him, the demonic dragon blood curse alone was not enough. Ling Xiao still had something else up his sleeve. Bloodthirsty plague, I'll send you on your way. As his voice sounded, Bloodrobe's expression changed drastically. If the demonic dragon blood curse was his nemesis, he had to desperately resist it to maintain his blood demon body. Then, the bloodthirsty plague would be a death sentence. At that moment, Bloodrobes felt as if his blood was out of control, being invaded by the germs. Then, it was frantically stripped away. I don't want to die. Lin Chuang, why aren't you doing anything? Bloodrobes finally realized that with his strength alone, he was no match for Ling Xiao. At that moment, he thought of Lin Chuang. As long as Lin Chuang made a move, he would definitely be saved. Normally, Lin Chuang would not save Bloodrobes. After all, he was a very strong competitor. However, he had no choice but to save him today. If Ling Xiao killed Bloodrobes, he did not have much confidence in defeating Ling Xiao. The terrifying strength Ling Xiao had just displayed was truly shocking. In order to be able to kill Ling Xiao instantly, Lin Chuang directly used his beast soul transformation. It was as if a Tyrannosaurus Rex had descended from the sky, slamming down on Ling Xiao's head. How do you think Ling Xiao will deal with this? He won't be able to. He's probably done everything he can to defeat Bloodrobes. With Lin Chuang on top, he'll definitely lose. That's right. Unless Jian Luoying and the Wine Demon Residence's 4th senior help him, even if he doesn't die this time, he'll have to give up on attacking Bloodrobes. That should be the most reasonable judgment. No matter how strong Ling Xiao is, there's no way he can take on 2 people alone. Such discussions were actually what Jian Luoying and the Wine Demon Residence's 4th senior thought. When they saw Lin Chuang make a move, they wanted to stop him. However, they suddenly heard Ling Xiao's thunderous voice. Senior sisters, senior brothers, just watch. Ling Xiao was actually able to speak so calmly when he was fighting against 2 people by himself. This meant that he wasn't under any pressure at all. The people in the spectator stands also heard Ling Xiao's words. Some were puzzled, some were mocking, and some were disdainful. At this moment, everyone was staring at Ling Xiao. They wanted to see how Ling Xiao was going to deal with these 2 experts. If Jian Luoying and the Wine Demon Residence's 4th senior brother didn't help, they would lose this great advantage in an instant. Even Lan Di Meichen, who was originally not interested in this battle, was watching the battle with interest. She also wanted to know how Ling Xiao would deal with this situation. Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. Ling Xiao responded. Dozens of Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards pounced on Lin Chuang at the same time. In fact, the current Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards were no longer able to display their former power due to the lower level of their martial arts. Each Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard was, at most, half as strong as Ling Xiao. Under Lin Chuang's attack, they couldn't withstand a single blow. However, Ling Xiao only needed them to block Lin Chuang for a moment. He didn't expect the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards to be able to kill Lin Chuang. Therefore, a move like this was enough. So he still has this kind of move. It's a pity that the level of his martial arts is too low and can't be used. Dragon Demon King shook his head. You're wrong. This move is the most suitable for now. It consumes little and can achieve his goal. Empress Lan shook her head, but her eyes were still on the arena. Shui, you don't have a chance. I've warned you more than once that if you want to survive, you have to join forces with Lin Chuang. Unfortunately, you didn't listen. Now, prepare to die. As Ling Xiao spoke, his figure flashed. The demon dragon sword in his hand shook and turned into an endless rain of fire. Everyone knew that Shui didn't have a chance. The moment the blood demon's body was destroyed by the bloodthirsty plague and the demon dragon blood curse, as long as the endless rain of fire hit him, he would be turned into a sieve. In the stands, the Earth Demon General looked at Empress Lan. Young master, I hope you can protect Shui. You said it yourself, he's a promising talent. Although Ling Xiao is stronger than him, our Demon Dragon Sword Court needs more experts. The Earth Demon General naturally did not want to see his disciple killed. That was why he pleaded with Empress Lan. Empress Lan sighed, then her figure flickered. She did not leave her seat, but a clone appeared in the arena. Demonic Dragon Incarnation. It's the middle-level general martial art, Demonic Dragon Incarnation. As expected of the young master, he has cultivated this martial art to perfection. That's terrifying. The demon kings, demon generals, and all the spectators saw the demonic dragon incarnation in front of Shui. Although it looked like Empress Lan, it had the evil aura of a demonic dragon. Everyone stop. Empress Lan Machen blocked Ling Xiao's rain of fire with ease. With a wave of her hand, the fire rain sword chi disappeared. Ling Xiao stopped attacking. Lin Chuang also stopped attacking after shattering the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard. Shui had just recovered from the shock. Looking at Empress Lan, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he did not have to die. Young master, isn't this inappropriate? Ling Xiao looked at Empress Lan and said lightly, the Black Tortoise Seal contest is a rule set by the Demon Lord and the Demon Kings. It's inappropriate for you to barge in without permission. Presumptuous. How dare you speak to the young master like that? In the stands, the Heavenly Demon General roared. Shut up. This has nothing to do with you. Ling Xiao yelled at the Heavenly Demon General, then looked at Empress Lan. Although he was not as strong as her, he was not afraid. With the 18th blade, even if the Demon Lord personally attacked, he was not afraid. Moreover, he had many ways to save his life. Even if Empress Lan wanted to kill him, it would not be that easy. The Heavenly Demon General could not stand being yelled at by Ling Xiao. Just as he was about to say something, he was stopped by Empress Lan. Ling Xiao, I know you're not convinced, but don't worry, I'm only stopping you from killing him. Blood Robes has been eliminated. That should be fine, right? Lan Di Machen said. He knew that he was in the wrong, so his attitude was not that unreasonable. He believed that Ling Xiao would definitely be able to understand his difficulties and give him face if he treated him so courteously. But he was wrong. Who was Ling Xiao? Who wouldn't this guy dare to offend? He had even killed someone from the Eternal Palace. Why would he be afraid of him? Besides, Ling Xiao was in the right in this matter. Empress Lan Machen's sudden interruption was unacceptable. Young master, when my 5th senior brother was killed by him, I didn't see you make a move, but now, you want to help this trash. It doesn't make sense. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, not only did the people in the stand suck in a breath of cold air. Even Empress Lan Machen's face darkened. That kid is looking for death. How dare he talk back to young Master Di Machen? Does he really think that he's invincible just because he defeated Blood Robes? In front of young Master Di Machen, he's nothing. That's right, that's arrogant. But I think what he said makes sense. Nonsense. In the mystic world, power is the law. Strength is the law. Empress Lan Machen took a deep breath. He decided to maintain his selfless appearance. That's different. Your 5th senior brother's talent and strength are average. I don't need to make a move. But Blood Robes is a genius. He'll be of great help to the future of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Empress Lan Machen said slowly. In fact, he really wanted to kill this guy who dared to defy him. But as the young master, he endured it. Of course, the more important reason was that he felt the terrifying aura from Sword 18. If he attacked Ling Xiao, Sword 18 would definitely attack him. He was no match for Sword 18 now. If that's the case, then you don't need to save Blood Robes. Other than his martial soul, he's not on the same level as my 5th senior brother. He's just a piece of trash. Are you really going to give up your dignity for him? Give up fairness? Give up the rules set by the Demon Lord? Ling Xiao said coldly. You don't have to use the Demon Lord to pressure me. Since the Demon Lord gave me full authority to handle the Black Tortoise Seal contest, then everything I do is reasonable. Empress Lan Machen was really angry. He felt that this Ling Xiao didn't know what was good for him. So you're going to protect that piece of trash? Ling Xiao asked. So what if I am? Could it be that you think you can kill him in front of me? Empress Lan Machen said coldly. What if I can? Will the young master forgive me for my disrespect? Ling Xiao laughed. Ha 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 ha, forgive? Of course, no problem. If you can kill him in front of me, then your disrespect to me today will be written off. Empress Lan Meichen felt that the young man in front of him was really arrogant. Who was he? Did this guy really think he could kill the person he wanted to protect in front of him? Thank you, young master. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smug smile. Then, he stretched out his right hand, attracting everyone's attention to his right hand. But in fact, what he really wanted to use was his foot. Earth Demon's secret technique, Earth-rending body. This set of Earth Fiend's secret technique was something he had obtained by a stroke of luck. The good thing about this technique was that it had no grade. It would continue to increase in power as Ling Xiao's cultivation level increased. It would continue until he reached the 18th level of Hell in Yin Yang realm. Now, the earth-rending body's power was no less than a beginner general-level martial art. A terrifying explosion sounded behind the demon dragon avatar. At that moment, everyone's gaze shifted from Ling Xiao's right hand to where the explosion occurred. Including Empress Lan Meichen. There, Shui had been blown to pieces. Under the torture of the demon dragon blood curse and the bloodthirsty plague, Shui was already at his limit. In addition, this terrifying attack was no less than a beginner general-level martial art. Naturally, he could not withstand it. His entire body was blown to pieces. It was a tragic sight. No. Seeing such a scene, Earth Demon General was the first to let out a sorrowful roar. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was so furious that he seemed to have gone mad. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Damn brat. Earth Demon General continued to release his terrifying aura, scaring the surrounding Earth Demon Mansion disciples into running to the side. This murderous aura was too terrifying. They had never realized that their master could be so terrifying. Young master, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Ling Xiao chuckled and looked at Empress Lan Meichen, who was on the spectator stand. He knew that Empress Lan Meichen was about to explode in anger, but so what, if he admitted defeat and let Shui go, he would die of frustration. Moreover, he had seriously injured the Demon Lord's daughter, Lan Rua. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Sooner or later, he would become the Demon Lord's enemy. There was nothing to worry about breaking ties with Empress Lan Meichen. He did not expect to cultivate in the Demon Lord mansion anyway. Of course, I'll fulfill my promise. Although Lan Di Meichen was infuriated, she looked calm on the surface. She glanced at Earth Demon General and said, in the arena, life and death don't matter. Retreat. Although Earth Demon General was furious, under Empress Lan's cold stare, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He was so scared that he did not dare to make a sound. Seeing that Earth Demon General was silent, Empress Lan looked at Ling Xiao again. You're good. Very good. With that, the demonic dragon avatar flashed and disappeared from the arena. Others might not have noticed, but Ling Xiao did. Before Empress Lan's demonic dragon avatar left, she gave Lin Chuang something. It looked like a pill. Ling Xiao immediately guessed the possibility. Lin Chuang's cultivation had reached the peak of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin Yang First Transformation. As long as there was some external stimulation, he would break through. Although the breakthrough from the stimulation of pills was not that stable, there was no doubt that it would greatly increase his combat strength. In the end, Ling Xiao had completely offended Empress Lan. Empress Lan could not do it herself, so she used this method to let Lin Chuang kill Ling Xiao for her. Lin Chuang might not be Ling Xiao's opponent now, but once he broke through, it would be different. Ah! The moment Lin Chuang swallowed the pill, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. Above his head, the door to the 17th level of Hell opened. This breakthrough attracted everyone's attention. He broke through? He broke through at such a crucial time. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, let's see if you'll die. The Heavenly Demon General was ecstatic. Earth Demon General's anger also turned into ecstasy. He could not do anything, but as long as Lin Chuang could kill Ling Xiao, it would be enough. At this time, Chen Luo had also returned to the arena. Looking at his expression, Fengjian Mountain was probably hopeless. But at this moment, seeing Lin Chuang break through, his expression became happy again. Oh no, master. Ling Xiao is in trouble. Wine Demon Mansion's second senior brother looked at Sword 18. Lin Chuang wasn't a match for Ling Xiao before, but now that he's broken through, not even Ling Xiao, Sakura, or fourth junior brother would be able to defeat him. Master is also puzzled. That Lin Chuang was clearly still some distance away from breaking through. How did he suddenly break through? Sword 18 frowned. Ling Xiao, he said, don't be careless. Join forces with Luoying and your fourth brother. Don't worry, master. Although Ling Xiao was surprised to see Lin Chuang break through, he was overjoyed. He needed an opponent like this. Only an opponent like this could allow him to completely break through his shackles. He was already at the peak of the 16th level of hell of the First Revolution Yin-Yang realm. If Lin Chuang was strong enough, he would definitely be able to fully stimulate the demonic dragon's power in his body. Coupled with the released potential, he would not be far from breaking through. Sword 18 stared blankly for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. Ling Zhao's temper was really stubborn. Forget it, maybe he really has a way to deal with it. After some thought, Sword 18 said no more. In any case, if Ling Zhao's life was in danger, even if it meant breaking the rules, he would still save him. Ling Xiao couldn't die, it would be too much of a pity if such a genius died. I just thought Ling Xiao had a chance of defeating Lin Chuang. Who would have thought Lin Chuang would break through so quickly? Yeah, the difference between the 17th layer and the 16th is like the difference between heaven and earth. Ling Xiao has no way of winning. He killed bloodstained robes, so Lin Chuang will definitely kill him. Lin Chuang's hatred for him isn't small. In the spectator stands, the sound of discussion rang out again. Originally, everyone thought that Ling Xiao would definitely win the championship. But Lin Chuang's breakthrough was the turning point of this showdown. Kid, you're really unlucky. Lin Chuang revealed a sinister smile. To be honest, I'm really surprised that you could defeat bloodstained robes. I used to wonder if I was a match for you. But now, everything has changed. From the moment I broke through, you're no longer a match for me. Don't worry, I won't underestimate you. I'll use all my strength to kill you. Take it as revenge for my junior brother Feng Feiyun and my friend Feng Jianshan. The moment he spoke, Lin Chuang entered the beast soul transformation state again. He was like a giant Tyrannosaurus Rex, looking down at Ling Xiao. But he was more powerful than before. The combat power of the 17th layer of the Yin-Yang realm in the first turn of the Yin-Yang realm was indeed incomparable to that of the peak of the 16th layer. Interesting, really interesting. It seems that it won't be easy for me to get the Black Tortoise seal. Facing the transformed Lin Chuang, Ling Xiao didn't show any fear. Instead, his whole body was trembling with excitement. His body quickly entered the beast soul transformation state. 9 Snake General Beast Soul Transformation. The reason why he chose to use the 9 Snake General Beast Soul Transformation was, of course, to better use the poison of the 9 Snake General Beast Soul Transformation to weaken his opponent. Without knowing his opponent's combat power, he didn't want to go head-to-head with him. Relying on the 9 Snake General to weaken his opponent and observe his opponent at the same time, it would be easier to formulate a battle strategy. Jian Luoying and the Wine Demon Residence's 4th senior brother didn't participate in the battle. Almost everyone knew that the battle between Ling Xiao and Lin Chuang should be the final battle of the Black Tortoise Seal contest. Whoever won would get the Black Tortoise Seal. Jian Luoying and the Wine Demon Residence's 4th senior brother couldn't pose a threat to them. These two were too strong. No one had expected that things would turn out like this. Almost everyone thought that the final battle would be between Lin Chuang and Shui. But Ling Xiao, the dark horse, had made it all the way to this point. He even killed Shui and became the focus of everyone's attention. After completing the beast soul transformation, both of them exuded a terrifying demonic aura and bestial nature. The beast soul transformation not only brought an increase in strength, but also an increase in killing intent. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye to observe Lin Chuang. He came to a conclusion. Although Lin Chuang's cultivation was the same as Devil General Chen Luo's, there was still a difference in combat power. Lin Chuang had broken through with the stimulation of medicine, and he had just broken through. Devil General Chen Luo had broken through with his own ability, and it had been nearly a month. Therefore, Lin Chuang's combat power was definitely inferior to Devil General Chen Luo's. If Ling Xiao couldn't even defeat Lin Chuang, how could he deal with Devil General Chen Luo? Wouldn't that be a joke? Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Lin Chuang because he had too many trump cards. The general-level martial arts, mysterious flame sword technique, golden phoenix transformation, imperial celestial dragon physique. There were also divine abilities, earth elemental golden light technique, bloodthirsty plague, bloody rat demon, and life backtrack. Of course, in order to save the fifth senior brother, he had used life backtrack. Only a little more than an hour had passed. There was still a lot of time before he could use it again. But it didn't affect anything. In addition to his general-grade martial techniques and other trump cards, Ling Xiao also had the Tyrant Sky Martial Soul, the Butterfly Lady, and the power of a Yuan Venerate. Of course, he didn't need these to deal with Lin Chuang. This was only the reason why he had the confidence to do so. The audience didn't know that Ling Xiao had so many trump cards. In their opinion, Ling Xiao had already displayed his full strength. The Imperial Celestial Dragon Body, the Beast Soul Transformation, and the Premium Emperor Weapon, the Demon Dragon Sword. He also had the Elementary General Grade Martial Technique, the Mysterious Flame Sword Art. Ling Xiao couldn't possibly be hiding anything. Are you ready to die? After Lin Chuang finished his transformation, his terrifying aura had already reached its peak. He wanted to use the most gorgeous method and the most direct move to kill Ling Xiao in a single strike. Only then would he be able to display his strength. The last person who said that was Shui. You saw what happened to him. Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. You have a death wish. Whoosh, in an instant, Lin Chuang suddenly launched an attack. Although the Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul's advantage wasn't speed, Lin Chuang had obviously cultivated some special movement technique that allowed him to move very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. Then, his sharp claws swiped at Ling Xiao's head. He was prepared to kill him in one strike. Your speed has indeed increased a lot because of your breakthrough in cultivation. However, you still can't compare to me. Earth Golden Light Technique. Ling Xiao executed his fastest mystique and appeared behind Lin Chuang. Then, 9 snake heads popped out. 9 snake poison domain. In an instant, almost the entire arena was filled with all sorts of poisons. Only an empty space appeared where Jian Luoying and the Wine Demon Residence's fourth senior brother were. Ling Zhao's control of the 9 snake poison domain was really impressive and precise. It's useless. I am immune to all poisons when I am in my beast soul transformation. Lin Chuang roared angrily and turned back to attack Ling Xiao. However, it seemed like he wanted to show off his strength, so he deliberately didn't reveal all of his skills. Perhaps this movement technique had already been cultivated to the great accomplishment stage, but he had been using the small accomplishment stage to deal with Ling Xiao. He was still looking down on Ling Xiao. After all, Lin Chuang had become a little arrogant after his breakthrough. Although he said that he wouldn't underestimate Ling Xiao, he still didn't take Ling Xiao seriously in battle. Lin Chuang, oh Lin Chuang, you should know that you have to pay the price for underestimating me, Golden Phoenix Avatar. Suddenly, a golden light appeared behind Lin Chuang. It was as if a golden phoenix had descended upon the world. Then, Lin Chuang felt a dense killing intent coming from behind him. He was so frightened that he hurriedly activated his movement technique and increased it to the greater mastery stage to dodge. But even so, he was still hit in the ribs by Ling Zhao's Golden Phoenix incarnation, causing him to scream in pain. It's actually the Golden Phoenix incarnation. Empress Lan Meichen suddenly stood up. How does he know the unique skill of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace? Young master, could it be that the kid has cultivated the Golden Phoenix incarnation that corresponds to your demonic dragon incarnation? That's a mid-level general-level martial art. How could this kid cultivate 3 different general-level martial arts at the same time in such a short time? Isn't his talent too abnormal? The Dragon Demon King was already surprised enough to know that Ling Xiao knew the Imperial Celestial Dragon form. Now that he saw Ling Xiao use the Golden Phoenix incarnation, he couldn't stay calm at all. Could he be a spy sent to our demonic dragon sword court by the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace? The Dragon Demon King asked. That can't be. If that's the case, this kid wouldn't have exposed the Golden Phoenix incarnation. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's continue watching the battle. Although Empress Lan Meichen had a lot of doubts in her heart, she couldn't say anything at the moment. After the Black Tortoise Seal battle was over, she would interrogate Ling Xiao properly. Roar, Lin Chuang let out the roar of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was earth-shattering. He was furious. He was actually injured by Ling Xiao. This was simply intolerable. I have a general-level martial art too. As he roared, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. General-level martial art, Tyrannosaurus Rex assemble. Following Lin Chuang's roar, Ling Xiao noticed that countless Tyrannosaurus Rex phantoms appeared in the arena. The entire arena was completely filled up. His attack was clearly a large-scale attack. In such a narrow space, even Jian Luoying and the Wine Demon Residence's fourth senior brother would be affected. Senior sister, senior brother, you can leave now. I'll take care of Lin Chuang, so it won't affect your ranking. Ling Xiao now had to face Lin Chuang with all his might. He had no time to protect Jian Luoying and the Wine Demon Residence's fourth senior brother, so it was best for them to leave the arena. The two of them hesitated for a moment before walking out of the arena one by one. They knew very well that even if they stayed here, they wouldn't be able to help Ling Xiao. Instead, they would become a burden to Ling Xiao. Without anything to worry about, Ling Xiao's confidence was boosted. Kill. At Lin Chuang's command, the seemingly endless Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed out. In the arena, smoke and dust rose, blocking everyone's vision. Many people couldn't even see Ling Xiao's shadow. He was completely drowned in the Tyrannosaurus Rex horde. Ha 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 ha, now you know fear? Do you really think you're the only one who knows a general-level martial art? Not only does this move have a large attack range, but it's also not weak. Even if you don't die, you'll be seriously injured. Seeing Ling Xiao drown in the Tyrannosaurus Rex horde, Lin Chuang burst into laughter. Father, how is Ling Xiao? Jian Luoying asked Sword 18 worriedly. His aura is weakening. Sword 18 frowned. No, although he's strong, his cultivation is much weaker than Lin Chuang's. I have to go save him. Uncle Jian, you can't break the rules. Just as Sword 18 was about to make his move, Empress Lan Meichen stepped forward. Then, the other 13 demon generals all stepped forward, blocking Sword 18's path. They naturally felt Ling Xiao's aura weakening and knew that Ling Xiao was about to die. There was no way they would let Sword 18 intervene. Get out of my way. Sword 18 faced the 13 demon generals and Empress Lan Meichen. He was still as domineering as ever. That won't do. Empress Lan Meichen shook her head. You have to do it whether you want to or not. Sword 18 didn't waste any more words. He drew his sword and a ray of sword light shot out like a waterfall. It was just one move. Other than Empress Lan Meichen, the other 13 demon generals were all sent flying. As for Empress Lan Meichen, there was blood seeping out of the corner of her mouth. She was clearly injured, and her injuries weren't light. Uncle Jian, even if you kill me today, I won't back down. The rules are the rules. Empress Lan Meichen said coldly. Rules? Do you really think I don't know anything? That Lin Chuang's sudden breakthrough, wasn't it because you gave him a pill? Although Sword 18 didn't see it, he could guess. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Sword 18 could feel that Ling Xiao's aura was still weakening. He could not waste any more time. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly made a move. Empress Lan was shocked. Sword 18's previous move was just to force them to retreat, but this move was really meant to kill him. Therefore, he could not block it at all. He had no choice but to dodge. Master, there's no need to be so nervous. At this moment, Ling Xiao's voice suddenly came from the arena. There was a hint of a smile in his relaxed tone. What? Everyone in the audience was stunned at this moment. They clearly felt that Ling Xiao's aura was getting weaker and weaker just now. How did it suddenly become so strong? Could it be that the situation just now was all an act? Just as they were extremely shocked, Ling Xiao's figure had already scurried out of the endless T-Rex shadows. His transformation had changed. It was no longer the 9-snake general beast soul transformation, but the strongest unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation. The pair of black flesh wings on his back was so ferocious and terrifying. The moment he appeared, he was already less than 3 meters away from Lin Chuang. Do you really think that stupid move of yours can hurt me? Don't you know that the bigger the range of a move, the less damage it does to an individual? Ling Xiao looked at Lin Chuang with a hint of sarcasm. Of course, the reason he was able to escape was not just because of that. Lin Chuang's attack was still very powerful. He was indeed beaten up badly just now. However, the pain was accompanied by pleasure. Because this move had greatly increased the energy in his cultivation sea. The constantly surging T-Rex shadows had directly increased the energy in his cultivation sea from 0 to 100%. This 100% energy in his cultivation sea was the complete transformation of the demonic dragon's energy. It was the release and fusion of a large amount of potential. There was also the medicinal effect of 10 Millennium Lingxi pills. The three types of energy merged into one, creating an instant surge in his strength. 100% energy in his cultivation sea could increase his combat strength by 10 times. On top of that, he also had the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation, as well as the first level of the bloody rat devil beast soul transformation, which doubled his strength. As a result, even if Lin Chuang were to unleash his full power, he would still be fearless, let alone a group of Tyrannosauruses. The reason why his aura was getting weaker and weaker was purely to numb Lin Chuang. In order to focus more on using this external force to stimulate his cultivation, he had put in a lot of effort. However, he didn't expect to trick Sword 18 as well. In order to save him, Sword 18 fought with Empress Lan Meichen. He couldn't help but feel a little touched. Walking the Jianghu, one might meet a lot of good people, but people like Sword 18, who would risk his life for you, were few and far between. If he met such a person, he had to cherish him. He had to cherish him. Impossible. How could this be? How can you block my attack? This was already Lin Chuang's strongest attack. Although he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, his martial skills were still stuck at the same level as before. Even his strongest attack couldn't kill Ling Xiao. His heart turned cold in that instant. He was completely flustered. At this time, Empress Lan Meichen was being watched by Sword 18, so it was impossible for her to help Lin Chuang. The people from Sky Demon Mansion, Earth Demon Mansion, and the 13 Demon Generals' Manners who were still cheering there were now completely listless. On the other hand, the martial artists from Wine Demon Mansion who were originally worried let out excited cheers. If Lin Chuang's strongest attack couldn't finish off Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao would definitely win. Die, Exotic Flame Sword Art's final move, Exotic Flame Sword Demon. Exotic Flame Sword Art had a total of 3 moves, and Ling Xiao had learned all of them. Even the third move, Exotic Flame Sword Demon, had been comprehended to the realm of great success. Its power was unparalleled. The demon dragon sword in his hand burned with blazing exotic flame. A sword demon pounced out of the sword and pounced on Lin Chuang. The whole place was dead silent. The Sky Demon General wanted to save Lin Chuang, but the hidden injury from Sword 18's attack just now made him unable to circulate his internal force. Sword 18 was too powerful. The 13 Demon Generals added together were not as terrifying as him. Everyone just looked on helplessly as Lin Chuang was cleaved into two by Ling Zhao's sword. Lin Chuang's body gradually returned to its original state, and all the T-Rex shadows disappeared, leaving behind a corpse burning with black flames. Senior Lanhai, are you still not going to announce the result? Ling Xiao looked up at Lanhai and asked. Oh. Lanhai was still in a daze. He never expected such an outcome. Even though Lin Chuang had a breakthrough in his cultivation with Empress Lan Meichen's elixir, he was still defeated by Ling Xiao without any suspense. He was defeated so easily. Ling Xiao, this kid, was a little too strong. This guy was not a genius, but a peerless genius. He was probably even more outstanding than his younger brother, Empress Lan Meichen. Final ranking, Ling Xiao first, Sword Sakura second, Lin Dong third. Lin Dong was the name of the Wine Demon Mansion's 4th senior. Since Lin Chuang was dead, the top 3 could only be the 3 of them. When the announcement was made, the whole place was still dead silent. Everyone stared at the green-robed youth in the arena. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already stopped his beast soul transformation and returned to his original state. His face was filled with a happy smile. Some people gnashed their teeth in hatred. Some people were proud of him. Some people were shocked by his performance. But without exception, everyone present knew that this young man had suddenly risen into the sky like a comet and appeared in front of everyone. From a nameless warrior of a small country, he had become a genius disciple of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. If he continued to be trained, he would definitely become more outstanding than Empress Lan Meichen in the future. Many female martial artists had already turned into love-struck fools. Their eyes were filled with heart-shaped shapes. Looking at Ling Xiao, they were overflowing with love. Jian Luoying's beautiful eyes were also filled with happiness. That was her junior. She had also given great help to her junior in the process of his rise. So she was extremely proud. Another miracle was born, another record was broken. When Empress Lan Meichen stood out in the Black Tortoise Seal contest, she was already 18 years old. Moreover, her cultivation had already reached the peak of the 17th level of hell. And today, Ling Xiao had won this battle at an even younger age and with an even lower cultivation. Empress Lan Meichen's expression was ugly. He was not a narrow-minded person. But as the son of the Devil Lord, his record had been broken by a nameless kid time and time again. He did not feel good about it. What's more, Ling Xiao's previous rebuttal had put him in a bad mood. How could he bless Ling Xiao? But still, applause rang out. Even if Empress Lan Meichen was unwilling, many people were still full of expectations and admiration for such a young genius. If everything continued to develop quietly, Ling Xiao would really stay in the Demon Dragon Sword Court for a long time. Perhaps during this period, he would continue to make contributions to the Demon Dragon Sword Court. However, there were some things that would never develop according to Ling Xiao's wishes. After the Black Tortoise Seal battle ended, Empress Lan Meichen presided over the awards. When only Ling Xiao was left, a terrifying aura appeared on the 5th floor of the 9-story Demon Tower. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the owner of the terrifying aura. The Demon Lord has arrived. Empress Lan Meichen was the first to recognize the familiar aura, so she hurriedly bowed and said loudly, "Welcome, Demon Lord." The others, except for Sword 18, all knelt down. Ling Xiao also politely knelt on one knee. No matter what, he was still a disciple of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. When he saw the Demon Lord, he naturally had to know etiquette. A woman? Seeing this Demon Lord, Ling Xiao was stunned. The Demon Lord was actually a woman. He always thought it was a man. A woman was actually so domineering that she could become the sect master of one of the 2 major sects of the Sword Dynasty. This was enough to show how terrifying her strength was. Get up. The Demon Lord's face was calm. No one knew what she was thinking. Ling Xiao and the others stood up together. You are Ling Xiao, right? The Demon Lord came in front of Ling Xiao and asked with a smile. Others might not be able to judge the meaning of this smile. But Ling Xiao understood at that moment. This guy should be suspecting him. But there was no conclusive evidence. He smiled and cupped his hands. Reporting to the Demon Lord, this disciple is Ling Xiao. Very good. Here are the rewards. Take them. The Demon Lord waved her hand, and the rewards for the champion flew to Ling Xiao. A Black Tortoise Seal, 30,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and directly put it into the storage ring. Then he looked at the Demon Lord and said, "Thank you for the reward, Demon Lord. Aren't you going to tell me something?" The Devil Lord looked at Ling Xiao indifferently, completely unable to guess what she was thinking at this moment. Disciple does not understand what Devil Lord means. At this time, Ling Xiao naturally had to feign ignorance. If he could avoid confronting the Demon Lord head-on, that was naturally the best choice. After all, with his current cultivation, there was no way he could fight against them. He didn't want to cause trouble for the 18th sword. Demon Master Lan Mei released a terrifying aura. This aura made the surrounding martial artists all tremble with fear, kneeling down again one after another. Even Empress Lan Meichen could not withstand her mother's authority. But Ling Xiao stood there without moving. Perhaps it was because he possessed the tyrannical martial spirit. Or perhaps it was because he had even killed the experts of the Eternal Palace. This Demon Master Lan Mimi was no longer that scary in his eyes. This was the same principle as how one would not be easily shocked by a beautiful woman after seeing so many beautiful women. You still dare to feign ignorance in front of me? Do you really think I don't know what you've done? Lan Mei said coldly, the Ling Xiao on the bounty list is actually you, right? Do you think that others won't be able to find traces of you just because you've changed your appearance? You're too ostentatious. You killed the city lord of Ming City in Ming City and even fought with Wu Qing and defeated him. You can hide other things, but that frivolous and arrogant aura, you can't hide it no matter what. My daughter Lan Rua was also harmed by you, right? Hearing the Devil Lord's words, everyone present was stunned. Especially those who had experienced the Great Battle of Ming City, only now did they realize. It turned out that the Ling Xiao with a bounty of 2 million mid-grade spirit stones on the bounty list was the Ling Xiao in front of them. This guy was too bold. He clearly had a bounty on him, but he still dared to come to the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Didn't he know that the Demon Dragon Sword Court had also joined the Heavenly Sword Hall? So just because you're frivolous, domineering, arrogant, and have the same name, you're the same person? If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Ling Xiao sneered and refused to admit it. This kind of thing couldn't be admitted. Devil Lord Lan Mei only suspected that if he admitted it, it wouldn't just be admitting that he had dealt with Lan Rua. It would be very troublesome if he admitted that he was Ling Xiao on the bounty list. So he wouldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. What a Ling Xiao. You're really bold. In front of me, you can still be so calm. Do you really think that the 18th sword can save you? 100 years ago, he might have been stronger than me. But 100 years have passed, and he's already very far from me. Devil Lord Lan Mei looked at Ling Xiao and didn't rush to make a move. Although her daughter Lan Rua didn't die, she could only live in a nutrient solution because she had lost her physical body. She also wanted to let Ling Xiao have a taste of the pain of losing his physical body. However, she was the Devil Lord of the Devil Dragon Sword Court after all. She still had to maintain her dignity. Even if it was just for show, she had to show that she was fair and just. She wanted Ling Xiao to admit his crime personally. Jian Luoying and the people of the Wine Demon residence were the most nervous at this time. If Ling Xiao was really the one who had seriously injured Lan Rua, and if he was really that Ling Xiao on the bounty list, then it would really be difficult to escape today. Father! Jian Luoying looked at the 18th sword and shouted nervously. Don't worry, my good daughter. When it's time to make a move, father will naturally make a move. The 18th sword's expression was still calm. Because he already knew about this. He knew that he still dared to leave Ling Xiao in the Wine Demon residence because he had enough confidence to protect Ling Xiao. Compared to the people of the Wine Demon residence who were worried, the people of the Sky Demon residence, Earth Demon residence, and the 13 Demon Generals residents who hated Ling Xiao were all cheering in their hearts at this time. To them, this was great news. Ling Xiao had killed Lin Chuang, Shui Yi, Fang Feiyun, Lin Feiyong, and Lin Xian. He had also indirectly caused the death of Fengjian Mountain. As for Ling Xiao, the Sky Demon General, the Earth Demon General, and Chen Luo couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. Lan Rua was the Demon Lord's most beloved daughter. Although her strength wasn't that great, for the Demon Lord who was protective of his children, just this point alone was enough to take Ling Xiao's life. Not to mention that Ling Xiao was a wanted criminal on the bounty list. The Devil Dragon Sword Court couldn't let him go. Please forgive this disciple, but I really don't understand what the Demon Lord means. Could it be that the Demon Lord of the Devil Dragon Sword Court wants to frame a disciple who just won the Black Tortoise Seal contest? I admit that I have offended many people, and they all want me dead. If the Demon Lord wants to kill me because of them, I have nothing to say. However, you can't just randomly accuse me of a crime. Otherwise, if word gets out, I will become the laughing stock of the world. You have a glib tongue. Lan Meima said coldly as she looked at Ling Xiao. Demon Lord, you flatter me. This disciple is just speaking the truth. Could it be that you hate me so much because I chose the Wine Demon residence and not the Demon Lord residence? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. His words had hit the nail on the head. Lan Rua wasn't dead, and Lan Meima wasn't obsessed with revenge. Under the double wrath, Demon Master Lan Mimi used Lan Rua's matter and the bounty list to pressure Ling Xiao. So much so that she couldn't even find any evidence. She thought that she could force Ling Xiao to admit to his crimes with her powerful aura and power. But she was wrong. Ling Xiao was more difficult to deal with than she thought. He was not afraid of her threats at all. This was not going to be easy. Mother, it's better to kill 10,000 by mistake than to let one go. At this time, Emperor Lan Meichen spoke. He was angered by Ling Xiao and wanted to find trouble with Ling Xiao. This opportunity came at the right time. If it's not convenient for you to do it, then let your son do it. Even if you kill the wrong person, your son will bear the infamy alone. His mother Lan Mimi was the demon master of the Demon Dragon Sword Court and needed a good reputation. But he did not need it. Demon Master, if we let this person go, he will definitely become a great threat to our Demon Dragon Sword Court. At this time, the Sky Demon General also stood out and said, although I hate him, I have to admit that this person's talent is amazing. If we keep him like this, it will definitely be like raising a tiger. In the future, he will definitely become a great enemy of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Demon Master, let us deal with this dirty person. We have a good reason to kill him. At this time, the 13th Demon General Chen Luo also stood out. It was not easy for the Demon Master to do it. If Emperor Lan Meichen did it, it would inevitably affect the Demon Dragon Sword Court's reputation. But it didn't matter to him and the Sky Demon General because they were not surnamed Lan. Alright, I'll give you 230 seconds to kill him. Demon Master Lan Meichen only wanted Ling Xiao dead. It didn't matter who did it. Moreover, she still needed to keep an eye on the 18th blade. Although she said that Sword 18 was no longer a match for her, she wasn't sure about the specifics of the situation. After all, she had never fought the 18th blade since 100 years ago. Thank you, Demon Master. Hearing Lan Meichen's answer, the Sky Demon General and Chen Luo were extremely excited. Is there any problem with me joining in? The Earth Demon General also stepped forward. He also wanted Ling Xiao to die because Ling Xiao had killed Shui, which made him very displeased. Moreover, now was the time to beat a drowning dog, so he naturally wanted to bask in the glory. Ling Xiao just stood there indifferently. Looking at the three demon generals, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Do you want to die? Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. No one knew why Ling Xiao was so confident. Facing three demon generals, he still dared to say such words. Father. Jian Luoying glanced at Sword 18. In fact, there was no need for him to look. Sword 18 had already rushed out. However, he was quickly stopped by Devil Orchid. Beautiful demon, let him go. I can agree to any of your requests. Jian 18 was very clear that his strength was at most on par with Lan Meima. If Lan Mimi blocked him, he really wouldn't be able to save Ling Xiao. Impossible. He almost killed my daughter. If it were you, would you let him go? Lan Meima sneered. Looks like you have high hopes for him. But it's no use. No matter how talented he is, he won't have any chance of survival against those three. Jian 18 didn't waste any more words. He knew that only by defeating Lan Meima could he save Ling Xiao. Since negotiations had broken down, there was nothing more to say. Just fight. He only hoped that Ling Xiao could hold on until he defeated Lan Meima. Be careful, he has the Golden Crow talisman. Chen Luo wasn't in a hurry to attack Ling Xiao because he was very wary of the talisman on Ling Xiao. That's right. Once the Golden Crow talisman is used, any martial artist below the peak of the 17th level of hell in the first cycle of Yin Yang will have no chance of survival. The Heavenly Demon General was also very cautious. His cultivation was at the peak of the 17th level of hell in the first cycle of Yin Yang. Earth Demon General's cultivation was on par with his. Chen Luo's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 17th level of hell in the first cycle of Yin Yang. But in front of the Golden Crow talisman, as long as one's cultivation hadn't broken through to the 18th level of hell in the first cycle of Yin Yang, there was no difference. They knew that this was Ling Xiao's confidence. Ling Xiao dared to fight them head-on. He only has one Golden Crow talisman, and it won't be easy to aim it at us. Just be careful. Earth Demon General knew how terrifying the Golden Crow talisman was. But if the three demon generals couldn't even hold Ling Xiao back, then it would be too embarrassing if word got out. Lan Meima, if you want to kill me, I'll make your Demon Dragon Sword Court suffer heavy losses. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Devil Master Lan Meima, who was fighting with Sword 18. I'm no match for you, but killing a few demon generals isn't a problem. Moreover, don't forget that those participating in the Black Tortoise Seal contest this time are all geniuses other than the Devil Master's mansion. If I were to annihilate all of them, I'm afraid your Devil Dragon Sword Court would suffer a great loss, right? Ling Xiao used the Golden Crow Talisman to intimidate the 3 demon generals and had the right to negotiate. Other than the Wine Demon matter, everyone else wanted his life. That was fine. Today, he would once again be the executioner. He would kill everyone who wanted to kill him. He entered the ultimate heavenly rat beast soul transformation state again. The power of the Sky Dragon, White Tiger, and Godly Phoenix poured into his body at the same time. At the same time, he released the first level of the Bloody Rat's power. Behind him, 6 phantoms appeared: General Nine Snake, Purple Lightning Bull, 3-headed Lava Hound, Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon, Black Striped Flying Tiger, and Jade Rabbit. Among them, General Nine Snake and Purple Lightning Bull beast souls could increase his combat strength. As for the rest of the beast souls, they were too low in quality and could no longer increase his fighting strength. He had summoned them because he wanted to use their special abilities. As for the Undying Bird Beast Soul, he didn't want to use it for the time being. He didn't want to expose his identity as Ling Xiao, who was on the bounty list. What kind of monster is this guy? How can he have so many martial souls? This scene really scared everyone out of their wits. They had never seen Ling Xiao fight at full strength before. Today, apart from the Tyrant Sky Martial Soul, the Butterfly Lady, Yuan Venerate, and Little Gold, Ling Xiao had basically used all the martial souls he could use. It was really a little scary. However, this wasn't the end. Wind Array, activate. This array increased speed and agility. Metal Array, activate. This array mainly increased attack power, but it also increased defense power. Earth Array, activate. This array greatly increased defense and attack power. Wood Array, activate. This array greatly increased recovery power. Ling Xiao used 4 array formations in one go and consumed a lot of mid-grade spirit stones. However, it was worth it. The enemy he was going to face today was too strong. Ling Xiao had no choice but to give it his all. Stop him. They sensed the terrifying aura released by Ling Xiao's body. Lan Mimi was not afraid of Ling Xiao, but the others had to be. Following Lan Mimi's roar, the Sky Demon General, the Earth Demon General, and Chen Luo charged towards Ling Xiao. They had no choice. Although they were afraid of Ling Xiao's Golden Crow Talisman, they had to listen to Lan Mimi's orders. After all, they were the ones who proposed to deal with Ling Xiao. They thought that Ling Xiao's greatest trump card was the Golden Crow Talisman, so they did not dare to use it easily. But Ling Xiao used it without hesitation. The Golden Crow Talisman exploded in the air. The cunning Heavenly Demon General managed to escape because he suddenly stopped halfway and fled in the opposite direction. The poor Earth Demon General and Demon General Chen Luo were too simple-minded. They actually plunged into the terrifying power of the Golden Crow Talisman and were instantly burned to ashes. Then, the soaring heat was absorbed by Little Gold, who had been cultivating in the Beast Ring. Little Gold had been cultivating in the Beast Ring these days because Ling Xiao did not want it to be exposed for the time being. Last time, it swallowed all the heat from the Golden Crow Talisman, which directly increased its strength to the peak of the 17th level of Hell. This time, it absorbed the heat from the Golden Crow Talisman again. Then, with the help of the 1000-year fire snake pill that Ling Xiao refined from the 1000-year fire snake grass, it actually allowed Little Gold to break through its shackles and enter the early stage of the 18th level of Hell. Of course, these were all things that happened in the Beast Ring. The people outside did not know. Only Ling Xiao himself knew about Little Gold's changes. The stronger Little Gold was, the more helpful it would be for his escape today. Brat, without the Golden Crow Talisman, let's see what confidence you have left to fight us. Go, everyone go. The Sky Demon General roared, and all the warriors of the Sky Demon Residence charged towards Ling Xiao. The warriors of the Earth Demon Residence and the 13 Demon General Residences also wanted to avenge their Demon General. They roared and charged forward. They thought that without the Golden Crow Talisman, Ling Xiao did not have the ability to deal with them. But they obviously underestimated Ling Xiao. 9 Snake General, 9 Snake Poison Domain. Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Blood Curse. Black Striped Flying Tiger, Tiger Roar. Lava Cerberus, Scorching Hell. Purple Lightning Bull, Earthquakes. The special skills of these special beast souls didn't cost anything. Therefore, it did not matter how Ling Xiao unleashed it. The poisonous gas that permeated the entire 5th floor of the 9-story demon pagoda instantly caused countless martial artists to turn purple and fall to the ground. After all, not everyone was like Lin Chuang, who had the ability to be immune to poison. In the face of most enemies, using poison was actually a very good method. After the deadly poison, there were even more terrifying fire snakes and hellhounds that were crazily biting the enemies that were pouncing on Ling Xiao. Tiger's roar and earthquake could both stun the enemy and stop their movements. This made it impossible for them to avoid the attacks of the poison and flames. When wounds appeared on many people's bodies, the terrifying effect of the Devil Dragon blood curse was revealed. Many Devil Dragon sword court martial artists fell to the ground, crazily clutching their heads and screaming. Even Demon Master Lan Mimi, who was fighting with Sword 18, felt the effects of the Devil Dragon blood curse on her. Although to her, the effect was negligible. But in the blink of an eye, the Sky Demon Palace, Earth Demon Palace, and 13 Demon Generals' palaces had lost more than half of their people. Not only ordinary disciples, but also personal disciples who were not strong enough, and even personal guard disciples, deputy commanders, and commanders had died tragically. And all of this was just the beginning. Bloodthirsty plague. Ling Xiao didn't forget to add an even more spicy dish after the Devil Dragon blood curse. The bloodthirsty plague, even if only one person was infected, would instantly spread among the crowd. Although this thing's instantaneous lethality wasn't that terrifying, the continuous damage it brought was unbearable for everyone. But in the end, Ling Xiao's destruction was incomparable to the Golden Crow Divine Talisman. It was very difficult to kill martial artists at the 17th floor of hell in the Yin-Yang realm with such an attack. You're courting death. At this moment, the Heavenly Demon General arrived. Ling Xiao could dodge, but he didn't. At this moment, he needed to take an attack, a powerful attack that wouldn't kill him instantly. The Heavenly Demon General's attack was just right. It was very powerful. And it wouldn't kill him with one slap. The terrifying attack directly hit Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao's entire body seemed to have caved in. Blood spurted from his mouth. On the way back, Ling Xiao swallowed all the remaining 1,000-year Lingji pills. While his injuries were quickly recovering, he also felt his cultivation explode at that moment. A gate of hell appeared above his head. F*CK, that kid actually broke through. He broke through at such a crucial moment. Early stage of the 17th floor of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. How can this be? The martial artists who were charging at Ling Xiao were all dumbfounded. When Ling Xiao's cultivation was at the peak of the 16th floor of hell in the Yin-Yang realm, they were already in a miserable state. Now that Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through to the 17th floor of hell, how could they fight? All martial artists below the Heavenly Demon General level, retreat from the 5th floor. Lan Mimi ordered loudly. She wanted to kill Ling Xiao directly, but she was very surprised by Sword 18's strength. 100 years had passed, and she thought Sword 18 would be dispirited and weak. But she was wrong. Sword 18 showed no signs of weakening at all. Escape? If you don't let me go, don't even think about escaping. Even if I die today, you'll be buried with me, Boundary Martial Spirit. Ling Xiao finally used his Boundary Martial Spirit. This martial spirit didn't help with attack or defense. It only had one characteristic, and that was to trap himself and the enemy in a space. Unless the enemy killed him, he wouldn't be able to leave. Lunatic. At this moment, Lan Mimi finally realized how troublesome this young man was. He wasn't strong, but he was so difficult to deal with. Other than her, no one else could take him down in an instant. Everyone, don't panic. 9 Demon Kings, think of a way to protect everyone. Demon Generals, attack with me and kill Ling Xiao. At this moment, Lan Meichen stepped forward. Although she wasn't confident that she could kill Ling Xiao in one blow. But if she joined forces with the remaining Demon Generals, the situation would be different. Kill. The encirclement of Ling Xiao began. However, Ling Xiao stood there with incomparable coldness in his eyes. Let me show you something even more fun. Bloodsucker Demon Rats, Level 3 Power, Full Release. Ling Xiao's voice rang out. On his body, the internal energy actually began to burn. Blood-red smoke enveloped his entire body. At this moment, any enemy who approached him would be burned and sent flying by the blood-red smoke. The power in Ling Xiao's body was rising crazily. At the same time, the skin on his body was constantly festering and shattering. Enduring the pain in his body, he felt the terrifying improvement brought by the third level of the bloody rat. That feeling was both painful and happy. Ever since the sanguinary rats evolved, Ling Xiao had wanted to try out the power of the third level of the sanguinary rats. After all, it would be easier for him to use it in the future if he understood it. 100-fold increase in strength. It was basically equivalent to Ling Xiao's strength skyrocketing from the early stage of the 17th level of hell to the peak of the 18th level of hell. What kind of concept was that? To put it simply, in the entire Demon Dragon Sword Court, except for Demon Master Lan Meima and Sword 18, no one was his match. It was that terrifying. Although this kind of almost heaven-defying ability had huge side effects, at the same time, the effect was also very obvious. Ling Xiao's skin had almost completely turned blood red. The pain in his body was almost tearing him apart. But it didn't matter. What kind of pain hadn't Ling Xiao experienced? What's going on? At this time, even Lan Meima and Sword 18, who were fighting, stopped in shock. They couldn't understand how Ling Xiao could increase his strength to such a terrifying level. Lan Meima was terrified. But Sword 18 was heartbroken. Because he knew very well that the more powerful the supernatural power, the greater the burden it brought to the body. He didn't know what kind of pain Ling Xiao would have to endure. Ha 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 ha, Lan Meima, since you're heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Today, even if I die, I'll drag your sons and the many experts of your Demon Dragon Sword Court to the grave with me. Ling Xiao laughed crazily. He didn't want to admit defeat, even in front of Demon Master Lan Meima. He didn't hesitate to use the third level of the Bloody Rat's power at a huge price just to prove one point. No one could bully Ling Xiao. Whoever bullied him, he would make them pay a heavy price, no matter who it was. Everyone, don't be afraid. This must be some kind of illusion. It's just a bluff. Do you really believe that a martial artist at the early stage of the 17th level of hell can suddenly possess the combat strength of a martial artist at the peak of the 18th level of hell? Emperor Lan Meichen said loudly. He was really good at comforting people. After everyone heard this, they believed it. After all, this kind of thing was a little too inconceivable. No matter how they thought about it, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to have a way to instantly increase his strength by so much. Kill. With the Heavenly Fiend General taking the lead, the other Fiend Generals rushed out at the same time, including the Fiend Lord's dozens of children. All of them pounced at Ling Xiao. They were trying to steal the credit. Whoever killed Ling Xiao would be equivalent to avenging Lan Rua. In the future, in front of the Demon Lord, that person would definitely have a lot of face. However, no one had thought that doing so would result in death. Ling Xiao's eyes were still deep and cold. His blood-red body was no longer as powerful as it was before. However, all of his power had been restrained and integrated into his demonic dragon sword. Kill. Facing the approaching crowd, Ling Xiao's face was terrifyingly cold. He slowly raised the demon dragon sword in his hand. Then, the blood-red flames on the demon dragon sword. Streaks of blood-red sword chi formed around him. Mystical flame sword technique, bloody rain wind. This was a variant move of the fire rain burst. It could only be used in the state of the bloody rat demon. And its power was much stronger than the fire rain burst. At that moment, all of the people attacking Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. They could say that Ling Xiao was bluffing, but that terrifying attack and those streaks of sword chi contained great lethality could not be fake. This kind of energy was completely above everyone except the Demon Lord and the 18th Blade. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Demon Lord Lan Mimi suddenly shouted. Ling Xiao, how dare you? Why wouldn't I dare? Idiot! Ling Xiao looked at Lan Mimi sarcastically, and the terrifying sword chi was released like a storm. It was really a bloody rain. When all of the sword chi broke through the air, those people standing in front of Ling Xiao were all turned into blood in an instant and scattered on the ground. The 13 demon generals of the Demon Dragon Sword Court were all killed by Ling Xiao in an instant. And Demon Lord Lan Mimi's more than 80 children were also completely killed at the same time, including Lan Hai and Lan Meichen. However, similar to Lan Rua's situation, although Lan Meichen and Lan Hai's physical bodies were destroyed, there was a strange energy that shot into Lan Mimi's body. Then it disappeared. Of course, not many people saw this scene, because everyone was stunned. Everyone's face was filled with incomparable horror and disbelief. Dead, the demon generals were all dead, and all the disciples, commanders, and deputy commanders of the Sky Demon Residence, Earth Demon Residence, and the 13 Demon Generals' residences were all dead. The other Demon Generals' residences only had dead Demon Generals. They were really incomprehensible. Even if Ling Xiao really used some terrifying secret method to increase his strength, how could he be so strong? Those Demon Generals, the weakest one was at the late stage of the 17th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm. They were all killed. If this matter was spread out, the entire Sword Dynasty would be shaken. No, it would definitely be shaken. This was because even the person ranked first on the bounty board would not be able to do this. In front of Devil Master Lan Mimi, he killed those devil generals, as well as over 80 of her children. Demon Lord Lan Mimi, see, these people were all killed by you, it's all your fault. Now that things have come to this, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Your bitch daughter was killed by me. I saved her life, but not only did she not know how to be grateful, she actually tried to kill me and steal my treasure, and even colluded with Ming City's city lord's son, Bingli. The stupid thing she did that day was no different from what you did today. You think that because you are strong and powerful, you can look down on others. If you want others to die, they will die. If you want others to live, they will live. But you are wrong. Even if I, Ling Xiao, die, I will drag your demon dragon sword court down with me. Kill. As Ling Xiao spoke, he did not stay idle. The move that he had prepared was released again. This time, it was the people of the Demon Lord residence who were killed. Stop it. Demon Lord Lan Mimi also panicked. She desperately pounced over, trying to protect the people of the Demon Lord residence. However, her movements were still one step too slow. She had only saved 4 demon kings, including the other 5 demon kings, hundreds of Demon Lord residence's protectors, and countless core disciples. They were all destroyed in an instant. The only thing she was thankful for now was that there were still some disciples of the Demon Lord residence who were carrying out missions outside. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out today. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, you want me, Ling Xiao, to die, so I will let you lose more than you gain. Kill me, come on. Come and kill me. Lunatic. Lan Meima gritted her teeth. She couldn't understand Ling Xiao's existence. In the beginning, she guessed that Ling Xiao had hurt Lan Rua, although it was her daughter who repaid kindness with enmity first. However, she thought that she was the demon master of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Ling Xiao was just a personal disciple of the Wine Demon residence. She could deal with him easily. Therefore, she never thought that such a situation would occur. However, everything that was happening now was far beyond her imagination and control. This would definitely become a big event in the entire Sword Dynasty. It would definitely be spread by those who did intelligence. She and the Demon Dragon Sword Court were destined to be nailed on the pillar of shame. And this martial artist from a small country, whose real name was Ling Xiao, was the culprit of this big event. How could Lan Meima let Ling Xiao go? Thief, you're courting death. Beautiful devil, Lan roared. Her originally beautiful and enchanting face also became distorted. The Demon Dragon Sword Court's losses today were too heavy. Other than the 18th sword, all the demon generals were dead. 5 demon kings were dead. Her 100 children were basically all dead. The only thing she could save was their souls. That was because of her special martial soul. There were also the 100 protectors of the Demon Master residence, and almost all of them were core disciples. Such a price almost caused the Demon Master residence to lose half of its strength. Originally, they could still fight against the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace, but now they couldn't. And all of this happened in front of the Demon Master, Lan Meima. Courting death? You've said this more than once. Ling Xiao still maintained the posture of an expert on the surface. However, only he knew that the 3rd level of the Bloody Devil Rat's power was too heavy a burden on his body. At this moment, his strength was constantly declining, and his body's condition was extremely poor. However, he knew that he couldn't show any abnormalities. He endured the terrible pain, which felt like thousands of arrows piercing his heart, and kept himself in the bloody devil rat state. He faced Demon Master Lan Meima directly. "If you kill me today, I'll destroy the entire Demon Dragon Sword Court and make you a general without an army." Ling Xiao's attitude remained firm. However, Lan Mei hesitated. Currently, the Demon Dragon Sword Court still retained half of its strength. If she hadn't let Ling Xiao go, what would have happened, she didn't dare to guess. He didn't dare to imagine it. It was because she had underestimated Ling Xiao that she had made such a terrible miscalculation. He had to be extremely careful with his next choice. After doing such a thing, you still want to leave the Demon Dragon Sword Court alive? If this matter were to spread, where would I put my face? Lan Meima asked sinisterly. "I don't care if you're shameless or not. In any case, you're the same as your whore daughter. You're both ungrateful and shameless. What's the difference if you're shameless or not? Get this straight, I'm not negotiating with you, I'm warning you, you have already lost the best chance to kill me today. The moment I summoned the most terrifying power in my body, you were destined to fail. Can you kill me? Let's not talk about whether or not you can kill me. Can you pass my master's 18th sword? Let me tell you, if it weren't for my master's face, I would have destroyed the Demon Dragon Sword Court before leaving. I definitely wouldn't be here talking nonsense with you." Ling Xiao was already strong on the outside but weak on the inside. The increase in strength brought by the bloody rat devil was huge, but the burden was also huge. Because of excessive consumption, he probably couldn't even contend against a martial artist at the first transformation of Yin Yang Realm's 16th level of hell. And this terrible situation was still continuing. His life force was constantly flowing away. But so what if he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside? As long as he could scare Demon Master Lan Mei, it was enough. "If I knew this would happen, I would have killed you from the beginning. That way, the Demon Dragon Sword Court wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss today." Lan Mei had been blaming herself. The ant that he thought he could easily kill had suddenly turned into a terrifying ferocious beast. It made her pay a heavy price. She regretted it to death. It's a pity that there's no medicine for regret in this world. Even if you regret it, what can you do? Ling Xiao mocked, "It's you who killed those people. It's you who made an incomparably stupid choice." Demon Master, hee, what a joke. Until now, he was still mocking Demon Master Lan Mei. Because he had to do this. Only by doing this would the other party not suspect that he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Those who were still alive were all looking at Ling Xiao and Lan Mei with fear and trepidation. Any choice made by these two people could determine their life and death. A moment ago, those demon kings were still looking down on Ling Xiao and didn't take him seriously. But at this moment, they were filled with incomparable fear towards Ling Xiao. If Lan Mei hadn't blocked Ling Xiao's attack in time, the four of them would have died. And those martial artists who were far weaker than them were filled with fear towards Ling Xiao. They really hoped that Lan Mei could speak and let Ling Xiao go. Send away this terrifying demon and don't let him continue to behave atrociously. But Lan Mei was depressed in her heart. She was a top expert of the Sword Dynasty, she was the demon master of the Devil Dragon Sword Court, but now, he was forced to make a choice by such a nameless person. She really hated Ling Xiao to the point that she wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces and kill him 1,000 times or 10,000 times to vent her hatred. But the problem was that she couldn't do that. Ling Xiao's words were heartbreaking. She might not be able to kill the current Ling Xiao in a short period of time. And Jian 18 wouldn't let her do that. So now, she had become the passive side. Lan Mei, you're still a character. Say something, and I'll make my choice according to what you say. To be honest, I don't have any enmity with the Devil Dragon Sword Court. If you didn't force me, I wouldn't be like this. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After that, I won't wait. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Lan Mei, revealing an incomparably dense killing intent. It was hard to believe that his current combat strength was not even comparable to an ordinary person. His body's condition had already reached its worst point. He was only supporting himself with one breath. Lan Mei stared at Ling Xiao. After a long time, she sighed and said, "What's your real name?" Ling Xiao. It's the real deal. Ling Xiao said indifferently. But he didn't say where he came from. Otherwise, it would bring trouble to the 8 Immortals' kingdom. One had to know that the western region was very big, and there were tens of thousands of small countries. There were even more people named Ling Xiao. As long as he didn't say anything, even if the other party investigated to death, they wouldn't be able to find out. Unless they killed everyone named Ling Xiao. Who is the immortal bird by Feng to you? Lan Mei asked again. I don't know him. Ling Xiao shook his head. There was no need to use a person he didn't know to show off his power. After this battle, I'm afraid that your ranking on the bounty list will catch up to him. Although your strength is far from his, your bounty can definitely reach his level. Lan Mimi suppressed the anger in her heart and said coldly. It doesn't matter. If the people of Sword Dynasty insist on being my enemy, then I'm sorry. I, Ling Xiao, will not wait for death. I will let them know how terrifying I am. Ling Xiao said coldly. At this moment, he absolutely could not admit defeat. He had to show his strong side. Otherwise, his fierce appearance would be seen through by others. You can go. Lan Mimi thought over and over again and finally decided to let Ling Xiao leave. Because she had no way to kill Ling Xiao now. In order to prevent the Demon Dragon Sword Court from being destroyed by the madman Ling Xiao, she could only do this. Hee, you think I'll leave just because you want me to? I want you to personally send me out. Ling Xiao sneered. This seemingly unreasonable request was actually something that Ling Xiao racked his brains to come up with. Even if he wanted to leave, he had to pretend to be strong. Otherwise, if Lan Mimi saw any flaws, he would be dead. Don't go too far. Lan Mimi said with an ashen face. Alright, if you won't send me off, then I'll leave by myself. However, if I accidentally destroy anything along the way, don't regret it. Ling Xiao sneered. Damn it. Lan Mimi was about to go crazy. She was clearly stronger than him and could kill him, but she couldn't do anything to him. This feeling of powerlessness was driving her crazy. Don't be so angry. You're just sending me off. It's not like I'm asking you, the Demon Lord, to do anything shameful. Ling Xiao laughed. Go. Lan Mimi looked coldly at Ling Xiao and walked out of the 9-floored Demon Pagoda's 5th floor. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and endured the intense pain in his body that was about to destroy him. He ordered Xiao Jin to take him away. He could no longer fly by himself. Even walking was very difficult for him. Xiao Jin appeared and Ling Xiao sat on it. This didn't seem to be a problem. There were some people in this world who liked to ride demonic beasts. Furthermore, Xiao Jin's status was very high. Demon Master Lan Mimi did not suspect anything. Even Sword 18th and Sword Sakura were intimidated. Jian 18 walked to Ling Xiao's side and couldn't help but sigh, little guy, you're really amazing. Even your master was shocked. With such strength, I'm afraid you can do whatever you want in the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Ling Xiao shook his head and mentally said, Master, I can't hold on much longer. I'm just holding on. We can't let beautiful Devil Lan see any clues. What? Sword 18 was shocked. From the surface, it was impossible to tell that Ling Xiao's body had already reached the point of falling apart. Master, don't be surprised. I have something very important to ask you. Now that things have turned out this way, will you still be safe and sound in the Devil Dragon Sword Court? Ling Xiao asked worriedly. Of course, he still asked via soul voice transmission. You don't have to worry about that. I know what I'm doing. Beautiful Devil Lan has suffered heavy injuries this time. She definitely won't be my enemy again unless she doesn't want the Demon Dragon Sword Court anymore. Sword 18 replied. That's good. As long as I don't implicate you, I'm relieved. After I leave this time, I don't know when we'll meet again. But a master for a day is a father for life. Master, I'll never forget your great kindness. Ling Xiao was a sentimental person. Sword 18 was willing to shed all pretense of cordiality with beautiful Devil Lan for him. Just this point alone was enough for him to be extremely grateful. If it weren't for Sword 18 today, beautiful Devil Lan might not have hesitated to attack him. Therefore, half of the credit for his life was given to him by Sword 18. Hehe, I understand. After you leave the Demon Dragon Sword Court, if you have nowhere to go, take this jade pendant and find a woman called Falling Moon. She has a good relationship with me and should be able to take you in temporarily. But, are you really okay? Sword 18 was starting to worry. Master, don't worry. Although my current situation is terrible, as long as I'm not killed by beautiful Devil Lan, I have a way to stay alive. Ling Xiao smiled. That's good. I'm relieved now. All the conversation between the two was completed through soul transmission, so beautiful Devil Lan didn't know. When he arrived at the exit of the Demon Dragon Sword Court, Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. There were at least 100 warriors outside the Demon Dragon Sword Court. All of them were strong. The weakest should be at the peak of the 16th level of hell in the Yin Yang realm. These guys were all staring at Ling Xiao. They were clearly bounty hunters. Are you the one who spread the news about me? Ling Xiao looked at beautiful Devil Lan and said coldly. Yes, but that was in the past. So even if I want to stop it, it's impossible. Beautiful Devil Lan sneered. Of course, there was another reason why she dared to let Ling Xiao leave. That was, she knew that Ling Xiao would be in more danger after leaving the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Countless bounty hunters would chase after him and hunt him down until he died of exhaustion. Do you think you can stop me, Ling Xiao, with just these people? Ling Xiao looked at beautiful Devil Lan sarcastically, then let Little Gold continue to move forward. Those who block me will die. Ling Xiao said loudly. However, his voice didn't have much effect because these bounty hunters didn't know what Ling Xiao did on the 5th floor of the 9-story demon tower. Kill. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more words. He let Little Gold start to attack. Little Gold was now at the 18th level of hell in the Yin Yang realm. Facing these bounty hunters was like facing a group of good-for-nothings. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of golden flame. The flame turned into the Golden Crow Divine Talisman and attacked the crowd. Of course, this wasn't the real Golden Crow Divine Talisman, but Little Gold condensed the golden light of the Netherworld. Compared to the real Golden Crow Divine Talisman, its power wasn't inferior at all. In just an instant, hundreds of bounty hunters were all burned to ashes. Not even a strand of hair could be found. Then, Ling Xiao looked back at beautiful Devil Lan and sneered. Beautiful Devil Lan, do you think I'm putting on an act? What a joke. Beautiful Devil Lan's face was extremely gloomy. She had indeed suspected that Ling Xiao must have paid a huge price for suddenly erupting with such powerful strength. She suspected that Ling Xiao was just bluffing and was actually strong on the outside but weak on the inside. She guessed right. Unfortunately, Little Gold's attack completely shattered her doubts. Little Gold was so powerful. If Ling Xiao was really bluffing, he should have let Little Gold come out earlier. In that case, she would be more wary. However, Ling Xiao didn't. This meant that Ling Xiao was very strong and could solve any problem. As for those bounty hunters, they were too weak. There was no need for Ling Xiao to do it himself. This reason was very reasonable. Otherwise, why didn't Ling Xiao let Sword 18 follow him? Xiao Jin, let's go. Ling Xiao sneered, called out to Xiao Jin, and then flew into the distance. Looking at Ling Xiao's departing figure, Lan Mei was so angry that her whole body trembled, but she had no choice. Sword 18 was standing behind her. If she wanted to chase after Ling Xiao, Sword 18 would not ignore it. Xiao Jin's speed was extremely fast, even faster than Ling Xiao's own speed. It was almost the speed of the golden light technique. Demonic beasts had such benefits. In the blink of an eye, they had already flown dozens of miles away. They were already very far away from the Devil Dragon Sword Court. At this time, Ling Xiao finally fell from Xiao Jin's body to the ground. The red light on his body had completely faded. And his cultivation had also regressed from the early stage of the 17th level of hell to the early stage of the 16th level of hell. Of course, Ling Xiao was not afraid of the regression of his cultivation because he could catch up very soon. The troublesome thing was that Ling Xiao's current physical condition was extremely bad. And because the time had been delayed for too long, life backtrack was no longer effective. He could only slowly heal his injuries. Xiao Jin, find a place to heal your injuries. After saying this, he grabbed a handful of healing pills and threw them into his mouth. These healing pills were definitely effective, but Ling Zhao's injuries were too serious. One pill was definitely not enough. Therefore, there were at least 10 pills in this handful. At the same time, Ling Xiao released his life martial spirit and began to heal his injuries together with the healing pills. Xiao Jin carried him on his back and flew for a distance. They found a hidden cave and hid there. At this time, Ling Zhao's condition was very bad. If someone caught up to him now, it would really be troublesome. Therefore, he could not run around. Just as Ling Xiao was healing his injuries, the big incident in the Devil Dragon Sword Court had already spread to the Heavenly Sword Hall. In the Devil Dragon Sword Court, there were supervisors sent by the Heavenly Sword Hall to monitor the loyalty of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Such a thing has never happened in thousands of years. It was actually caused by a martial artist from a small country? Why is it this Ling Xiao again? He has repeatedly challenged the dignity of my Heavenly Sword Hall. I will not let him off easily. Increase the bounty. Full reward. Those who spoke were all reputable figures in the Heavenly Sword Hall. Of course, they wouldn't personally go after Ling Xiao, but they had to increase the bounty on Ling Xiao so that those high-level bounty hunters would have a taste of the benefits and go after Ling Xiao. The bounty is 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. He's ranked 3rd on the bounty board. This was Ling Zhao's latest bounty and ranking. Moreover, the bounty list even had a special indication of life or death. No one had ever entered the top 10, or even the top 3, of the Yin-Yang realm's 17th level of hell at the First Revolution. Ling Xiao had completely become a celebrity in the Sword Dynasty. However, this reputation was not very good. In 3 days, the news spread throughout the Sword Dynasty. Ling Xiao, who was recuperating in the cave, did not know about this. After spending 3 days, he finally healed all his injuries. Fortunately, he was a pharmacist and his master, the Yuan Venerate, could also help him. Otherwise, he would really have been in danger this time. I suggest that you seal the energy of the 3rd level of the Bloody Rat Devil. The price of using it is too high. You were lucky this time, but you might not be so lucky next time. The Yuan Venerate reminded Ling Xiao. Master, I don't want to use it either, but you saw the situation at the time. If I didn't use it, Demon Orchid wouldn't have let me go. Ling Xiao sighed. Don't worry, Master. I don't want to experience this kind of pain again. Therefore, I will try my best not to use it. Don't worry. He knew his own situation best. He knew best how serious his injuries were this time. Therefore, even if the Yuan Venerate hadn't said anything, he wouldn't use it easily in the future. At most, he would use it until the 2nd level of the Bloody Rat Devil. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the cave, he suddenly frowned. Oh no, we seem to have been surrounded. The people coming this time aren't the same as those good-for-nothings outside the Demon Dragon Sword Court. His soul power was very strong, so his perception was even better than Little Gold's. He opened his Taiji eye and looked outside. There were at least 1,000 people in the crowd. Moreover, the strongest person who came this time had already reached the middle stage of the 18th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm. There were also hundreds of martialists at the early stage of the 18th level of the hell. Don't tell me that all the top-ranked bounty hunters are here. The more Ling Xiao came into contact with the 9 Supremes, the more he realized that the rumors about the cultivation bases of those experts couldn't be trusted at all. For example, the cultivation bases of Demon Orchid and Sword 18. According to Ling Zhao's senses, they were at least in the life-seizing realm. However, the rumors that the 9 Supremes didn't have any life-seizers were simply bullsh*t. If Orchid and Sword 18 were so powerful, then wouldn't the experts of Heavenly Sword Hall be even stronger than these two? It seemed that the rumors really couldn't be trusted. Whoever believed them would be unlucky. Let's kill our way out, boss. I'll help you deal with those people. Little Gold was eager to try. Alright, my cultivation base has regressed, and I need to fight now. These people have delivered themselves to my door. Ling Zhao's cultivation base had regressed to the early stage of the 16th level of the hell. Of course, he wasn't a match for the martialists of the 18th and 17th levels of the hell. However, he was fast. With Little Gold's protection, he could just pick on the weak ones. Let's do it. The two of them suddenly rushed out of the cave. The people outside included bounty hunters and martialists from Heavenly Sword Hall. However, their common goal was Ling Xiao. Of course, there was also Ling Xiao's bounty. Originally, they were planning to surround the cave and attack. However, before the plan was ready, two rays of light suddenly shot out of the cave. Ling Xiao directly entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation and raised his combat power to the extreme. Little Gold followed him closely to protect him. Don't let him escape. Someone shouted. Just as he was about to chase, he realized that Ling Xiao had already arrived in front of him. This person was a martialist of the 16th level of the Hell. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of the current Ling Xiao. When he saw Ling Xiao, he immediately brandished the long sword in his hand and charged forward. Ling Xiao was entangled in battle with him. The energy in his cultivation sea was also constantly increasing. After all, with the experience of increasing his cultivation base, it would be easier to increase it. This was why Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of his cultivation base regressing. As long as it didn't regress too much, he didn't have to worry. While they were fighting, more martialists rushed over. However, they couldn't get past Little Gold's defense. The 9 underworld yellow spring golden light combined with Little Gold's terrifying strength. Even a martialist of the 18th level of the Hell was useless against him. After all, Xiao Jin was outnumbered. When Ling Xiao's cultivation recovered to the late stage of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin Yang realm, Xiao Jin could no longer block the combined attacks of the martial artists at the 16th level of Hell of the Yin Yang realm. Ling Xiao had no choice but to retreat. He couldn't let Xiao Jin take the risk for his own cultivation. However, just as they were about to escape, chaos broke out in the encirclement. In the crowd, people were constantly killed, sent flying, and injured. The martial artists who surrounded Xiao Jin had no choice but to focus on the periphery. Who is it? Who dares to be enemies with the Heavenly Sword Hall's punitive team? Among the people who surrounded Ling Xiao, the strongest one was a captain of the Heavenly Sword Hall's punitive team. His cultivation was at the middle stage of the 18th level of Hell of the Yin Yang realm. When he realized that someone dared to meddle in his business, he stood out and suppressed them with his power. Ling Xiao was also curious. It just so happened that their pressure was reduced a lot, so he summoned Xiao Jin back into the beast ring to heal. He instantly entered the spectral demon dragon form, hid, and looked in the direction of the commotion. In the crowd, there were 5 special figures. They were fighting with the bounty hunters and the martial artists of the Heavenly Sword Hall. The Heavenly Sword Hall's punitive team is nothing. I'm looking for you. The martial soul that appeared behind the person who spoke was a fiery red undying bird. It was a little different from the undying bird that Ling Xiao transformed into. However, he could feel that this person was very powerful. His cultivation had probably reached the peak of the 18th level of Hell of the Yin Yang realm. He was only slightly inferior to the demon master of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. The rest of the people's cultivation was basically at this level. However, there were 2 people who seemed to be stronger than the undying bird. They might be at the level of Lan Mimi and the 18th blade. Ling Xiao was a little confused. He didn't know whether these 5 people were enemies or friends. If it was an enemy, then he was too unlucky. He had actually attracted such a powerful opponent to attack him. He really had a lot of face. Undying Bird by Fong. It's you. The captain of the Heavenly Sword Hall's punitive team frowned. Since when did your 9 Defiances dare to go against the Heavenly Sword Hall? 9 Defiance Organization. Ling Xiao had heard a little about this organization. After all, they had been in the Sword Dynasty for a long time. He had heard about it when he was in Ming City. The 9 Rebels was an organization formed by the traitors of the 9 Supreme's forces. Although this 9 Deities organization did not have many members, it was very powerful. Ling Xiao didn't know any more specific information. Ling Xiao could have used this opportunity to escape. However, when he heard that these people were actually from the 9 Deities organization, he wasn't going to escape. It was impossible for the 9 Defiance men to help any of the 9 Supremes. They were mortal enemies with the Sword Dynasty and the other forces of the 9 Supremes. In the entire 9 Supremes, they were almost everyone's target. It was quite similar to his current situation. What a joke. You're taking the Heavenly Sword Hall too seriously. When have we, the 9 Defiants, ever been afraid of the Heavenly Sword Hall? What a joke. The one who spoke was the Phoenix by Fong. Ling Xiao was too familiar with this person's name. When he first came to the Black Tortoise continent, some people had thought of him as the Phoenix by Fong's disciple. This kind of thing had happened more than once. So, you're really going to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Heavenly Sword Hall? The leader of the subjugation team said coldly. F***ck, so what if we shed all pretense of cordiality? If you don't get lost, all of you will die here. The Phoenix by Fong did not give any face to the leader of the subjugation team. As for the other 4 people, they were still massacring the people there. They were all people on the bounty list. Usually, it was these bounty hunters who chased after them. Now that they had the chance, they naturally wouldn't let these guys go. Retreat. The leader of the subjugation team was a smart man. Although there were only 5 of them, each of their cultivation base was much stronger than his. Staying behind would only be courting death. However, before he left, he suddenly thought of something. Is that Ling Xiao really your disciple? He suddenly asked the Phoenix by Fong. So what if he is? The immortal bird by Fong sneered, this time, we came for him. Then it's easy. It seems that Ling Xiao will join the 9 Defies sooner or later and become a great enemy of the 9 Supremes. Let's go. He called his men and left in a hurry. When the other bounty hunters saw the situation, they knew that they couldn't get away with it, so they all fled in panic. The 5 people of the 9 Defies did not chase after them. The Phoenix by Fong said loudly, little brother, there's no need to hide. Show yourself quickly. We're here to save you. Ling Xiao knew very well that his current spectral demon dragon could not hide from these people. So after thinking about it, he showed himself. He looked at the crowd and said, I don't know you all. Why are you all here to save me? You're Ling Xiao, right? The Phoenix by Fong asked. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. That's great. It's rumored that you're my disciple. How can I not help when my disciple is in trouble? What's more, our sister Yan Yu is the sister of the 18th sword. She received a letter from the 18th sword, asking us to search for your whereabouts along the way. I didn't expect to meet you here. The Phoenix by Fong was a straightforward person. He didn't hide anything and said whatever he wanted to say. This kind of character instantly won Ling Xiao's favor. However, he didn't believe that the other party's purpose was these 2, or rather, not completely. By Fong, you can't fool him. A girl in a blue dress, who looked like a pretty girl from a humble family and had an amiable appearance, stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, let me introduce myself first. I'm Yan Yu. Actually, we know that you have a bounty of 6,500,000 mid-grade spiritual stones and are 3rd on the bounty list, so we specially invited you to join the 9 Defies. Of course, the 2 reasons that Bai Fong mentioned are also there, but they are not the main reasons. I see. Ling Xiao nodded and immediately sighed again and said, I'm afraid you guys will be disappointed. That bounty list should have made a mistake. With my cultivation, there's no way to be mentioned in the same breath as you guys. If I'm not wrong, the 5 of you should all be experts on the bounty list, right? You have a good eye, kid. I'm not afraid to tell you that the martial artists of the 9 Defies are wanted in every force, and the bounties are very high. The 5 of us originally occupied the 2nd to 6th place on the bounty list. It's a pity that you came out of nowhere and snatched the 3rd place. Bai Fong said with a smile as if he didn't have any dissatisfaction with Ling Xiao coming out of nowhere. Seeing this, Ling Xiao was relieved. At least these people weren't looking for trouble. However, these guys were really strong. They occupied 5 of the top 10 spots on the Sword Dynasty's bounty list. Moreover, they were the top spots. How is it, little guy? Have you thought it through? It's good to lean against a big tree. No matter how powerful you are, you will inevitably be hunted down by the Heavenly Sword Hall. But if you join the 9 Defiance organization and stay with us, the Heavenly Sword Hall and those bounty hunters won't dare to act recklessly. The Bai Fong looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile. I can go with you, but I don't want to join the 9 Defiance organization. Is that okay? Ling Xiao thought about it and said. Why? You don't believe in the Nine Defiance organization? Yan Yu was stunned and asked. Sort of. I don't know much about the Nine Defiance organization. I'll decide whether to join or not after some time. Is that okay? Ling Xiao was very clear that since he was now ranked third on the Sword Dynasty's wanted list, there would be many powerful martial artists who would come after him. Then, there would definitely be very powerful martial artists coming to find trouble with him. It would be impossible for him to not find a backer. The invitation from the Nine Defiance organization was an opportunity for him. But the principle couldn't be changed. What exactly did Zhou and I do? He had to understand it clearly. No problem. You can follow us for the time being. This will help you understand the Nine Defiance organization better. But I advise you to make a decision as soon as possible, because once you join the organization, you will get a lot of benefits. Bai Feng thought about it and said. Thank you for your understanding, senior. Don't call me senior. Just call me brother Bai Feng. Bai Feng hurriedly waved his hand and said, Come, let me introduce you. You already know Yan Yu. Although she's young, she's ranked second on the wanted list. She's stronger than me and is already a first life-sizer. Long Xiang, a beast martial artist. His martial soul is the Archean dragon elephant. He's very powerful and ranked third on the wanted list. He's been pushed to fourth by you, but he's still higher than me. His cultivation is the same as mine, at the peak of the 18th level of hell. Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Long Xiang. This person was tall and strong. He was 4 meters tall without transforming. His body was very strong, and he could give his opponent a strong sense of oppression just by standing there. By the way, Long Xiang's identity is a bit special. This guy is a core disciple of a big force, but he was wronged like you and escaped. It's just that I've been called a rebel. I feel so wronged. Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately had a good impression of Long Xiang. It was the kind of good impression that people of the same kind appreciated each other. Ba Dao, ranked 5th on the bounty board. Now, he is ranked 6th. His cultivation is the same as mine. You should know from his name that his blade techniques are very powerful. Ling Xiao looked at Ba Dao. He was also a very sturdy fellow. Although he wasn't as tall as Long Xiang, every muscle on his body seemed to contain explosive energy. However, Ba Dao was missing an arm, and it was his right arm. It seemed like he was a person with a story. The last one is Chang Qingqing, who used to be ranked 6th on the bounty list but is now ranked 7th. Chang Qingqing is best at archery. She can shoot wherever she wants from thousands of meters away. Moreover, her power is extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao looked at the last person. She was a 17 or 18-year-old girl. She was already at the late stage of the 18th level of hell. However, the feeling it gave people was that Chang Qingqing's attack power was probably above the others. If the bow and arrow were used well, it would be a terrifying killing weapon. However, Chang Qingqing seemed to be a little introverted. The others all greeted Ling Xiao. Only this little girl lowered her head like a mimosa, which made people feel some pity for her. Actually, other than the 5 of us, there are 2 other people in the Sword Dynasty from the Sky Dragon continent. One is called Long Chen, and the other is called Cold Plum. They are in a hurry to cultivate, so they haven't come out yet. Yan Yu smiled and said. Long Chen. Cold Plum. Ling Xiao was so excited that he almost jumped up. He had been in the Black Tortoise continent for a long time. In fact, he had heard that his good brother Long Chen and his most loyal guard Cold Plum had reincarnated here. However, there had been no news of them before. He didn't expect to hear news of them this time. Of course, the excitement only came from the heart. Ling Xiao didn't show it. He wasn't familiar with these people and couldn't reveal his secret completely. Moreover, there was a possibility that they had the same name. It wasn't good to be happy too early. Since you've decided to follow us, then let's go back together. Back to our old nest, Miwu Valley. Although Bai Feng wasn't the strongest, it seemed to be the boss of these 5 people. These 5 people obviously didn't come together because of their strength. There was a strong brotherhood between them. Although they weren't blood-related, they might be closer than blood-related. In order to thank you for your trust in me, I'd better show my true face. Ling Xiao felt that if he wanted to gain the trust of others, he had to at least take some risks. He could hide things that he didn't want to expose, but at least he couldn't hide his true face. That would be too insincere. Damn, you're good. This transformation technique is a special secret technique. Even if ordinary people get it, they can't learn it. You can use it so skillfully. Admirable, really admirable. Bai Fong said excitedly. Brother Bai Fong, you flatter me. Ling Xiao smiled. Then I'll show you. Longxiang smiled and gently touched the beast ring on his hand. Suddenly, a giant beast flew out of the ring. This giant beast had the appearance of a giant elephant, but it had a pair of huge wings and could easily fly into the sky. This is called the flying giant elephant. It's atop mount in our Longxiang tribe. Everyone, come on up. Longxiang called out. Ling Xiao was really impressed. This flying giant elephant's strength was basically equivalent to a warrior at the early stage of level 18 of Hell in Yin Yang realm. Good heavens, it was really extravagant to use this as a mount. He flew up and jumped on the back of the flying giant elephant. He felt a strange energy wrap around his body. Even though the flying giant elephant exploded with the speed of sound, he still didn't feel any wind. This was really comfortable. Ling Xiao still didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing to meet these guys with strong personalities. But one thing was for sure. He had been in the Black Tortoise continent for so long. Besides Sword 18, Lin Geng, and Jian Luoying, only these people could make him feel good. He believed that he had made the right choice. By following these people, not only could he meet his good brothers and guards, but he could also get more help. After all, Lan Yu was an expert at the same level as Lan Mei. With such an expert by his side, Ling Xiao didn't have to worry about being surrounded by bounty hunters. The only thing he needed to do now was to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Miwu Valley was located in the dense forest of the Sword Dynasty. This place was filled with a terrifying fog all year round, hence the name. Ordinary people thought that this was a natural phenomenon. But after Ling Xiao arrived, he discovered that this fog was actually a powerful formation, Miwu Phantom Formation. As long as there was this formation, outsiders would get lost and go around in circles when they entered without knowing the method. Anyway, it was impossible to find the Nine Defiance stronghold in the Miwu Valley. However, Ling Xiao was not too conspicuous. He still walked out of the heavy fog under Bai Feng's lead and came to the Nine Defiance stronghold. This place was really not small. From the outside, it simply looked like a huge town. There are actually more than a few of you living in the Miwu Valley? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Of course. Although the outside world says that the Nine Defiance are rebels, in fact, the purpose of establishing the Nine Defiance is to protect pitiful people who have been wronged and framed like us. Many of the people living in this Miwu town are such people and their relatives. The environment here is beautiful and very safe. Our people will buy the materials needed from outside, and some of them are produced here. Look at the medicinal field over there, it's planted by the people of the Miwu town. Speaking of this, Yan Yu was very proud. As a martial artist, to be able to protect people like her was a kind of happiness to Yan Yu. And Ling Xiao might just be one of these people they saved. After entering the town, the enthusiastic townspeople greeted Bai Feng and the others one after another. It could be seen that these 5 people had a very high reputation here. Some things could be faked, but the smiles of those Miwu town's townspeople, as well as their heartfelt excitement, could not be faked. Ling Xiao was more and more convinced that the Nine Defiance might be a good organization. At the very least, Bai Feng and the others were really good. It feels good, right? Every time we come back and see that these people can live peacefully and happily, we are content with our hard work. Bai Feng said with a smile, some people practice martial arts for longevity, some people practice martial arts for strength. And we practice martial arts to be able to protect people like us. We have all had the experience of being wronged and persecuted, and we were all saved by the Nine Defiance. Therefore, we must carry on this sense of responsibility. Ling Xiao was extremely excited when he heard this. Aside from wanting to become stronger, his ultimate goal in practicing martial arts was to unify the profound world and restore the glory of the human race. He also has a sense of responsibility, and that is to protect everyone in the Heavenly Empire. For the sake of this sense of responsibility, he had to become stronger. He had to constantly become stronger. Boss. Master. Suddenly, two figures dashed out from the crowd. It was Long Chen and Cold Plum. The current strength of these two people was not weak at all. Long Chen was at the middle stage of the 18 levels of hell, while Cold Plum was at the early stage of the 18 levels of hell. They reincarnated later than Ling Xiao, but fortunately, they were born in the Sword Dynasty, so they received much more resources than Ling Xiao. In addition, their aptitude was not much worse than Ling Xiao's, so it was conceivable that their cultivation had reached such a level. The two of you are actually stronger than me. Ling Xiao sighed. Boss, don't make fun of us. I know that you reincarnated directly to that remote town and used 2 heaven-defying moves that caused your cultivation to regress. It's already very impressive that you can still maintain this cultivation. I reckon that you should surpass us soon. Long Chen laughed. He was not flattering him. With the same resources, Ling Xiao's cultivation would definitely improve faster than theirs. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed them. Master is always the strongest. Cold Plum knew Ling Xiao's secret, and she always maintained the most worshipful attitude towards Ling Xiao. You know each other? Bai Feng asked curiously. Yes, we are all martial artists from the Heavenly Dragon continent. Ling Xiao said simply. Some secrets could not be made public for the time being, although he felt that Bai Feng and the others were not bad. However, distance tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. No one could predict what would happen in the future, so it was better to be careful. Alright, in that case, that's even better. Long Chen, Cold Plum, we happen to have something to do, so you guys can take Ling Xiao around. Bai Feng said with a smile. No problem. Long Chen smiled. Alright, Ling Xiao, you go around first and familiarize yourself with the situation here. If you need any help, just let Long Chen or Cold Plum come to us. Bai Feng said again. Thank you, brother Bai Feng. What are you thanking me for? You're being too polite again. Alright, we'll get going first. Bai Feng waved and left with Yan Yu and the others. It could be seen that they had been very busy. They were busy saving all the people who had been wronged and framed like Ling Xiao. Let's go, boss. Long Chen said with a smile. Wait a minute, I'll introduce you two to a new friend, who is also my sworn brother. As he spoke, Ling Xiao let Xiao Jin fly out. At this moment, Xiao Jin's injuries had already healed. When he saw Long Chen, he even had some fighting spirit. Ling Xiao is my boss. He's mine. The two of them actually started to argue over such a trivial matter. You guys might as well split me into two. Who said that a boss is only one person's boss? I'm also the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Empire. If everyone fights like you guys, then wouldn't our Heavenly Empire be in chaos every day and night? Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Boss, what's this guy's name? He looks so strong. Long Chen looked at Xiao Jin excitedly and asked Ling Xiao. His original name is Ling Yan, and he's my good brother. However, due to a special situation, his physical body was destroyed. After I helped him revive, he became like this. Now, he's called Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, this is Long Chen, a genuine member of the dragon race. He doesn't have the dragon race's bloodline. He's a real golden dragon. And that one is Cold Plum, one of my best friends. Ling Xiao had never treated Cold Plum as a maid. Cold Plum was his friend, his best friend. Originally, Ling Xiao thought that Xiao Jin and Long Chen would be difficult to get along with, but he soon knew that he was wrong. Cold Plum brought them to her residence. Long Chen and Xiao Jin had a big battle, and then they actually appreciated each other and became friends. On one side was the Golden Dragon. On the other side was the ancient Golden Crow. Their relationship was extremely good. Next, Cold Plum ordered a table of dishes. As they ate, they talked about their experiences during this period of time. Long Chen and Cold Plum's experience was actually relatively simple. They entered the Heavenly Sword Hall after reincarnating to the Sword Dynasty. However, because their talent was too strong, they were instead envied and framed. In the end, it was 9 Defiance people who saved them and brought them here to cultivate. When Ling Xiao talked about his experience, Long Chen and Cold Plum suddenly felt excited. Ling Xiao's experience was too legendary. Especially when they heard that Ling Xiao had turned into the Black Demon and killed an expert from the Palace of Eternal Life. He had even chased the expert into the Forbidden Land of Death. Long Chen felt goosebumps all over his body. He was so excited that he felt goosebumps all over his body. The Black Demon has always been a legend in the 9 Supremes. Although he only appeared for a short time, he caused the 9 Supremes to suffer heavy losses. I didn't expect that it was actually you, boss. Long Chen was extremely emotional and excited. Master, if that's the case, your next step should be to go to the demonic dragon sword court to obtain the power of the Black Tortoise? Cold Plum's question was more targeted. She hoped that she could help Ling Xiao. That's right. I risked my life to get the Black Tortoise seal so that I could obtain the power of the Black Tortoise. There are still a few days before the Black Tortoise appears. I can take advantage of this time to recover my previous cultivation base. Ling Xiao nodded. Boss, if you want to recover your strength, maybe you can help Brother Bai Feng and the others with their missions. Long Chen thought for a moment and said, the missions they carry out are very dangerous, but at the same time, it's more suitable for stimulating the potential in your body. That's a good idea. I'll go find Bai Feng now. Ling Xiao said. Don't do that, boss. Aren't you going to bring us along? We've finally reunited. I don't want to be separated from you again. Long Chen smiled bitterly. Me too. Cold Plum looked at Ling Xiao with a very serious expression. If you guys are here, how can I feel danger? Without danger, how can I stimulate my potential? This time, not only will I not bring you guys, but I won't bring Xiao Jin either. Only in the midst of life and death can I improve my strength better. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. Just as the 3 of them were about to speak, Ling Xiao said coldly, since you guys treat me as your boss and master, you should listen to me. After saying that, he turned and left. He could find where Bai Feng was at a glance. The ability of the Tai Chi I was not an exaggeration. You want to carry out a mission? The immortal bird Bai Feng looked at Ling Xiao curiously and said, you were just saved by us. Aren't you afraid of danger? Big brother Bai Feng, to tell you the truth, I have to experience danger and battle in order to improve my strength. Ling Xiao said. I see. It just so happens that Chang Qingqing has a mission that is relatively easy. You can go with her. Bai Feng thought for a while and said, but I know your temper. I need you to listen to Chang Qingqing's arrangements when you're on a mission. Don't worry. As long as there is a battle, I will listen to her. Ling Xiao nodded. Very good, I'll get Chang Qingqing to come over. The Bai Feng sent someone to find Chang Qingqing. Not long after, Chang Qingqing arrived. This time, your mission is to head to Skyju City and buy a slave there. That person is our Chinese intelligence agent. He was accidentally captured, but his identity was not exposed. The Bai Feng said, Skyju City is a good place. There are many good things in the auction house. Other than our intelligence agent, if you find anything good, you can bid for it. The funds will be on Nine's account. Of course, if you want to bid for it yourself, then you can only spend your own money. Blood brothers should settle accounts clearly. Skyju City, an ancient city with tens of thousands of years of history in the Sword Dynasty. It was not far from the Mist Valley. The Bai Feng chose to let Ling Xiao carry out the mission here because he was worried that after the mission failed, Ling Xiao would have no way out. If they were closer, they would be able to rescue him in time. Skyju City had a special characteristic, which was the slave trade. There were several large slave auction houses here. There were also many groups that specialized in kidnapping and trafficking. Therefore, if a normal martial artist was not strong enough or did not have a strong martial artist accompanying them, they would not come here easily. The key was that it was too dangerous. Outside Skyju City, a very beautiful giant bird was heading towards the city. It brought a gust of wind along the way. The giant bird was called Fairy Bird and was Chang Qingqing's mount. Although this fairy bird was not as strong as the flying elephant, It was equivalent to a martial artist at the peak of the 17th level of hell. 9 organization dared to go against the 9 supremes, they were indeed capable. Ling Xiao, remember, don't cause a commotion in Skyju City when you go. There are many martial artists there who are very strong. When they were about to reach Skyju City, Chang Qingqing reminded him. In her impression, Ling Xiao was not someone easy to deal with. She did not know when he would cause trouble. Got it. Ling Xiao nodded. Although Chang Qingqing had misunderstood him, he did not care and did not explain. There was no need for that. Sky Ju City was already in front. Suddenly, a giant beast flew past and arrived in front of Skyju City's gate. A few people jumped down from the giant beast. Then, they kept the giant beast into the beast ring. The people guarding the city gate did not stop them. They merely took a glance at them and allowed them to enter. Those few people were very strong. At least on the surface, each of them had reached the early stage of the 18th level of hell. Those guards probably did not dare to stop them. As he was thinking, the fairy bird also landed. Let's go too. Chang Qingqing kept the fairy bird and brought Ling Xiao to Skyju City. However, their treatment was obviously different from the previous 3 people. They were directly stopped outside the city gate. It was not the guards who stopped them. Instead, it was 3 martial artists dressed up as martial artists. However, the strength of each and every one of them was truly impressive. What's the matter? Chang Qingqing frowned and asked. Usually, when she was with Bai Feng and others, Chang Qingqing was a very shy girl. However, when she was on her own, her performance was still very good. She definitely did not have that kind of shy look. To enter Skyju City, each person has to pay 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. The 2 of you are exactly 20,000. One of them said with an evil smile. These words made Ling Xiao frown. However, thinking of Chang Qingqing and Bai Feng's reminder, he did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Chang Qingqing. Chang Qingqing said coldly, Skyju City actually allowed bandits to run rampant at the city gate. I think this sword dynasty is really rotten to the core. I have spiritual stones, but why should I give them to you? He did not expect this little girl to have such a temper. Why? Because you are not as strong as us. If you don't pay the spiritual stones, then die. That person said coldly. Do you dare to casually kill people outside Skyju City's gate? Chang Qingqing questioned. Idiot, let me tell you the truth. Even if we kill you, no one will care. Otherwise, why do you think we dare to make a move here? The 3 people revealed a mocking smile on their faces, as if mocking Chang Qingqing's naivety. Now, each of you has to pay 20,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. The 2 of you are 40,000. You don't want to pay? Then go to hell. One of the 3 men, who only had one eye, said coldly. His murderous aura was suddenly released, making people feel a terrifying chill. My brother has a bad temper, but he's telling the truth. Another man laughed. Think about it. Only 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones can save both of your lives. No matter how you look at it, this is a better deal, right? Although that man was laughing, it was a mocking smile. It's indeed a good deal. Hand it over. Ling Xiao couldn't hold it in anymore. According to his character, he would have attacked long ago and wouldn't waste time talking nonsense with these guys. He just didn't attack because of Chang Qingqing's reminder. However, he said something that completely aroused the killing intent of the 3 men. You're courting death. The 3 of them finally stopped talking nonsense and pounced on Ling Xiao at the same time. Sister Chang, don't attack. Ling Xiao stood in front of Chang Qingqing excitedly and released an explosive aura. He instantly entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation. Because the 3 of them were martial artists at the early stage of the 17th level of hell in Yin Yang realm. They weren't easy to deal with. Boom, Ling Xiao blocked the attacks of the 3 men alone. The terrifying sonic boom attracted the attention of many passers-by and the guards. That brat is only at the late stage of the 16th level of hell in Yin Yang realm. How dare he challenge martial artists at the 17th level of hell? He must be tired of living. The guards looked at Ling Xiao mockingly and sneered disdainfully. They saw such a scene a few times a month. Those young martial artists who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth would usually end up in a tragic death. Imperial Celestial Dragon Constitution, Bloody Devil Rat Level 1, Bloodthirsty Plague. Ling Xiao, who had reached the early stage of the 17th level of Hell in Yin Yang Realm, naturally knew how powerful martial artists at this level were. Because of this, he dared to fight 1 against 3. As his strength continued to rise, the 3 opponents were horrified to find that the terrifying germs were constantly corroding their bodies. They had no choice but to divert a large amount of their inner strength to deal with the bloodthirsty plague. As the saying went, the other went up. Although Ling Xiao had suffered some internal injuries, it was nothing serious. Instead, under the bombardment of the 3 great experts, the potential in his body was constantly unleashed. His cultivation sea was finally filled. Ling Xiao's cultivation had recovered by another level. He had reached the peak of the first revolution Yin Yang Realm's 16th level of Hell. In his peak state, he faced these 3 weak warriors from the 17th level of Hell. Ling Xiao's disadvantage had gradually turned into an advantage. Heavenly flame, undying bird's flame. Black flames burned on his body. In an instant, the 3 of them were devoured. Back when he went to the Demon Dragon Sword Court and killed the 13 demon generals, he relied on the sudden attack of the strange flame. If others managed to avoid the deviant flame, they wouldn't die. But if he couldn't avoid it, he would definitely die. At the very least, no one below the first reincarnation divine stage could resist the terrifying power of the heavenly flame. Ling Xiao still had his immortal fire. If the immortal fire wasn't enough, Ling Xiao still had the divine fire. These were all divine skills that he relied on to save his life. "Let's go, Sister Chong." Ling Xiao stopped and said to Chong Qingqing with a smile. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what he had done. If he didn't dare take action when others wanted his life, he wouldn't be able to do so. Chong Qingqing didn't blame him either. She only nodded and the 2 of them stepped into Sky Absolute City. What a terrifying strange flame. What powerful defense. A guard looked in astonishment at the 3 people that had been burned to ashes. He could not help but sigh. In fact, the farce outside the city gates had nothing to do with them. It was a collaboration between the upper echelons of Sky Absolute City and the bandits. They were also very vexed. If anyone could vanquish the bandits, they would be more than happy to do so. Hey, that strange flame and that defense. Could it be Fire Cloud Palace's second-ranked little fire god? I heard that little fire god will be coming to Sky Absolute City to snatch the Fire Supreme Sword Art. Are you talking about the Fire Supreme catalog? It said that the 9 catalogs can ultimately form a 9 Supremes catalog. From it, one can comprehend the 9 Supremes battle arts. These 9 Supremes battle arts can be comprehended into different martial arts according to one's specialty, regardless of what weapon or martial technique one is adept in. For example, if one uses a sword, it would be the 9 Supreme Sword Art. If one uses a saber, it would be the 9 Supreme Saber Art. In short, the ultimate technique comprehended would be a bona fide king-level ultimate technique. It doesn't exist in the 9 Supremes territory at present. That's right, it's the 9 Supremes catalog. Ling Xiao didn't pay much attention to the guard's words, but when he heard about the Fire Supreme catalog, Ling Xiao instantly perked up. He never expected to have such an unexpected gain. He had already obtained the Demon Supreme catalog, but it didn't seem likely that he could study it alone. He had to obtain all 9 catalogs before he could combine them into a perfect artifact and king-level martial art. He had to get it, no matter what Chong Qingqing said. To Ling Xiao, this catalog was something that he absolutely could not miss. Ling Xiao, listen up. The Fire Supreme catalog is a supreme treasure that all the 9 Supremes factions are vying for. This time, people from Fire Cloud Palace and Manor of Spirits will probably appear. Even the experts in Sky Absolute City won't be spared. Although the news isn't conclusive, Heavenly Sword Hall will definitely send people over. Be careful. Don't be careless. Chong Qingqing also heard the guard's words and reminded him. Ling Xiao knew that there were 2 major sects near Sky Absolute City. One was Fire Cloud Palace and the other was Manor of Spirits. Although they weren't as powerful as the Demon Dragon Sword Court and Golden Phoenix Sword Palace, they were still considered powerhouses. It was definitely not an easy task to vie for the Fire Supreme catalog with them. Especially among the younger generation, Fire Cloud Palace had produced Little Fire God who was very famous in this generation. Manor of Spirits had also produced Young Master Spectre. Although these two people couldn't compare to Empress Lan and Mei Chen, they were definitely much stronger than Blood Robes, Heartless, and Lin Chuang. Rumor had it that Little Fire God was best at playing with fire and often used a terrifying demonic fire. However, his trump card was the terrifying deviant fire. His enemies would often all turn into ashes without leaving a single piece of armor behind. This was also the reason why the guards mistakenly believed that Ling Xiao was Little Fire God. Little Fire God wasn't a bounty hunter, but he liked to hunt warriors on the bounty list. Basically, no one had ever seen what his deviant fire looked like. This was because his enemies had all died under his demonic fire. Little Fire God's cultivation level had already reached the middle stages of the 17th level of Hell in Yin Yang Realm. Of course, such a cultivation level might not be considered impressive in the eyes of people like Chang Qingqing. However, there was no doubt that he was definitely one of the best among the younger generation. This was especially so since he could challenge those of a higher level. Now, Little Fire God was already a martial artist at the middle stage of the 17th level of Hell. Most likely, within the first transformation Yin Yang realm and the 17th level of Hell, there should be no one who was his match. Of course, this was the judgment of outsiders, and not Little Fire God's own boasting. He was called Little Fire God, and even his original name was almost forgotten by people. It was because his use of flames was amazing. Young Master Yu Ling's information was not very detailed, but he should not be much worse than Little Fire God. Anyway, he was not someone to be trifled with. After entering Tianju City, Ling Xiao originally planned to change his appearance, but Chang Qingqing told him that there was no need. Tianju City was a very strange and special place. No matter what crime you committed, you could walk the streets in broad daylight here. The people in the city would not be afraid of you, and instead, they would do business with you. Therefore, in Tianju City, there were actually many people on the bounty list. There were also many people who committed serious crimes who came here to hide. No one understood what Heavenly Sword Hall was thinking, but it was true that for so long, there was basically no situation where a martial artist on the bounty list was attacked by a martial artist from Heavenly Sword Hall in Tianju City. It was possible for a bounty hunter, after all, this was a lawless place in the true sense. But everyone also understood. In Tianju City, there were some people who could not be offended, and these people were people from the Tianju Wang residence. Tianju Wang, a person who had helped the founder of Sword Dynasty to conquer the world in the past and made great contributions. Although he died later on, he was posthumously given the title of Tianju Wang. His descendants were also given the title of nobles, and were as honorable as the royal family. If someone beat up someone from Tianju Wang residence in Tianju City, then Heavenly Sword Hall would send a top expert to suppress them. At that time, no one would be able to escape. Chang Qingqing had already told Ling Xiao about this matter 3 or 4 times. Ling Xiao felt that his ears were about to grow calluses. He also remembered clearly that he was not willing to provoke that kind of trouble. If he really provoked the highest battle strength of Heavenly Sword Hall, then wouldn't he be unable to escape? Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing began to look for a target. The person they were bidding for this time was a woman called Phantom. However, he wasn't sure which auction house it would be held at, so he had to find someone first. Fortunately, there were only a total of 10 auction houses in the Heaven Absolute City. Therefore, it wasn't that difficult to find one. They stopped in front of an auction house called Rare Goods House. After asking around, he found out that Phantom was in this auction house. However, there was still 2 hours before the auction began. Chang Qingqing was worried that she would miss the time, so she found a restaurant opposite the Rare Goods building and stayed there. Even after she found him, her expression was still one of worry. Ling Xiao knew what she was worried about. Before Phantom was rescued, she would not be completely at ease. In order to ease the tension, Chang Qingqing ordered a table of dishes downstairs and ate with Ling Xiao. She rarely spoke. As she ate, she looked at the Rare Goods building across the street. No one knew what she was thinking. Ling Xiao felt bored and simply buried his head in the food. Suddenly, a burning sensation came from outside the restaurant. Not only Ling Xiao, but almost everyone's attention was attracted. What a strong fighting spirit! What a frightening fire! What everyone saw was a young man in a fiery red battle robe. Not only was he dressed in red, but even his hair was dyed crimson. His entire body was emitting a strong fighting spirit. It was as if he was ready to fight at any time. Pretentious. Ling Xiao glanced at him and lost interest. A true expert wouldn't be so ostentatious. It was just a meal in a restaurant, but he was so ostentatious. It was as if he was afraid that others didn't know how powerful he was. That should be Little Fire God. Chong Qingqing said indifferently. It can't be wrong. Ling Xiao nodded and came to the same conclusion. The young man entered the restaurant and scanned the crowd in the hall. He was very proud of those surprised or admiring gazes. Then, he invited a very beautiful girl into the restaurant. Little Fire God, you're really impressive. Look at them, all of them are scared stiff. The girl laughed excitedly. It turned out that the reason why Little Fire God released such a strong fighting spirit was just to please this girl. That was really something. Good baby, now you believe me. In this Sky City, as long as I, Little Fire God, am here, no one dares to bully you. Little Fire God said and then walked to a table. There were already people sitting at the table. Get lost. His voice was like thunder. The people at the table also seemed to be people of status. Naturally, they wouldn't leave. They wanted to seek justice from Little Fire God. Little Fire God, although you're famous, we're not to be trifled with. Moreover, we found this table first. Why should we give it to you? Among the 4 people at the table, 3 of them were martial artists at the peak of the 16th level of hell. One of them was at the early stage of the 17th level of hell. If they joined forces, their strength would be really impressive. Therefore, while others were afraid of Little Fire God, the 4 of them were not. But they were really wrong. Little Fire God was very domineering. His strength was also very powerful. Suddenly, 4 balls of demonic fire emerged from his body. They instantly enveloped the 4 people. The 4 of them had clearly sensed it, and had clearly made a move to dodge, but it was all meaningless. The demonic fire still wrapped around them and burned them to ashes. Waiter, clean up. Don't spoil my mood. Little Fire God killed 4 people, and 4 people he didn't know, but he didn't even blink. Yes, yes, yes. The waiter hurriedly cleaned the table, chairs, and the floor. Then, he served Little Fire God wine and dishes. It seemed that he didn't intend to take money. The girl who was accompanying Little Fire God was so happy that she could barely contain her happiness. Her little face was flushed, and she looked at Little Fire God with eyes full of admiration and admiration. Sure enough, most girls at this age liked strong and domineering people. Ling Xiao, what do you think of him? Chong Qingqing asked casually as she ate. They were quite far from Little Fire God's seat, and their voices were not loud, so he probably couldn't hear them. He's not weak. Ling Xiao answered casually. How does he compare to you? Chong Qingqing asked again. His cultivation level is higher than mine. Ling Xiao still answered casually, but if it's a real battle, I'm not afraid of him. In fact, he was already being very polite when he said that. But that was only what he felt. What he didn't know was that Little Fire God had many die-hard fans in Sky Absolute City. Just as he said that, a girl stood up from a seat beside him. The girl's cultivation level wasn't much, but her temper wasn't small. She pointed at Ling Xiao's nose and cursed, "Where did this egomaniac come from? How dare you compare yourself to my Adonis? My Adonis is a genius warrior second only to Empress Lan and Mei Chen. He is ranked second among the Fire Cloud Palace disciples." The young girl had obviously regarded Little Fire God as her dream man. Naturally, she could not stand Ling Xiao's disrespect towards Little Fire God. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes, she was just a die-hard fan. He looked at the young girl with disdain and said, "To be honest, I have never heard of Little Fire God. But I do have some impression of Empress Lan Meichen." This was not false. Before Ling Xiao came to Tianjua City, he had never heard of Little Fire God. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying force suddenly came from Little Fire God and blasted the table where Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing were eating. The table shattered and the food scattered all over the floor. However, if one were to pay closer attention, they would realize that although the food splashed everywhere, it did not stain Ling Xiao or Chang Qingqing's clothes. Ling Xiao's brows furrowed as he turned to look at Little Fire God. Little Fire God was fawning over the woman opposite him and naturally could not embarrass himself. Someone actually dared to say that they had never heard of his name. Of course, he had to teach that person a lesson. Kid, watch your words next time. Otherwise, the next one to shatter will not be the table, but you. Little Fire God did not even look at Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing. His tone could not hide the arrogance and haughtiness. So strong. Little Fire God is indeed Little Fire God. The moment he unleashed his power, I did not even feel his inner strength circulating. This speed is too fast. During the meal, some people could not help but praise. Hearing such praise, Little Fire God's expression became even more smug. The young girl sitting next to him was even more mesmerized by his domineering behavior. In the restaurant, there were many female warriors who became infatuated in an instant. They looked at Little Fire God as if they were suddenly in love. So domineering, so arrogant, as a woman, she should marry a man like that. What are you looking at? Don't you know that my Prince Charming is being merciful? Look again and I will gouge your eyes out. Suddenly, the young girl at the next table saw Ling Zhao's cold gaze and could not help but clamor. She felt that Ling Zhao's actions were extremely disrespectful to her idol, Little Fire God. Ling Xiao, a little impatient spoils great plans. Don't forget what we're here for. Chang Qingqing knew what Ling Xiao wanted to do. Once Ling Xiao made his move, the so-called Little Fire God might not be a match for him. However, before Phantom was rescued, Chang Qingqing did not want to cause any more trouble. Alright, I'll give you face, but only before we save Phantom. You may be able to take this kind of attitude, but I can't. Ling Xiao didn't even admit defeat in front of Devil Master Lan Mei, so how could he be afraid of a Little Fire God? However, he was a man of his word. Since he had agreed to help save Phantom, he would not act rashly. Buddy, change the table and the dishes. We'll still charge you. Chang Qingqing said to the waiter. Hee, two cowards, bah. Little Fire God spat on the ground and then stopped caring about Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing. In his opinion, they were just two insignificant good-for-nothings. There was no need to pay attention to them at all. However, he didn't know that his actions today had angered Ling Xiao, and he was afraid that he would be in trouble soon. Seeing that Little Fire God was no longer paying attention to Ling Xiao, the girl at the next table said smugly, "My idol is so magnanimous that he can tolerate a good-for-nothing like you. If it were me, I would have done it long ago." After saying that, she also sat down. Although she was angry, since Little Fire God didn't say anything, she didn't want to go against her idol's wishes. What an idiot. It's a waste of time for others to even look at you, but you care so much about others. Ling Xiao looked down on this girl. A pitiful person must have something detestable. Little Fire God drank for a while and then left with his female companion. Their destination was Rare Goods. It was also the place Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing wanted to go. Could it be that the Fire Supreme catalog is in Rare Goods? Ling Xiao thought to himself. He looked at Chang Qingqing and said, "Let's go, Miss Chang. The auction is about to start." Okay. Chang Qingqing was almost done eating. She nodded and got up to go out with Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, the girl who was very disrespectful to Ling Xiao suddenly blocked their way. There were 3 other people with the girl. It seemed that their strength was not ordinary. However, compared to the 3 people who asked for spirit stones at the city gate, they were much weaker. Among the 4 people, the girl was the strongest. She was only at the peak of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang state. The other 3 people were only at the late stage of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang state. No one knew who gave them the courage to find trouble with Ling Xiao. "What are you doing?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. "Don't you know what I'm doing? How dare you provoke my idol? Although my idol won't argue with you, it doesn't mean that I won't argue with you." The girl pulled out her weapon and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Get lost. Ling Xiao suddenly shouted coldly. Then, a terrifying sword essence was suddenly released. It turned into a sword and penetrated the girl's body. It suppressed the girl's soul. Although the sword essence could not kill people directly, it could make people feel extreme fear and lose the will to fight. It was a domineering, destructive, and murderous sword essence. The girl fell to the ground. The people who came with her also knelt on the ground. They were extremely terrified. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I didn't kill you because I think you're ignorant. If there's a next time, you'll die. Ling Xiao said ruthlessly and left the restaurant with Chang Qingqing. As soon as they left, the people in the restaurant started discussing. The sword essence that exploded from that person just now was really terrifying. I'm afraid he's after the Fire Supreme catalog. Yeah, the girl next to him seems even more terrifying. And the more I look at her, the more I feel like she's Chang Qingqing, who's ranked 7th on the bounty list. It can't be. If it's really Chang Qingqing, she wouldn't put little fire god in her eyes at all. She probably just looks like him. But they're really strong. Although they're not as strong as little fire god, they should be strong contenders for the Fire Supreme catalog this time. Yeah, there's a show to watch. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't hear these people's discussions. He and Chang Qingqing left the restaurant and went straight to the rare goods house. They didn't know what good things were being auctioned in the rare goods house today, but there was a long line outside the door. Fortunately, Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing came early, so they were ranked in the 10th position. It would be their turn soon. Behind them, people came one after another, forming a line that was more than 10,000 meters long. It was quite an exaggerated scene. Just as they were waiting, Ling Xiao noticed that someone was cutting the line. They walked directly from the back to the front, not waiting in line at all. When this group of people arrived beside Ling Xiao, it happened to be Ling Xiao's turn. Line up. Ling Xiao didn't care who the person who cut the queue was, nor did he care why so many people didn't pay attention to him. Anyway, he couldn't cut the queue in front of him. That kid is crazy. He even dares to block young Master Spectre. Doesn't he know how bad-tempered young Master Spectre is? There were exclamations from the crowd. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao and young Master Spectre. Young Master Spectre's cultivation was higher than little fire god's. He had already reached the late stage of the 17th level of hell in Yin Yang state. However, in terms of strength, he might not be able to defeat little fire god. After all, one's combat strength didn't depend on one's cultivation. Otherwise, how could Ling Xiao challenge someone of a higher level, not to mention that everyone was surprised by Ling Xiao's boldness. Even young Master Spectre didn't expect that. Someone actually dared to block his way. Suddenly, a cold evil aura was released from his body. Behind him, a strange white object appeared. Although it had eyes, it didn't have a human shape. It was obviously the Spectre Martial Soul. With the evil aura, a huge spectre flew out from young Master Spectre's hand and pounced on Ling Xiao. Young Master Spectre didn't lose to little fire god in terms of overbearingness. He didn't say anything and directly attacked. However, in the face of young Master Spectre's attack, Ling Xiao just smiled coldly. Suddenly, a golden light appeared on his body. In an instant, the spectre was directly eliminated. Am I seeing things? That kid actually eliminated young Master Spectre's spectre. I've never seen such a situation before. That's right. What happened? Most people only saw a golden light flashing on Ling Xiao's body. And it disappeared in an instant. The moment the golden light appeared, the spirit was erased. Therefore, they really didn't know what Ling Xiao had done. It seems that we have underestimated this young man. I'm afraid his strength is also extraordinary. Otherwise, how dare he stop young Master Spectre from cutting the queue? This was basically the opinion of everyone present. Many people knew how powerful young noble Yu Ling was. That was why they ignored his action of cutting the queue. However, Ling Xiao dared to not take young noble Spectre seriously. If it wasn't because he was strong, it wouldn't make sense. Who are you? Young noble Spectre was also very curious that someone could resist his dark spirit energy so easily. His voice was cold and murderous. It was obvious that he was a little angry. And who are you? Ling Xiao asked. Hee, you don't even know young Master Spectre of the Spectre Mountain Villa? You've eaten so much for nothing. Someone next to him sneered. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and continued to look at young Master Yu Ling. That's right, I am young Master Spectre of the Spectre Mountain Villa. Young Noble Yu Ling finally spoke. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also reported his name. Upon hearing this name, young Master Yuling's pupils contracted abruptly, and his heartbeat accelerated. Is it that Ling Xiao on the bounty list? He asked anxiously. That's right. Ling Xiao said lightly. Young Noble Yu Ling's expression changed slightly. He was too familiar with this name. 2 days ago, he went to the demonic dragon sword court with the elders of the Spectre Mountain Villa. He couldn't believe his eyes. So many experts of the demonic dragon sword court were killed by Ling Xiao. The name Ling Xiao was also deeply imprinted in his heart. His elders had told him not to provoke this person. Hey, it's Ling Xiao on the bounty list. Sigh, it's the one who recently ranked third. It said that he made a scene in the demonic dragon sword court and left alive. The crowd was also in an uproar. The name Ling Xiao was now very popular in the Sword Dynasty. Is it true? Looking at his strength, it's impossible for him to do those things. Could it be another imposter? Yesterday, a guy who pretended to be Ling Xiao was killed. The cultivation that Ling Xiao displayed made it difficult for people to believe that he was the real Ling Xiao. However, young Noble Yu Ling didn't want to take the risk. Judging from the other party's arrogant attitude, it was most likely true. He gritted his teeth and didn't cut the line again. Instead, he stood behind Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing. Young Noble Yu Ling was cautious, but it didn't mean that the people following him were cautious. The people of the Spectre Mountain Villa were used to running amok in Tianju City. Seeing that young Noble Yu Ling was actually intimidated by the name Ling Xiao, he was a little unhappy. Watch me beat you out of your original form. Suddenly, a person stood out and directly punched Ling Xiao's head. This attack was clearly meant to kill Ling Xiao. Although his cultivation wasn't as good as young Noble Yu Ling's, he was still at the early stage of the 17th level of hell. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill Ling Xiao. Boom, the fist smashed hard on Ling Xiao's head. Unexpectedly, the sound of something smashing against steel could be heard. The person who punched felt that his entire hand was numb and painful. Ling Xiao didn't dodge, because there was no need to. After executing the Imperial Celestial Dragon body, this person couldn't hurt him at all. After all, the Imperial Celestial Dragon body was an advanced general-level martial art. Most martial artists at the 18th level of hell might not be able to cultivate to this level of martial art. Cultivation C energy, 30%. Ling Xiao calculated silently. When facing the 3 bandits outside the city gate, Ling Xiao's cultivation had not only recovered to the peak of the 16th level. Moreover, the energy in his cultivation C had also directly increased to more than 20%. After being punched by this person, it directly increased to 30%. However, judging from the extent of this increase, this person's strength was really not that great. He didn't waste any more time. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel sneer, and his right hand shook lightly. A beam of sword light shot out inadvertently. Ah, a shrill scream came from that person's mouth. The person who attacked Ling Xiao had his entire right arm completely cut off, and blood flowed non-stop. The people of the Mansion of Spirits were originally gloating over Ling Xiao's misfortune. Even young Master Yu Ling wanted to use this person's attack to test whether this person who claimed to be Ling Xiao was the real Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, they were all dumbfounded. They didn't see how Ling Xiao did it at all. However, Ling Xiao's terrifying defense was something they had witnessed for themselves. Senior brother, avenge me. The martial artist who had his right arm cut off howled miserably. Young Master Yu Ling's face instantly darkened. Brother, don't you think you've gone too far by doing this? Too far? I've gone too far. Originally, Ling Xiao only wanted to take one arm of the person who sneaked up on him, and he was already being merciful. This was because he didn't want to cause trouble. However, when he heard these words, his face suddenly turned cold. He turned around and pointed with his right hand. Blood immediately gushed out from the throat of the person who sneaked up on him. It seemed that he was about to die. You. How dare you kill me? These were the last words he said before his death. After saying that, he fell to the ground and completely lost his breath. Even when he died, he didn't understand how he died. Looking at Ling Xiao, everyone had the same thought in their minds: this is definitely not an imposter. This is the real person. Only the real Ling Xiao would dare to not give young Master Yu Ling face and directly kill the people of the Mansion of Spirits. I'm already giving you face by sparing his life. Am I going overboard? Am I going overboard now? What can you do? Ling Xiao looked at young Master Yu Ling with a hint of disdain between his brows. He tried to kill me, but I didn't kill him because I was giving him face. But he didn't want it, so I can only send him to the afterlife. Do you want to follow in his footsteps? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but secretly nod. It was already wrong for the people of the Mansion of Spirits to cut the line, but they actually sneak attacked the other party. If it were an ordinary person, their head would have been blown off by that punch. Ling Xiao was still alive purely because he was capable enough. Even if he killed the other party, it wouldn't be too much. Only cutting off one of the other party's arms would be merciful and giving face. But the other party didn't want to give face, so he killed him. How normal was this logic? But would young Master Yu Ling accept such logic? Would he accept such a situation? Everyone looked at young Master Yu Ling, wanting to see what he was going to do. No matter what, even if Ling Xiao was right, he was not giving face to the Mansion of Spirits openly. It was a slap to young Master Yu Ling's face. Ling Xiao, even if you don't give me face, you should at least give face to the Mansion of Spirits. You actually killed my people in front of me. Isn't this a little too arrogant? Young Master Yu Ling's evil aura became stronger and stronger, and his whole body was in a state that was about to fight. Everyone watched this scene nervously. Ling Xiao versus young Master Yu Ling, this was a battle that was very worth watching. I'm already giving face to the Mansion of Spirits by not killing him. It's you who don't want face. Ling Xiao said coldly, since you know my identity, you should understand my temper. You still dare to provoke me, that's courting death. How is the Mansion of Spirits compared to the Demon Dragon Sword Court? Don't you know in your hearts? Young Sir Yu Ling's expression was somewhat ugly. Although Ling Xiao's words were very unpleasant to hear. However, he had to admit that Ling Xiao was right. The other party did not even give face to the Demon Dragon Sword Court and the Demon Master Lan Mimi. A mere Mansion of Spirits was not on the same level as the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Why should they give him face? This guy is too arrogant. Young Master, kill him. That's right, young Master. If we work together to kill this fellow, we'll be able to obtain a large amount of rewards. Maybe even the Demon Dragon Sword Court will send a letter of thanks to our Mansion of Spirits. At that time, I'll really have face. Most of the people in the Manor of Spectres did not have young noble Spectre's eyesight. Young Master Yu Ling could sense how powerful Ling Xiao was, but they couldn't. That was why they were furious. They wanted revenge. If you want to kill me, just do it. What are you talking about? Ling Xiao looked at the people from the Mansion of Spirits mockingly, extremely arrogant. As for the people from the Mansion of Spirits, each and every one of their faces turned ugly. They were shouting happily, but in the end, they still had to rely on young noble Spectre. If young noble Spectre did not make a move, even if they were given 10 guts, they would not dare to deal with Ling Xiao. The corpses of their fellow disciples were still lying on the ground. That was a bloody reality. This Ling Xiao's strength is unfathomable. He can even kill the Demon King of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Although he might have used some secret technique, I definitely don't want to fight him head-on. I can only find another opportunity to plot against him. Young noble Spectre was also a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. However, at this moment, he definitely did not want to have a head-on conflict with Ling Xiao. Moreover, he came to Tianjua City this time for the Fire Supreme Catalog, not to fight with others. If he really caused a huge commotion and caused Ling Xiao to go on a killing spree, others might benefit from it. Thinking of this, he finally made a decision. What was a little loss of face? After obtaining the Fire Supreme Catalog, he would slowly think of a way to kill Ling Xiao. He could not have a head-on conflict, but he had plenty of ways to plot against him. Although a fellow disciple had died, that fellow really deserved to die. Moreover, compared to the Fire Supreme catalog, a cheap life was not worth mentioning at all. All of you, shut up! Young Noble Spectre shouted sternly. The moment these words came out, everyone was stunned. Young Noble Spectre was actually berating his subordinates and not preparing to fight with Ling Xiao. Was he afraid? Those people from the Spectre Mountain Villa could not understand. Young Noble Spectre was not like this usually. Today, his junior brother was clearly killed, but he still refused to make a move. Could it be that he was really afraid, seeing that young Noble Spectre had stopped the people from the Spectre Mountain Villa? Ling Xiao did not intend to continue pursuing the matter. After all, business was more important. He received a VIP ticket and then stepped into the rare goods house with Chang Qingqing. A storm was temporarily over just like that. But almost everyone understood that this was just the beginning. The people from the Spectre Mountain Villa would probably not give up so easily. However, to be ranked third on the bounty list without being killed to date, this Ling Xiao was definitely not someone simple. Today's Heaven Absolute City was truly bustling. Ling Xiao obviously had no interest in considering what these people were thinking. At that moment, he had already entered the VIP seats with Chang Qingqing. Then, he reclined on the soft armchair. Chang Qingqing did not object to what Ling Xiao had done previously. At times, it was not good to be too cowardly because there would only be more trouble. It was better to display one's strength at appropriate times. Through the gigantic bay window, Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing could see the entire auction hall. There were a large number of seats below as well as the auction stage in the middle. Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing's room was occupied by Fire Cloud Palace's Little Fire God. Next to Little Fire God was the same young girl he had seen in the restaurant. However, the young girl seemed to have been nourished by the rain and dew, making her look more like a woman. Other than the Fire Supreme catalog, you have to pay attention to one more auction item for me, and that is a woman called Phantom. She's ranked 10th on the bounty list. Furthermore, she's so beautiful that it puts the moon to shame and flowers to shame. I have to get my hands on her this time. Little Fire God directly said that he was interested in another woman in front of the young girl. However, the young girl did not show any lack of understanding. To her, Little Fire God was a true god. He was not to be enjoyed by her alone. Second senior brother, if you like her, just give her to Mystical Goods Tower. I believe Phantom will be grateful to you and throw herself into your arms. There were a few people standing behind him. They were all Fire Cloud Palace disciples. Their bootlicking skills were not bad. Don't underestimate this Mystical Goods Tower. To be able to stand tall in Heaven Absolute City without collapsing, it naturally has something special about it. It's best we buy it with money. We don't lack money. Little Fire God said with a wave of his hand. Although Little Fire God was domineering in his actions, he was not without fear. I'll take the Fire Supreme catalog. Phantom, I'll take it too. Since Little Fire God had come to Tianju City this time, he did not plan to return empty-handed. In fact, he greedily wanted to get both items. Of course. Even the people from Mansion of Spirits can forget about snatching it from us. A group of bootlickers behind him said. Little Fire God was in a good mood. While they were talking, the auction had already begun. There were a total of 12 items, all carefully selected by Rare Goods House. However, Chang Qingqing and Ling Xiao were not interested. Chang Qingqing's target was Phantom. If possible, she would naturally want to get the Fire Supreme catalog. Ling Xiao only had one target, and that was the Fire Supreme catalog. As for other items, if they were suitable, he would naturally want them. Unfortunately, all the way until the 10th item, which was the Phantom, appeared, there was nothing that he wanted. Phantom was the target of this mission. He was not in a hurry. Chang Qingqing would naturally bid. The wanted criminal ranked 10th on the bounty list, Phantom. Not only is she beautiful, she also has a very powerful strength. If you buy her back and take our special obedient medicine, I guarantee that she will be obedient to you. The host said loudly. Ling Xiao did not like slave auctions. He even felt a little disgusted. They were all humans, but they had to be sold here. That feeling was really uncomfortable. This probably had something to do with another memory in his mind. The starting price of Phantom was 3 million middle-grade spirit stones. This price was just right for Phantom's bounty. If someone wanted to bid her back and get the bounty, they could forget about it. Perhaps it was because the host was very attractive to Phantom's publicity. With such a starting price, it quickly rose to 3,500,000 middle-grade spirit stones. To be honest, although Phantom was not bad, spending 3,500,000 middle-grade spirit stones to buy a woman was still very debatable. 4 million. Suddenly, a voice came from the VIP box. The voice was filled with a blazing aura that rippled through the entire auction house. Everyone felt the threat and oppression of that blazing aura. Little Fire God wanted to tell others that it was best not to compete with him. Otherwise, they would suffer. People looked at the VIP box and felt as if there was a fire burning in the box. It was incomparably hot. It's Fire Cloud Palace's Little Fire God. Although they couldn't see the situation in the private room, many people guessed correctly. He had long heard that Little Fire God was reckless and overbearing. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was indeed extraordinary. He even dared to threaten everyone in the auction house. However, there was a foundation for his tyranny. He wasn't the only one with outstanding talent and strength. Furthermore, backing him was the powerful Fire Cloud Palace. At the very least, in this generation of Heaven Absolute City, Fire Cloud Palace was extremely powerful. Only Manor Spectre could barely match it. Many experts gave Little Fire God face because of the Fire Cloud Palace backing him. That was why Little Fire God was so arrogant. When this voice was heard, the auction house instantly quieted down. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and announce it. Is there anyone who dares to snatch it from me? Little Fire God said proudly as he looked at the host. Hee 4.01 million. Just as Little Fire God finished speaking, someone made a bid. It was only an increment of 10,000, which happened to be the lowest bid. It was obvious that someone wanted to go against Little Fire God. Who is it? Little Fire God was incensed. Someone actually dared to vie with him for a woman. He was courting death. Get out here. Little Fire God didn't make a bid. Instead, he roared in the direction of the voice. That voice also came from the VIP room, right next to his treasure chest. As he spoke, he shattered the wall with a punch. It exposed the person in the other treasure chest. Haha, Little Fire God, you sure are impressive. I, young Master Spectre, really wish to compete with you today. Young Master Spectre, everyone present was astonished. That's right. In the Sky Absolute City, there weren't many people who dared to go against Little Fire God. This young Master Yu Ling was one of them. Manor Spectre's faction was in no way inferior to Little Fire God. Similarly, young Master Spectre's strength was in no way inferior to Little Fire God. Therefore, he dared to do so. You are courting death. Even against young Master Spectre, Little Fire God remained arrogant. Whether I'm courting death or not, you'll know once you give it a try. Young Master Spectre sneered. At this time, Phantom, who was being auctioned off as a slave, was in despair. A miserable expression appeared on her face. Whether she fell into the hands of young Master Spectre or Little Fire God, she wouldn't have a good life. She would definitely be tortured to death. A ball of fire appeared behind Little Fire God. A terrifying blazing aura rushed toward young Master Spectre. Behind young Noble Spectre, a huge spectre appeared. A cold evil aura rushed toward Little Fire God. The two auras collided in the void and exploded. It actually blew up several VIP rooms. Most people could only admit that they were unlucky when facing these two people. They hurriedly left, afraid that they would be involved in the battle between these two people. But two people didn't leave. A man and a woman. They were still sitting there motionless, and even seemed to be discussing something in a low voice. Everything around them seemed to have nothing to do with the two of them. Are those two people stupid? The battle between Little Fire God and young Master Spectre will definitely affect them. Who knows? But they are probably quite strong. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to be so calm. No matter how strong they probably can't compare with Fire Cloud Palace and Spectre Manor. As the crowd discussed, Little Fire God and young Master Spectre had already exchanged blows several times. Every time they exchanged blows, the two would increase the price. This caused Phantom's auction price to quickly rise to 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. This was already equivalent to the bounty of Phoenix by Fong. Haha, I've long heard that Little Fire God is lustful. Now that I've seen it, it's indeed the case. I can't take out 5 million mid-grade spirit stones to buy a woman. Forget it, I'll give her to you. Young Master Spectre suddenly laughed and stopped. At least you know what's good for you. Little Fire God wasn't happy. No one would be happy to have an extra million mid-grade spirit stones to buy Phantom. However, it felt good to be able to suppress young Master Spectre in terms of aura. He looked at the MC again and said, "Announce the results." The MC nodded and was about to strike the gavel in his hand. All of a sudden, another discordant voice rang out. 5,010,000. The person who spoke was none other than Ling Xiao. They had previously discussed that Ling Xiao would bid because Chong Qingqing wasn't used to such occasions. Of course, the money would be paid by the Nine Defiance organization. The moment Ling Xiao said that, young Master Spectre noticed him. He couldn't help but frown, but immediately chuckled secretly. It was a good opportunity for Little Fire God to test Ling Xiao's capabilities. Little Fire God would be annoyed. Little Fire God was very upset. It was one thing for young Master Yu Ling to compete with him, but now, nobody dared to disrespect him. If this went on, how could he survive in the future? That kid is really brave. I've seen him in the restaurant. He was so scared by Little Fire God that he didn't even dare to fart. Why is he suddenly so brave now? He's obsessed with women. He's willing to give up his life for them. Hee, that kid must be out of luck. Young Master Yu Ling has already given up, but he still dares to get involved. He's simply courting death. Many people thought so, especially those who had been in the restaurant. But there were also some people who remained silent. These people had witnessed Ling Xiao killing the disciples of Mansion of Spirits, but he was not afraid of young Master Yu Ling at all. How could such a person be an ordinary person? Little Fire God quickly thought of Ling Xiao. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a sneer as he looked at Little Fire God and said, "It seems that in the restaurant, that punch should have smashed your head instead of just smashed your table. Kid, listen to me. I want this woman. If you dare to raise the price again, I'll kill your whole family." Having said that, he added another 10,000, 5,020,000. Little Fire God thought that his threat had worked and that the other party would no longer dare to compete with him. However, he did not expect that Ling Xiao would raise the price again just as he finished bidding. 6 million. Ling Xiao directly raised the price to 6 million medium spirit stones to tell Little Fire God that he was determined to get Phantom. He did not put Little Fire God in his eyes at all. It was as if the one competing with him for Phantom was just a clown who was not worth his concern at all. It seems that you're really courting death. Little Fire God was finally annoyed. Suddenly, a raging fire surged and a terrifying fire snake violently pounced on Ling Xiao's side of the wall. There was a loud bang, the entire wall of Ling Xiao's box was destroyed. Even Little Fire God's own box was destroyed by the terrible flames. Everyone could clearly see Little Fire God and Ling Xiao. The fire snake didn't stop there. After breaking the wall, it went straight for Ling Xiao. It was as if it wanted to burn Ling Xiao to ashes. Little Fire God was just that rude and unreasonable. The technician bird sneered and waved his hand. The roaring fire snake disappeared. He stood up and looked disdainfully at Little Fire God. Little Fire God, I think you should be called a big idiot. If you can't afford it, don't embarrass yourself here. Are you stupid enough to destroy other people's buildings to show off how brave you are? Little do you know that by doing so, you are only causing trouble for your sect and Fire Cloud Palace. Ling Xiao's voice was loud as he mocked Little Fire God in front of everyone. Even young Master Yu Ling wouldn't dare to do such a thing. I'm rude and unreasonable, I'm overbearing, so what? After I kill you, I'll see who else dares to snatch it from me. Little Fire God would never back down in front of his woman. He knew that Ling Xiao was mocking him. But so what, he didn't care. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, he would still be the absolute winner. That was enough. Heh, is that so? Ling Xiao sneered and said, feel free to attack. I'll take it on. Do you think I don't dare? As little fire god spoke, his terrifying aura turned more powerful than before. The flames that surged into the sky had turned from fey fire to strange fire. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao and attack with all his might. Heh, young heroes, why don't you give me some face? This is Mystical Goods Tower, not a place for you to brawl. Suddenly, a graceful woman descended from the void and landed on the auction stage. She was dressed extravagantly and had outstanding looks. Just her gaze was enough to mesmerize thousands of men. But what caught Ling Xiao's attention the most was her strength. Just a single sentence from her was enough to make him feel her aura surge out, suppressing little fire god's aura. What a powerful woman. Her cultivation has probably reached the peak of the 17th level of hell in Yin Yang realm. Ling Xiao thought to himself. It's the lady boss of Mystical Goods Tower, Meirua Fox. She's just like her name. She's a vixen. She's so coquettish. Shoo, keep your voice down. Not only does she look coquettish, but she's also very powerful. Be careful not to offend her. You'll suffer. The appearance of Meirua Fox gave little fire god a different idea. He had heard that the lady boss of Mystical Goods Tower was beautiful, but he had never seen her in person. Now that he saw her, he was stunned. After thinking about it, he thought that he could give Phantom to Ling Xiao and take the opportunity to snatch her away. At this moment, he should give Meirua Fox some face. If he did, he might even be able to win her favor. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, since the lady boss has said so, I'll back out. Thank you, little fire god. Beautiful Fox winked at little fire god, and little fire god's eyes glowed with lust. Just like that, Ling Xiao bought Phantom for a high price of 6 million. Of course, he guessed that Jiao and I would not accept the money. He might even have to ask the person who kidnapped Phantom for money. However, this had nothing to do with him for the time being. Jioni's mission had been completed. He had to work hard for his goal. Because of Meirua Fox's appearance, the battle was suddenly stopped. The original host left the auction stage, and Meirua Fox personally presided over the next auction. The next item is one of the finale items of this auction. It's said to be related to the Fire Supreme catalog, but I don't know if it's really related. So, whether you want it or not depends on your taste. As she spoke, Meirua Fox waved her hand, and a magnificent landscape painting appeared in front of the crowd. It floated in the air. No one was holding it, but it would not fall. However, they could not see how this painting was related to the Fire Supreme catalog. Many people could not make up their minds at the moment. After all, in recent auctions, there were many items that used the 9 Supremes catalog to trick people. It would be a waste of money to buy it. Let's look at the starting price. If it's not high, it's okay to buy it. Almost everyone had the same thought. Meirua Fox smiled and said, the starting price for this item is 1 million mid-grade spiritual stones. As soon as she said this, there was a sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones to buy something that might not even be related to the Fire Supreme catalog. It was not worth it at all. 1 million low-grade spiritual stones was still acceptable. Looking at the crowd's reaction, Meirua Fox's expression did not change. This item was used to trick people. This item was originally left in the House of Rare Goods after a wanderer was killed. She could sell it for as much money as she wanted. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, I'll try my luck. Xianxia Yuling thought for a while and said. He was a rich man, so he naturally didn't care about 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. It didn't matter even if he lost it. But others didn't dare to compete with him. 1,010,000 mid-grade spirit stones, I'll try my luck too. Ling Zhao's voice sounded again. This made Xianxia Yuling frown. Little Fire God, on the other hand, was gloating. Just now, he had no choice but to take action because of Ling Xiao. Now, it was Xianxia Yuling's turn. And the more people Ling Xiao offended, the better he felt. If he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, no one would stop him. What are you doing? Chong Qingqing frowned and said, Jiao and I won't pay for this thing, and 1 million mid-grade spirit stones is too expensive. Don't worry, Sister Chong, I'll buy it with my own money. It's mine. Of course, Ling Xiao wanted to buy this. Others couldn't see it, but his Tai Chi eye could. This landscape painting was a picture-in-picture. What was contained within it was the famous Fire Supreme catalog. He had never seen the Fire Supreme catalog, but he had seen the Demon Supreme catalog. These two catalogs were similar and had distinct characteristics. At a glance, one could tell that they were authentic. Unfortunately, no one here knew what they were. He wanted to shout directly, but he was afraid that others would notice. Now that Xianxia Ling had shouted, it was equivalent to giving him a reason. The battle between Xianxia Ling and Little Fire God had almost destroyed his private room. Wasn't it enough for him to be angry? There's no need, Ling Xiao. You're angry with me over a painting. Xianxia Ling frowned and said, I have money, so what if I like it? Ling Xiao deliberately made himself seem a little impulsive and ignorant. Stupid guy. Xianxia Ling really wanted to kill Ling Xiao. That hatred was simply unbearable. Just now, when they were queuing outside, Ling Xiao didn't give him face. Now, he still dared to do so. I won't add more. You can have this kind of thing if you want. Xianxia Ling snorted and sat down. Next was the last thing. Although he didn't know what it was, it must be more worthy of attention than the painting and the phantom. He had saved money and was prepared to buy it. Originally, no one was interested in this thing. Since young noble Spectre did not compete for it, Little Fire God did not compete for it either. The real finale was at the end, so he had to save some money. Next up is the final item of this auction, which is also the most valuable item in this auction. This is the crystal core of a demonic beast from the Dragon Clan. Its quality is extremely high. Our people found it in an ancient mine. Its owner might have already reached the reincarnation divine realm when he was alive. If you were to obtain the core of the demonic beast and refine it into a pill, not only would it raise your cultivation, it would also grant you the dragon's blood and strengthen your body. The starting price is 2 million mid-grade spiritual stones. Every bid must be at least 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Perhaps he was unhappy that Ling Xiao and the others had increased the price by 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones each time, but this time, he increased the price by 10 times. It's a dragon beast core. My Tyrant blood demonic dragon beast soul is too low grade and needs to be upgraded. Obtaining this thing will definitely make me stronger. Ling Xiao had accidentally obtained the Fire Supreme catalog and was not very interested in the auction. But when he saw the last item, he became happy again. This auction really came at the right time. However, the pressure of competition would be greater. The reason why this item was the last item was because of its high value. Everyone wanted it. Looking at the eyes of those people, they were all excited and greedy. They were ready to bid. 2,100,000. Finally, someone shouted. 2,500,000. 5 million mid-grade spiritual stones. The price soared all the way from the base price of 2 million to 5 million. It was second only to the price of the phantom. However, this was not the final price, especially since Little Fire God and young Master Yu Ling had yet to bid. 6 million. Finally, young Noble Spectre spoke. He raised the price from 5 million to 6 million. As expected of the young master of Yuling Mountain Villa, he was rich. Ling Xiao could not compare to them. 6,100,000. This time, it was Little Fire God who bid. Yuling Mountain Villa had caused trouble for Little Fire God before. This time, Little Fire God would not let go of the opportunity to take revenge. Moreover, he also wanted the Dragon Beast core very much. You too can have it. Why don't you give it to me? 7 million mid-grade spiritual stones. Ling Xiao said coldly. He had a total of 7 million mid-grade spiritual stones. He bid all of them in one go. He had no intention of raising the price. If he could buy it at this price, it would be a good deal. However, it was unlikely. Little Fire God was annoyed when he heard his bid. 8 million. I'll bid 10 million. Young Noble Yu Ling was determined to get the Dragon Clan's crystal core. Although 10 million mid-grade spiritual stones was a huge burden for Yuling Mountain Villa. However, Yuling Mountain Villa believed that his strength would increase greatly if he could get his hands on the dragon beast core. It was a good deal. Damn it. Rich people really don't care about money. Ling Xiao cursed and shrugged his shoulders. He really wanted to sell himself to Heavenly Sword Hall. At least he could get 5 million mid-grade spiritual stones. Together with the mid-grade spiritual stones he had, it would be enough. Little Fire God also gave up on bidding. From the looks of it, Fire Cloud Palace was still at a disadvantage in terms of funds compared to Yuling Mountain Villa. Just like that, the Dragon Beast Core became Yuling Mountain Villa's. However, he couldn't bring himself to be happy. After all, the price he had paid was too high. He gave Little Fire God and Ling Xiao a cold glance before turning to walk backstage. He had to get his hands on the Dragon Beast Core. Although he had bled a lot, it did not matter. Little Fire God stood up and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. If not for Mei Ruha saving you, you would be dead. You better hide here forever. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die the moment you step out. After saying those harsh words, he turned to leave. Hee, that kid really offended Little Fire God and Yuling Mountain Villa. I wonder where he got the guts from. I've seen plenty of people like him. He's just a frog at the bottom of a well who doesn't know what's good for him. However, why does the name Ling Xiao sound so familiar? How is that possible? How can trash like him be famous? There was a flurry of discussion as they prepared to leave the auction hall to watch the show. They absolutely believed that be it Little Fire God or Yuling Mountain Villa, they would not let Ling Xiao off. Ling Xiao didn't seem to care about Little Fire God and young Sir Spectre's threats at all. He walked straight to the backstage. Sister Chang, when the fight starts later, you and Phantom should leave first. I'll deal with the trouble I caused myself. Ling Xiao suddenly said. That's impossible. Chang Qingqing shook her head and said, I brought you out, so I have a reason to bring you back safely. This woman didn't talk much, but she was very principled in doing things. Alright, thank you in advance. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. For such a principled person, no matter how much he said, it was useless. When they reached the backstage, Chang Qingqing went to pick up Phantom. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, took away his painting. It was the Fire Supreme catalog. In this way, he had already obtained 2 of the 9 Supremes catalog. Little brother, can you wait for a moment? Just as he was about to leave, the lady boss of Rare Merchandise House, Mei Ruhu, walked over and smiled. How should I address you, little brother? Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao on the bounty list? That's right. After saying that, Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing left with Phantom. Looking at Ling Xiao's departing figure, the corners of the fox-like mouth curled up into a smile. I'll let you fight with Little Fire God and young Noble Spectre first. Next time, our rare goods house will have an even better treasure, hee. Work hard, little guy. Even a phantom shadow could be auctioned for a high price of 6 million mid-grade spirit stones. The price of this soaring cloud could only be higher. After all, the Devil Dragon Sword Court wanted him very much. The Heavenly Sword Hall also wanted this guy. The moment they were about to step out of the Rare Merchandise House, Ling Xiao, Chang Qingqing, and Phantom felt danger approaching. Ling Xiao sneered. He lifted his foot and walked out. Ling Xiao, you really have guts to come out. Why don't you come with me to the Mansion of Spectres for a chat? A gloomy aura came from the void. Young Master Spectre appeared outside the Rare Goods building. He watched the battle between Ling Xiao and found that Ling Xiao was not that powerful. This time around, he absolutely could not allow Ling Xiao to leave the Sky Absolute City alive. Otherwise, even if young Master Yu Ling was embarrassed, the Manor of Spirits would also be embarrassed. Not interested. Ling Xiao didn't continue walking forward. He just stood there and looked at young Noble Spectre coldly. The other party was here to look for trouble. Naturally, they would not let him leave so easily. Today's battle was unavoidable. Little Fire God, why don't you come out as well? Since you're all looking for trouble, why don't you come at me together? I don't want to waste my time. He suddenly looked at the crowd. Little Fire God and the Fire Cloud Palace members were indeed blocking Ling Xiao's path. When everyone heard this, they all sighed endlessly. This Xianxia sure is gutsy. He took the initiative to provoke young noble spectre and little fire god. Does he really think he can deal with the two of them? Even if he doesn't do that, the two of them won't let him off, right? By doing so, he's just trying to gain some face. He's such a person. The people who were waiting outside to watch the commotion were gloating. After all, Xianxia was on the wanted list. To most people, he was a bad guy. It was understandable that they supported Little Fire God and young noble spectre. Little Fire God, did you hear that? He's provoking the two of us. Shouldn't we put aside the grudge between us for the time being? Young noble spectre said with a smile. That's exactly what I want. Compared to you, a frog in a well like you is more infuriating. Little Fire God said coldly, since he wants the two of us to attack together, let's attack together. It's a good opportunity to see who's stronger. Oh? What do you mean? Young noble spectre asked curiously. Simple. Whoever kills him is stronger. However, we are not allowed to obstruct the other party. Little Fire God said. Good idea. Let's kill him. We'll each have one of the two women beside him. Although young noble spectre wasn't as lecherous as Little Fire God, he was equally lustful when it came to fair ladies. I want Phantom. Little Fire God said. No problem. The other one is mine. Young noble spectre said with a smile. The two of them went back and forth, completely ignoring Xianxia and company. Although Phantom was strong, she had been tortured in various ways by Mystical Goods Tower. Her strength was no longer what it was before. Furthermore, her body was extremely weak. It was a good opportunity to obtain her without fear of being killed. Other than Phantom, Xianxia and Chongqingqing, they really didn't think much of them. Those who saw this scene were somewhat excited. Those two are good women. Unfortunately, that fellow named Xianxia is too arrogant. He actually offended two geniuses of Fire Cloud Palace and Spectre Mountain Manor. Even if he's courting death, that's not the way to seek it. From the point of view of the onlookers, if the two women were defiled, it had to be because Xianxia was resisting Little Fire God and young noble spectre. Instead, the two of them were not in the wrong. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. There's no point in living scum like you in this world, right? Xianxia suddenly revealed his killing intent. The terrifying bloodlust took on a corporeal form as it surged towards young noble spectre and Little Fire God. He was really going to fight the two of them alone. I'll help you. Phantom said through clenched teeth. After being humiliated in such a manner, she absolutely could not let others suffer for her. It's good that you have such intentions. Sister Chong, watch her. Don't let her do anything rash. These two aren't my match. Instead, they're my opportunity. What Xianxia needed was such an opportunity. Only this kind of opportunity could increase his cultivation and allow him to become stronger faster. He was not afraid of getting hurt. After experiencing countless life and death battles, he had long been familiar with how to protect himself. As long as it was not a fatal injury, the combination of elixirs and life martial soul could solve it. Even if it was a fatal injury, he could still use the powerful life backtrack skill. Wow, your killing intent is very strong. But it's just for show. Little Fire God sneered. He did not take Xiao's killing intent to heart at all. He only cared about the bet between him and young noble spectre. He wanted to kill Xiao as soon as possible. Kill. Little Fire God moved. Like a roaring tropical storm, he rushed towards Xiao. The burning demonic fire made him look like a real god of fire. The fighting intent that bloomed in an instant was blazing and powerful. The surrounding onlookers were all shocked. When Little Fire God attacked, young noble spectre naturally did not want to be left behind. If there was no bet, he might not be in such a hurry. But now, he did not want to lose to Little Fire God. A gust of evil wind whistled. Young noble spectre's body released an extremely cold and gloomy aura. It was even colder than real ice. It was a kind of evil cold wind. It was so evil that it penetrated deep into one's soul. These two are really terrifying. They live up to their reputation. Many people had only heard of Little Fire God and Young Noble Spectre, but they had never seen them fight. Previously, many people were doubtful of Little Fire God and Young Master Spectre's strength. But after seeing it today, they were completely convinced. The duo's strength was definitely among the best among their peers. Among those of the same level of strength, they were definitely the best. That Ling Xiao can only wait to be burned to death by the fiendish fire. The Fire Cloud Palace members constantly shouted. They obviously hoped that the person who killed Ling Xiao would be Little Fire God and not Young Master Spectre. As for Ling Xiao, they believed that he would not even be able to withstand a single strike. What happened in Rare Goods Tower was just Little Fire God showing mercy. He was afraid that smashing Rare Goods Tower would bring trouble. No, Ling Xiao will definitely be tortured to death by Spectre's frost aura. The Spectre Mountain Villa members similarly supported Young Master Spectre. To them, Young Master Spectre was an invincible existence. Ling Xiao actually dared to kill someone from Spectre Mountain Villa. Today, he had to die. Nearly everyone believed that Ling Xiao would die. Apart from Chong Qingqing. Chong Qingqing stopped Phantom, who wanted to help. She shook her head and said, "There's no need. His third place on the bounty list isn't for nothing. Don't worry. If there's any danger, I won't stand idly by." Phantom was taken aback as she looked at the battlefield in disbelief. She could not understand where Chong Qingqing's confidence came from. How could Ling Xiao deal with the combined attacks of Little Fire God and Young Master Spectre? It didn't seem realistic. The rest of the people were guessing whether Little Fire God would kill Ling Xiao first or if Young Noble Spectre would do it first. Under their watchful gazes, Ling Xiao's body instantly transformed. The infinite heavenly rat beast soul transformation coupled with the imperial celestial dragon body and the first level of sanguine rat fiend. The beast soul of the purple lightning thunder bull, the nine snake general, and the undying bird were also released. The three beast souls that could still increase Ling Xiao's combat strength. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt very calm. Against two experts. He knew that he was definitely not their match. But this was only temporary. As long as he didn't die, he had a solution. Rumble, the two terrifying energies hit Ling Xiao at the same time, and then completely rushed into Ling Xiao's body. The terrifying energy ravaged Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao was sent flying. Half of his body was demonic fire, while the other half was frigid. His aura also decreased sharply at that moment. Phantom screamed and was about to rush forward to save him when Chong Qingqing stopped her. "Calm down. I know he bought you and saved you. You don't want him to die. But you underestimate him too much. Look down on you?" Chong Qingqing's words were overheard by Young Master Spectre and Little Fire God. Both of them looked very unhappy. Did they underestimate Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao had clearly been beaten half to death. Even if he wasn't dead, he wouldn't be able to fight anymore. In fact, their judgment was not wrong. With the terrifying strength of Little Fire God and Young Master Spectre, they attacked Ling Xiao, who was only at the peak of the 16th level of hell. It was a miracle that Ling Xiao didn't die. This meant that he was much stronger than ordinary martial artists of the same cultivation level. But it was impossible for him to be fine. But all of this was within Ling Xiao's calculations. He didn't hesitate to let Young Master Spectre and Little Fire God's attacks hit his body because he wanted to stimulate more potential in his body. In order to protect his body from being damaged, he would release a lot of potential in his body. This would quickly fill up his cultivation sea. He didn't want to wait. He wanted to recover his previous cultivation as soon as possible and continue to improve his cultivation. Now that the enemies he encountered were getting stronger and stronger, he couldn't continue to waste time here. Otherwise, once people found out that the Fire Supreme Catalog and Demon Supreme Catalog were in his hands, he wouldn't be able to keep them. When his cultivation broke through, Ling Xiao was already on the verge of death. But in the blink of an eye, he was full of energy again. This scene was simply strange. It was incomprehensible. Of course, Ling Xiao used Life Backtrack because he wanted to rely on Life Backtrack to withstand the attacks of Young Master Spectre and Little Fire God. Once he recovered to the early stage of Hell, the 17th level of Yin Yang Realm, these two people would no longer be his opponents. "Are you scratching my itch?" Ling Xiao looked at young Master Spectre and little fire god with contempt. He cancelled his previous state. He entered the Undying Bird Beast Soul transformation. He became famous on the bounty list because of the Undying Bird Beast Soul transformation. Today, he would use the Undying Bird Beast Soul transformation to defeat both of them at the same time. Little Fire God and young Master Spectre were very surprised that Ling Xiao didn't die. The two of them looked at each other and immediately attacked again. But this time, the attack was more powerful than the previous one. Previously, they looked down on Ling Xiao and didn't think that Ling Xiao could withstand their joint attack. This time, it was different. In order to save face, they couldn't let Ling Xiao continue to live. Kill. The demonic fire turned into strange fire. Little Fire God wanted to completely kill Ling Xiao. His angry roar exploded in the void like thunder. The terrible strange fire enveloped Ling Xiao's body. You're not dead yet. Young Master Spectre also attacked. This time, he took out a sword. The sword was almost transparent. The Spectre martial soul merged into the sword, and the sword seemed to come to life. The horrible sword essence soared in an instant. Young Master Spectre stabbed at Ling Xiao with his sword. He wanted to cooperate with Little Fire God to kill Ling Xiao. He didn't care about the previous bet anymore. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, it was enough. Facing the attacks of the two, Ling Xiao still didn't know what to do. Last time, he was only defending in order to break through the cultivation as soon as possible. This time, he wanted to take the initiative to attack. Bloodthirsty Plague. The sudden outbreak of the bloodthirsty plague instantly penetrated the bodies of Little Fire God and young Master Spectre. Their movements suddenly slowed down a lot, and they had to consume a lot of internal force to suppress the terrible bacteria. Kill. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao released the undying flame. This strange fire devoured Little Fire God's strange fire and then rushed at young Master Spectre. Boom. Ah. A shrill scream came from young Master Spectre's mouth. He was burned alive by the strange fire. Young Master Spectre is dead? He was burned to death. Is it Little Fire God's strange fire? Why? Most people didn't see what Ling Xiao did. They only saw Little Fire God and young Master Spectre attacking Ling Xiao, but young Master Spectre was burned to ashes by the strange fire. Young Master Spectre, who was at the late stage of hell at the 17th level of Yin Yang realm, died without knowing anything. He died without knowing why. It wasn't me. Little Fire God shook his head and was a little dumbfounded. I attacked Ling Xiao. Why are you looking at me? Are you all blind? That guy also knows how to use strange fire. He killed young Master Spectre. Are you stupid? Young Master Spectre and I have a common enemy. Why would I kill young Master Spectre? Little Fire God was also stunned. Young Master Spectre's death was too sudden. Young Master Spectre had been burned to death by the strange fire. Little Fire God was also frightened out of his wits. After all, Spectre Mountain Manor and Fire Cloud Palace were existences on the same level. Once they were embroiled in the matter of young Master Spectre, it would only benefit others. Therefore, he had to give a clear explanation. He was not the one who killed young Master Spectre, but Ling Xiao. What a despicable punk. He actually wants to sow discord and instigate a war between our Spectre Mountain Manor and Fire Cloud Palace. Compared to Ling Xiao, the people from Spectre Mountain Manor were clearly more willing to believe in Little Fire God. Furthermore, although they did not see how Ling Xiao had attacked, everyone had a feeling that Ling Xiao had done something at that instant. It resulted in young Master Spectre's tragic death. Ling Xiao sneered and did not say a word. He picked up young Master Spectre's storage ring that had fallen to the ground. The Dragon Clan's crystal core was still in there. How lucky, after wandering around for a while, it finally landed in his hands. He had saved 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. Brothers, let's fight it out with him. He actually dared to kill young Master Spectre and snatch his storage ring. Kill him. The people from Spectre Mountain Manor were not that strong, but they were extremely rash and foolish. Ling Xiao was not even afraid of the combined forces of Little Fire God and young Master Spectre, so what could they do? As a result, a group of people charged at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao put away the dragon crystal core and looked coldly at these people. Have you forgotten what I did in the demonic dragon sword court so quickly? Since you want to kill me, then all of you can die. Ling Xiao took a gentle step forward with his right foot as his killing intent billowed. This terrifying killing intent caused the hearts of the people from Spectre Mountain Manor to palpitate. This killing intent was able to destroy a person's fighting spirit. It was terrifying. Quick, retreat. Finally, someone sensed Ling Xiao's strength and shouted loudly as they fled into the distance. However, it was already too late. Monstrous fey flames were released from Ling Xiao's body. It was like a sea of fire that dyed half the sky red. The flames were ferocious and extremely hot. The people on the streets made way. Little Fire God was even more shocked. Ling Xiao's demonic fire was not inferior to his at all. His title of Little Fire God was indeed a little exaggerated. The raging fire turned into a huge immortal bird. A pitch-black immortal bird. Evil immortal bird. The immortal bird was filled with the aura of destruction and slaughter. It spread its huge wings and covered everyone in the mansion of spirits. What a terrifying demonic flame. I suddenly remember. Isn't he the terrifying existence ranked third on the bounty list? Is it really him? It can't be wrong. It said that this person has the beast soul of the immortal bird and can transform into the immortal bird. Ming City's City Lord and Devil Dragon Sword Court's Devil Envoy Lin Xian both died in the flames of the undying bird. People finally confirmed the identity of Ling Xiao, but at this time, the people of the Mansion of Spirits did not have the chance to confirm it. Facing the huge black undying bird, they had no choice but to flee in panic. However, it was useless. The black undying bird was not only powerful, but also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped everyone in the Mansion of Spirits. Hysterical screams continued to be heard. When touching the black flame, the people of the Mansion of Spirits did not have any resistance and could only cry out in pain. Then, their bodies were quickly burned by the flame. They were completely turned into ashes. When Ling Xiao took back the undying bird, everyone in the Mansion of Spirits had disappeared. It was as if they had never appeared. And their internal force, through the undying bird, was integrated into Ling Xiao's cells and turned into potential. What kind of attack is this? It's too terrifying. What a powerful martial spirit. This Ling Xiao is simply too powerful. I'm afraid that even Little Fire God is not his opponent. I suddenly remembered that Ling Xiao once caused havoc in the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Even the Devil Lord, Lan Mei, could not do anything to him. Why did I hear that it was because of another powerful person who helped Ling Xiao at that time? I've also heard about this. It's called the 18th Sword. But even so, Ling Xiao is strong enough. Monstrous waves surged in everyone's heart. They originally thought that Ling Xiao was no match for Little Fire God and young Master Yu Ling. However, at this time, the people of the Mansion of Spirits had all been killed. Including young Master Yu Ling, they were all turned into ashes by the terrifying flame. They had disappeared. This scene was really too shocking. They had threatened to make Ling Xiao unable to leave Tianju City. In the end, Little Fire God and young Master Yu Ling joined forces and did not do anything to Ling Xiao. On the other hand, young Master Yu Ling died tragically, leaving Little Fire God in a daze. The people of the Mansion of Spirits were also wiped out. The monstrous flame was still burning on Ling Xiao's body. At this time, Ling Xiao looked like the real fire god descending to the world. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that the reason why Ling Xiao dared to be enemies with Little Fire God and young Master Yu Ling was that he was strong enough. He was stronger than young Master Yu Ling. He might even be stronger than Little Fire God. This guy is a real genius. A martial artist from a small country who has not been in the Sword Dynasty for long and has risen like a comet. Who would believe that he has no talent? Everyone understood at this time. Did Little Fire God understand? They looked at Little Fire God. Facing all that had happened now, what should Little Fire God do? At this time, Little Fire God was still in shock. He was no longer as arrogant and domineering as before. Because he knew that he had encountered a strong opponent and kicked an iron plate. Just now, he had attacked Ling Xiao with the strange flame, but Ling Xiao had used it to burn young Master Yu Ling alive. He had never encountered such a thing before. His heart was still trembling even now. I had warned that trash young master Yu Ling not to provoke me. When we were queuing up, he did a good job. But for some reason, he actually became arrogant and thought that he could kill me. In the end, he was turned into ashes. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked at little fire god. A mocking expression appeared on his face. And you, little fire god. You are the same. Do you think that you can be fearless just because you have mastered the technique of using the strange flame? You are also a trash. What qualifications do you have to show off in front of me? I have seen many people like you. There are many who are stronger than you. Nonsense, my Prince Charming is the strongest. You are the trash. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. It was the girl who had constantly provoked and slandered Ling Xiao in the restaurant. Previously, Ling Xiao did not argue with her because he did not want to ruin Chang Qingqing's plan. Now that he had saved her, he felt that he did not need to show mercy. You can treat this trash as your Prince Charming, but you should pay the price for slandering me and humiliating me. Slap. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, his figure flashed, and a slap was delivered. Before the girl could see Ling Xiao's movements, her mouth was already swollen. She could not even speak clearly. The few people that followed the girl hurriedly knelt down. Thank you, young hero Ling, for sparing our lives. It was our fault for looking down on you. Scram. Although these people were annoying, their crimes did not warrant death. Ling Xiao's anger was appeased by slapping the girl. Yes, yes, yes. The few people carried the girl and left in a hurry. They were afraid that the girl would say something that would infuriate Ling Xiao, causing Ling Xiao to go on a killing spree. They were doomed then. The people from Spectre Mountain Villa were the perfect example. Little Fire God's expression turned ugly when he saw Ling Xiao's actions. However, he did not know how to refute Ling Xiao. He even felt fear rise in his heart. After all, he had failed to defeat Ling Xiao even when he joined forces with young Master Spectre. Could he really do it alone? In the restaurant, you threatened me with a fiendish fire to burn my dining table just because I said I wasn't afraid of you. In the auction house, you attacked me just because you couldn't compete with me. You flaunted the might of your flames. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I just find it beneath me to bicker with trash like you, little fire god. You sure are shameless. What right do you have to use fire in front of me? With every sentence Ling Xiao said, he took a step forward. The invisible suppression turned heavier and stronger. The towering flames were like a ferocious fiery beast that stared intently at little fire god. It was extremely terrifying. The terrifying flames were more domineering and powerful than little fire god's flames. It was even more domineering and indomitable. Although Ling Xiao was not good at playing with fire, he was definitely little fire god's ancestor. What a domineering aura! What a terrifying flame! When people saw this scene, they could not help but feel fear. Little fire god was suppressed by Ling Xiao to the point of not daring to say a word. All he could do was circulate his internal energy to resist Ling Xiao's suppression. The Fire Cloud Palace disciples who only knew how to bootlick seemed to have their mouths sealed. They did not dare make a sound. As for the girl who was doted on by little fire god, her eyes were unfocused. She worshipped heroes. Because little fire god was domineering and powerful enough. In the restaurant, Ling Xiao didn't even dare to say a word, so she worshipped him and didn't hesitate to give her body to him. But at this moment, little fire god, on the other hand, was being oppressed by the guy she looked down on and didn't even want to look at. Her heart was about to break. He could feel Ling Xiao's increasing momentum and fighting spirit. Little fire god's brows were knitted together. He thought that his flames were domineering and powerful enough. But Ling Xiao was even worse. Furthermore, this fellow probably hadn't used his full strength yet. The more little fire god thought about it, the more terrified he felt. But he couldn't lose, they couldn't retreat either. What he cultivated was a tyrannical and unreasonable martial art. Once he was afraid and retreated, he would be completely finished. What are you panicking for? I haven't lost yet. Little fire god took a deep breath and turned to glare at the girl beside him. Soon after, his fighting spirit completely exploded. The boiling flames turned into a ferocious giant wolf, the Wolf of Flames. I've never seen little fire god use this move before. It should be his trump card. Ling Xiao can actually push him to this extent. No wonder he's third on the bounty list. Everyone could feel how terrifying Little Fire God was at this time. For the first time, Little Fire God used a powerful move that he had never used before. Ling Xiao. I've underestimated you. I thought you were just an ordinary passerby, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. But do you think that's all I have? You're wrong. In terms of flames, no matter what, you can't be compared to me. Today, I'll burn you alive. Little Fire God seemed to have used his last trump card, and all his confidence returned in an instant. Once again, he had that kind of domineering momentum. Once again, he began to look down on Ling Xiao and despise Ling Xiao. You said you're the ancestor of fire? How ridiculous. I was born with the unusual flame. After 10 years of cultivation, I can completely control the unusual flame. After reincarnating, I obtained the fiery demon wolf martial soul, and my control of fire was even more perfect. After that, I defeated countless enemies of the same generation and became Little Fire God. But I've never shown this move in front of anyone because it's my strongest move. Even a martial artist of the first rotation yin-yang stage of hell wouldn't dare to face it head-on. You'll die, but if you die under this move, you'll be famous enough. Little Fire God's confidence returned, and his tone returned to its previous domineering manner. Everyone listened to his words and secretly nodded, thinking that this might be the reversal of the battle. I'll say it again. You're not as good as me when it comes to playing with fire. You think you're a genius, but in fact, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. You've only met trash. Ling Xiao sneered and said, I've only obtained the undying bird-beast soul for a month, but it's more than enough to kill you. He can use his new martial soul to such an amazing extent in just a month. That's too powerful. Everyone was incomparably astonished. But they were also a little unhappy. Ling Xiao said that Little Fire God was a frog at the bottom of a well and that Little Fire God had defeated trash. Wasn't that referring to them? This guy was really arrogant. It was really upsetting. At this time, they hoped that Little Fire God could defeat Ling Xiao and teach him a lesson. Little Fire God, you're the strongest. Kill that arrogant bastard. Anyway, that guy is on the bounty list. Killing him won't be a problem. Voices came one after another from the crowd. This made Phantom anxious again. She didn't know Ling Xiao and only thought that Ling Xiao had saved her, so she was worried about Ling Xiao. Sister Chang, is he okay? He's fine. Chang Qingqing shook her head and said, a frog at the bottom of a well will never see the scenery outside the well. And those people who were clamoring were just frogs at the bottom of a well like Little Fire God, so they didn't understand the horror of Ling Xiao at all. Those people of the Demon Dragon Sword Court were either killed by Sword 18 or Ling Xiao. It's just that Lan Mimi felt that it was too shameful, so she put all the blame on Sword 18. If Ling Xiao really goes crazy, I'm afraid that even Falling Moon is no match for him. He's so powerful? This time, it was Phantom's turn to be surprised. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation didn't seem to be that strong. Pay attention. Chang Qingqing said calmly. Yes. Unparalleled Flame Wolf. This was Little Fire God's move. He took a step forward. His entire body had transformed into a gigantic demonic wolf. Above the demon wolf's body, there was a terrifying strange fire. The surrounding air was burning and crackling. The terrible heat melted the ground in an instant. The nearby martial artists were so scared that they hurriedly dodged. In terms of momentum, this unparalleled flame wolf really didn't lose to the immortal bird that Ling Xiao released before. It was as if it blotted out the sky and covered the earth, pressing towards Ling Xiao. Kill. The flames were monstrous. It was extremely fast. This move of the unparalleled flaming wolf seemed to be very straightforward and easy to dodge. However, as long as one had the slightest bit of eyesight, one would be able to tell that this attack was simply unavoidable. The moment the move was released, it had completely locked onto the opponent. Little Fire God said that he had never used this move before, but it was not accurate. Because this move still caused him pain in his heart even now. Back then, his cultivation was at the middle stage of the 17th layer of hell, and he had a good friend whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 17th layer of hell. When the two of them were fighting, Little Fire God was beaten a little miserably. So he used this move in a fit of rage, and the woman was killed on the spot. This matter was taboo and painful for little fire god, so he did not want to mention it. However, he knew how terrifying this move was. When the flame wolf came out, ghosts and gods would be destroyed. He had sealed this move since then, but he knew better than anyone how powerful this move was. The onlookers could also feel that the destructive aura was even more powerful than that of the undying bird. Ling Xiao is dead meat. Yes, with this move, even young Master Spectre is no match for little fire god. No, he's far from it. This move is completely unbeatable. Anyway, I don't see any chance for Ling Xiao. Everyone was filled with dread towards this move. Even Chongqing frowned slightly. Her cultivation was very high, so she could feel the horror of this move. She was very confident in Ling Xiao before, but at this moment, she began to worry. The roaring flame wolf pounced crazily on Ling Xiao. The flames completely engulfed Ling Xiao's body. People seemed to have seen Ling Xiao's death. However, the bow and arrow that Chongqing took out was put back. She was worried about Ling Xiao just now, but at this moment, she suddenly realized that she might have underestimated Ling Xiao. How is this possible? Almost everyone's pupils suddenly shrank, and they looked at the battlefield in confusion. Ling Xiao, who should have been incinerated, didn't even move. Bathing in the heavenly flame, his face was filled with a disdainful smile. He just stood there as if nothing had happened. Is this person a ghost or a devil? Why aren't you afraid of heavenly flames? People could not understand. Deviant flames could even burn life seizers to death. If one didn't have a special magic treasure or secret technique, it would be impossible to block it. Moreover, even if he had special magical treasures and secret techniques, it was impossible for him to come out unscathed. I've said it before. You're not qualified to play with fire in front of me. Ling Xiao's voice could be heard from within the raging flames. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, he simply threw out a simple punch. Were you born with a deviant flame? Then I'll extract it. Ling Xiao already had a deviant flame, so he didn't need any more deviant flames. This was, of course, for Xiao Jin. With the deviant flame, Little Gold's strength would definitely increase explosively. Run! When Little Fire God saw that Ling Xiao was unharmed by the deviant fire, he knew that he had no chance of winning today's battle. Terrified, he turned around and tried to escape. However, Ling Xiao's hand was like a ghost as it shot out from the depths of the void, transforming into a gigantic devil claw. It was like the talons of an undying bird. It grabbed Little Flame, making it impossible for him to move. Then, Ling Xiao's other hand began to glow with a black light, almost like a black hole. Black prison. Devour. As the black prison opened, a flame spark flew out from Little Flame's body and into the cell. Over there was the kindling of the deviant flame. Once it was extracted, Little Fire God would no longer be able to use the deviant flame. How bizarre. How terrifying. This man, Ling Xiao, is definitely not to be trifled with. Many of the onlookers were bounty hunters, and many of them had considered capturing Ling Xiao for the bounty. However, seeing this bizarre and terrifying scene, they were scared out of their wits. Someone could actually extract the deviant flame spark from someone else's body. Did that mean that he could even extract the martial soul? At this time, Little Fire God's expression was extremely flustered. Looking at the disappointed and even desperate expression of the girl he doted on, he was about to go crazy. However, being controlled by Ling Xiao, he could do nothing. He claimed to be Little Flame, but he had completely lost to Ling Xiao in the aspect of fire. Xiaochen did not even manage to injure Ling Xiao at all. Instead, his heavenly flame was about to be snatched away. He was not willing to accept this. But so what? He mocked Ling Xiao, said that Ling Xiao was a good-for-nothing, and said that Ling Xiao was a coward. However, reality slapped him hard in the face. As Ling Xiao said, he did not know how to play with fire at all. He was not a genius. He was just a frog at the bottom of a well. His opponent was just a good-for-nothing. He was devastated. He was utterly devastated. His heart was in a complete mess. Without the deviant flame, his strength would be greatly reduced. Those he had offended in the past would definitely take this opportunity to make trouble for him. When that time came, he would be the target of bullying. He did not want that. Perhaps death is a good thing for you. At this time, Xiao had completely extracted Little Flame's deviant flame spark. His huge demonic claws began to close, and he was going to kill Little Flame. Little Flame had repeatedly tried to kill him. He would not show mercy. Seeing this scene, many people became nervous. Was another genius going to fall at the hands of Xiao? Xiao's strength was so powerful. Little Flame had completely lost his will to resist. His eyes were glazed over, and his body was numb. He was like a walking corpse. That was because he was really shocked. The deviant flame that he thought was powerful was not worth mentioning in the eyes of others. It was a devastating blow to his self-confidence. How dare you, thief! Suddenly, a ball of fire came from afar. When it got closer, they realized it was a person. The person was extremely fast. He flew like a flaming meteor. The person was too fast. Xiao had to give up on Little Flame. He took out the demon dragon sword and stabbed it into the sky. Boom, with a loud bang, the ground collapsed. Xiao was directly smashed into the ground. At that moment, the energy in his cultivation skyrocketed by 20%. It was enough to show that the person's strength was terrifying. Kid, hand over the deviant flame, or I'll kill you without mercy. The person stood arrogantly in front of Little Flame and looked down at Xiao. As long as Xiao handed over the deviant flame, he would spare Xiao's life. Kill me without mercy? Xiao jumped out of the collapsed ground. Although blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, he was not seriously injured. The person's cultivation level was probably at the peak of the 17th level of hell. Although he was stronger than Xiao, he was not qualified to kill Xiao. Haha, if you want the deviant flame, do it yourself. I'm very interested in you. As he spoke, Xiao's body began to transform. The undying bird beast soul transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul. Oh? The person looked at Xiao in astonishment. He originally thought that his punch would at least be able to severely injure Xiao, but who would have thought that this brat actually only seemed to be slightly injured. Furthermore, his combat strength seemed to have increased. It must be an illusion. This punk is bluffing. The person shook his head and abandoned his ridiculous thoughts. Alright, since you have chosen death, I'll send you to your death. The person roared angrily as he struck out with his fists once again. His martial soul was also a fire elemental wolf martial soul. He did not have a strange flame, but his strength was even stronger than the peerless fire wolf. This meant that this person's strength was much stronger than little fire gods. Nice one. Xiao put away his demon dragon sword and decided to clash fists with his opponent. In less than a minute, the two of them had exchanged nearly 30 blows. As for Xiao's cultivation energy, it had increased from 20% to 90%. The time for the next breakthrough was fast approaching. Xiao, it's time to leave. Chong Qingqing's voice suddenly sounded in Xiao's ears. Phantom's situation isn't right. Upon hearing this, Xiao shook his head helplessly. He suddenly retreated and arrived beside Chong Qingqing. Then, the two of them tore through the sky with Phantom in tow. Fleeing when you can't beat him? How shameless! The Fire Cloud Palace expert roared angrily at the fleeing Xiao. Xiao is indeed not that heaven-defying. At the very least, he won't be able to withstand a warrior at the peak of the 17th level of hell at the Yin-Yang realm. However, will he be able to escape? Everyone had such thoughts. But at that moment, an arrow flew over from afar. Elemental arrow, frost arrow, it was extremely fast and had immense might. When it shot over, it seemed to freeze space itself. Everyone standing there felt like they were about to be frozen by the terrifying frost. What a terrifying arrow! The Fire Cloud Palace expert was given a fright as he tried his best to withstand it. Pfft, that arrow still pierced through his throat, leaving his life behind in the Heaven Extinction City. Before he died, he shouted out a name, Divine Arrow Chong Qingqing. He fell to the ground and became a complete joke. He was here to save little fire god. His words could easily kill Xiao. But in the end, the one who died was him. Ranked 7th on the bounty board is Divine Archer Chong Qingqing, an expert at the First Revolution Yin-Yang Realm's 18th level of hell, so she was the woman by Ling Xiao's side. She was the scariest. If she had made a move, little fire god and young master Yu Ling would have died a long time ago. At the end of the day, we thought that it was Ling Xiao who was courting death. Who would have thought that the ones courting death were actually young Sir Spectre and little fire god? Even if Ling Xiao is no match for them, they can't possibly kill Ling Xiao. Upon seeing the Fire Cloud Palace expert's corpse on the ground, little fire god was dumbfounded once again. What the hell have I done? What kind of person did you offend? On the other side, Ling Xiao, Chong Qingqing, and Phantom had already mounted their fairy birds and were flying towards Confusion Fog Valley. On the fairy bird's back, Phantom was constantly trembling, as though she was in great discomfort. Let me take a look, Ling Xiao said. It would take a long time to rush back to Confusion Fog Valley. Phantom might not be able to last much longer. After all, he was an alchemist. Although his specialty was not saving people but alchemy, he was not bad at saving people. After all, he had the primordial nature dragon martial soul in him. Although it had never been exposed, the primordial nature dragon martial soul had powerful healing effects. It was definitely a fact. Can you do it? Chong Qingqing looked suspiciously at Ling Xiao. If I can't, am I going to let her wait for death? Ling Xiao did not waste his breath as he began inspecting Phantom's body. Moments later, he could not help but curse, what a vicious mystical goods tower. They actually gave Phantom the poison 7 days powder. 7 days powder. So she can only live for 7 days? Chong Qingqing asked. The 7 days powder doesn't mean that she can only live for 7 days. After 7 days, she will definitely turn into a pool of blood. From the first day, her body will begin to rot. Ling Xiao said coldly, what grudge does this mystical goods tower have with you for them to be so vicious? There's no grudge? Chong Qingqing shook her head and said. Then let's not bother about that for now. I'll save her. If she's poisoned, it's actually easier for me. Ling Xiao smiled and released his 9-snake general martial soul. Following that, a snake head stretched out and bit Phantom's wrist. It began sucking the poison blood. Will you be fine? Chong Qingqing asked worriedly. Don't worry. I'm fine. The poison was not sucked by me, but fused into my 9-snake general martial soul. Not only will I be fine, it will even increase my strength. Ling Xiao shook his head. He had a better impression of Chong Qingqing. Chong Qingqing had shot the Fire Cloud Palace expert and was worried about his safety. This was something only a friend would do. This meant that this woman did not treat him as an outsider. She was just not good with words, so she looked a little cold. Following that, the two of them did not speak. Before they arrived at Mist Valley, Ling Xiao withdrew his 9-snake general martial soul. Following that, he gave Phantom a pill that restored her stamina and energy. Miraculously, Phantom was alive and kicking. Upon seeing this scene, Chong Qingqing hugged Ling Xiao and thanked him profusely. Phantom and Falling Moon were her best sisters. Regardless of which one of them was in trouble, Chong Qingqing would be in extreme pain. Now, the problem that gave her a headache had been easily resolved by Ling Xiao. This truly surprised Chong Qingqing. Ahem, Sister Chong, I've expended quite a bit of energy. I need to rest. Call me when we arrive. Ling Xiao said awkwardly. Only then did Chong Qingqing realize that her actions were a little rash. She shyly released Ling Xiao as her cheeks flushed red. Just as she released her grip, Phantom pounced forward again. Upon realizing that she had been saved by Ling Xiao, the lively girl was much bolder than Chong Qingqing. She left several lipstick marks on Ling Xiao's face. It left Ling Xiao helpless. Sister Chong, why don't we let Ling Xiao join the 9 Defiance? He definitely won't have a problem. Phantom suggested. Brother Bifeng has long mentioned this, but Ling Xiao isn't willing. Chong Qingqing said helplessly. Yes, is that so? He isn't willing to join the 9 Defiance, but it shouldn't be a problem for him to become our good brother, right? The 32 of us in the 9 Defiance have all become sworn brothers. Our hearts are linked and we take care of each other. With Ling Xiao, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Phantom added. Becoming sworn brothers is just a formality. As long as we're really good to each other, We don't need to become sworn brothers and we'll still be life and death friends, and some people, even if they're sworn brothers and sisters, still want to target them. Then it's better not to become sworn brothers. Ling Xiao really had no interest in becoming sworn brothers. He had many good brothers who had never become sworn brothers. But no matter who was in danger, they would help each other, even at the cost of their lives. That was the true meaning of being affectionate and true. Seeing that Ling Xiao wasn't interested, Phantom did not mention the matter of becoming sworn brothers. She was only filled with gratitude towards Ling Xiao. As for Ling Xiao, he was calculating his gains from Tianju City. Firstly, it was probably Phantom and Chang Qingqing's trust in him. This trust was not to be underestimated. If he were to encounter any trouble in the future, they would definitely help him. This was more important than any divine weapon. Secondly, it was obviously the Fire Supreme catalog. This provided him with the necessary conditions to obtain the 9 Supremes catalog in the future. Next was the Dragon Crystal Core he obtained from young Master Spectre's storage ring. This item could strengthen the Tyrannosaurus Blood Fiend Dragon and could also be used to obtain new beast souls. It all depended on the additional skills. With the constant strengthening of the bloodthirsty rat plague, the effects of the fiend dragon blood curse gradually became less important. He planned on changing it, but he couldn't change it casually. Also, he had extracted the heavenly fire seed from Little Fire God's body. This was a guarantee for Little Gold's continued evolution. Looking at it this way, his harvest this time was really not small. Although it was a little troublesome, he was already a wanted criminal. It wasn't a big deal to offend Fire Cloud Palace and Spectre Mountain matter. After returning to Mist Valley and hearing about Tianju City's matter, the Baifeng and company were naturally very grateful to Ling Xiao. They knew very well that if not for Ling Xiao, Phantom would probably have died from the poison. The relationship between people was always deepened step by step. Previously, the Baifeng and company only felt that Ling Xiao was of the same kind and that he was a promising talent that could be used. Therefore, they saved him. But things were different now. Ling Xiao had saved their good sister, Phantom. Their feelings for Ling Xiao naturally improved as they became extremely grateful. Ling Xiao didn't care about this. He smiled and returned to his residence to begin his cultivation. Long Chen and Cold Plum were cultivating, but Little Gold didn't need to. The increase in his strength was completely obtained by devouring heat energy. Stand guard for me. Don't let anyone disturb me. Ling Xiao called out to Xiao Jin and entered a state of cultivation. Through the analysis of the Tai Chi Eye, Ling Xiao could confirm that the Dragon Clan crystal core he had obtained was really the crystal core of an ancient dragon. When this demonic beast was alive, its strength had already reached the reincarnation deity realm and was incomparably powerful. Its name was Frost Dragon. It was a type of undead creature that was artificially created. Although it could not be compared to the primordial dragons and divine dragons, it possessed extremely terrifying abilities. I'd decided, change it. Ling Xiao was preparing to replace the Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon on the Dragon God throne with an even more powerful Frost Dragon. With this decision, he directly swallowed the Dragon Clan crystal core into the Mountain River world and began to convert it. A quarter of an hour later, a huge and ferocious frost dragon appeared behind him. His entire body seemed to be wrapped in frost, but his entire body seemed to be just a skeleton. A pair of huge dragon eyes burned with a strange purple-blue flame. The Tyrannosaurus Blood Dragon Beast Soul had completed its mission, and Ling Xiao merged with the Frost Dragon Beast Soul. After the Dragon Clan crystal core was converted into a martial soul, a large amount of energy was released. Most of it merged into Ling Xiao's cells, and some began to impact the barrier of Ling Xiao's cultivation. The energy in his cultivation C had already reached 90%, and with this impact, it instantly broke through. This allowed Ling Xiao to advance from the early stage of the 17th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm to the middle stage of the 17th level of Hell. Moreover, the energy in his cultivation C continued to increase until it reached 80% before it stopped. Frost Dragon Breath? Ling Xiao, who had broken through, began to observe the special skill that the Frost Dragon had obtained. It was the Frost Dragon Breath. It could instantly spit out a terrifying dragon breath with a powerful freezing ability. This thing was very useful when dealing with a group of people. When dealing with experts, it could also be used to slow down the opponent's speed and control the opponent's attack. It could be said to be very useful. Ling Xiao was also very satisfied. After that, he went into seclusion for another hour to consolidate his cultivation. Then, he gave the alien flame seed extracted from Little Fire God's body to Little Gold and let Little Gold begin to devour and integrate it. He placed Little Gold in the mountain river world to cultivate. Then, he walked out of his residence. Master. Cold Plum had arrived at some point and was obediently guarding outside the door. She had no intention of barging in. She was still as considerate as before. Your strength seems to have improved again. Not bad. Ling Xiao could feel that although Cold Plum's cultivation did not break through, it had greatly improved. Thank you for your concern, Master. Cold Plum smiled very happily. She had been looking forward to being able to protect Ling Xiao by his side. Now that her wish had been fulfilled, how could she not be happy? Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, something big has happened. Brother Baifeng has called us for a meeting. Phantom ran over excitedly and shouted from afar. I'm not a member of the Nine Defiance organization yet. Is it appropriate for me to attend this meeting? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. No problem. This meeting has something to do with you. Phantom grabbed Ling Xiao's arm and pulled him out. Ling Xiao had no choice but to follow. In fact, he was also very curious as to what meeting the Nine Defiance organization was having that had something to do with him. When the two of them arrived, they realized that apart from Long Chen, the others were already there. Falling Moon, Baifeng, Ba Dao, Dragon Elephant, and Chong Qingqing were all there. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum are here. Long Chen is still in seclusion, so let's not wait for him. There are 3 matters to be discussed in today's meeting. Baifeng said very solemnly, the first matter is that Ling Xiao killed young Master Spectre in Heaven Absolute City and severely injured Little Fire God. Qingqing also killed an elder from Fire Cloud Palace. Therefore, Spectre Mountain Villa and Fire Cloud Palace are now searching for us everywhere. This matter doesn't matter. After all, we don't think much of Spectre Mountain Villa and Fire Cloud Palace. I'm just reminding everyone to be careful when we leave. Do not underestimate the enemy. I was the one who caused the trouble. I'll think of a way to resolve Fire Cloud Palace and Spectre Mountain Villa. Ling Xiao said. Ling Xiao, we treat you as a brother. Aren't you treating us like outsiders by saying that? Baifeng was somewhat displeased. Heh, that's true. Brother Baifeng, didn't you say that there were 2 other matters? Ling Xiao diverted the topic with a laugh. Yes, right. The second matter is also very important. Heaven Absolute City's Fire Supremacy Catalog has been proven to be a fake. However, in the Heaven Absolute ruins not far from Heaven Absolute City, signs of the Ice Supremacy Catalog were discovered. Baifeng said with a laugh. Ice Supremacy Catalog, Ling Xiao thought to himself, my luck can't be so good, right? I can actually obtain the Ice Supreme Catalog so quickly? Baifeng continued, according to Nine Defiance intelligence, the Heaven Absolute ruins climate is extremely hot. Its surroundings are basically a desert. But recently, there was a strange phenomenon. The desert turned into an icy plain. Everything was frozen. Although the news of the Ice Supreme Catalog's appearance might not be accurate, no one would give up even if there was a glimmer of hope. After all, these catalogs were too important to martial artists. It could be said that whoever obtained the Nine Supremes catalog first in the Nine Supremes territory could become the true overlord. Ling Xiao had already obtained the Demon Supreme catalog and the Fire Supreme catalog, so he was determined to obtain the Ice Supreme catalog as well. Out of caution, he did not reveal the fact that he had 2 catalogs. After all, those things were too precious. If he were to reveal them, even brothers might turn against each other. His relationship with Baifeng and the rest did not seem to be that good, so he had to be more cautious. 3 of the Nine Supremes catalog have appeared in the Sword Dynasty. Interesting. It seems that the person who created the Nine Supremes catalog should be from the Sword Dynasty. Otherwise, no one would call the Nine Supremes catalog the Nine Supreme Sword Tactics. Although the Nine Supremes battle tactics and the Nine Supremes catalog are suitable for any weapon, even fists and feet. But the most suitable is still the sword. Ling Xiao was calculating in his heart when he heard Bai Feng continue, generally speaking, any of the 9 Supremes catalog that appears in a certain force will be swallowed by this force alone. Compared to the illusory news of the Fire Supreme catalog, the news this time is very conclusive. Therefore, the Sword Dynasty has sealed off the borders. Only entry is allowed, no exit is allowed. During this period of time, the news should not spread to other forces. Hearing this, Ling Xiao actually heaved a sigh of relief. The fewer enemies there were, the less competition there was, and the more opportunities there were to fish in troubled waters. This is the second matter. We couldn't find the Demon Supreme catalog and the Fire Supreme catalog, so we must obtain the Ice Supreme catalog. Bai Feng gritted his teeth. What about the third matter? Ling Xiao asked. The third matter is related to you. You should want to obtain the Mystic Tortoise Force of the Demon Dragon Sword Court, right? Bai Feng asked. That's right. Ling Xiao did not hide this matter, because such a matter would be very clear with a simple investigation. If you want to get the power of the Black Tortoise, you have to go to the Devil Dragon Sword Court first. Although the 18th sword is very strong, he needs to protect the people of the Wine Demon Mansion. I'm afraid he won't be able to help you. That's why we decided to have Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Long Xiang accompany you to the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Long Xiang's strength is even stronger than mine, second only to Falling Moon. He should be able to block Devil Master Lan Mei. With Long Chen and Cold Plum, you should be a little safer. Bai Feng said with a smile. Just for the sake of me obtaining the power of the Black Tortoise, they sent out one of the 9 Defiant's strongest combatants, as well as Long Chen and Cold Plum. Is this really appropriate? Ling Xiao was really surprised. Of course. Although you don't treat us as brothers and sisters, we already treat you as a good brother. Especially since you actually drank the poisoned blood to save Phantom. I know that kind of thing is very dangerous. If you're not careful, even you will be killed. Bai Feng said with a smile. Ling Xiao wanted to say that kind of thing was actually not dangerous for him. But before he finished, he was interrupted by Bai Feng. That's how it is. The rest of you will go to the Tianjue ancient ruins with me to look for the Ice Supreme catalog. When the time comes, everyone will gather there. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly, feeling a little apologetic. Brother Bai Feng, I also want to help Ling Xiao. He offended the rare goods building for me. That vixen Meng Rua who will definitely not let him go. Phantom suddenly said. I forgot about that. What you said makes sense. Once Ling Xiao leaves the Miwu Valley, he will definitely be targeted. In comparison, your side is the most dangerous. How about this, Phantom and Qing Qing will go to Ling Xiao's side. Anyway, at the Tianjue ancient ruins, it's just a search at the beginning. There won't be too much fighting. Falling Moon, Ba Dao, and I are more than enough. Bai Feng said after thinking. That's not necessary, right? Ling Xiao was getting more and more helpless. Ling Xiao, if you treat us as good brothers and sisters, don't refuse. Bai Feng said. His words made Ling Xiao choke on his words. He couldn't say anything anymore. Cold Plum reminded him at this time. The maze of the Miwu Valley has been in disrepair for a long time, and because we borrowed the formation of the ancient sages, we can't completely control it. If we all leave, what will happen to those people here? That's not a problem. Let me solve it. Ling Xiao really liked this group of people more and more now. No matter what 9 Defies did, Bai Feng and his group were really good to him. Of course, he had to do something that he could. He was best at formations. Next, Ling Xiao spent 3 hours repairing the maze of the Miwu Valley. He used more than 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, but they were all provided by the 9 Defies organization, so he didn't need to waste his money. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to be so good. Not only do you know how to cure diseases and save people, but you're also so familiar with formations. It seems that we really picked up a treasure. Phoenix Bai Feng used to think that Ling Xiao was only talented in martial arts. Now he realized that Ling Xiao was simply an all-rounder. And whether it was alchemy or formations, he was outstanding. They had also asked many powerful formation masters to help repair the formation here. Unfortunately, either the price was too high, and nothing could be done in the end, or they came with confidence and left with disappointment. Who would have thought that this maze was so easily fixed? Not only was it repaired, but it was also partially strengthened and transformed. Now that the people of the Miwu Valley could freely control the maze, they naturally had more confidence in their hearts. I just learned a little more in the past, Ling Xiao said modestly. Don't say such modest words. Rest well for 2 days, then we'll split up and start the mission. Bai Feng laughed. Ling Xiao shrugged. I'm not trying to be humble. I've just learned a little bit more. 2 days later, Ling Xiao, Long Chen, Cold Plum, Long Xiang, Phantom, and Chong Qingqing went to the demonic dragon sword court. At this time, the demonic dragon sword court had gradually recovered from the trauma caused by Ling Xiao. Especially the phenomenon of the black tortoise's birth, it could allow the demonic dragon sword court to produce countless experts in an instant. At the same time, there were countless experts who could increase their cultivation because of this phenomenon. No matter how many people Ling Xiao killed, he could use this black tortoise phenomenon to regain them. Therefore, this time, Demon Master Lan Meima was prepared to guard the power of the black tortoise with all her strength and not let the warriors of the outside world absorb this power. In the past, many warriors of the outside world could also benefit from the glory of the demonic dragon sword court. At that time, Lan Meima didn't care because the demonic dragon sword court was very prosperous. But this time was different. The demonic dragon sword court was almost destroyed. This time, the black tortoise phenomenon was the key to the rise of the demonic dragon sword court. They couldn't be careless. Ling Xiao was determined to obtain the power of the black tortoise. He wanted to increase his strength as soon as possible to find the Moon Lady. 2 things were indispensable. One was the power of the black tortoise. It could allow him to improve greatly at his current stage and obtain the ability to compete for the 9 Supremes catalog. The other was the 9 Supremes catalog. With the 9 Supremes catalog, he could definitely reach a higher level. He had to obtain both of these things. Outside the Demon Dragon Sword Court, Ling Xiao found a suitable place and set up layers of formations around it, preparing to receive the power of the black tortoise. With the black tortoise seal, the power of the black tortoise would come to him even if he was outside the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Demon Lord Lan Mei wanted to rely on the black tortoise to restore the vitality of the Demon Dragon Sword Court, but she was afraid that her efforts would be in vain. Boom! Suddenly, a loud boom came from the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Then, a giant beast soared into the sky. Its body was so huge that it was hard to imagine. That huge shadow had already covered the entire sky. The originally bright sky turned dark in an instant. A terrifying aura was released continuously, making people feel depressed. The earth began to shake as if there was an earthquake. The black tortoise earth palm. The black tortoise was the guardian beast of the black tortoise continent. Although it had disappeared a long time ago, the black tortoise with the bloodline of the black tortoise could also control the earth element. The scene was really shocking. If Ling Xiao had not set up layers of formations in advance, he would have been swallowed by the earthquake. Ling Xiao, let's begin. Focus on your cultivation. We will protect you. Long Xiang and the others stood in the formation. Before the enemy came, they could still rest here. However, once the enemy came, they would have to fight. Thank you, brother Long Xiang. Ling Xiao nodded and took out the black tortoise seal. The moment the black tortoise seal was taken out, Ling Xiao could feel a large amount of energy being released from the black tortoise's body and poured into the seal. Overjoyed, he activated the black tortoise seal and began to cultivate. The Xian turtle's power was the purest form of energy that could be directly absorbed. Therefore, Ling Xiao's first choice was to fill his cultivation sea with this energy. Then, he would continue to strengthen his foundation and break through again. The energy that he could not absorb for the time being was stored in his cells and turned into potential. He was happy. However, the others were displeased. This was especially true for Lan Mimi, the demon master of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. The black tortoise phenomenon had clearly appeared, but it did not release the power of the black tortoise. It was all rushing in one direction. This made her furious. Who is it? Who is it that dares to try and steal my Demon Dragon Sword Court's black tortoise power? When the four great demon kings heard the order, they immediately moved, heading in that direction together with the original body. No matter who it is, we must make him pay a heavy price. Lan Mimi was hoping that the Black Tortoise's power could help her demon dragon sword court recover. The current situation was completely unacceptable to him. Everyone, be careful. There are enemies coming. Be prepared for battle. No matter what, we must protect Ling Xiao and let him complete his cultivation. Long Xiang suddenly stood up and looked into the distance. Ling Xiao could multitask. When he was cultivating, he also noticed Long Xiang's reminder. To be honest, he was very grateful to these people from Nine Defiance. If it were not for these people, he would probably still be being hunted all over the world. He would not have the time to come here and absorb the Black Tortoise's power. However, he could not spare any time to help now. He could only speed up his cultivation as much as possible. The sooner he completed his cultivation, the sooner he could throw himself into the battle. He had a feeling that as long as he could complete his cultivation safely this time, not only could he directly break through to the peak of the 17th level of Hell in the first transformation of Yin Yang, he could also obtain an even more powerful Black Tortoise combat body, coupled with the Imperial Celestial Dragon body. It would be even more difficult to kill. The strength of his physical body alone was enough to make his enemies despair. Therefore, he had to work harder. The enemy soon appeared. Ling Xiao could not help but frown. There were a total of 10 people. He knew the remaining 4 demon kings of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. As for Demon Master Lan Mimi, he also knew her. As for the other 5 people, he was unfamiliar with them. However, they were all martial artists at the 18th level of Hell in the first transformation of Yin Yang. Judging from their attire, they should be martial artists from the Heavenly Sword Hall. With such a powerful lineup, he was really starting to worry about his own side. Long Xiang, Chong Qingqing, Phantom, Long Chen, and Cold Plum. There were only 5 people in total. They did not have as many people as the other party. Their overall strength was also not as good as the other party. This was very dangerous. Seeing these enemies, Long Xiang and the others frowned. This battle was definitely not going to be easy. They might even die in battle. However, Long Xiang's character was very simple. Once he set his mind on something, he would never turn back even if he died. He had already decided to protect Ling Xiao with all his might. Therefore, he would not back down. Chong Qingqing did not speak much, but she had the same thought. Although Phantom was a little scared, Ling Xiao had saved her life. This was the best time for her to repay his kindness. As for Long Chen and Cold Plum, needless to say, they were Ling Xiao's comrades who had gone through life and death with him. In the past, they had been in the same situation and had long been used to it. Hurry! Ling Xiao knew that these people would not retreat or escape. However, it was because of this that he had to speed up. He could not let these people who were sincerely looking out for him die here. As long as he could complete his cultivation, with his combat strength, he would definitely be able to fight against the others except for Demon Master Lan Mei. At this moment, Little Gold had finished absorbing the exotic fire seed. However, it had turned into an egg and had not hatched yet. However, Ling Xiao believed that Little Gold would definitely come out to help at the crucial moment. They still had the strength to fight against their opponents. They were not completely outmatched. It's really you. I didn't expect you to dare to come back after escaping. You're courting death. Lan Mei also saw Ling Xiao and was even angrier in her heart. The current state of the Demon Dragon Sword Court was caused by Ling Xiao. Now, Ling Xiao actually wanted to snatch their Shan Turtle strength. How could she remain calm? Ling Xiao did not speak. Although he could multitask, if he spoke, he would still leak his aura, which would be detrimental to his cultivation. Old woman, you're the one who wants to kill my boss, right? As expected, you're not a good person. Ling Xiao did not speak, but Long Chen could not hold it in anymore. Impudent. Lan Mei was so angry that her entire body trembled. Kill. Kill these people for me, don't leave a single one alive. She waved her hand and the 9 people behind her attacked at the same time. However, the first attack was ineffective. Ling Xiao's formation was not just for show. Although it could not block the enemy's attacks, it could at least delay them for a while. Together, the 10 of them started to attack continuously. The outermost layer of the defensive array formation began to sway. It looked like it was about to collapse. Although Ling Xiao was extremely worried, he closed his eyes instead. He stopped multitasking and focused all of his attention on his cultivation. This was all he could do to double his cultivation speed. As his cultivation speed skyrocketed, Ling Xiao's cultivation also continued to rise. His cultivation C already had 80% of the energy. After a while, the energy broke through the limit and rushed to the next level. Ling Xiao's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the 17th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang transformation. And the energy was still being absorbed. At this moment, Lan Mimi and the others finally broke through the outermost defensive formation. As the saying goes, a strong person can defeat 10 skilled people. Although the formation was very powerful, it still couldn't withstand the powerful force. After the formation broke, Long Xiang and the others instantly entered battle mode. 5 against 10. Not only was there a great disparity in numbers, but there was also a great disparity in combat power. However, Lan Mimi didn't attack. She continued to charge at Ling Xiao and started to attack the inner defensive formation. Although Long Xiang wanted to stop her, it was already very difficult for the 5 of them to face the other 9 people. They couldn't spare any energy to stop Lan Mimi. Fortunately, Lan Mimi was only one person and wasn't as powerful as the previous 10 people. It was unlikely that she could break through the inner defensive formation in a short time. As soon as the battle started, Long Xiang and the others were at a disadvantage. Although they were very strong, the enemy wasn't weak either. In addition, the opponents had the advantage in numbers. Even if Long Xiang could fight 1 against 3, it would be impossible for him to win. Chang Qingqing was fighting 2 alone. However, Phantom, Cold Plum, and Long Chen could only fight 1-on-1 for now. There was still one person on the other side who could constantly move around and help the others fight for an advantage. Not long after the battle, Long Xiang and the others had already used all their strength. Long Chen transformed into a golden dragon and used all his combat power to hold back 2 enemies. Ling Xiao didn't see the battle here. His current cultivation had already entered the most crucial moment. In the sky, the black tortoise avatar had obviously become much smaller. This was the result of Ling Xiao absorbing a large amount of energy. In the end, the black tortoise avatar completely disappeared, leaving behind only a huge black tortoise pearl. If you refine the black tortoise pearl, you will be able to obtain the powerful black tortoise's power. On the black tortoise continent, you can borrow the power of the earth element and become even more terrifying. Yuan Venerate said excitedly. Understood, Master. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and fought even harder. He had even unleashed the peerless heavenly rat beast soul transformation to speed up the absorption and refinement. Not good. Once this brat refines the black tortoise pearl, then everything will really be over. When Lan Mimi saw this situation, she knew that she could no longer hold back. She took a step back and then used all of her power to attack the inner layer of the defensive formation. She didn't intend to use all her strength before because she was worried that the 18th blade would disrupt her plan. But now, he had no choice but to make it obvious. Boom, beautiful Devil Lan was truly beautiful Devil Lan. Under this punch, the inner defensive array formation was also shattered. Ha ha ha, stinking brat, go to hell. She laughed maniacally as if she had gone mad. Then, she charged toward Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao was no longer protected by anyone. She knew that the time for her revenge had come. Brat, your physical body is not bad. I'll use it as a vessel for the soul of my son, Empress Lan Meichen. Beautiful Devil Lan's special martial soul allowed her to transform into a spiritual form and store it. Although there were some limitations, this was how Lan Rua and Empress Lan Meichen had survived. But without a physical body, they couldn't move. At this time, they needed a vessel. Beautiful Devil Lan was very obsessed with Ling Xiao's physical body. Ling Xiao's physical body was even stronger than that of an ordinary life-sizer. If he was used as a vessel for Empress Lan Meichen's body, then her talent would definitely rise to the next level. Not good. Long Xian and the others, who were fighting on the other side, sensed the changes here. They were a little anxious. If Ling Xiao was hit by beautiful Devil Lan, he would definitely die. In the past, Ling Xiao had used the heaven-defying power of the third level of the Bloodsworn Devil to intimidate beautiful Devil Lan. But even then, he wasn't a match for her. Now that Ling Xiao wasn't using the power of the Bloodsworn Devil, he was even less of a match for beautiful Devil Lan. There wasn't enough time for them to go to the rescue. None of them could have predicted that beautiful Devil Lan's attack would be so powerful that the defensive spell formation wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Cold Plum and Long Chen cried out in alarm and lunged forward, ignoring the enemy's attack. Everything happened too quickly. It happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Cold Plum and Long Chen had only just turned their heads. The enemy's attack hadn't even landed on them. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from Ling Zhao's body. The golden light wrapped around beautiful Devil Lan. Devil Orchid was a mighty life-sizer, and yet, she let out a blood-curdling shriek of terror. She scrambled backward. When Dragon Mammoth and the others saw what was happening, they stopped attacking. They simply couldn't understand what could cause beautiful Devil Lan to be in such pain. What they saw was a golden crow. It spread its wings, and golden light radiated from its body in all directions. It was standing in front of Ling Xiao, shielding him. It was Little Gold. Little Gold had finally broken free of his eggshell. After being strengthened by the strange flame seed, he had undergone another shocking transformation. Now, he was at the peak of the 18 hells of the Yinyang realm. Although that wasn't enough to compare to beautiful Devil Lan, it was enough to delay her for a while. Furthermore, he had the Yellow Springs Golden Light, a heaven-defying trump card that even beautiful Devil Lan would have to be careful of. Life Seizers were strong, but Little Gold was a freak born of a fusion of a devil embryo and a golden crow. His fighting prowess couldn't be ignored. Ling Zhao's life had been spared. In reality, even he himself did not know. He was still wholeheartedly immersed in his cultivation. However, Dragon Mammoth and the others breathed sighs of relief. Of course, it was only for a moment. Soon, their worry turned into anger, and they directed it at their opponents. That was especially true of Dragon Mammoth, who had transformed into a primordial Dracomamoth, and was now suppressing all three of his opponents. They had been at a disadvantage, but now they were showing signs of turning the tables. Beautiful Devil Lan was just as enraged. She couldn't believe that a bird had stopped her from killing Ling Xiao and taking his fleshly body. As for the Xuanwu pearl, it had already been devoured by Ling Xiao. He was in the process of refining it. She was about to go mad with anger. She pounced on Little Gold, her attacks growing more and more vicious. Little Gold was in grave danger, and was almost hit by beautiful Devil Lan on several occasions. However, at the very least, he had fought alongside Ling Xiao, and his strength was now so strong. Ling Xiao didn't know what was happening in the outside world. He didn't want to know either. His mission was to do his best to break through. After all, even if he knew that his friends were in danger, he wouldn't be able to help given his current abilities. He could only become stronger. The power of the Black Tortoise was more powerful than he had imagined. Ling Xiao had thought that his cultivation would stop when he reached the peak of the 17th level of the Yin-Yang transformation. However, in reality, his cultivation was still soaring when he refined the Black Tortoise Pearl and forged the Black Tortoise Divine Body. The outside world had made many guesses about the power of the Black Tortoise. Although some of them were close to the truth, they were ultimately just guesses. Even the Yuan Venerates had made some mistakes in their judgment. After all, they had never truly come into contact with the power of the Black Tortoise. Ling Xiao was the first person to know how terrifying the power of the Black Tortoise was. The Black Tortoise Divine Body was the strongest constitution in the Black Tortoise continent. It was even above the 12 beast gods. With the Black Tortoise Divine Body, one could continuously absorb the power of the Black Tortoise continent to strengthen one's physical body and improve one's cultivation. As long as one stepped on the ground during battle, there would be an endless supply of internal energy. Of course, the most terrifying part was its defense. The ultimate perfect Black Tortoise Divine Body could fuse perfectly with the Black Tortoise continent and be truly invincible. No martialist below the second transformation could hurt it. Ling Zhao's current Black Tortoise Divine Body had only been forged by fusing with a Black Tortoise Pearl. Of course, it wasn't as good as the perfect black tortoise divine body. However, its defense had already surpassed the Imperial Celestial Dragon body and was comparable to a peak general-grade defensive martial technique. If he could find the other 7 black tortoise pearls released by the black tortoise, he would be able to continuously upgrade the grade of his black tortoise divine body. Of course, this was already enough. The black tortoise divine body, which possessed the power of a black tortoise pearl, would probably be able to withstand a few attacks from Lan Mimi. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's improvement wasn't just limited to this. Due to the forging of the black tortoise divine body, Ling Xiao's awakening ability had increased from 0.1% to 1%. This not only promoted his cultivation from the middle stage of the 17th level of the yin-yang transformation to the early stage of the 18th level of the yin-yang transformation. What was even more frightening was that the battle prowess of his unbounded heavenly rat beast soul had increased by 10 times. Rumble, a terrifyingly loud sound exploded behind Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of black tortoise divine armor. He felt as if he had been reborn. From his soul to his fleshly body, he had received a huge upgrade. This was simply inconceivable. In just over a month, I have already reached my goal. It seems that even I have underestimated my own potential. Ling Xiao was originally looking forward to reaching the first revolution yin-yang realm's 18 levels of hell in a year. Who would have thought that he would be able to achieve it in just over a month? Of course, this was all thanks to the power of the black tortoise. Without the power of the black tortoise, this time would have to be delayed for at least a few months. But this was the so-called opportunity. And this opportunity was also realized with the blood of his friends. He didn't have time to feel the terrifying power in his body. He hurriedly opened his eyes and looked at the battlefield. Great! Ling Xiao has finished cultivating. Everyone, get ready to retreat. Originally, Long Xiang and the others didn't expect to be able to kill these powerful enemies. What they needed to do was to hold on until Ling Xiao finished cultivating, then use the spirit bird's speed to escape. But Ling Xiao didn't seem to hear him. He scanned the entire battlefield. Long Xiang was indeed very powerful. He wasn't at a disadvantage when fighting 1 against 3. But that was it. Up until now, although he wasn't injured, his opponents were also unharmed. Chang Qingqing's divine arrow was very terrifying. Her 2 opponents were miserably played by her. But they were only lightly injured. Phantom could also handle one-on-one. Cold Plum was also fine for now. The troublesome ones were Long Chen and Little Gold. In order to reduce the pressure on the others, Long Chen forced himself to fight 2 late-stage yin-yang realms 18 levels of hell with his mid-stage 18 levels of hell cultivation. It was really stressful. The body of the mighty dragon was already riddled with wounds. As for Little Gold, although it was also one-on-one, his opponent was Lan Mimi. At this moment, Xiao Jin was already beaten black and blue. Although he was still holding on, it was obvious that he couldn't hold on much longer. It was impossible to escape. Ling Xiao knew very well that the enemy wouldn't let them escape. Therefore, the only way was to weaken the enemy's combat power and then retreat when the enemy was weak. Ling Xiao, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and leave. If you leave, our blood won't be spilled in vain. Long Xiang roared as he fought. That's right, boss. Hurry up and leave. This old woman is too powerful. Even if you join the battle, it won't help. Little Gold was even more anxious. Only those who had fought with Lan Mimi would know how terrifying this woman was. The Demon Master was indeed the Demon Master. His combat power was indeed formidable. Chang Qingqing, Phantom, Cold Plum, and Long Chen had already made up their minds. Even if they sacrificed a few of them to protect Ling Xiao, it would definitely be a victory. Because Ling Xiao's talent was stronger than any of them. As long as Ling Xiao was alive, he could avenge them. But if Ling Xiao also stayed here, the final result would definitely be a complete wipeout. That would be too tragic. Ling Xiao didn't leave. He knew it better than anyone else in his heart. If he wanted these people to sacrifice themselves in exchange for his life, then his path of martial arts would be a complete failure. He would rather die than do that. Whoosh, suddenly, Ling Xiao moved. He didn't use any beast soul transformation. He only used his physical body to kill the enemy. His target was one of the enemies fighting with Long Chen, an expert from the Heavenly Sword Hall. Kill. He threw a punch at the man. When that person saw Ling Xiao rushing over, he couldn't help but sneer. I'm the Heavenly Sword Hall's Chu Sword King. Kid, you're here to give me credit. He reported his name just to show how powerful he was. The Sword King was a warrior on the same level as the Devil Dragon Sword Court's Devil King. His pride wasn't without reason. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation had just broken through and his strength had increased a lot, in his opinion, it was still impossible for him to be his opponent. I'm going to kill you. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a sneer. Since he dared to beat up his good brother Long Chen like that, he definitely wouldn't let this guy off easily. Chu Jianwang seemed to look down on Ling Xiao. He treated Long Chen as an opponent and Ling Xiao as a piece of trash that could be killed at any time. Therefore, he didn't even draw his sword. He only used about 70% of his strength to receive Ling Xiao's punch. It was close. Idiot, use your full strength. Lan Mei seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and shouted loudly. Looking down on Ling Xiao's combat strength was tantamount to suicide. However, her words were still shouted too late. Ling Xiao's punch landed heavily on his opponent's hands. Crack, the sound of bones breaking rang out. The bones in Chu Jianwang's arms were completely shattered. Then, Ling Xiao's fist exploded Chu Jianwang's head with unstoppable force. She's right. You're an idiot. After killing Chu Jianwang, Ling Xiao was in a good mood. This attack was just to test the combat power of the Black Tortoise Divine Physique. The result was much better than he expected. After killing Chu Jianwang, Long Chen was freed. It was easy for him to deal with another expert alone. Ling Xiao was thinking about the next step of the battle. Long Xiang, Lan Mimi, and the others were so shocked that they forgot to fight. Especially Lan Mimi. She warned Chu Jianwang because she was afraid that he would be injured by Ling Xiao. But she didn't expect that Chu Jianwang would be killed by Ling Xiao with one punch. Brat, what happened to you? Lan Mimi felt a trace of fear in her heart. The current Ling Xiao was already so powerful. If she couldn't kill him, how terrifying would Ling Xiao be in the future? Could she still stop him? Was she still a match for him? Brother Long Xiang, don't just stand there. You and Little Gold work together to stop that old woman Lan Mimi. I'll deal with your 3 opponents. Ling Xiao had thought about it. His fighting style was more diverse, which would help him eliminate the enemies quickly. It would reduce the number of enemies. Long Xiang's defense wasn't lower than his. Although they weren't a match for Lan Mimi with Little Gold, they would definitely be able to hold her back. As they spoke, Ling Xiao had already charged forward. Along the way, he quickly transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat. Powerful energy was continuously released from his body. Ling Xiao believed that with the power of the ultimate heavenly rat, he would have the upper hand against an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 18 levels of hell. 2 of Long Xiang's 3 opponents were at the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 18 levels of hell, and the last one was at the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 18 levels of hell. If Ling Xiao was surrounded, it wouldn't bode well for him. But would he be surrounded? Of course not. Before everyone could recover from their shock, the flying Ling Xiao suddenly turned into a beam of golden light and disappeared. Vertical golden light, the everlasting heavenly rats. Golden light technique was so fast that even Ling Xiao himself found it inconceivable. Be careful. Someone exclaimed, clearly feeling how terrifying Ling Xiao was. The 3 experts who were dealing with Long Xiang instantly felt their hair stand on end. They reacted defensively almost at the same time. However, the weakest one among them had already reacted. However, even with Ling Xiao's terrifying speed and power, his body was still sliced in half by the black wings. When he died, he was dumbfounded. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. But what was the use of that? Lu Jianwang. Seeing that their companion had been killed, and that it was the Sword King of the Heavenly Sword Hall, the experts of the Heavenly Sword Hall all cried out in shock and anger. Long Xiang and the others were excited. Ling Xiao had just finished cultivating, and he had actually killed 2 Sword Kings by himself, even though they were just weaker Sword Kings. However, this kind of strength was already very shocking. Boss is indeed powerful. Like I said, with the same amount of resources, his cultivation improvement is much better than mine. When Longchen saw Ling Xiao's power, he was not jealous at all. Instead, he was excited. This little guy had pledged allegiance to Ling Xiao and had long regarded Ling Xiao as the boss of the dragon clan. The stronger his boss was, the more excited he was. Master. Cold Plum's pretty face flushed red. She had always believed that Ling Xiao would become stronger. In fact, Ling Xiao did not disappoint her. Everything they had done today was really worth it. This kid is indeed a genius. He's too awesome. Long Xiang scratched his head. He began to understand why the immortal bird by Feng valued Ling Xiao so much. This guy was really shocking. Alright, since that's the case, I'll risk my life to accompany you. After Long Xiang finished speaking, he charged towards Lan Mimi. Although his strength was not as good as Lan Mimi, it was absolutely no problem for him to join forces with Xiao Jin and delay Lan Mimi for a period of time. Chong Qingqing and Phantom naturally would not object to Ling Xiao's suggestion at this time. Ling Xiao used practical actions to demonstrate his terrifying combat strength. Today, he might even be able to eliminate Lan Mimi. Originally, everyone was already thinking of sacrificing themselves heroically to protect Ling Xiao and escape. But now, Ling Xiao had given them confidence. It was not impossible for him to completely wipe out the enemy. Stinking brat, you think too highly of yourself. On the path of cultivation, the higher you go, the greater the gap between each small realm. Don't think that just because you killed our two weakest sword kings with a sneak attack, you can be compared to us. The ones who joined forces to attack Long Xiang were the remaining two sword kings of the Sword God Hall. One was the Fire Sword King, the other was the Ice Sword King. The combination of ice and fire had caused Long Xiang to suffer quite a bit. Therefore, they did not believe that Ling Xiao could do anything to them. Now, it was time for them to take revenge. But when they looked at Ling Xiao, they discovered that this guy did not pay attention to them at all. Instead, he flew to Xiao Jin's side at an extremely fast speed and let Xiao Jin swallow a few medicinal pills. That medicinal pill was, of course, the 1,000-year fire snake pill. Not only could it rapidly heal Xiao Jin's injuries, but it could also increase Xiao Jin's combat strength again, reducing the gap between him and Lan Mimi. Brat, you dare to look down on us. Fire Sword King and Ice Sword King were greatly annoyed. It was not like they had never seen a genius warrior like Ling Xiao before. He was extremely arrogant in front of them, but in the end, he was easily defeated by them and could no longer be arrogant. A warrior who had just broken through to the early stage of the Yinyang Realm's 18th level of Hell had to face two warriors at the peak of the Yinyang Realm's 18th level of Hell at the same time. Defeat, this kind of thing had never happened in the Black Tortoise continent. No matter how heaven-defying a genius was, it was impossible to do this. Not to mention too, even if it was one, perhaps only the human kings of the past could do it. And facing two at the same time, even a human king could not do it. There was a huge gap between them. If the gap between each small realm of the 17th level of Hell in the Yinyang realm was one. Even if one faced a peak warrior at the early stage, it was only a difference of 3. It was still possible to win. However, the gap between each small realm of the Yinyang realm's 18th level of Hell was 10, facing a peak warrior at the early stage, the gap was 30, a tenfold increase in difficulty. This was an almost impossible task. That was why Fire Sword King and Ice Sword King were so confident. That was why they thought that Ling Xiao was just farting there. Brat, today we will let you know what it means to overestimate yourself. What it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well. Fire Sword King completely released his aura. A Fire Sword martial soul appeared behind him. Facing the arrogant Fire Sword Monarch. The proud Ice Sword Monarch. Ling Xiao smiled. Actually, today's danger had come to an end. From the moment he joined the battle, Lan Mimi was destined to lose. Lan Mimi was strong, but facing the pincer attack of Long Xiang and Xiao Jin, it was impossible for her to break free in a short time. What Ling Xiao needed to do was to kill the rest of the enemies. The Fire Sword Monarch was right about one thing. The difference between the early and peak of the first transition's 17th level of Hell was far less than the difference between the early and peak of the first transition's 18th level of Hell. However, Ling Xiao's improvement was not small either. The sun god's energy awakened from 1000th to 100th. Coupled with the black tortoise divine body, this was a very terrifying boost. Stepping on the ground, Ling Xiao felt incomparably powerful. His body seemed to be closely connected with the earth, and the endless power of the earth was constantly replenishing his internal energy. This made him more confident. There's no use in talking so much nonsense. Come, Ice Sword Monarch. Fire Sword Monarch. Ling Xiao took out the demonic dragon sword and pointed at the two of them. Although he was confident, he would not underestimate his opponent. His opponent was not weak. On the contrary, she was very strong. This battle was not going to be easy. If he really dared to underestimate his opponent, he might end up like Chu Jianwang. Kill. The Fire Sword Monarch was the first to lose his patience. He waved the fire sword in his hand and charged at Ling Xiao. His speed was extremely fast, like a fiery red lightning. In an instant, he was in front of Ling Xiao. The fire was monstrous, and the sword chi was incomparably sharp. It directly slashed at Ling Xiao's head. Die, brat. Ling Xiao closed his eyes, and the demonic dragon sword in his hand glowed with an earthy yellow light. In his mind, a gigantic black tortoise appeared. Ancient, eternal, and powerful, kill, he did not use any moves. He just casually stabbed out with his sword. The earthy yellow power of the earth enveloped the entire demonic dragon sword. It collided with the blazing fire sword. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the black tortoise divine physique did not only bring him a simple increase in defense. It also allowed him to further master the power of the earth. In the past, he had comprehended the power of the royal Heaven-Earth Queen. However, that was only the benefit that the Queen of Heaven-Earth's remnant consciousness left for him. It wasn't everything, and it might not even be 1/10,000th of it. Because of this, after arriving at the Black Tortoise continent, he still had to use all kinds of combat constitutions, including defensive martial arts, to strengthen his defense. But now, the Black Tortoise divine physique had allowed his power of earth to evolve. Rumble, on one side, flame soared into the sky, dyeing half the sky red, on the other side, yellow soil was flying in the air, and sand was rolling like a sandstorm. The terrifying collision even affected the rest of the battle. Neither of them retreated after this attack. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. The Black Tortoise divine body was indeed extremely powerful. Even when facing a First Revolution Yin-Yang realm martial artist who was at the peak of the 18th level of hell, it would not lose out. In fact, he even had the upper hand. Together with the heaven-defying unbounded heavenly rat, he already had full confidence that he could defeat the Fire Sword King. However, at this moment, the Ice Sword King's attack came from behind him. These two people were really not holding back. In order to take revenge, they really thought highly of him. Golden Phoenix incarnation, Ling Xiao did not turn around. A ball of fire flew out from his body and turned into a burning Ling Xiao. Its combat strength was almost the same as the current Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already cultivated this medium general level martial art to the greater mastery realm. The Golden Phoenix incarnation already possessed close to 100% of Ling Xiao's strength. Of course, the Golden Phoenix incarnation without the Sky Tyrant martial soul was still inferior to Ling Xiao in terms of combat strength. However, it was more than enough to block the Ice Sword King's attack. After this attack, the Fire Sword King and the Ice Sword King were incomparably shocked. The Ice Sword King was slightly better off. Facing Ling Xiao's Golden Phoenix incarnation, he was not injured. However, the Fire Sword King was not so well off. He directly faced Ling Xiao's original body. He was hit and penetrated by Ling Xiao's demonic dragon sword that was wrapped in the power of the earth. One of his arms seemed to have dried up and lost a lot of water. He looked a little miserable. His face was completely distorted. Not only was he in pain, but he was also angry and berserk. With just one attack, he was actually injured by Ling Xiao. This was something that he could not accept no matter what. The Black Tortoise divine body is really domineering. Ling Xiao was also shocked. This Black Tortoise divine body not only increased the power of all his attacks, but also had a special effect of absorbing the water in the enemy's body. This was simply too domineering. It was many times stronger than the demonic dragon blood curse. The Fire Sword King did not think of this and was hit in the end. This was still an injury through a weapon. If he was directly stabbed by Ling Zhao's demonic dragon sword, the Fire Sword King would probably be turned into dried meat at this time. Interesting. Black Tortoise Divine Body. Ling Xiao had a feeling that this Black Tortoise Divine Body would definitely be one of the keys for him to dominate the Black Tortoise continent. He must do his best to find the other 7 Black Tortoise Pearls and let the Black Tortoise Divine Body evolve to a perfect state. At that time, he believed that even the experts of the Eternal Life Palace would not be able to break through his terrifying physical defense. Damn it, what is going on? What did you do? Even if the Fire Sword King racked his brains, he would not be able to understand what kind of energy Ling Xiao used to make one of his arms almost completely dry. That was his right hand that held the sword. Once it was crippled, his entire strength would be greatly reduced. Of course, he could not understand. No one could understand. Because even in the Black Tortoise continent, no one had truly swallowed and refined the Black Tortoise Pearl. Ling Xiao was the first. Therefore, the changes that were happening in Ling Xiao's body were not only confusing to his enemies, but also to his companions. However, there was a difference. The enemy felt panic. His companions felt surprise. Fire Sword King, are you okay? The Ice Sword King asked anxiously. At this time, he was forced by the Golden Phoenix incarnation to the point that he could not get close to Ling Xiao, nor could he save the Fire Sword King. He could only anxiously shout. I won't die yet, but you have to quickly end the battle. It's just an incarnation, don't drag it out for too long, or else I will really die. The Fire Sword King knew that they had underestimated Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, who had swallowed and refined the Black Tortoise Pearl, was definitely not the same as before. It was as if he had been reborn. He had to be serious. Fortunately, although his right arm was almost dry, it could still be used. The Ice Sword King was also complaining in his heart. What was a mere Golden Phoenix incarnation? Although it was just an incarnation, its fighting strength was not much weaker than Ling Zhao's. Although he was not afraid, it was almost impossible to finish it in a short time. However, although he thought so, his hand still moved faster. Ling Xiao was not at a disadvantage against the Fire Sword Monarch and the Ice Sword Monarch. The rest of the people were also fighting. Long Chen finally killed a Sword Monarch who was at the late stage of the 18th level of Hell in a one-on-one battle. 3 of the 5 Sword Monarchs had died. Long Chen freed up his hands and went to help Long Xiang and Little Gold. The real troublesome one was Lan Mimi. Although Long Chen was not as powerful as Long Xiang and Little Gold, he could still help. Especially his golden dragon body, which was a real dragon's body. Its defense was not inferior to Ling Zhao's Black Tortoise Divine Body. Lan Mimi had already attacked Long Xiang and Little Gold until they were in a sorry state. However, with Long Chen's addition, the golden dragon body and the terrifying dragon extinction, the battle became a tug-of-war again. On Ling Zhao's side, the battle was still going on. The Fire Sword Monarch rose into the air. The fire sword in his hand was brewing an even more powerful sword essence. The fiery sword essence exploded in the void. The fire sword instantly expanded and became extremely huge, like a huge guillotine. The entire sky seemed to be covered by this huge sword. The sky above Ling Zhao's head was completely crimson red. A general-level martial technique? As expected, a sword monarch martial artist naturally had a general-level martial technique. Although it looked like a beginner general-level martial technique, its power was not to be underestimated. Fire Soul, Great Flame Saber. The Fire Sword Monarch roared, and a terrifying attack poured down. Do you think you're the only one with a general-level martial technique? I won't lose to you. Ling Xiao shook the demon dragon sword in his hand. The demon dragon sword was surrounded by flames and merged with the power of the earth. Then, he pointed at the sky and stabbed out with the sword. The first style of the exotic flame sword technique, Fire Rain Burst. There was a crazy sandstorm in the fire rain. The fire and sand merged into one and turned into scorching magma. Scalding quicksand. It crazily collided with the great flame saber. The sky seemed to be completely melted by these 2 balls of energy. Rumble, rumble sounded continuously. The collision between Sword Chi and Sword Chi was white-hot. The Fire Sword King was afraid of the special effect of Ling Zhao's attack, so he didn't dare to get close. That was why he used the ferocious great flame saber. However, Ling Xiao's strange flame sword art was not to be trifled with either. Coupled with the ferocious power of the earth, not only did the flames not show any signs of weakening, they became even more terrifying. Break! With a furious roar, Ling Xiao passed through the layers of obstacles and flew out of the scorching sandstorm. The demon dragon sword struck the fire sword, and a terrifying power gushed out from his body. Ling Xiao didn't want to continue playing. He had been paying close attention to the situation of his companions with his soul force. Chong Qingqing, Phantom, and Cold Plum were fine for now. But Lan Mimi was too strong. Even when Long Xiang, Long Chen, and Little Gold joined forces, they only managed to gain a slight advantage for a short period of time. Then, he was quickly suppressed. Until now, he was already surrounded by danger. He had to finish the battle as soon as possible so that he could help. Moreover, he had the strength to do so. Crack, the fire sword broke, and the demon dragon sword pierced through the fire sword monarch's body. A strange energy surged. The fire sword monarch turned into a dried corpse in an instant and fell to the ground. And Ling Xiao's potential increased by a lot. The fire sword monarch was dead, and he was killed by Ling Xiao's powerful strength. At this moment, those who looked down on him no longer had a reason to deny his strength. Previously, the Fire Sword Monarch and the Ice Sword Monarch thought that Ling Xiao had ambushed Xu Jianwang and Lu Jianwang. But now, Ling Xiao used facts to prove his strength once again. The Ice Sword Monarch was scared out of his wits when he saw this. He actually didn't care that the battle was still going on and turned to flee. Ling Xiao recalled his Golden Phoenix incarnation and didn't give chase. He killed the enemies to reduce their numbers and gain an advantage. Since the enemies had fled, there was no need to give chase. Hee, Lan Mimi, aren't you going to stop? Even if you're strong enough, do you believe that I won't kill all 4 demon kings of your demon dragon sword court? Ling Xiao's cold laughter suddenly sounded. He didn't have any hostages in his hands. But Lan Mimi was very clear that Ling Xiao definitely had the strength to do so. That fire sword monarch wasn't any weaker than the 4 demon kings under her, but he was killed just like that. Demon Lord, don't worry about us. Kill these guys with all your strength. One of the demon kings shouted. They didn't want to be a burden. Moreover, in their opinion, even if Ling Xiao wanted to kill them, it wouldn't be that easy. However, just as his voice sounded, a sword light pierced through his throat. When he died, his eyes were wide open, and he died with grievances. You're even more useless than the Fire Sword Monarch. I really don't know where your courage comes from. Ling Xiao mocked. Lan Mimi, I came this time purely for the Black Tortoise's power. This thing can be obtained by whoever has the ability. Your demon dragon sword court has guarded it for so many years, but no one has been able to obtain the Black Tortoise Pearl. This is simply a gift from the heavens, so don't be dissatisfied. I can guarantee you that as long as your demon dragon sword court doesn't make things difficult for me in the future, I won't make a move against your people. No matter what, I've been a disciple of the demon dragon sword court for a few days. Ling Xiao killed the weakest demon king, then looked coldly at Lan Mimi and said, let us go, or else you know the consequences. You can't kill me today. Lan Mimi was very unhappy. Very unhappy. She had a breath of air in her heart that she couldn't vent. But she was also very rational. She wanted the Black Tortoise's power to restore the prosperity of the demon dragon sword court. But if the remaining 3 demon kings were also killed, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Of course, more importantly, with so many helpers, even if she personally made a move, it would be very difficult to kill Ling Xiao. Get lost. She roared as if she was venting her anger. Thank you. Let's go. Ling Xiao carefully stared at Lan Mimi and gathered his people together. They all rode on the spirit bird and Xiao Jin. In the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared into the distance. Lan Mimi's gaze was gloomy to the extreme. It seems that I have no choice but to put down my pride and completely cooperate with the Sword God Hall. With the help of the Sword God Hall, the Demon Dragon Sword Court will definitely be able to rise again. The only troublesome thing is that those guys from the Sword God Hall will probably arrange for a lot of people to come in. Forget it, everything doesn't matter. I just want to kill Ling Xiao now. She had never hated a person as much as she did now. She swore that after everything in the Demon Dragon Sword Court returned to normal, she would personally hunt down Ling Xiao. Even if she had to chase him to the ends of the earth, she would definitely not let Ling Xiao live. That kid had really infuriated her. On the other side, Longchen looked at Ling Xiao excitedly and said, "Boss, you're simply too awesome. I've never seen a martial artist at the early stage of the Yin-Yang Realm's 18th level of hell who can kill a peak martial artist so easily." That was the Fire Sword King. That's right. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, we would have all died in the Devil Dragon Sword Court. That old demon Lan Mimi must be so angry right now. Long Xiang took the healing pill that Ling Xiao gave him and said excitedly, "To be honest, I've already decided to die. It seems like the heavens don't want me to die. But Ling Xiao, you must be careful. After this incident, Lan Mimi must hate you to the core. She might even cooperate with the Heavenly Sword Hall. At that time, you'll be in danger." Chong Qingqing reminded. She didn't say much, but what she said was the key point. "I've warned her. If she doesn't know what's good for her, I'll just destroy the Devil Dragon Sword Court." Ling Xiao said coldly. "Domineering. As expected of the person ranked third on the bounty list. In the past, you were only qualified for the bounty, but now I think you're qualified with your strength. Even Qingqing and Phantom aren't a match for you." Long Xiang laughed. "If it wasn't for you guys risking your lives to help me, I wouldn't be where I am today. I'll definitely repay your kindness in the future," Ling Xiao said in a clear voice. "Don't do that in the future, boss." After Sister Phantom was captured by the Rare Goods House, not only was she poisoned with the 7 days powder, but her storage ring was also stolen. There were a large number of spiritual stones in it, and a fine Emperor-level sword was also stolen. Longchen hurriedly said, "It just so happens that we'll pass by the Heaven End City on our way to the Heaven End Ancient Ruins. Why don't we just take revenge for Sister Phantom?" "Is that true?" Ling Xiao looked at Phantom and asked doubtfully. Phantom nodded helplessly. She didn't want to say it at first as she was afraid that Ling Xiao would impulsively find trouble with the Rare Goods House. The Rare Goods House is an auction house under the Heaven End Palace. We can't afford to offend them. If we hurt the Heaven End King, the Heavenly Sword Hall will definitely go crazy." Phantom hurriedly reminded. "I don't care about the Heaven End King or the Heavenly Sword Hall. Sister Phantom, you guys are willing to risk your lives to protect me. If I can't even avenge you guys, am I still human? Furthermore, my cultivation has increased greatly now, but it's still not stable enough. I just happen to need to exchange blows with experts. This Tianjua King is just nice to be my sparring partner." Ling Xiao looked ahead. They would arrive at the Heaven Extinction City very soon. "Well said, let's go together, we don't have to be afraid of the Tianju Palace," Long Xiang said. "No, I'll go alone this time. You guys go to the Heaven's End Ancient Ruins first and meet up with Big Brother Bai Feng and the others. If I'm alone, it'll be easier for me to retreat if I run into trouble," Ling Xiao said. "No." The rest of the people directly refused. "Listen to me. With my current strength, although I might not be a match for Tianju Wang, I'm good at escaping. He can't kill me. However, if there are too many people, I'll become a burden." Ling Xiao explained. "What's more, the situation in the Tianjua ancient ruins is unknown. The earlier you go, the earlier you can help Brother Bai Feng and the others. This is my business. I have to follow," Phantom said. "Forget it. You'll follow. There's no need to discuss with the rest. You guys should focus on the big picture. Don't mess up." Ling Xiao wanted Phantom to see him take revenge for her, so it was fine to bring her along. Anyway, he had the beast ring and could let her hide temporarily. "Don't forget, I still have Xiao Jin. His strength is not inferior to Big Brother Long Xiang. Alright, since you've already decided, we won't say anything more. Remember, run if you can't win. There's a small town outside the Heaven's End Ancient Ruins. Let's gather there." Long Xiang nodded and said. "Boss, take care." Long Chen knew his boss's temper too well. No one could change his mind once he had decided on something. "Master, I'll wait for you outside the Heaven's End Ancient Ruins." Moreover, I'll become stronger. Cold Plum also said seriously. As they spoke, they had already arrived outside the Heaven's End ancient ruins and split into two. Long Xiang, Chong Qingqing, Long Chen, and Cold Plum headed to the Heaven's End ancient ruins to help Bai Feng and the others. Ling Xiao and Phantom went directly to the rare goods building. There was an auction going on in the rare goods building. The one hosting the auction was the lady boss of the rare goods building, Mei Ruhu. Suddenly, the entire roof of the rare goods building was blasted apart. Two figures were floating in the sky. Everyone looked up in surprise and couldn't help but exclaim. It's him. It's that Ling Xiao. He killed young Master Yu Ling and crippled little fire god. He still dares to come to the Heaven's End ancient ruins? Seeing Ling Xiao and Phantom, Mei Ruhu knew that things weren't going well. She gently crushed a talisman with her right hand. That was a 1,000 miles voice transmission talisman imported from the Immortal Court. Although it could only be used once, it was very useful to contact her own people during critical moments. After doing that, her angry expression instantly turned into a charming smile. Young Master Ling, you're really interesting. Instead of going through the front door, you came down from the roof. This rare goods building is the property of the Heaven's End Palace. Aren't you afraid that the Heaven's End Palace will come after you for destroying it? Ling Xiao didn't bother to talk nonsense with her. He went straight to the point. Give me Phantom's storage ring and apologize to her. I can spare your life. You, the charming smile on Mei Ruhu's face instantly turned ferocious and terrifying. Kid, do you really think that I, Mei Ruhu, will be afraid of you? Coming to my place to behave atrociously, do you think I'm that useless young noble spectre? I'll give you 10 breaths to make your decision. Ling Xiao started counting coldly. 10. His voice carried an intense chill that enveloped Wannabe Fox's entire body. Wannabe Fox's body suddenly trembled, and his expression changed drastically. However, she still gritted her teeth and said, You don't have to continue counting. I won't give you anything. 9. Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't hear her and continued counting. Is there something wrong with that kid's head? The experts of the Mansion of Spectres and Fire Cloud Palace are all looking for him. Now he's offending the Heaven End King's residence. Isn't that just courting death? The people in the auction house couldn't understand Ling Xiao's actions. They all thought that Ling Xiao was a fool. Could that guy be after the Heavenly Tribulation Jade? No way. He's only in the early 17th level of the Hell of Yin Yang. He's still far from the life-seizing level. Why would he want the Heavenly Tribulation Jade? The Heavenly Tribulation Jade exists to fight against the Heavenly Tribulation. Every time a life-sizer tries to seize life from the heavens, he'll be punished by the heavens. That's the Heavenly Tribulation. Most martial artists who reach the life-seizing level from the peak of the 18th level of the Hell of Yin Yang will be killed by the Heavenly Tribulation. The Heavenly Tribulation Jade can help martial artists overcome the difficulties. He doesn't need it. I don't think he'll ever reach the life-seizing level. That's true. Besides, the Heavenly Tribulation Jade is incomparably precious. It wasn't easy for the House of Mystical Goods to get one from the Heaven End King. That Ling Xiao probably doesn't even know about it. The people below were discussing fervently, but Ling Xiao heard everything. He didn't know that the second cycle life-sizer was so terrifying that he needed the Heavenly Tribulation Jade to save his life. Ling Xiao was very interested in the use of the Heaven Calamity Jade. By then, Ling Xiao had already counted to 5. Then, he added, By the way, give me the Heaven Calamity Jade that you auctioned. You're pushing your luck. Mongrua Fox's entire body was trembling. It was a trembling of anger and displeasure. Ling Xiao really looked down on her too much, and this made her very unhappy. You have 2 breaths of time left. Make your own decision. Ling Xiao was still counting, but he had already started to use his Tai Chi to search for the Heaven Calamity Jade and Phantom's storage ring. He knew that Huan Ruhu would not give him the items so easily, so she was just giving him time to search. Found it. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. His body suddenly flashed and disappeared into the void, rushing into the auction house. When he reappeared, he had 2 more items in his hands. One was the Heaven Calamity Jade, and the other was Phantom's storage ring. The items in the storage ring had not been taken out because Phantom's storage ring had been set up with a restriction. Such a storage ring was really rare. Anyway, none of the storage rings that Ling Xiao had obtained before had this function. Take it. Ling Xiao gave the storage ring to Phantom, then took the Heaven Calamity Jade and put it in the Mountain River realm. That was the safest place. Then, he looked at Mongrua Fox and counted the last number, 1. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Then, die. Faced with Huan Ruhu, who was charming and had an excellent figure, Ling Xiao did not have any intention of showing any mercy. He directly threw a punch across the air. Of course, he did not use his full strength in this punch. He only used 10% of his strength. Now, if he wanted to kill Huan Ruhu, 10% of his strength would be more than enough. However, just as he was about to throw a punch, a figure appeared in front of Handsome Fox and blocked his attack. It easily blocked Ling Xiao's punch. This person was wearing silver armor and looked like a young general. She looked to be only 16 or 17 years old, similar to Ling Xiao's age. Darling Fox, are you all right? The young general blocked Ling Xiao's punch and asked Zhang Ruhe gently. Young city lord, is it really you? That's great. This Ling Xiao is simply too much. Not only did he snatch away what we got, but he also snatched away the Heaven Calamity Jade that Lord Tianju gave us to auction. When Mongrua Fox saw the young general, he was overjoyed. Although she had sent out a distress signal, she did not expect the other party to come so early. Young city lord, Ling Xiao frowned. That person is Tianju Wang's son, Tianju City's young city lord, Tianju Sanhua. Phantom said from the side. At this moment, her expression became incomparably ugly and frightened. Her body couldn't help but tremble as if she had seen something terrifying. Ling Xiao looked at Phantom and said with concern, Sister Phantom, why don't you hide in the beast ring for a while? No need. Some things have to be settled in the end. She shook her head, looked at Tianju Sanhua, and said sternly, Tianju Sanhua, you beast. Today, I, Phantom, will definitely kill you. Young city lord Tianju Sanhua raised his head and looked at Phantom. He suddenly sneered, oh, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Miss Phantom? TSK, now that I think about it, your skills in bed are really not bad. Although it's a little lacking compared to my darling Fox, it's still first rate. Why? Do you want to have sex with this young city lord again? I'll kill you. Phantom was completely enraged by Tianju Sanhua's words. She pulled out her long sword and was about to kill. However, she was stopped by Ling Xiao. Sister Phantom, I roughly know what happened. Don't worry, I'll let you deal with that guy. Even if you cut off his flesh piece by piece, it's all yours. Ling Xiao's voice was extremely sinister and terrifying. Although he did not know Phantom for a long time, he knew that Phantom should be a lively girl. Presumably, being defiled by a beast must be very painful. If she did not kill Tianju Sanhua, this matter would probably become Phantom's shadow for the rest of her life. He really came at the right time today. Phantom began to cry. She cried very sadly. Ling Xiao put her away into the beast ring. Through the beast ring, she could see everything that happened outside. You're Ling Xiao? Tianju Sanhua finally looked at Ling Xiao and said with a cold smile, your attacks are soft and without any strength. I really don't know what a trash like you came here for. Are you here specially to deliver women to me, or are you here to court death? I originally just wanted to come and take back what Sister Phantom lost. But now, I suddenly decided to castrate you, this beast, first, then hand you over to Sister Phantom to slowly skin you alive. Ling Xiao's voice exuded a terrifying sharpness. Hearing it, the people in the auction house all felt like their bodies were being slowly sliced apart by knives. It was unbearable to the extreme. Ha 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 ha, kid, did you take the wrong medicine? I advise you to obediently hand over the Heaven Calamity Jade and Phantom. That way, I might leave you with an intact corpse. Tianju Sanhua was extremely arrogant. He had achieved success at a young age. Under the nurturing of his father, Tianju King, his current cultivation had already reached the early stage of Yinyang Realm's 18 levels of hell. This cultivation was not inferior to Empress Lan Machen at all. Therefore, he was also known as a peerless genius on the same level as Empress Lan Meichen. Whether it was young Master Yu Ling or Little Fire God, they could not compare to him. Moreover, he had once challenged a martial artist who was at the late stage of Yin Realm's 18 levels of hell. Therefore, under the age of 20, he had always felt that he was invincible. No one could be his match. As for Ling Xiao, he did not take it to heart at all. Then there's no room for negotiation? Ling Xiao said coldly. Negotiate my ass. In the entire Tianju city, other than my father, no one dares to negotiate with me. Tianju Sanhua, among martial artists under the age of 20, I, Tianju Sanhua, am an invincible existence. Do you want to die without an intact corpse? Tianju Sanhua revealed a mocking and sinister smile. When the people heard this, they all sighed. Tianju Sanhua was indeed rude enough. This guy relied on his cultivation of Yin Realm's 18 levels of hell and was simply condescending. Coupled with the might of Tianju royal residents, there was really no one who dared to provoke him in Tianju city. Even outside Tianju city, there were probably not many who dared to provoke him. Although Ling Xiao was third on the bounty board, his fame was greater than his strength. Daring to oppose Tianju Sanhua, he would really die without an intact corpse. Tianju Sanhua, this lunatic, would definitely do as he said. It was absolutely impossible for him to show mercy. In this case, other than dying, I'm still dead? Ling Xiao revealed a mocking smile. In the past, many people had given me the same choice. They thought that they had me in the bag and felt that killing me was very easy. But in the end, the ones who died were all them. Ling Xiao looked at Tianju Sanhua coldly. Today, not only that woman will die, you will die too. Ling Xiao suspected that Huanrua Fox was the same as Demon Lord Lan Mimi, a womanizer. As a woman, Lan Mimi had defiled many wives of demon generals and demon kings. The tragic experiences of those women were even more terrifying than being defiled by men. The feeling that Huanrua Fox gave Ling Xiao was very similar to Lan Mimi. It was just that her strength was not as strong as Lan Mimi. Therefore, he would definitely not let this woman go. Kill us? Tianju Sanhua was stunned. He thought that he had heard wrongly. Not only did Ling Xiao not seem to be afraid of him, he was even threatening him. Even the onlookers were stunned when they heard this. They knew that Ling Xiao had killed young Master Yu Ling. But compared to young Master Yu Ling and Tianju Sanhua, they were not on the same level. Hee, my dear, you heard it, right? Huanrua Fox said with a smile. Of course she was happy because Ling Xiao had angered Tianju Sanhua. The final outcome would definitely be very tragic, and that was what she wanted to see. Of course I heard it, but I thought I heard wrongly. In Tianju City, he's the only one under the age of 20 who dares to threaten me. Tianju Sanhua revealed a cruel sneer and looked at Ling Xiao. You will die, and you will die miserably. I will let you know what the most painful way to die in this world is. His expression was ferocious and terrifying. Clearly, he had lost his patience with Ling Xiao and was no longer prepared to wait. Die. A cold shout came out from Tianju Sanhua's mouth. And his figure also disappeared the moment the voice sounded. The onlookers could not find any trace of him. They were incomparably shocked. They felt that this 16 or 17-year-old young city lord Tianju Sanhua was really too powerful. No wonder he was as famous as Lan Mimi of Demon Dragon Sword Court. They could not see it, but it did not mean that Ling Xiao could not see it. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi instantly locked onto Tianju Sanhua's position. This person should be good at palm techniques. This palm caused the palm wind to explode. It was like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. There was actually a terrifying feeling of being torn apart by a storm. It exuded a cold and sharp aura. His target was naturally Ling Xiao. And it was Ling Xiao's head. The moment the heaven extinction scattering flower made a move, it was going to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao is finished. I'm afraid that even the attack of the ultimate heaven scattering flower can't detect it, right? Who asked him to provoke the young city lord? Can't he just live well? Everyone secretly shook their heads. They all felt that Ling Xiao was a little too conceited and overconfident. How could he dodge an attack that he couldn't even see? Ling Xiao was dead meat. However, At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly raised his right hand and pointed. No one knew where he was going to point. However, in the next moment, a clanging sound was heard. People finally saw the heavens end scattering flowers. His hand actually already reached the top of Ling Xiao's head. And Ling Xiao's finger just happened to hit that hand of the heavens end scattering flower. That hand's palm was actually directly penetrated by this finger. The heavens end scattering flower felt pain and rapidly retreated, standing several dozen meters away from Ling Xiao. Looking at his bleeding right hand, he was incredibly shocked. That finger of Ling Xiao's was simply as sharp as a sharp sword. Furthermore, wherever he pointed, it would hit. It was simply extremely accurate. The instantaneous penetrating power was comparable to mortal-grade Emperor artifact. He had actually pierced through his palm. Compared to the pain on his palm, he was even more displeased in his heart. Being injured by Ling Xiao in one move in front of so many people was a very humiliating thing to him. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. If it were a few days ago, he might be afraid of the heavens end scattering flower. But today, since he came to take revenge, that meant that he had a sufficient understanding of his strength. He could even kill the Fire Sword King who was at the peak of Yinyang Realm's 18 levels of hell. Not to mention a mere heavens end scattering flower. Although the heavens end scattering flower was a genius, killing a late-stage martial artist with his early-stage cultivation of Yinyang Realm's 18 levels of hell. But even if he had late-stage strength, in the end, he was still not a match for Ling Xiao. Good boy, you really have some skills. It seems that I really underestimated you, but if you think that this is all my strength, then you're wrong. The heavens end scattering flower was really stunned by Ling Xiao. So he had to unleash all his strength. Behind him, a huge palm appeared. The entire palm was pitch black like ink, but it was incomparably huge. This kind of martial spirit was very unique. Ling Xiao had seen something similar in the Heavenly Dragon continent before, but that was a fist. No wonder the heavens end scattering flower was good at palm techniques. It seemed that it had a lot to do with this martial spirit. Fusion. Devil Buddha Hand Martial Spirit. The so-called fusion of the heavens end scattering flower was the fusion of this martial spirit and his hands. After the fusion, his hands instantly became pitch black like ink, giving people the feeling that his combat strength had soared by a lot. Whether it was attack or defense, it made people even more fearful. At the same time, the aura on his body rose rapidly. At this time, he was simply like a Devil Buddha, wanting to use the Devil Buddha hand to clean up the evil in the world. Devil Buddha Heaven's End Palm. The power of the elementary general level martial arts combined with the Devil Buddha Hand martial spirit was simply terrifying. When this move was used, the entire sky was filled with the shadow of the Devil Buddha Hand. It was as if there were countless palms all slapping towards Ling Xiao. The entire space was targeted at Ling Xiao's attack. What was real and what was false, it was completely impossible to distinguish. This palm wind covered the sky and completely blocked all angles of Ling Xiao's escape. People couldn't help but sigh. It seems that it was just a coincidence just now. Ling Xiao is really going to die this time. There's no way to avoid such a move. Many people thought of themselves as Ling Xiao and put themselves in his shoes. In the end, they realized that no matter what, they couldn't avoid the fate of death. Ling Xiao would definitely be smashed into meat paste by the terrifying Devil Buddha Hand. This was really a very miserable way to die in the world. In the Beast Ring, seeing this scene, Phantom was extremely nervous and even wanted to rush out to help Ling Xiao. However, she was stopped by Ling Xiao. As for that fox-like appearance, he laughed crazily. See, this is the price for daring to cause trouble in our rare goods house. She was very proud. Although it was not her who wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but Tianju Dark Flower. But as long as Ling Xiao could die, she would be very happy. However, at this time, Ling Xiao showed a disdainful smile. His body instantly entered the Frost Dragon Beast Soul transformation state. Around him, the air instantly became extremely cold, and a lot of frost appeared on the originally hot street. Frost Dragon Breath! He roared. He opened his mouth and spat. A large area of dragon breath was released. It rushed towards the countless Devil Buddha hands in the sky. As long as the Devil Buddha hands were touched by the Frost Dragon Breath, they would completely disappear under the terrifying freezing force. Ah! A mournful scream came from the endless ice dragon breath. The heavens and Xianxia fled to an even higher sky in fright, but his hands had already been frozen into ice cubes. His expression was ferocious and terrified. It was as pale as a white paper. The life aura of his frozen hands was rapidly fading away. The frost dragon's ice breath was not only cold, but also had the terrifying effect of sucking the opponent's vitality. This was the most terrifying part of the undead creatures. At this time, Ling Xiao stood in the void. A pair of wings made of bones and frost grew out of his back. The cold and evil aura was constantly released. It made all the onlookers feel the terrible feeling of the end of the world. What a joke! How did Ling Xiao become so strong? Tianju Sanhua was invincible under the age of 20, hee, what a joke. What a cool transformation. So powerful. The Frost Dragon Beast Soul transformation was not only awe-inspiring, but also very powerful. Both the face and the strength were there. At this time, Phantom finally understood why Ling Xiao stopped her. Dealing with a mere Tianju Sanhua, there was really no need for her to come out to help. Ling Xiao alone could easily deal with it. Looking at Mei Ruhu again, she was so scared that she retreated again and again. Even Tianju Sanhua was not a match for Ling Xiao, let alone her. Ling Xiao. I want you to die. Both arms were almost completely crippled, and Tianju Sanhua burst out a roar of incomparable hatred. It's useless for you to shout. I said, not only you will die today, but the woman behind you will also die. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Tianju Sanhua. In fact, if it was a smart person, he should have already seen that Tianju Sanhua was definitely not a match for Ling Xiao. But the onlooker sees the game clearly, and the person involved is confused. Tianju Sanhua absolutely did not want to admit that he would lose to a peer. Moreover, it was a small character who came out of an unknown small country. I won't die. Tianju Sanhua almost roared out, I was born in the Tianju Palace, and I have an advantage that you absolutely can't compare to. So what if I give you these arms? I have the Blood Soul Talisman, do you have it? The Blood Soul Talisman was a spirit talisman that could continuously increase in power along with the user's strength. It was a spirit talisman that could fuse with a martial artist's soul. Let's see how you're going to block it. Finished speaking, the heaven extinction scattering flower actually directly crippled his own two arms. After that, a black light flew out from his soul realm. It grew with the wind and turned into a Blood Soul Talisman. The Blood Soul Talisman was 10 square meters. It gave off a disturbing aura. This is my Blood Soul Sword Talisman. My father spent countless offerings to get it from the experts of the Immortal Court continent. Fusing with his own sword chi and sword intent, fusing with my soul. The power released is enough to directly kill a martial artist at the peak of the 18th level of hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. Tianju Sanhua laughed crazily. The Blood Soul Sword Talisman began to release streaks of sharp sword chi in the air. The sword will soar into the sky, filled with a terrifying destructive power. What a powerful force. Is this the legendary Blood Soul symbol? He did not expect that the heavenly extinction scattering flowers was actually forced to such an extent by Ling Xiao. He even had to use his last trump card. No wonder the heavenly extinction scattering flower dared to say that he was invincible under the age of 20. It seems that it was because of this Blood Soul Sword Talisman. In everyone's opinion, Ling Xiao was indeed very strong, extremely powerful. It was rumored that his talent was even stronger than Empress Lan Meichen. Seeing it today, it was indeed so. But facing the Blood Soul Talisman, facing this kind of Blood Soul Talisman that only the people of the Immortal Court continent had. How could Ling Xiao be a match for him? Geniuses should keep a low profile. Otherwise, if they were too ostentatious, they would easily die. Blood Soul Talisman? I haven't used it for a long time. I really miss it. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. His Blood Soul Talisman had always been in his soul realm. And it was 2 Blood Soul Talismans. 1 Blood Soul 18 Hell Talisman. 1 Blood Soul Dragon Talisman. He didn't use it in the past because he was afraid that he wasn't strong enough and would be targeted by his enemies. But now, he had met and recognized Long Chen and Cold Plum. Even if he didn't use it, others could find him. So there was no need for him to be afraid. When it was time to use it, he would naturally use it. At present, the Blood Soul Dragon Talisman already had the dragon souls of the Immemorial Hell Dragon, Immemorial Natural Dragon, and Immemorial Five Elements Dragon. However, it was still incomplete and its power couldn't reach its peak. Furthermore, this primordial dragon soul was too hateful and enviable. So Ling Xiao didn't plan to use it. The Blood Soul 18 Hell Talisman was different. Now Ling Xiao had already cultivated to the first turn of the Yin-Yang realm, level 18 Hell. This Blood Soul 18 Hell Talisman was a terrifying Blood Soul Talisman that had gone through the first turn. Its power was truly powerful. No one below the peak of the first turn of the 18 Hell could defeat it. What do you mean? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, everyone was a little surprised. They thought that Ling Xiao had exhausted his abilities and couldn't resist the Heavenly Extinction Scattering Flowers Blood Soul Talisman. But hearing Ling Xiao's words, could it be that he also had a Blood Soul Talisman? Their doubts were quickly answered. Ling Xiao transformed into his Frost Dragon Beast Soul and a Blood Soul Talisman flew out of his soul realm. This Blood Soul Talisman grew with the wind. It was actually much bigger than the Heavenly Extinction Scattering Flowers Blood Soul Sword Talisman. This Blood Soul Talisman released a total of 18 Hell and the terrifying aura of the Yellow Spring Sea. Death, evil, fear. It's really a Blood Soul Talisman. What kind of Blood Soul Talisman is this? Why does it feel so powerful? It's much stronger than the Heavenly Extinction Scattering Flowers Blood Soul Sword Talisman. Everyone looked at the huge Blood Soul Talisman above Ling Xiao's head in surprise. 18 Hell's gates lit up in the Blood Soul Talisman. Then, they opened almost simultaneously. The moment they opened, the aura of hell was completely released. At that moment, many people felt as if they were already dead. So powerful. So abnormal. How can there be such a monster? People couldn't understand how Ling Xiao, who was just a martial artist from a small country, could get a Blood Soul Talisman. And this Blood Soul Talisman seemed to be even more powerful than the Heavenly Extinction Scattering Flowers Blood Soul Sword Talisman. This battle was probably going to surprise everyone again. Invincible under the age of 20? To think that you have the face to say it, how big is the mystic world? You're just born in a small place and don't know how many heroes there are. How many geniuses are there, you actually dare to say that you're invincible? Not only shameless, but also ignorant, and laughable. Ling Xiao looked at the Heavenly Extinction Scattering Flower and said sarcastically, maybe it's because your father is the Heavenly Extinction King, so you're really spoiled. Your Blood Soul Talisman came from the charity of the Immortal Court Continent, it came from the fusion of your father's sword energy and sword intent, and my Blood Soul Talisman was snatched by me personally and strengthened until today. I really don't know what qualifications you, a second-generation martial artist lying on someone else's merit book, have to mock me as a martial artist from a small country. That's right. I'm indeed a martial artist from a small country, but as long as I can defeat you, that's enough. What a domineering young man, what a proud young man, perhaps this was the key to him being able to grow all the way until today. Ling Zhao's words were like thunder in Tianju Sanhua's ears. At that moment, Tianju Sanhua even doubted himself. Was he really the strongest? Was he really an invincible existence under the age of 20? He relied on his family's advantage and obtained the Blood Soul Talisman. He thought that he could firmly suppress Ling Xiao. However, in the end, he was still suppressed by the other party. As the 18 Hell Talismans bloomed, Ling Xiao's aura became stronger and stronger. It covered the sky and the sun, destroying the world. It was as if he wanted to destroy the entire Tianju city. Kill. Ling Xiao raised his hand and waved it down. The huge 18 Hell Talismans rushed towards Tianju Sanhua. The terrifying aura of hell filled the air and became denser. It was as if it wanted to bring everything into the space of death. Tianju Sanhua's face instantly turned pale. He found that his Blood Soul Sword Talisman was like a baby encountering a brave warrior in front of the 18 Hell Talismans. It was constantly retreating. Shrinking, it was even gradually devoured. It was unstoppable, even the sword intent and sword chi from his father, Tianju King, could not resist the terrifying 18 Hell Talismans. He was facing a disaster. Spare me, I don't want anything. I can give you more heaven calamity jades. Seeing that the blood soul sword talisman was completely suppressed by the 18 hell talismans, Tianju Sanhua finally felt that death was approaching. He was extremely terrified. If Ling Xiao did not stop, then he would definitely be killed by the terrifying blood soul talisman. He had to beg for mercy and tempt Ling Xiao with great benefits. That arrogant Tianju Sanhua actually begged for mercy? People could not believe their ears. The powerful and arrogant Tianju Sanhua. He was the absolute overlord of Tianju City. Almost no one dared to provoke him. He arrogantly gave Ling Xiao two choices. One was death, and the other was to die without an intact corpse. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao was doomed and that it was impossible for him to escape the clutches of Tianju Sanhua. They all thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. However, this ending was so unexpected. The Heaven's End scattered flowers, known as the Invincible under the age of 20, was actually unable to beat Ling Xiao. It was completely suppressed by Ling Xiao's strange and powerful blood soul rune. At this time, the Heaven's End scattering flowers actually abandoned his dignity in order to save his life. He wanted to beg for mercy and give Ling Xiao some benefits in exchange for his life. Haha, what's the point of saying all this now? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Just now, you wanted to kill me. You wanted me to die without an intact corpse. Now that you can't beat me, you want to beg for mercy and use the Heaven Calamity Jade in exchange for your life. How could there be such a cheap thing in this world? If you want to kill someone, you have to be prepared to be killed, trash. If he let go of the Heaven's Extinction Flower today because of this, then in the future, those who had a little bit of capital could casually come up and slap him a few times, and kick him a few times. Begging for mercy when he couldn't win and then giving him something to settle the matter, then what would he become? A masochist who could be bullied. His killing intent towards the Heaven's End scattering flowers had never changed from the beginning. Phantom's encounter had completely stimulated his killing intent. The Heaven's End scattering flowers must die. No, you can't kill me. I'm the son of the Heaven's End King, the young city lord of the Heaven's End City. If you kill me, my father, including the Heavenly Sword Hall, won't let you off. Seeing that his blood soul sword rune had been completely swallowed by the 18 hell runes. The death aura of the 18 hell runes was wrapping around his entire body. The Heaven's End scattering flowers was completely anxious. He was already speaking without thinking, shouting and shouting, only begging Ling Xiao to spare his life. He believed that the signboard of the Heavenly Sword Hall and his father, the Heaven's End King, was still useful. The reason why he dared to be so unbridled and bold, other than his own strength. Of course, more importantly, he had a powerful father. This father was his most powerful backer. His father was very protective. No matter what he did wrong, his father would clean up the mess for him. And the way to clean up the mess was to get rid of the other party. It was because of this that basically no one in the Heaven's End City dared to attack the Heaven's End scattering flowers. Even if the person was stronger than the Heaven's End King, they wouldn't dare. This was because the Heavenly Sword Hall was backing the Heaven's End King. And the Heavenly Sword Hall's protection of the Heaven's End King was also famous. Regardless of right or wrong, he had to get rid of the other party first to defend the dignity of the Heaven's End King residence. Unless Ling Xiao was crazy, he wouldn't dare to kill the Heaven's End scattering flowers. That would cause a series of chain reactions. The Heavenly Sword Hall would probably list him as a target that had to be eliminated. One had to know that even the powerful Spectre Mountain Villa and Fire Cloud Palace were once domineering and insufferably arrogant when they were so close to the Heaven's End City. However, they didn't dare to offend the Heaven's End King residents. They even celebrated the Heaven's End King's birthday every year. The two sect masters would personally come to the Heaven's End City to offer their blessings. However, if he was afraid of threats, he wouldn't be Ling Xiao. When you trampled on Phantom back then, you should have known that such a day would come for you. Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. I'll let you suffer the pain of the 18 levels of hell using 18 different torture instruments. I'll let you understand what atrocities you have committed. As Ling Xiao spoke, he continued controlling the 18 hell talismans to envelop the Heaven's End scattering flowers. How dare you! Screams of terror rang out. Then, the Heaven's End scattering flowers felt his body being sucked into the 18 hell talismans. From the first level of hell to the 18th level of hell, there were all kinds of punishments. He stared in horror at the strange scene in the inferno. His heart was already horrified to the extreme. Despair, regret, sorrow. He was really spoiled in the past. He never imagined that such a day would come for him. Ah! A shrill scream sounded from the 18 hell talismans. The heaven's end scattering flowers had already begun the torture in hell. It was over. Everyone knew very well that unless Ling Xiao was killed, the heaven's end scattering flowers would be completely done for if he was trapped in the blood soul talisman. Not only would he not see the light of day, but he would also be tortured in hell until he died. Seeing this, Meng Rua Fox collapsed to the ground. However, Ling Xiao did not forgive her because of her fear. This vicious woman was originally an accomplice of the heaven's end scattering flowers. Half of the evil deeds that the heaven's end scattering flowers had done were due to this woman. If she did not die, the heavens would not tolerate it. No. Meng Rua Fox also disappeared. Ling Xiao put away the 18 hell talismans and sent them back into his spirit ocean. The scene suddenly became cold and cheerless. There was dead silence, surprise, too much surprise. Many people were still in a state of shock, unable to wake up even now. Phantom, who was in the beast ring, looked at this scene in shock. The heaven's end scattering flowers, that arrogant guy, was finished so easily. She was wild with joy and astonishment. Looking at Ling Xiao's proud and determined back, Phantom's beautiful eyes revealed a strange expression. Phantom felt that she was already a defiled person. How could she be worthy of such a proud and powerful man who abhorred evil? Suddenly, she was taken aback as though she thought of something. She shouted at Ling Xiao, run! You killed Tianjue Sanhua. The people from Tianjue royal residence will definitely not let you off. Actually, just as Phantom was feeling extremely anxious, there were also people in the crowd who reminded Ling Xiao to run away quickly. Tianjue royal residence was definitely not to be trifled with. Not only was it the owner of Tianjue City, but it was also the strongest faction, stronger than Spectre Manor and Fire Cloud Palace. Tianjue royal residence had more than 10,000 people. Tianjue King wasn't the only expert. Apart from Tianjue King, who was a life-sizer expert, there were also 3 personal guard commanders, who were experts at the peak of the 18 levels of hell. There were also more than a dozen experts at the early to late stages of the 18 levels of hell. Although Ling Xiao was very strong and had extremely terrifying talent, he was alone. However, with just him alone, even with the help of Phantom, it was impossible for him to be a match for Jin Ji's Tianju Palace. Ling Xiao also knew the severity of the situation. However, before he could leave, Tianjue royal residence's army had arrived. However, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of numbers. What he was more fearful of was that there were indeed experts at the 18 levels of hell among the people from Tianjue royal residence. There was 1 at the peak, 3 at the late stages, and 7 at the middle and early stages. Tianjue King didn't seem to be here. Only 1 of the 3 personal guard commanders came. Could it be that the matter at the Tianjue ruins had attracted all the experts from Tianjue royal residence? Ling Xiao originally planned to escape, but when he sensed the strength of his opponent, he suddenly didn't want to leave. In fact, as long as Tianjue King wasn't around, he wasn't afraid of these people. He would destroy as many as came. The crowd of onlookers quickly made way and ran further away, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. With Tianjue Sanhua's fate unknown, the people from Tianjue royal residence would definitely be enraged. They might even hurt people. No one was willing to be implicated by a lunatic. The leader of the army was one of the 3 great commanders of the Tianju Palace, Commander Tianju. Not only was Commander Tianju one of the 3 great commanders, he was also Tianju's uncle. Knowing about the matter of the heaven extinction scattering flower, how could he not be furious? Ling Xiao, come out and face your death. Outside the rare goods building, Commander Tianju roared angrily. His voice was like a flash flood, forceful and terrifying. The unique goods tower, which was on the verge of collapsing due to Ling Xiao's bombardment, completely collapsed due to the terrifying sound. So powerful, as expected of a martial artist at the peak of the 18 levels of hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm, this strength was absolutely much stronger than the heaven extinction scattering flower young city lord. Ling Xiao is out of luck. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. Ling Xiao was really too unlucky for not being able to escape in time. The battle that followed was not something that a young man like Ling Xiao could handle. What a noisy dog. Ling Xiao was actually not in the auction house at all. He simply sat on the ruins, picked up a bottle of good wine that he had rescued from the auction house and tasted it. He completely ignored the people below. Ling Xiao, let me fight with you. I am fine now. Phantom said. All right. Ling Xiao released Phantom. No matter what, Phantom was a martial artist at the 18 levels of hell in the first revolution of the Yin Yang realm. She could still be of help. Kill them. The man must die and the woman must be alive. Commander Tianju gave the order with a cold and cruel expression. No one knew why he wanted Phantom alive. But this whole family was probably the same. They wouldn't do anything bad. Yes. They shouted in unison. In the formation, a group of martial artists all charged forward. These people were around the 17th level of the Yin Yang realm in the first revolution of the Yin Yang realm. There were about 100 of them, trying to make up for their weakness and strength with their advantage in numbers. Let me do it. Phantom's figure flashed and disappeared instantly. When she appeared again, she had already turned into hundreds of afterimages. She flashed among the hundreds of martial artists. Then she returned to normal. At that moment, the killing intent rose to the extreme. Hundreds of martial artists fell to the ground at the same time and rolled down from the ruins. Screams rose and fell one after another. Everyone's throat had been stabbed by a sword. This Phantom was an expert in assassin-type combat. But like Ling Xiao, she liked to stab people's throats. 100 people rushed up and all of them died. This made Commander Tianju's face even gloomier. How dare you attack the people of Tianju Mansion? It seems that you are really tired of living. Commander Tianju was furious. Idiot, I have killed Tianju Sanhua. What is killing a few pawns? Besides, Sister Phantom and I are both on the bounty list. Even if today's incident didn't happen, do you think Heavenly Sword Hall will let us go? Ling Xiao looked at Commander Tianju in disdain and sneered. Archers, get ready. Shoot them. Don't leave anyone alive. Originally, Commander Tianju wanted to keep Phantom alive so that he could have a taste of this woman. But now it seemed that there was no need for that, and there was no possibility of that. Therefore, he was prepared to kill Ling Xiao and Phantom at the same time. It's okay. Watch me. You drink a few cups first. Ling Xiao was still sitting there and said to Phantom casually, this wine is not bad. It can also improve one's skills. Unfortunately, it can't be completely saved. That big fool is simply wasting God's gift. He wasn't talking nonsense. This wine seemed to be a special medicinal wine. It was similar to the food that he encountered in the White Tiger continent. Ling Xiao only drank a few mouthfuls and felt that the energy in his cultivation sea had increased by 10%. The effect of the medicine was very strong. Seeing that Ling Xiao was not paying any attention to them, Commander Tianju was even more furious. Seeing that the archers were ready, he raised his right hand and then put it down fiercely. Shoot! As he shouted Ling Xiao, nearly 10,000 arrows pierced through the air and covered the sky like locusts. They didn't give Ling Xiao and Phantom any chance to escape. Ling Xiao raised his head and smiled. A Blood Soul Talisman flew out from the top of his head. It was actually the Blood Soul Sword Talisman that was swallowed by the 18 Hell Talisman. Although this Blood Soul Sword Talisman was relatively weak, it had the terrifying power to kill a martial artist at the peak of the 18 Hell Level 1 Yin Yang state. When Ling Xiao used it, the power was even more terrifying. Sword essence skyrocketed, sword chi across autumn, thousands of sword chi shot down from the sky. The dense swarm collided with the locust-like arrows and easily shattered the arrows. Then the sword chi fell into the crowd and began a one-sided massacre. Ah, shrill screams sounded again. And this time, the sound was louder than before and the range was also larger. Nearly 1,000 people were injured by the terrifying sword chi and fell into a pool of blood. The Blood Soul Sword Talisman exploded with countless sword chi. The person who was responsible for killing Ling Xiao was either dead or injured. It was a complete defeat. Ling Xiao sat back down and drank with Phantom. He did not intend to leave so soon. Since he guessed that the top experts were not around, there would be no danger for the time being. He could make use of this opportunity to increase his strength. When it was time to leave, he would leave. But not now. Looks like it won't be as easy to kill Ling Xiao as we had imagined. Ling Xiao's strength is much stronger than we had expected. The crowd was whispering among themselves. More than 10,000 people from Tianjue Mansion came, but thousands of them died in an instant. It seemed like if Commander Tianjue did not take action, there would be more casualties. Ling Xiao purposely sat there and drank. He was obviously mocking the people from Tianjue Mansion for being useless. Courting death. Commander, let me kill that brat. He's too arrogant. A deputy commander from Tianjue Mansion could not hold it in any longer. He was a rank 1 in Yang realm, level 18 of hell, but he had to endure such humiliation. How could he take it? You can't do it alone. Both of you, go together. Commander Tianjue was already wary of Ling Xiao. He did not want his men to die. Since he had already lost face, it did not matter anymore. Sending 2 late-stage martial artists of the 18 levels of hell to deal with Ling Xiao should be enough to secure victory, right? Both of them were not weaker than Tianju's flower. Their combat experience was more than 10 years more than Tianju's flower. Commander, you think too highly of that brat. If word gets out that the 2 of us are going to deal with him, Tianjue Mansion's reputation will be tarnished. The deputy commander who spoke first said unhappily. Listen to my orders. Otherwise, I will do it myself. Commander Tianjue said coldly. All right. Left with no choice, the 2 deputy commanders decided to join forces. At this moment, Ling Xiao stood up slowly. However, he did not ask Phantom for help. These 2 opponents were materials that he could use to increase his strength. Phantom could not get involved. Kill. The 2 of them roared and released their martial spirits. Long swords appeared in their hands as they attacked Ling Xiao from both sides. Ling Xiao did not transform either. He just stood there. He allowed the 2 of them to approach. When he felt that it was about time, he pointed 2 fingers at the 2 vice commanders. The black tortoise divine body automatically activated. The power of the earth gathered at his fingertip, forming a thin line that looked like a sharp sword chi. Ding, ding, 2 crisp sounds were heard. This caused everyone to be shocked once again. Ling Xiao had actually blocked the attacks of 2 deputy commanders with just his fingers. Wasn't that a little too valiant? Oh, I'm coming. The energy that penetrated Ling Xiao's body from his fingertips instantly stimulated his potential to resist and fuse with it. Ling Xiao's cultivation C's energy had increased by a bit, but it was only about 1/10. It seemed that the opponent was still too weak. Otherwise, if the 2 of them attacked together, their energy should have increased by at least 10%. You 2 trash, you're not even as good as Tianju's scattering flower. Die. Since there was no help, Ling Xiao would not hold back. The terrifying withering force penetrated the opponent's long sword and instantly reached their bodies. The 2 vice commanders turned into dried corpses in an instant and fell to the ground. Then, they shattered and turned into a pile of gravel. The scene was a little scary. What? The crowd of onlookers were all scared silly. The 2 vice commanders of Tianjue Mansion were killed by Ling Xiao in one move. Moreover, they died in such a strange way. Compared to a few days ago, Ling Xiao could not be mentioned in the same breath. Let me warn you guys. The current me has reached the early stage of level 18 of hell in Yin Yang realm, not the early stage of level 17 of hell like a few days ago. You guys better think carefully before you attack. Ling Xiao looked at the people of Tianjue Mansion arrogantly and overbearingly. So his cultivation has broken through. But how did he improve so quickly? This speed is simply heaven-defying. The crowd discussed animatedly, and their view of Ling Xiao improved again. Just the early stage of level 18 of hell in Yin Yang realm. What's there to be proud of? Go to hell. This time, Commander Tianjue finally took action personally. Because he could not watch the morale of Tianjue Mansion's martial artists fall to the bottom. He had to fight for it. As he spoke, he rose into the air. This guy's martial soul was actually the same as Tianju's scattering flower. It was a giant palm, and it was as black as ink. As the martial soul bloomed, his aura instantly soared to the extreme. He did not hold back because he wanted Ling Xiao to die. Speed, strength, Commander Tianju was definitely far beyond Tianju's scattering flower, so this attack was also extremely powerful. However, Ling Xiao still only revealed an indifferent smile. Seeing Commander Tianju attacking, he instantly entered the undying bird-beast soul transformation state. But he still did not take out his sword. He only blasted out with both palms. The palm wind contained strange fire and violent sand. Under the fusion, it was very strange. Boom, Ling Xiao's palms collided with Commander Tianju's palms. The ruins under his feet collapsed once again, and even a part of it directly turned into dust. Ling Xiao took a step back. Although Commander Tianju did not retreat, his face was very ugly. The heavenly flame had already charred his hands. The intense pain made him feel as if his heart and lungs were being torn apart. But he was not a weakling after all. He activated his internal force and directly shook off the strange fire. Floating in the air, he looked at Ling Xiao coldly. The surprise that Ling Xiao gave him was simply too great. He personally took action, but he could not kill the other party. It seemed that he had to work harder. Demon Buddha's hand, fuse. Commander Tianju also chose martial soul fusion, and then fought with Ling Xiao again. The two fought from the ruins to the sky, and from the sky to the ruins. The onlookers were all dumbfounded and shocked. They also found it hard to believe that Ling Xiao was actually able to fight evenly with Commander Tianju. This was too hard to accept. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. Ling Xiao's cultivation C energy had soared to 50% this time. This Commander Tianju in front of him was still very powerful. But that was the end of it. Xiao Jin sent him to death. Ling Xiao wanted to kill Commander Tianju, unless he entered the infinite heavenly rat beast soul transformation or continued for a long time. But he didn't want to waste that time. Anyway, he had Xiao Jin with him. Let Xiao Jin deal with it. It was just a mouthful of golden light. Retreat. Suddenly, Commander Tianju keenly felt danger. From Ling Xiao's beast ring, a terrifying golden light was released. This golden light definitely had the terrifying power to completely melt him. He retreated quickly. But it was still useless. He could only watch his body be completely wrapped in a ball of golden light. He couldn't escape and felt that his body was melting. He was one of the 3 commanders of the Tianju mansion, a martial artist at the peak of the 18th level of hell. He was extremely powerful, he was also extremely confident, however, at this moment, he could only watch as his body was being melted bit by bit. His life force was being drained away. The fear of watching himself die without being able to do anything about it made his body twitch and tremble. He was here to take revenge on Ling Xiao. He was here to take revenge for Tianju's scattered flowers. However, he never dreamed that more than half of the people he brought with him would die in the hands of his opponent. What kind of monster was this Ling Xiao? What kind of existence was he? The onlookers fell into a state of shock. They watched helplessly as Commander Tianju fell from the sky and struggled in the flames. After a few seconds, he was completely burned to ashes. Tianju died just like that. Wasn't he quite domineering just now? Wasn't he quite confident? He could have fought Ling Xiao to a standstill just now. How did he die so quickly? Could it be that Ling Xiao was just playing with him? Ling Xiao's cultivation is definitely not at the early stage of the 18th level of hell. I suspect that he has reached the first life-seizing stage. Otherwise, how could he kill Tianju so easily? I think so too. Could he have been pretending to be weak all along? From the moment he arrived in Tianju City, Tianju Mansion was destined to be destroyed? This was the thought of the onlookers. At the same time, this was also the thought of the martial artists of Tianju Mansion. At this moment, they were extremely frightened. They looked at Ling Xiao with fear in their eyes. Run! How could they win against a life-sizer? Therefore, soon, some of the martial artists had the idea of running away. A group of people fled frantically. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. Ling Xiao had no intention of chasing them. He had already killed the mastermind who came for revenge, so he was too lazy to kill more. Of course, if they dared to cause trouble for him again, Ling Xiao would definitely not show any mercy at that time. Ling Xiao, should we leave now? Phantom asked. Don't worry, the best part is yet to come. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile as he continued to drink. Just a Heaven's End grade commander was enough to increase his cultivation C's energy by 50%. What would happen if even stronger people arrived? After a short while, the people from the Tianju mansion who were still in the Tianju city all came out. Some of the people who had escaped earlier had disappeared. They were probably running for their lives. But there was still a part that came back. Among them were the vice commanders. Looks like they're really prepared to die. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. These vice commanders had returned, and he had to kill them. The crowd retreated once again, opening up a path for the people from Tianju Palace. This time, the person who came to make trouble for Ling Xiao was a woman. This woman was dignified and beautiful. Her appearance gave off the feeling of a well-bred young lady. Isn't that Princess Tianjue? She was the princess of the Sword Dynasty and had married the Tianju king. She's also very powerful. Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to not give face to her. After all, who would dare to touch the princess of the Sword Dynasty? Among the crowd, there were people who recognized the woman, and they all cried out in alarm. Princess? Princess? Ling Xiao smiled. He was afraid that today was not going to be kind. He had killed someone else's son, and she had come to avenge him. How could he be kind? Rumor had it that Princess Tianjue's strength was second only to the Tianju king in the Tianju mansion. Although she hadn't reached the life-seizing realm, her fighting strength was definitely more terrifying than the three commanders. You're Ling Xiao? You killed my son, Tianju Flower? Princess Tianjue stood under the ruins, looking at Ling Xiao and scolding him. That's right. That little bastard deserved to die. He raped a good woman and wanted to kill me. Isn't it fair that I killed him? Ling Xiao said indifferently. My son, even if he humiliates your woman in front of you, you can't kill him, you don't even have the right to hit him. Princess Tianjue said coldly. Hee, how shameless. What a shameless woman. It seems that your Tianju family is all the same. Tianju, I think Tianju wants your family to die. Ling Xiao didn't intend to kill the woman. After all, it was natural for a mother to care about her son. However, he didn't expect Princess Tianjue to say such shameless words. This woman would be a disaster for his mother if he kept her alive. He guessed that most of the women Tianju Flower played with were related to this woman. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Princess Tianjue said coldly. Whether I have the ability or not, you'll know after you try. Phantom, Xiao Jin, kill. Those who just left and returned, don't leave a single one alive. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, and his figure instantly disappeared. As for Xiao Jin and Phantom, they turned into two beams of light, one golden and one black. They plunged into the crowd and began a massacre. Ling Xiao faced Princess Tianjue. In less than a minute, Ling Xiao and Princess Tianjue exchanged dozens of moves, and it could be said that he was at a disadvantage. But at the same time, the energy in his sea of cultivation had soared to 90%. Princess Tianju was really powerful. She was definitely a genius-level warrior. She was much stronger than Commander Tianju at the same cultivation level. Stop. Ling Xiao instantly returned to the ruins. Xiao Jin and Phantom also flew back there. On the ground, it was a mess. Those who had returned from Tianjue Palace were all killed, and their corpses fell to the ground. Do you think you can stop and fight just because you want to? Seeing so many people on her side being killed, Princess Tianjue was furious. She flew up and attacked Ling Xiao, trying to kill Ling Xiao. However, at that moment, the storage ring on Ling Xiao's finger suddenly released a terrifying heat. Princess Tianjue was shocked and hurriedly retreated back to her original position. She was extremely shocked. What was that just now? It actually made her feel the threat of death. She couldn't help but be afraid. She ordered all her subordinates not to move, and just surrounded Ling Xiao and Phantom. She seemed to be waiting for something. Not long after, Suddenly, a group of black-clothed people flew in the sky. The aura of these people was a bit like young Master Yu Ling. It made people feel cold and sinister, as well as terrifying. There were also nearly 1,000 people. It turns out that Princess Tianjue was waiting for the people of Mansion of Spirits. They actually want to join forces to deal with Ling Xiao. Everyone suddenly realized. Yes, young Master Yu Ling was killed. How could the people of Mansion of Spirits just stand by and watch? They must come today. If they didn't kill Ling Xiao, how could they give up? Princess Tianjue, why don't you make a move? The leader of the Mansion of Spirits, seeing Princess Tianjue standing there and only surrounding but not attacking, couldn't help but ask in confusion. Ghost Mermaid. Are you here? Where's your master? Princess Tianjue was a little disappointed when she saw him. Hearing this, Ghost Mermaid was a little unhappy. He glanced at Princess Tianjue and said, Why, as one of the 3 Grand Elders of Mansion of Spirits, I'm not worthy of your attention? Although Ghost Mermaid was a little afraid of Princess Tianjue, it was not because of her strength, but because of the existence of King Tianjue. Otherwise, he would have already made his move after hearing what this woman had said. Although young Master Spectre was the son of the Master, he was also his grandson. He was the disciple that he cultivated. But he was killed by Ling Xiao. Of course, he had to come. As for his master, of course, he was going for the Ice Supreme Catalogue. There were many strong people gathered in Tianjue ancient ruins now. Elder Ghost Mermaid, you must be joking. It's not that I don't think you're qualified, but that Ling Xiao is really difficult to deal with. Princess Tianjue frowned and said. She didn't show any mercy when she fought with Ling Xiao. Although she had the upper hand, she still couldn't take him down. And at the last time, the terrible heat released from Ling Xiao's storage ring even made her feel the threat of death. That was really terrifying. She had to be careful. If that's the case, you don't have to worry. Just stand aside and watch. I'll kill him. Ghost Mermaid seemed to be quite disdainful of Princess Tianjue and said coldly. Princess Tianjue reminded him, you have to pay the price for underestimating the enemy. Humph, you don't have to remind me. I have my reasons. Ghost Mermaid said coldly. Princess Tianjue was unhappy, but considering that they had the same goal today, she didn't say anything. And she had thought about it. With her and Ghost Mermaid here, even if Ling Xiao was difficult to deal with, he shouldn't be so powerful. You too, if you want to kill him, how can you leave me out? Just when Princess Tianjue and Ghost Mermaid were about to join hands to deal with Ling Xiao, a voice suddenly came from afar. A man was wrapped in black clothes, his whole body seemed to be wrapped in bandages, only showing a pair of eyes. There was a ghost fire burning in his eyes. He landed, standing between Ghost Mermaid and Princess Tianjue. Who the hell are you? How dare you sit on the same level as the two of us? The Ghost Mermaid had a hot temper. He didn't dare to touch Princess Tianjue, but he wouldn't give any face to this man. He actually brandished the long sword in his hand and stabbed it towards the person who had come. The man turned around, looked at Ghost Mermaid, then suddenly reached out a hand. That hand was also wrapped in bandages, coiled in black mist. It exuded an extremely eerie and terrifying aura. Rumble, this time, the two of them were actually evenly matched. That surprised Ghost Mermaid greatly. Now, am I qualified? The person sneered. Who are you? Hiding the head and showing the tail is not a good man. Ghost Mermaid frowned and said. He didn't want to fight anymore. The other party was indeed very strong. He felt that the other party was even stronger than him. Hero? We besieged a junior, we weren't good men. The newcomer said sarcastically, but I can tell you, my name is Amami Unio, I was once the emperor of the White Tiger continent, my son, Amami Tyranny, was also a first-rate genius of the White Tiger continent. But the appearance of one person caused me to lose my homeland, making me neither human nor ghost. He thought I was dead, but I turned into a ghost and was reborn. Today, I'm here to take revenge. The person you're talking about isn't that kid Ling Xiao, right? Ghost Mermaid asked. Yes, it's him. I've been looking for his whereabouts, but this kid is very smart. He basically didn't use the moves he used in the White Tiger continent. But not long ago, he met the thief Long Chen and Cold Plum of the Heavenly Empire, which made me finally confirm it. He's that Ling Xiao who disappeared after becoming a demon. He didn't die, but entered the reincarnation and came to the Black Tortoise continent. Amami Anio looked at Ling Xiao gloomily. The ghost fire in his eyes had turned blood red, revealing an extremely strong hatred and resentment. Hee, Amami Anio? I really didn't know that was your name. Since you were lucky enough to survive, you should obediently spend the rest of your life. Why did you come here to seek death? Ling Xiao thought of this person. Wasn't it the king of the Amami tyranny's father? He thought that this guy was already dead, but he didn't expect that not only was he not dead, his strength seemed to have become stronger. Back then, this guy's strength was much stronger than his. Now that he entered the reincarnation cycle, he was caught up by him. It could be seen that things like talent were still very important. Seeking death? The one who's going to die today is you. Arrogant kid, do you think you're still the same as before, with that moon maiden protecting you? Amami Anio roared. Moon Maiden's name, is it something you're qualified to mention? Ling Xiao said coldly, looking at your current appearance, you're neither human nor ghost. I'm afraid that you've cultivated some weird martial arts. You're willing to go all out for revenge, but today, unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Why do you think I dared to reveal my true identity? Why do you think I've been hiding for so long? But now I'm not hiding anymore. It's because I'm no longer afraid of you former enemies. Ling Xiao, this guy, why does he still look so confident? He's facing 3 martial artists at the peak of Yin Yang Realm's 18 levels of hell. And these 3 are all stronger than the previous commander Tianju. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, looked at his calm expression, and found it hard to understand. At this time, how could Ling Xiao still be so calm? Was he really confident, or was he just bluffing? How about it, the two of you, give him to me, I've waited for this day for too long. Amami Anio said to Princess Tianju and Gui Xiao. As long as he can die, I don't care. Gui Xiao shook his head. He only wanted Ling Xiao to die, as for who killed him, he didn't care. Me too. Princess Tianju knew that she couldn't kill Ling Xiao, so she might as well do him a favor and give Ling Xiao's life to Amami Anio. Thank you. Amami Anio took a step forward, and suddenly released black shadows under his feet. These black shadows touched the dead martial artists of Tianju's mansion and made them stand up. As long as there were corpses, they all stood up again. Resurrection of the dead? No, they'd become zombies. People were surprised to find that Amami Anio could make the dead martial artists fight for him. This should be the power of his martial soul. You said that I've cultivated a weird martial art, you're wrong. Amami Anio looked at Ling Xiao and said, the reason why I'm like this is because after I reincarnated, I even changed my martial soul. My current martial soul is Undead Warlock. It can control the dead, just wait to be tortured to death by my undead warriors. Tian Haigui's ability was really frightening. No wonder he was so confident. He came here alone and didn't even bring his subordinates. Insignificant skill, not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao mocked. Your so-called undead warrior is just the soul power released by the undead warlock martial spirit to control the dead. Playing this kind of trick in front of me, it's really laughable. While speaking, he took a step forward and was about to fight Tian Haigui. However, he was stopped by Xiao Jin. Boss, leave this guy to me. My strength has broken through so much, and I haven't really fought yet. It's a good time to hone my combat skills. Well, you're not afraid of him. Ling Xiao smiled and raised the storage ring in his hand. Xiao Jin rose into the air. It grew in the wind and turned into a huge golden crow, radiating light in all directions. It's actually a demon beast at the peak of 1-star 18 levels of hell. Seeing Xiao Jin, everyone was shocked. They had been puzzled. Ling Xiao was obviously not strong. How could he kill Tianju commander and be evenly matched with Tianju princess? But now, they understood. All of this was due to Xiao Jin. It must be. I didn't expect you to raise such an evil beast. But he can stop me, but he can't stop the other two. You still have to die. Tian Haigui was very clear about Xiao Jin's strength. Because he could feel it. This Xiao Jin would not be weaker than him. Ling Xiao, although my strength is not as good as Tianju princess, I can help you stall him. Kill that ghost mermaid first, and then help me. Phantom stood out and said. Well, then I'll have to trouble you. Ling Xiao dealing with Tianju princess and ghost mermaid alone was a bit troublesome. But if it was just one-on-one, it would be much simpler. This woman is really courting death. She's only at the middle stage of the 18 levels of hell. How can she be a match for Tianju princess? I guess she can't last 10 moves. This was everyone's judgment. Including Ling Xiao, Phantom also knew that she couldn't last 10 moves. But it didn't matter. He would kill Ghost Mermaid within 3 moves, and then help Phantom. As long as Phantom could hold on for 10 moves, it would be enough. Are you not going to make a move? Ghost Mermaid Elder of Ghost Mountain Villa, I will kill you within 3 moves. Ling Xiao's frivolous and domineering voice resounded in the streets, causing everyone to be stunned. 3 moves, he was merely at the first turn of Yin and Yang stage, the early stage of the 18th floor of hell. How could he be so arrogant as to say that he could kill Ghost Mermaid and Ghost Mermaid within 3 moves? Was this a joke? However, from Ling Xiao's eyes, they could not see any hint of a joke. His eyes were sharp and cold, filled with determination and confidence. He had to finish this Ghost Mermaid within 3 moves. Otherwise, Phantom would certainly be in danger. Even though Phantom could withstand 10 moves, it was still too late. But that was under the condition of being seriously injured. Ling Xiao wanted Phantom to be uninjured or lightly injured. Therefore, he had to finish this Ghost Mermaid within 3 moves. It had to be done no matter what. Ling Xiao is too arrogant and conceited. That Phantom is also courting death. However, the battle between Tianhai Unio and the Golden Crow demonic beast is quite interesting. In the eyes of the onlookers, Ling Xiao and Phantom were both overestimating themselves. Only the battle between Xiaojin and Tianhai Unio was worth watching. Ghost Mermaid was very angry, he had a fiery temper to begin with, and now he was like a barrel of gunpowder that could explode at any time. Ling Xiao's words were absolutely an insult to him. A guy at the early stage of the 18th level of hell not only wanted to fight with him, but also wanted to finish the battle within 3 moves. It was simply arrogant to the extreme. This old man is not as arrogant as you, but within 10 moves, I will definitely kill you. Behind Ghost Mermaid, a ferocious shark appeared. That was his martial spirit. To be honest, he really wanted to say that he would kill Ling Xiao in 1 move, but the old man still left himself a way out. This move was too risky. If the opponent dodged or defended with some magic treasure, then he would lose face. But within 10 moves, he dared to guarantee that he would definitely kill Ling Xiao. The black shark released waves of water, and the surroundings of Ghost Mermaid's body seemed to have turned into a vast ocean. This martial spirit could actually change the surrounding environment, it was really very powerful. The giant shark's eyes were ferocious, staring at Ling Xiao. Its sharp eyes were like the edge of a blade. Let's begin. Tianhai Unio smiled coldly and waved his hand. Black gas lingered around, and all the undying warriors rushed towards Xiaojin. At the same time, Princess Tianjue also charged towards Phantom. She was very satisfied with this opponent. Not only was she very weak, but she was also the culprit that caused her son to be imprisoned by Ling Xiao. I don't need 10 moves, I will kill you in 3 moves. Princess Tianjue sneered, her whole body released an icy cold aura, and a long sword appeared in her hand. She was the princess of Tianjue King, but she was also the princess of Sword Dynasty, so her martial spirit was naturally the same as the royal family. Sword Tomb, that was her martial spirit. Behind her, a terrifying shadow of a tomb appeared. This tomb was full of all kinds of treasured swords. Princess Tianjue activated her internal force, and the surrounding air became sharp, turning into sword qi. She wanted to kill Phantom before Ghost Mermaid killed Ling Xiao. She wanted to make Ling Xiao suffer and make Ling Xiao helpless. Boom! Ghost Mermaid finally launched an attack. His violent sword stabbed out, like the roar of a whale shark in the deep sea. Wrapped in monstrous waves, it rushed towards Ling Xiao. It's Ling Xiao's bad luck to encounter such a martial spirit. Everyone shook their heads. In a battle in the water, most martial artists would be at a disadvantage, unable to exert their true strength. Ling Xiao should be no exception. But they were wrong. Ling Xiao's undying bird-beast soul transformation transformed into a frost dragon beast soul transformation. The water rushing towards him was instantly frozen, unable to move an inch. Only the sword chi hit Ling Xiao's fists. Ling Xiao was pushed back more than 10 steps. Good. One move. His so-called 3 moves to kill the opponent was not 3 moves by himself, but a total of 3 moves by both of them. Therefore, Ghost Mermaid's attack was also counted. Damn guy, are you looking down on me? Ghost Mermaid was furious. He chose to transform into a beast soul transformation. The black shark merged into his body. His body became weird and ferocious. The long sword in his hand also became as scary as a shark. Ghost Mermaid's sword, Shark Sky. With a roar, Ghost Mermaid attacked again. That weird long sword began to absorb the surrounding water elements continuously. Even the blood in Ling Xiao's body seemed to be sucked away by the long sword. What a powerful move, this is Ghost Mermaid's famous skill. After his sword turned into Ghost Mermaid's sword, it can continuously absorb any liquid, including water elements and the blood in the opponent's body. It makes the opponent's blood boil and unable to fight with all his strength. Ling Xiao is going to be in trouble. The audience felt that Ling Xiao was in trouble. But Ling Xiao's expression revealed a touch of strangeness. The blood in his wound flew out bit by bit and merged into the opponent's Ghost Mermaid's sword. Breakthrough, Ghost Merman's sword hit Ling Xiao's arms. Although Ling Xiao stepped back and blood appeared on his body. However, it was also because of this attack that Ling Xiao achieved a breakthrough. From the early stage of the 18th level of Hell, Yin Yang Realm, to the middle stage of the 18th level of Hell. It's time to end this. I said I'll kill you in 3 moves, so I'll kill you in 3 moves. Ling Xiao suddenly pulled out the demon dragon sword, pointing at Ghost Merman. Strange flame sword technique, black flame sword. The exploding sword energy wrapped in the strong strange flame rushed to Ghost Merman. Even Sky Sigue Xing and Ghost Mermaid didn't see it clearly. When Ghost Merman wanted to dodge, suddenly, he felt something in his body. The bloodthirsty germs hindered his movement. Even if it was only for a moment, it was enough to kill him. The exploding flame sword evaporated the ocean and pierced through Ghost Merman's throat. Ghost Merman didn't even make a sound. He fell to the ground and died. How can it be? People looked at this scene in shock. Although there were enough surprises today, they still couldn't understand why Ling Xiao could kill Ghost Merman in 3 moves. And the so-called 3 moves, 2 of them were Ghost Merman's own. So domineering. What a terrifying young man. The development of the matter was beyond people's expectation again. Ling Xiao wasn't killed by Ghost Merman. Instead, he fulfilled his prophecy of killing Ghost Merman in 3 moves. To be precise, he did it in 1 move. This fellow had created yet another terrifying miracle. With the early stage of the 18th level of Hell, Yin Yang Realm, he let Ghost Merman take 2 moves. In the last move, he turned defeat into victory and ended the life of a warrior at the peak of the 18th level of Hell. With this sword strike, the way people looked at Ling Xiao was different again. Worship, awe, fear, they had completely regarded Ling Xiao as the top existence in the 18th level of Hell. Those so-called geniuses couldn't compare with him. On the other side, the battle stopped abruptly. Phantom was panting and had many wounds on her body, but they weren't serious. She had already gritted her teeth and was ready to take 10 moves. But she didn't expect Ling Xiao to really kill Ghost Merman in 3 moves. It was so direct and efficient that it was admirable. This was a real genius. Compared to him, Empress Lan, Mei Chen, Tianjue, Sanhua, they weren't on the same level. Princess Tianjue felt fear. Incomparable fear. Ghost Merman was definitely more powerful than her, but he was killed by Ling Xiao. How could she be a match for Ling? As for Kisei Amami, his eyes were bursting with even more intense hatred. Monster, he's still a monster. Even in the Black Tortoise continent, he's still the same, I guarantee you'll die. Back in the White Tiger continent, he had neglected the existence of this youth. He thought Tianhai Tianza was Tianhai Tianza was Tianza, but he was wrong. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Ling Xiao's outstanding performance not only completely defeated his son, but also took away his dynasty, his empire. Today, he had to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, his son Heavenly Ocean Tyranny would be completely suppressed by Ling Xiao in the Black Tortoise continent. He couldn't accept it. You dare to look around when you're fighting with me? Little Gold's voice suddenly sounded, and a golden light shone on Tianhai Guixing's body. Tianhai Guixing's whole body burned and turned into a pool of pus. You can go. Princess Tianjue suddenly said. Go? Ling Xiao looked at Princess Tianjue and said, I seem to remember you just said you want to make me suffer. You want to make me despair, right? Spare people when possible. Don't go too far. Killing me won't do you any good. Princess Tianjue's expression changed. She didn't expect Ghost Merman and Tianhai Guixing to die. This was too surprising. Now you're afraid? When you had the upper hand, you didn't seem to want to spare my life, did you? Ling Xiao said coldly, Don't worry, I'll give you a quick death. He couldn't spare Princess Tianjue. This woman just thought that he would be killed by Ghost Merman, so she tried to kill Phantom to make him suffer and despair. What if he let such a vicious woman go? He smiled coldly and walked towards Princess Tianjue. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change. The pool of pus on the ground, which belonged to Tianhai Guixing, suddenly burst out. It shot towards Ling Xiao. Not dead? Ling Xiao didn't look back, but his powerful soul force had already detected the existence of the enemy. He raised his hand coldly, and a ball of fire rose above his palm. He was going to burn Tianhai Guixing to death. But the change happened again. When Tianhai Guixing was 3 meters away from him, he suddenly changed his direction and rushed towards Princess Tianjue. The distance was too close, and Princess Tianjue didn't expect such a change at all. She was hit directly by the pus. No. Princess Tianjue exclaimed, but it was useless. At this time, Princess Tianjue's body was gradually turning into pus. Then, a figure gradually appeared in this pile of pus. Without the black clothes, without the white bandages, Tianhai Guixing's true appearance was completely exposed in front of everyone. This guy was like a pile of mud. Although he had turned into a human form, there was still mud-like stuff dripping from his body. And the most terrifying thing was that after he swallowed Princess Tianjue, his strength actually increased a lot. Princess Tianjue had completely disappeared. What a terrifying martial spirit, it can actually be like this? Everyone fled into the distance, as if they were afraid of becoming the sacrifice of Tianhai Guixing. He, Ling Xiao, see, I am an immortal existence, although I become incomparably ugly, I possess the undying body that all martial artists yearn for even in their dreams. Tianhai Guixing laughed wildly, looking very proud. You're neither a human nor a ghost. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Immortal body? I don't believe that such a body exists at this stage of cultivation. Your martial spirit must have a flaw, it's just that I don't know about it yet. But with your strength, as long as you haven't broken through to the life-seizing realm, you can't kill me, Little Gold. If you can't beat this guy, I'll have to do it myself. Don't, boss, leave it to me. Little Gold didn't expect Tianhai Guixing to have such a trick, which made him lose face in front of his boss. In a rage, he rushed over again. Tianhai Guixing turned into pus and disappeared on the ground. Ha ha ha, goodbye, kid, we'll meet soon. He escaped. Tianhai Guixing came to kill Ling Xiao. But seeing that Nethershark was killed, and he couldn't beat Little Gold, he knew that revenge was hopeless, so he swallowed Princess Tianjue to improve his strength. It seemed that this guy had gone directly to the Tianjue ancient ruins. There were more experts there, and it was more suitable for him to devour. Ghost Shark was dead, Princess Tianjue was dead, the people of Spectre Villa and Tianjue Palace also scattered like birds and beasts. Kisei Tianhai also escaped. However, according to Ling Xiao's judgment, he was most likely going to the Heaven and Ancient Ruins. Ling Xiao obtained a storage ring from Ghost Shark, and it was a storage ring with restrictions. However, this restriction was no different from non-existence to him. However, this old man was too poor. Other than 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, there was only one Heaven Calamity Jade in the storage ring. Heaven Calamity Jade. First life-seizing only required 1. Second life-seizing required 2, which was twice as much as first life-seizing. So on and so forth. The further one progressed, the more they would need. Therefore, it was definitely not a problem to get more. Ling Xiao now had 2 Heaven Calamity Jades. At the very least, first life seizing shouldn't be a problem. It's time to go, Sister Phantom. There's nothing to be nostalgic about in this broken place. Looking at the dilapidated Heaven End City, Ling Xiao looked at Phantom and didn't reply. This place could be said to be Phantom's sad place. She thought that she would never be able to take revenge in this lifetime. After all, her enemy was Tianjue Palace. However, she didn't expect that she would be able to take revenge. This really made her feel like she was in a dream. The pain in her heart lessened a lot. Although the pain still needed to be slowly worn down, at least it was much better than before. The two jumped on Little Gold's back and flew towards the Heaven End Ancient Ruins. The Heaven End Ancient Ruins was the ancient Heaven End City. It wasn't far from here. With Little Gold's flying speed, they could reach it in 3 hours. When they approached the Heaven End Ancient Ruins, they found that there were more and more martial artists on the way. These people's cultivations were extremely powerful. Most of them were at the Yin-Yang realm's 17th level of hell in the First Revolution. There were also martial artists at the First Revolution of the Yin-Yang realm and the 18 levels of hell. However, they hadn't seen any life-seizing martial artists so far. Of course, Ling Xiao knew that Falling Moon and King Tianjue were life-seizers. And they had all come to the Heaven End Ancient Ruins for the Ice Venerable Catalog. Everyone wants to be a carp that leaps over the Dragon's Gate and becomes a dragon among men. The Ice Exalt Catalog naturally became the key to the fight. The treasures were truly very attractive. I estimate that this time, at least several 100,000 people will be gathered to enter the Heaven End Ancient Ruins. It's perfect to fish in troubled waters. Enchanting Shadow looked at those martial artists and could not help but sigh. I don't quite understand. Even if we get the Ice Supreme Catalog, it's useless if we can't gather the 9 Supremes, right? Ling Xiao had once tried to comprehend the sword art from the Demon Sovereign Catalog, but unfortunately, he failed. He believed that if he had failed, others would not be able to succeed. He still had this bit of confidence. Of course. Phantom smiled and said, the Heavenly Sword Hall has already announced that whoever obtains one of the catalogs will be bought at a high price. The lowest price will be 10 million spirit stones. With so many middle-grade spirit stones, it's worth it for a martial artist to risk his life for. No wonder. After all, money makes the world go round. Ling Xiao sighed. As they approached the Heaven End Ancient Ruins, everyone disembarked from their flying tools and hurried on with their feet. It was said that the Heaven End Ancient Ruins had once been roasted by a demon sword that fell from the sky and turned into a desert. Since then, this place had become a no-fly zone. Once a flying object entered this area, it would be burned to ashes. In the past, many people did not believe in this, so many people died here. The price of blood made people learn to be obedient. Although the Heaven End Ancient Ruins had become a world of ice and snow because of the Ice Supreme Catalog, no one dared to try flying. If they really died, it would be terrible. Walking on the road, because of the slow speed, one could hear many people's discussions. Hey, did you hear? Just now, a tragedy happened in Heaven End City. What tragedy? Elder Ghost Shark of the Mansion of Spirits, Princess Tianjue, Commander Tianjue, and a large number of Tianjue martial artists all died tragically in the hands of one person. Who is so strong? Could it be a life-sizer expert? I don't know if it's a life-sizer, but you've all heard of him. He's Ling Xiao, number 3 on the bounty list. No way. How could it be him? Everyone says his bounty is way higher than his strength. Heh. You don't know, do you? According to insider information, Ling Xiao worked with 9 Defiants to steal the power of the Xuanwu turtle from the Devil Dragon Sword Court. He also killed 5 Sword Kings from Sword God Hall. 3 of them were killed by Ling Xiao. He must have gotten the power of the Xuanwu turtle. That's why he's so strong. No way. Isn't Devil Beauty Lawn going to be pissed to death? Not just Devil Beauty Lawn. Sword God Hall is going crazy. They increased Ling Xiao's bounty and the number 1 on the bounty list by many times over. The person who was ranked first had actually annihilated a Sword Emperor from Heavenly Sword Hall in the past. You know, Yin-Yang First Revolution cultivators in the 18th level of Hell were called kings. First stratum life Caesars were called emperors. Second stratum life Caesars were called emperors. Third stratum life Caesars were called sages. That person killed a sword emperor and caused the heavenly sword hall to lose a lot of strength. As for Ling Xiao, it was because of his terrifying talent and the fact that he kept causing trouble for the heavenly sword hall that his bounty was increased. How much? The bounty on the number 1 on the bounty list has increased to 30 million mid-grade spirit stones, and Ling Xiao's bounty has increased to 20 million mid-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. The news had spread far too quickly. Furthermore, he wasn't the one who killed Princess Xianxia. Tianhai Oni was the one who killed her. How could he be blamed for that? What really caught his attention was the fact that the number 1 on the bounty list had killed a sword emperor. The 9 Supremes liked to give such titles to martial artists to show how powerful they were. However, a sword emperor was probably one of the top experts in the entire sword dynasty. Ha ha ha, little brother Ling Xiao, you're famous now. Your bounty has increased to 20 million mid-grade spirit stones. Even Sister Yanue can't compare to you. Phantom laughed. The higher the bounty, the better. That way, more experts will come looking for trouble. I'm more than happy to fight them. In order to improve his cultivation base, Ling Xiao liked to find strong opponents to fight. He didn't like to bully others. Therefore, it was best if others came looking for trouble. That way, he could deal with them confidently and not have a knot in his heart. Your personality is similar to that of the Dracomammus. He's the young patriarch of the Dracomammus. He was given such a name because he wanted to take on the responsibility of strengthening the Dracomammus. But he offended Sword God Hall. In order to prevent the Dracomammus from being attacked by Sword God Hall, he had to come out and wander. Phantom sighed. Where is the Dracomammus? Ling Xiao asked. They're also in the Sword Dynasty. They're a clan famous for fighting. All of them have Dracomammus martial spirits. The Dracomammoth martial soul is very suitable for fighting. The Dracomammoths must be very strong. Ling Xiao said. That's true, but the Dracomammoths are few in number, and can't compare to the Sword God Hall. Although Brother Dracomammoth escaped to avoid implicating his people, the Sword God Hall is still pressuring the Dracomammoths. Phantom sighed. It's probably because of the Dracomammoth's fighting prowess, right? Ling Xiao said. That's right. The Dracomammoth's fighting prowess is something the Sword God Hall has always wanted. With the Dracomammoth's fighting prowess, the Sword Dynasty will have a way to contend with the other 9 paragons. Phantom nodded. Just as Ling Xiao was about to say something, he suddenly realized that there was a very familiar aura in the small town outside the Tianjua ancient ruins that was looking in their direction. It's Brother Baifeng. Ling Xiao smiled, then turned and walked in that direction. It really is Brother Baifeng. You haven't entered the Heaven End ruins yet? At the corner, the Baifeng stood there with a hood on its head, hiding itself. After all, this was the Sword God Hall's territory. If they were discovered, a huge battle would be unavoidable. It would be bad for them to enter the Heaven End ruins to obtain the Ice Paragon catalog. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go. Baifeng called out to Ling Xiao and Phantom, then quickly left. He went to a courtyard in the town and closed the door. Everyone, Ling Xiao and Phantom are back. After closing the door, he shouted happily into the house. Falling Moon, Domineering Blade, and Chong Qingqing all ran out, but Dracomammoth, Long Chen, and Cold Plum were nowhere to be seen. Dracomammoth is breaking through. His fight with Devil Orchid benefited him greatly. I'm afraid he'll break through to the life-seizing level. Cold Plum and Long Chen are already in the Heaven End ruins. Those 2 guys are really going all out. They said they're going to catch up to you. We can't stop them. Even as he spoke, black clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, covering the entire town. Then, thick lightning bolts shot toward Dracomammoth's house. Is this the life-seizing tribulation? Ling Xiao had never seen it before. That's right, Xianxia said. If you try to seize life from the heavens, of course they won't allow it. They'll definitely punish you. Only by passing the heavenly tribulation can you truly step into the life-seizing level. The life-seizing level after the first revolution was the true life-seizing level, and was completely different from the previous levels. After reaching the life-seizing level, the nature of one's internal power would change. From Yin-Yang Yuan Qi to heavenly tribulation true essence. After being tempered by heavenly tribulation, true energy is incomparably powerful. That's why, in the truest sense of the word, even geniuses can't challenge life-seizers without true energy from heavenly tribulation. The Baifeng explained. I understand, Yang Qi said. The life-seizing level was just a minor level between the yin-yang level and the reincarnation level. But now, it should be considered a major realm, right? Ling Xiao said. Yes, you can say that. Baifeng nodded and said. Ah. Suddenly, the dragon elephant in the house let out a mournful shriek, causing people's hearts to tremble. Don't tell me that big brother Longxiang doesn't even have a heavenly calamity jade? Ling Xiao asked. Are you kidding me? Heavenly tribulation jades have been monopolized by the Sword God Hall for a long time. There aren't many of them to begin with. We did get 3, but Falling Moon used them all. Falling Moon is a second division life-sizer, and she used 3 heaven tribulation jades to do it. The Baifeng said helplessly. Dragon Mammoth's breakthrough was too sudden, so he'll have to rely on himself. But with the Dragon Mammoth martial soul and a strong fleshly body, he should be able to handle it. Even as the Baifeng spoke, more terrifying lightning bolts fell. Dragon Mammoth screamed again. No, Yang Qi said. Even if Big Brother Dragon Mammoth can handle it, he won't be able to help us in the fight for the Ice Paragon catalog. Let him use the heavenly tribulation jades. With that, Ling Xiao rushed toward Dragon Mammoth's house, and at the same time, transformed into his violet lightning bull beast soul. With this beast soul transformation, he would be much more resistant to lightning. Combined with his black tortoise god body, he should be able to handle this tribulation. He has heavenly tribulation jades? The Baifeng and Falling Moon didn't have time to stop Ling Xiao, so they could only ask Phantom. Yes, he got 2 from the Tianjue mansion and the Mansion of Spirits. Phantom nodded. This kid is really loyal. The heavenly tribulation jades are so precious, and he's actually willing to take them out. We didn't misjudge him. The Baifeng sighed. Of course we didn't misjudge him. In order to avenge me, he actually challenged the Tianjue mansion and the Mansion of Spirits. It really scared me. Phantom's heart was still pounding. So the rumors are true? Falling Moon asked. Although it had only been a few hours since Ling Xiao caused a ruckus in Tianjue City, the news had already spread throughout the Sword Dynasty. All kinds of communication treasures and talismans had become the most effective tools. Yes, except for Princess Tianjue's death, which wasn't caused by Ling Xiao, everything else is true. And the rumors don't seem to mention a guy called Tian Hyanison. That guy is even more terrifying than Ghost Shark and Princess Tianjue. He can directly devour martial artists and obtain their internal energy to improve his cultivation. Phantom replied. Where is he? Falling Moon asked. Ling Xiao said that he might have come to the Tianjue ancient ruins. He told everyone to be careful. That guy is neither human nor ghost, so it's easy to recognize him. Phantom said. I didn't expect that kid to experience something like this. It seems like he's really grown up. The Baifeng smiled. No, I have to work harder and try to break through to the life-seizing level as soon as possible. Otherwise, that kid will catch up to me. While they were talking, Ling Xiao had already arrived at Dracophant's cultivation room. The roof had already been blasted open by the lightning. As soon as Ling Xiao stepped into the area, terrifying lightning struck him. The lightning struck his body, causing him to tremble. He felt as if his body was being dismembered. It hurt. This heavenly tribulation lightning was really terrifying. But he could still withstand it. With the purple lightning, Bull Beast soul transformation and the black tortoise divine body, even if his cultivation wasn't up to par, he could still withstand this heavenly tribulation. The first time, he was caught off guard. The second time was much better. Big Brother Dracophant, take this heavenly tribulation jade. He tossed a piece of heavenly tribulation jade to Dracophant. Instead of leaving, he sat down cross-legged. Originally, the heavenly tribulation was meant to deal with Dracophant, so he took advantage of this opportunity to cultivate. When he was struck by the heavenly tribulation, he unleashed a lot of his potential, even more than when he was fighting an expert. In that moment, the power in his sea of cultivation increased by 30%. That was enough to show the power of this heavenly tribulation. The increase in his cultivation base was only one aspect. He also discovered that as the heavenly tribulation lightning struck him, a trace of heavenly tribulation true energy appeared in his body. Although it was very little, it was definitely there. This made him overjoyed. The usefulness of heavenly tribulation true energy was self-evident. Without heavenly tribulation true energy, it was impossible to challenge a life-sizer under the yin-yang first revolution. Outside the door, the Baifeng and the others, who had been waiting for a long time, realized that Ling Xiao hadn't come out. Falling Moon represented the group and went inside to check. When she came out, she had a strange expression on her face. That kid is actually bathing in the tribulation to cultivate. What the hell? The Baifeng directly threw the cup that it was drinking water from onto the ground. It was extremely shocked. I've never heard of such a thing. He's only in the early phase of the 18th level of hell. How could he withstand tribulation lightning? Big brother Baifeng, he's not in the early phase, but the middle phase. Enchanting Shadow corrected. Another breakthrough? But even so, he can't withstand it. Tribulation lightning is something that even peak martial artists in the 18th level of hell can't withstand. Many martial artists have died in the tribulation, and some are afraid to break through, even if they can, for fear of attracting tribulation. How did he do it? The Baifeng found it hard to understand. Forget it. Anyway, that guy has done a lot of miracles. It's not strange to have one or two more. Falling Moon smiled bitterly. This is unprecedented. I wonder how far he'll go. After a while, the dark clouds in the sky finally dissipated. The tribulation was gone. Dragon Elephant walked out of the room, looking very excited. I broke through. Ha 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 ha. Congratulations. This time, it's all thanks to Ling Zhao's Heaven Calamity Jade. I don't know where that kid got it from. If it weren't for the Heaven Calamity Jade, I'm afraid that even if I broke through, I would have to lie in bed for a month. Dragon Elephant smiled. In the first division of the first cycle life-seizing level, Yang Qi was equivalent to the Sword Emperor of the Sword Dynasty. If Long Xiang were to meet Mimi Lan again, even if Mimi Lan's cultivation was higher than his, he could rely on his own strength to fight Mimi Lan for a day and a night without being defeated. It wouldn't be like before, when the three of them joined forces to fight Devil Lan and almost died. Where's Ling Xiao? Enchanting Shadow asked anxiously. He's still cultivating. I think he broke through again. Huh? Why did I say again? Dragon Elephant scratched his head. It's not your fault. That kid broke through too quickly. Baifeng smiled bitterly. Just as they were talking, Ling Xiao also came out from inside. He had already changed into a clean set of clothes. First Revolution Yin-Yang Realm, peak of the 18th level of hell. This heavenly tribulation really came at the right time. Ling Xiao looked at the crowd and said, not only did my cultivation soar, but it also gave me a meridian of heavenly tribulation true yuan. There were 9 martial veins in a martial artist's body. This was the case no matter how high one's cultivation was. Martial veins were the core for the circulation and storage of inner strength. Ling Xiao had 9 martial veins. 8 of them were yin and yang yuan qi, but one of them had already become heavenly tribulation true essence. Damn, doesn't that mean he's stronger than me? The Baifeng was speechless. It's only been a few days. When I heard that you were pretending to be my disciple, I was very angry. I said that this kid must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts to pretend to be my disciple. But now, it seems like I don't have the qualifications to be your master. Hee, I didn't think that the heavenly tribulation would be so helpful to me. If only I had encountered it earlier. Ling Xiao chuckled. You really are a freak, kid. I bet after the Ice Paragon catalog is over, you'll break through to the life-seizing level. I wonder how strong you'll be then. The Baifeng sighed. Alright, old Bai, let's not talk about that. Dragon Mammoth broke through, and Ling Zhao's strength soared. That will be very helpful in our fight for the Ice Paragon catalog. Now, let's head to the Heaven End ruins. I'm still worried about Long Chen and Cold Plum. Falling Moon suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone became serious. Of course, they were also full of confidence. With 2 Life Seizers, and one who wasn't any weaker than the Life Sizer level, they were a very powerful team. Is that boundless world of frigid ice up ahead the Heaven End ruins? Why is it so big? Ling Xiao had never been here before, and had assumed that the Heaven End ruins were only as big as a city. No matter how big they were, there should be a limit. But now that he was here, he realized that he couldn't see the end of it. The Heaven End ruins are indeed very big. Hundreds of thousands of people are like ants if they rush in. Therefore, finding the Ice Paragon catalog is also a problem. I reckon that most people will wait for the moment the Ice Paragon catalog appears to fight for it. When the Ice Paragon catalog appears, there will definitely be a heavenly phenomenon. Falling Moon analyzed. We're all wanted criminals. Won't there be any trouble after we enter? Ling Xiao asked. I'm not afraid of that. Other than the people from the Sword God Hall and our enemies, no one else will bother to attack us. Even the people from the Sword God Hall will wholeheartedly go for the Ice Paragon catalog. As long as we don't attack the Ice Paragon catalog, they naturally won't attack us. The Baifeng said. I'm afraid there are quite a few people from the Sword God Hall, right? Of course. In order to obtain the Ice Paragon catalog, the Sword God Hall actually sent out 24 top-notch Sword Kings. 12 of them are top-notch Sword Kings, and all of them are at the peak of the 18th level of Hell. There are also 3 Sword Emperors, all of whom are at the first level of life seizing. There's one more person to pay attention to, and that's the Heavenly King. That guy is at the level of a Sword Emperor. He has an extremely high status in the Sword God Hall, and this time, he's probably the overall commander of the Sword God Hall's mission to obtain the Ice Paragon catalog. Falling Moon replied. Ling Xiao knew that the Sword God Hall had 5 Sword Emperors, also known as the 5 Emperors. The Heavenly King was one of the 5 Emperors. His cultivation was on the same level as Falling Moon. He was very powerful. This time, the Heavenly King had 3 Sword Emperors, 24 Sword Kings, and a large number of Sword God Hall martial artists. In terms of overall strength, they were definitely much stronger than them. At this moment, the Baifeng added, of course, our competitor is definitely not as simple as the Sword God Hall. I believe Devil Lon of the Devil Dragon Sword Court will also come. In order to revive the Devil Dragon Sword Court, he has already put down his former attitude and completely reached an agreement with the Sword God Hall. Therefore, Devil Lon is now even known as the 6th Emperor of the Sword God Hall. Also, the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace, which is as powerful as the Devil Dragon Sword Court, will definitely send people. Perhaps the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace Master will personally come. In addition, the Mansion of Spirits, Fire Cloud Palace, and other large and small forces will definitely come. However, most of them are vassals of the Sword God Hall, so they definitely won't dare to be enemies with the Sword God Hall. They might even become our enemies. So this time, the mission is very difficult. No matter what, we have to obtain the Ice Paragon catalog. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. In order to become stronger, Ling Xiao would definitely not show weakness in front of the enemy. After obtaining the Ice Paragon catalog, it's best that we don't return to the Mist Valley. That place is considered a paradise. Once we return, we will definitely bring trouble there. It's best to find another place. Hearing that Yan Yu wanted to consider a way out, Long Xiang said, but let's just go to the Dragon Elephant tribe. No, wouldn't that bring trouble to your Dragon Elephant tribe? Baifeng shook his head. No, because the Dragon Elephant tribe is already troublesome enough. Long Xiang sighed and said, you don't know, although I left the Dragon Elephant tribe, I have always maintained close contact with the tribe. Recently, many people in the Dragon Elephant tribe have been captured by the Heavenly Sword Hall. They say it's a rebellion, but in fact, there's no need to worry about the pretext. The tribe has already discussed and prepared to resist collectively. At most, we will perish together, but we definitely can't be cut by a soft knife. If that's the case, I think we can go to the Dragon Elephant tribe and help them. Ling Xiao said. He was very concerned about Long Xiang, who was willing to risk his life to protect him. That's right, we're all brothers, we can't watch our brother's tribe be destroyed like this. Bai Feng also nodded. The rest of them looked at Long Xiang with a smile. Brother Long Xiang, if there's such a thing, you should have said so earlier. You don't treat us as brothers. Ba Dao said with some displeasure. I just don't want to cause trouble for everyone. Long Xiang scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Back then, the 32 of us, 9 defiants, swore to live and die together. How can you be so distant? Don't you treat us as friends? Bai Feng glared at Long Xiang and said. Although I didn't swear to be your brother, I'm willing to contribute my strength. Ling Xiao said. Thank you very much, everyone. Long Xiang, a big man, actually had tears in his eyes at this time. Ling Xiao had not been in contact with these people for long, but several incidents had made him have a good impression of these people, and he was willing to hang out with them. He didn't have to worry about the sect's internal strife. He didn't know how the others in the 9 defiants were like, maybe he would see them in the future. After messing around for a while, everyone disguised themselves and set off. Of course, it was not as vivid as Ling Xiao's transformation, but walking in the crowd, they would not be recognized at once, so they could avoid a lot of trouble. On the way to the Heaven and Ancient Ruins, Falling Moon explained the situation of this Heaven and Ancient Ruins to Ling Xiao in detail. It was the most famous and terrifying ancient site in the Sword Dynasty. The Heaven's End Ancient Ruins were also known as the Heaven's End Death Grounds. In the past, there were deserts everywhere in the Heaven and Ancient Ruins. In the hot desert, the maximum temperature could reach 100 degrees Celsius. Ordinary people would be roasted into jerky if they went in. Without sufficient strength, one would not even be able to step into that place. Of course, this was only one of the dangers. In the Heaven and Ancient Ruins, there were still terrifying fiery winds, black sandstorms, sand pits, quicksand ghost caves and other natural disasters. There were also extremely powerful demonic beasts. Supposedly, in the core region of the Heaven End Ruins, where the ancient Heaven End city was located, there were demonlings in the life-seizing level. Not only were they powerful, but they could also assume human form. It was extremely terrifying. Of course, because of the Ice Supreme catalog, many places in the Heaven Supreme Ancient Ruins were covered in ice. However, this did not reduce the danger level of the Heaven Grade Ancient Ruins. Instead, it became even more terrifying. The daytime was still unbearably hot. The layers of ice had melted, and even the water was scorching hot. At night, the temperature dropped sharply, and the ice layer appeared again. It could be said that it was completely erotic. Normally, human martial artists would not easily step into this place because the Heaven Supreme Ancient Ruins had already become the territory of the demonic beasts. They would kill any human martial artist who dared to step into this place without mercy. Yan Yu continued, basically, if the Ice Supreme catalog appears in the Heaven Supreme Ancient City, then we can give up. Because that is equivalent to facing the demonic beasts of the Heaven Supreme Ancient Ruins head-on. I don't think we need to worry too much. The Heaven Supreme Ancient Ruins are so big, it might not appear in the Heaven Supreme Ancient City. Besides, this time, hundreds of forces in the entire Sword Dynasty and hundreds of thousands of people have come in. If we really want to fight with the demonic beasts of the Heaven Supreme Ancient City, we might be able to win. Ba Dao said. If we underestimate those demonic beasts too much, we will suffer. Bai Feng said in a deep voice, no matter what, be careful. While they were talking, Ling Xiao had a rough understanding of the entire Heaven Supreme Ancient Ruins. He originally thought that it was the ruins of an ancient city, but now it seemed that it was more than that. This was basically a demonic beast empire. But this was also good. Although his cultivation base had reached the peak of the 18th level of hell, the energy in his cultivation sea was still 0. He needed to constantly challenge stronger opponents to replenish the energy in his cultivation sea. Only then would he have a chance to reach the life-seizing stage. Big Brother Bai Feng, I've always had a question. Among the 9 Supremes, which one is the strongest? Also, what is the cultivation level of the strongest person among the 9 Supremes? Ling Xiao had heard all kinds of rumors before, but in the end, they were all shattered by reality. In the past, he had thought that the strongest of the 9 Supremes was only at the peak of the 18th level of hell. But when he reached a certain cultivation level, he was shocked to find that those who said that were actually frogs at the bottom of a well. Not to mention others, even in the Sword Dynasty, there were many martial artists at the peak of the 18th level of hell. There were even more life-seizers. I don't know who is the strongest of the 9 supremes, but the weakest is definitely the Sword Dynasty. Bai Feng said with a wry smile, the so-called 9 supremes are actually divided into different levels of strength. In our Sword Dynasty, the strongest is probably at the 4th level of the life-seizing stage, known as the Sword God. As for the other 9 supremes, there are martial artists at the Reincarnation God realm. The Reincarnation God realm is the realm of returning to one's true self. Once you reach that realm, your internal energy will evolve into divine vitality. Once you reach that realm, you can actually be called a god in the Black Tortoise continent. You're just a minor god who has just entered the realm. Only after reaching the Reincarnation God realm can you truly enter the realm of gods. It's too early to talk about it now, but you'll know in the future. As for who is the strongest of the 9 supremes, and what the peak is, no one can be sure, because there are people breaking through almost every day. Even the 9 supremes want to surpass the experts of the other 4 domains. So that's how it is. It seems that I've been looking at the world with a fixed perspective. There really is a problem. Ling Xiao actually felt very lucky in his heart. Back then, he had only chosen the Sword Dynasty as the key to entering the 9 supremes because he used the sword. But now, it seemed that it was a wise choice. If he had chosen any other power, it might not have been as easy as it was now. By the way, brother Ling Xiao, I think your movement technique is only at the advanced soldier level. It's too outdated. At the very least, you should get a general level movement technique. The Sword God Hall has the best movement technique in the Sword Dynasty, an advanced general level movement technique called the Evading Sword Steps. It's just that it's a bit difficult to get. In truth, Domineering Blade had only been joking about the Evading Sword Steps. However, it had become Ling Xiao's goal. If he wanted to learn, he naturally wanted to learn the best. He knew that the most powerful martial arts in the Sword Dynasty were high-level general-class martial arts. Because of that, it was obvious how important the 9 sovereigns' battle arts were. A king-level martial art was incomparably precious. Watch out for demonlings. As they went deeper and deeper into the ancient Heaven-End ruins, more and more demonlings appeared. Of course, with hundreds of thousands of martial artists, many of the demonlings had already been chased away or killed. However, there were still powerful existences hiding in the shadows, ready to hunt down martial artists at any time. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks and called out to everyone. Everyone was surprised that he had discovered the demonlings. After all, they hadn't felt anything. Over there. Ling Xiao casually pointed his finger, and a streak of sword chi pierced through the air. The layer of ice suddenly split open, and a huge strange insect crawled out. The insect looked like a longhorn beetle, but its body was sparkling and translucent, like ice crystals. There was no doubt that it had mutated because of the Ice Paragon catalog. Ling Xiao, you're good. We didn't even notice this thing hiding in the ice. It's almost perfectly blended in with the ice. If we were ambushed, we'd definitely be injured. The Baifeng looked at Ling Xiao, and was even more shocked. It's just that my soul power is slightly stronger than the average person's. Ling Xiao said modestly. Modesty? Excessive modesty is arrogance. Who can kill this ice crystal longhorn beetle? The Baifeng shook its head. The ice crystal longhorn beetle was in the middle of the 18 hells. It wasn't too strong, but it was definitely not weak. Most terrifying of all was its ability to hide an ambush. Even a life-sizer would be caught off guard by it, and would be caught off guard. I'll do it. I haven't fought in a long time and I'm itching. Domineering Blade grinned. The originally empty long sleeve suddenly condensed a terrifying yin and yang yuan qi, which then transformed into a peerless blade. Slash. Over 10 meters away, Ba Dao brandished his severed right arm. The blade formed from yin-yang essence energy released a terrifying saber intent and saber qi. The ice crystal longhorn beetle was sliced into 2, leaving a 1-foot-long hole in the ground. What a strong saber intent. What a tyrannical saber energy. Ba Dao is also a powerful person. Ling Xiao was a swordsman. Since ancient times, it had been said that swords and sabers were inseparable. He had a deep understanding of sabers. Ba Dao was very strong. You should be breaking through soon, right? The immortal bird by Fong asked Domineering Blade. It's about time. What I need now is to accumulate strength. If I don't break through, I'll be surpassed by brother Ling Xiao. I say, Bai Fong, you should only be one step away from breaking through, right? Tyrannical asked. Amen, I can feel it. Soon. However, before I make my breakthrough, I must obtain a heavenly calamity jade. Otherwise, if I'm injured, I'll become everyone's burden. Bai Fong nodded. There's a situation. After killing the ice crystal longhorn beetle, Domineering Blade was about to take its monster core when Ling Xiao suddenly reminded him. Another monster? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao and asked. No, it's a human this time. Very soon. Swoosh, a figure appeared in front of everyone. Then, ignoring Ling Xiao and the others, he went to dissect the ice crystal longhorn beetle's corpse and took out its monster core. Hey! Even if we don't want the monster core, you should at least let us know. Domineering Blade frowned. At this time, the man raised his head and looked at everyone. He said disdainfully, this ice crystal longhorn beetle killed many of our people. We've long been prepared to deal with it. Moreover, there are traces of our attacks on its body. How can you be the one who killed it? This person was completely unreasonable and arrogant. You're courting death. Domineering Blade was not a good-tempered person. Hearing the other party's words, he immediately flew into a rage. He slashed out with his blade and the terrifying blade chi cut the ice crystal longhorn beetle in half. It should be impossible for this person to survive. But what was surprising was that this person actually waved his hand and blocked Domineering Blade's attack. He was unharmed. He, today, I'm going to take this monster core. Who dares to not give what our Demon Dragon Sword Court wants? Even the Heavenly Sword Hall has to give us some face. That person suddenly sneered. Demon Dragon Sword Court. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. This person did not wear any clothes related to the Demon Dragon Sword Court, so he did not recognize him. He did not expect him to be an expert of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. However, he was not one of the remaining 3 demon kings. Did the Demon Dragon Sword Court have such a person? Demon Medicine Emperor. At this moment, more people rushed over. Among them, 3 of them were the 3 demon kings of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. The Demon Emperor above the Demon King, Ling Xiao had been wondering before. If the Heavenly Sword Hall had a Sword Emperor, why didn't the Demon Dragon Sword Court have a Demon Emperor? Now it seemed that the Demon Medicine Emperor was not present when he caused havoc in the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Ling Xiao. The Demon Medicine Emperor did not recognize Ling Xiao. However, it was impossible for the 3 demon kings not to recognize Ling Xiao. When they saw Ling Xiao, they were all shocked. Although Ling Xiao and the others had disguised themselves, they did not transform. It was normal for them to be recognized. That kid is Ling Xiao? His cultivation is not very good, but his aura is quite strong. The Demon Medicine Emperor glanced at Ling Xiao. Obviously, someone had already told him what Ling Xiao had done. Therefore, his eyes revealed a bit of ruthless killing intent. Suddenly, a green thing popped out of his hand and shot towards Ling Xiao. Be careful. Dragon Mammoth blocked in front of Ling Xiao. He did not transform, but punched out, and the green thing exploded in the air. Old man, you may be the Demon Emperor, but don't you think you're overestimating yourself if you think you can kill our people? Falling Moon said coldly. Demon Lord, what do you think we should do? The Demon Medicine Emperor suddenly looked into the distance. Kill. A thunderous voice rang out in the distance. 3 silhouettes flew over at high speed. One of them was Demon Lord Lan Mei of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. There were 2 others, one of whom Ling Xiao did not recognize, and the other was Empress Lan Mei Chen. Empress Lan Mei Chen was different from before. Her entire body seemed to have changed, and her strength had skyrocketed. She had reached the first tier of life seizing. It seemed that something must have happened to him. Greetings, Demon Lord, Sword Devil Emperor, and Young Master. The people of the Demon Dragon Sword Court bowed to the 3 newcomers. Falling Moon. Are you really going to protect this kid? Demon Lord Lan Meichen looked at Falling Moon and said coldly, aren't you afraid that your 7-star catalog will be stolen? What, so the 7-star catalog was in Falling Moon's hands? Ling Xiao actually believed Lan Meichen's words. Since Falling Moon was looking for the 9 Supremes catalog, she should have 1 or 2 with her. I'm sorry, I've already given the 7-star catalog to the leader and it's not in my hands. On the other hand, not only do you have the Demon Venerable catalog, you also obtained the 7-star Sword Palace's 7-star catalog, and now you actually want the Ice Venerable catalog. You're really greedy. Yan Yu said coldly. Ha ha ha, you really know how to talk nonsense. Lan Mimi was very depressed. Originally, Yan Yu was right. She had the Sword Venerable catalog and the Demon Venerable catalog, but the Demon Venerable catalog was accidentally stolen by someone, and its whereabouts were unknown. Otherwise, with the 2 catalogs as a foundation, she could be considered confident. Even if she couldn't get the 9 Supremes catalog, she wouldn't let others get it. If he knew that the Demon Venerable catalog had fallen into Ling Zhao's hands, who knew what he would think? How about we make a deal? This time, in the fight for the Ice Venerable catalog, our Demon Dragon Sword Court won't attack you 9 defies, but Ling Xiao must belong to me. Lan Mimi no longer mentioned the catalog, but looked at Ling Xiao. She hated Ling Xiao to the bone. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, she would still be the Demon Dragon Sword Court's carefree demon master, but now, she had been reduced to a lackey of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Her status didn't seem low, but the feeling of being restrained was too unpleasant. Impossible. Yan Yu refused without any hesitation. Although the Ice Venerable catalog was important, Ling Xiao had already been treated as a companion that she would rely on in life and death. How could she give it up? Is it worth it for a piece of trash? Empress Lan Meichen suddenly interjected. Trash? Haha, if he's trash, then what are you, whose body was destroyed by him, aren't you worse than trash? Bai Feng mocked. That's because he used a forbidden technique. Lan Mimi roared. Losing to Ling Xiao was the most shameful thing he had ever felt in his life. Forbidden technique? You can use it if you have the ability. Bai Feng sneered, I'm not going to talk to an insensible trash like you. Lan Mimi, do you really plan to fight us here? If you really want to fight, we aren't afraid of you. Immortal Bird Bifeng, Yangqi said. You really think too highly of your group. Only Falling Moon and Dracomamoth are life seizers. One is in the 2nd division, the other is in the 1st division. We have 4 life seizers. Do you think you can beat them? Lan Mimi mocked. Whether you can win or not, you just have to try. Ling Xiao walked out and looked at Lan Mei with a smile. Old witch, have you forgotten how I snatched away the Shin Turtle's strength so quickly? Even if we didn't have any life seizers with us, we could still beat you. This time, it's no different. Then, he looked at Empress Meichen and said, you just got a new body, don't be so cocky. If you die again, no matter how powerful your mother is, she won't be able to save you, you should stay in your mother's arms and drink milk as soon as possible. I'll kill you. Empress Meichen said angrily. As a man, it was impossible for her not to be angry at Ling Zhao's mockery. However, Ling Xiao was flanked by Falling Moon and Dracomamoth. She wanted to make a move, but couldn't quite make up her mind. Coward. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Then he looked at the Medicine Devil Emperor and said, hand over the demon core of the Ice Stone Heavenly Beetle. Devil Emperor, the Medicine Devil Emperor said, this brat is too cocky. Why don't we just kill them all here? He looked at Lan Meichen and said. As far as he was concerned, they were definitely strong enough to do so. Therefore, he couldn't tolerate such humiliation. That's right, mother. We can't let Ling Xiao slip away again. Empress Meichen said. As long as you can stop Falling Moon and Dracomamoth, I can kill that brat. Earthspan Golden Light Magic. Suddenly, Ling Xiao spat out a few words. His body turned into a golden light and disappeared in a flash. He, whose cultivation had skyrocketed, directly used the Heavenly Tribulation True Origin. The speed of the Earthspan Golden Light Magic had reached a terrifying level. Even Lan Meichen couldn't react in time. When they locked onto Ling Xiao again, they realized that the Demon Dragon sword in Ling Zhao's hand was already on Empress Meichen's neck. What a disgrace. Empress Machen's face turned as red as a monkey's butt. Ha ha ha, I see that you've finally obtained a brand new body, but your strength isn't that great. Ling Xiao slapped Empress Machen's face and said with a smile, "You, old grandson, hand over the demon core. Otherwise, he'll lose his life." Actually, it wasn't a big problem whether he wanted the Ice Stone Heavenly Beetle's demon core or not. He didn't need it anyway. However, this was a matter of face. He couldn't just watch the Demon Dragon Sword Quartz people steal their things and leave as if nothing had happened. I was just careless. If you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. Empress Machen roared. I'm not talking to trash like you. Old witch, what do you think? Do you want a demon core or your son's life? Ling Xiao looked at Empress Machen and said. Demonic Medicine Emperor, give the demon core to them. Empress Machen gritted her teeth and said. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here. Even if she was embarrassed, only her own people and enemies would know. Otherwise, if word got out, her face would be even more worthless. Yes, Demon Lord. Of course, the Demonic Medicine Emperor was unwilling. However, his young master Empress Machen was in the hands of others. He had no choice but to obediently give the demon core to Ba Dao. Hee, thank you. Ling Xiao put down the demon dragon sword on Empress Machen's neck and flew towards Falling Moon and the others. At this moment, the demonic sword emperor suddenly stabbed his sword and pointed it at Ling Xiao's back. The sword was too fast and directly pierced through Ling Xiao's back. The demonic sword emperor revealed a sarcastic sneer. You dare to use my demon dragon sword quartz people as a threat? This is the outcome. However, his sneer did not last long. Idiot, what are you stabbing? Ling Xiao's voice came from behind Long Xiang. Clone? The demonic sword emperor instantly understood that the one he stabbed was Ling Xiao's clone. He had never heard of someone who could use a clone to such an extent that it could pass off as the real thing. Even if the Golden Phoenix clone was cultivated to the transformative realm, it was still very different from the real body. It was impossible for it to escape his eyes. Of course, he did not know that Ling Xiao had the Yin-Yang Demon King's transformation technique, which could make the Golden Phoenix clone look more like himself. He had already expected the other party to launch a sneak attack. It was just that he was not sure who would launch the sneak attack. However, no matter who it was, with this clone blocking the sword, he was naturally not afraid of anything. Old fool, do you know the price of your sneak attack this time? I originally only wanted to take back the Ice Crystal Heavenly Bull's demon core, but now, I'm not happy. You guys think of a way to deal with the poison in Empress Machen's body. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he called out to Falling Moon and the others and flew into the distance. Don't chase after us, or he'll die even faster. At this moment, Empress Machen's body was invaded by the bloodthirsty rat plague and was in pain. However, she would not die. Ling Xiao was just scaring her. End of chapter 3093. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.